My god! All the adventurers were scared witless as the devious vibe given off by Hui Tai Lang almost suffocated them to death. We are dead, it flew away. Some realized that they were in trouble as Hui Tai Lang had grown a pair of wings and flew away. Then what about them? Without Hui Tai Lang's protection, the flame demon commanders would definitely not mind having some beastman or human meat for dinner. They would not even mind having the coarse meat of the ox head people. Quickly, think of something. Some people panicked as they shouted towards Anna and Lin En, asking them to find a way to save them. Call it back. Some shameless ones even treated Hui Tai Lang as their guard dog. Apologies, but we are not its master. If you have the ability, you can call it back. Seeing these selfish people, Lin En felt disgusted by them instantly. He shrugged his shoulders and indicated that he wasn't able to help. Rest assured, its master is fighting over there. Didn't you see all the fire monsters and flame demons rushing over to help? Anna laughed aloofly in contempt. The adventurers turned their head and realized that it was true. All the flame demons and fire demons who were besieging the lot in the lava lake rushed towards where the tornado was, as if under certain command. Even those fire eels that were hiding in the riverbed made their way out. Seeing that they were no longer in danger, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Even Ouyujen, who was a veteran in the battlefield, also felt that he had a narrow escape. The restrictions in the fire palace was simply too stringent, causing everyone's power to be diminished to the minimum, and only a few with fire-type beast had some combat power. After the danger passed, the adventurers started to harbor ill thoughts again. That holy beast has a master? But it doesn't seem to be contracted. This shook the hearts of many. If only I could contract that holy beast. Despite knowing that it would be impossible, some still couldn't contain their imaginations, and those who let their imaginations run wild were already drooling a waterfall. Looking at their shameless behavior, Ouyujen couldn't help but to despise them deeply. Being associated with these overly confident and greedy people was simply a disgrace. He made the Iron Blood Guards surround the place so as to protect Lin En and Anna. Although nobody had launched a sneak attack, men are unpredictable animals, so he had to do some sort of defense. Idiots! A dragon hunter hiding among the adventurers summoned a red flame flying dragon and laughed out loud. Although it is regrettable that I wouldn't be able to get the treasures here, it will still be rewarding if I can seize this chance to get rid of you all. Die! The red flame flying dragon was gold ranked level 7. Although it was considered quite high leveled, if everyone come together to attack it, it could be defeated quite easily. However, due to the restrictions, the Iron Blood Guards beasts that were mostly strengthening type beasts wouldn't be able to retaliate. The consequences would be unthinkable if they came under attack. Ouyujen's heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. It's over, he forgot that there was still an evil dragon hunter lurking in the team. When Hui Tai Lang arrived at the central lava lake, Yue Yang was floating in mid-air as the spirit of flame and smoke was using her violent tornado to draw in all the lava from below. The entire sky seemed to be filled with raging flame as the spirit of flame and smoke was fighting solo against two Gold King beast-ranked guardians of the Fire Palace. The one that couldn't fly was the Purgatory Flame King. Its body was as huge as a mountain giant, with a height of 30 meters and weighing 100 ton. It was platinum ranked level 7 and its entire body was made up of rocks and lava. Its high temperature prevented anyone alive from going near it. As compared to the King of Black Light, the Purgatory Flame King's ability to kill was even more terrifying. It could be considered to be a super strong beast that would cause a lot of headache under normal circumstances. Furthermore, in the Fire Palace that only fire-type beasts could fight, it was even stronger than ever. In the sky, the other guardian of the Fire Palace was the Red Spirit Fire Demoness. Although she was only platinum rank level 6, her combat power wasn't weaker than that of the Purgatory Flame King. She who evolved to possess a human form was more intelligent than the Purgatory Flame King, and in her long course of evolution, she might become a holy beast in the future. However, the current stronger Purgatory Flame King would never become one. This was the difference between the two king-ranked beasts. The Red Spirit Fire Demoness was 5 meters tall with her entire body engulfed in flames. She wasn't very agile when flying as her speed was slowed down by her heavy weight, but her speed was already considered fast, because there was a huge difference between king-ranked beasts that could fly and those that couldn't. Not only did the Red Spirit Fire Demoness know how to fly, she also knew how to use a weapon. Brandishing a gold-ranked fire scythe, she slashed it towards Yue Yang repeatedly. Of course they were all in vain as Yue Yang was faster than her by 100 times, he could even walk idly on the edge of the fire scythe. The fire scythe was rendered useless towards Yue Yang, and attacking the spirit of flame and smoke who was in the elemental form of a violent tornado was also useless. The Red Spirit Fire Demoness was initially very depressed, but upon seeing Hui Tai Lang, she immediately switched target and charged towards Hui Tai Lang viciously. Oh! How could Hui Tai Lang, who was intending to show off its skills in front of its master, be scared of her? Her actions fit its intention perfectly. Hui Tai Lang's claws changed like a dense liquid as it elongated and reached out towards the Red Spirit Fire Demoness' skull. The Red Spirit Fire Demoness moved backwards slightly and slashed her fire scythe down with strength, chopping Hui Tai Lang's back into half. Not only so, she also used lava as a whip to strike one half of Hui Tai Lang's body and sent them flying into the air. She thought that Hui Tai Lang would definitely die from the blow. Who would know that Hui Tai Lang didn't care at all, as it already possessed an undying body like Huang Sha. Its two halved bodies turned into golden sand and rose into the air as if alive, returning back to their respective places and forming a new body that was as good as before in an instant. The fire scythe that slashed its body were held tightly by Hui Tai Lang's dense liquid-like claws. To Hui Tai Lang, the fire from the fire scythe was completely ineffective against him. After absorbing the nucleus of the level 8 innate Huang Sha, Hui Tai Lang had possessed an undead body too. It wouldn't be killed unless the nucleus in its body was destroyed completely. And after becoming a divine beast, Hui Tai Lang gained the power to imitate, fly, and morph into different shapes. Its combat power was boosted tremendously. How could a mere red spirit fire demoness dream to kill it? How could it be so easy? Being a gold, dark, and fire-type beast, it was even stronger than Huang Sha, who had an undying body. Huang Sha's undead body was weak to water, while Hui Tai Lang's weaknesses were water and light. It might seem that Hui Tai Lang was weaker than Huang Sha due to the additional weakness, but they were not lethal. Water and light definitely wouldn't kill Hui Tai Lang, because Hui Tai Lang was also a metal-type beast. The types complemented each other, so its body was a real undying body. And this was merely just the beginning. After unleashing its potential fully, together with the heaven runes and innate chi, it would attain an unimaginable state. Yue Yang had nurtured Hui Tai Lang with an effort that was more than enough for it to level up to a divine beast. Yue Yang wished that Hui Tai Lang could become like Xia Wen Li, who surpassed the level of being a divine beast, and become a transcending divine beast. Hui Tai Lang and Xia Wen Li's direction of growth differed, and their starting points differed too. Xia Wen Li was born possessing a diamond grimoire. Yue Yang wasn't sure, but she was probably born a transcending divine beast too. On the other hand, Hui Tai Lang was nothing when it was born, and maybe it wouldn't ever become a transcending divine beast like Xia Wen Li or immortal beasts like the Phoenix Sisters. But Yue Yang still hoped that it would be able to surpass all beasts in the world and become the strongest of them all one day. Just like how not every thorny flower could rank up to become like the golden crown thorny flower queen, not every wolf could become a world-exterminating demonic wolf. They were epitomes of all creatures, and they were all unique. The golden crown thorny flower queen is unique, so is the world-exterminating demonic wolf. Hui Tai Lang need not become like others. It need not become like Xia Wen Li, Red, Duo, or a man, it just have to be itself. It is Hui Tai Lang, one that nobody in the world can replace. WANT2EAT, Duo is a nickname Yue Yang had for the golden crown thorny flower queen. The current Hui Tai Lang had definitely surpassed all wolves and become the one and only world-exterminating demonic wolf. It could even continue to level up from there. The course of its growth was definitely a legend and a miracle among miracles. Of course, if it weren't for Yue Yang, the abnormal man from another world, who had given it everything, Hui Tai Lang would definitely not be the Hui Tai Lang it is today. Ah! On seeing that Hui Tai Lang had an undead body, the red spirit fire demoness was extremely frightened and backed off quickly. The giant fire scythe was engulfed by Hui Tai Lang, who was in a dense liquid state. Suddenly it flew towards Yue Yang for help. Yue Yang reached out his hands and drew heaven rune circles on its body. He also channeled an immense amount of innate chi to help it assimilate the fire scythe. A dull golden glow shimmered off Hui Tai Lang's body and radiated through the sky. The fire scythe that was engulfed appeared on Hui Tai Lang's back gradually, and with every heaven rune that Yue Yang drew, it was absorbed into Hui Tai Lang's body slowly. The first heaven runes was melting and the second one was transform and the third was recover. After stabilizing it, the fire scythe then went out of Hui Tai Lang's back and shot towards the sky with a fiery flame. However, when the fire scythe fell back to the ground, it avoided its original master, the red spirit fire demoness, and went towards its new master, Hui Tai Lang. Ah! The red spirit fire demoness cried in alarm. She hadn't expected that a treasure she refined herself would be assimilated by her opponent in front of her. Oh! Hui Tai Lang howled proudly. A deafening roar resonated through the sky, and echoed throughout the fire palace. Dark hell flame burst out from its body, forming a long flaming fire tail that latched onto Hui Tai Lang's new high-quality weapon, the gold-ranked origin fire scythe. Hui Tai Lang waved the fire scythe towards the red spirit fire demoness' body, slashing her, with an unbelievable speed. The red spirit fire demoness wasn't fast enough to dodge, and before she knew it, she was slashed into half by the origin fire scythe, just like how Hui Tai Lang had been slashed just now. The red spirit fire demoness who possessed fire nucleus wasn't in life-threatening danger, as she would heal and return back to normal after some time of recuperation in the lava lake. But the situation was ever-changing, as the spirit of flame and smoke that attacked the Purgatory Flame King just now floated out of the violent tornado and morphed into a fire girl covered in raging flame. She dived down and embraced the halved body of the red spirit fire demoness and started to absorb her energy. The red spirit fire demoness screamed as she did not dare to go near the spirit of flame and smoke due to her nirvana's flame, and her paralyzing electricity attack. Within half a minute, the pure fire ability in the consciousless halved body had been fully assimilated by the spirit of flame and smoke. The leftover part of the body slowly hardened to form a black rock and sunk into the lava lake. The body of the spirit of flame and smoke became clearer, her lower body that was initially covered in flame and smoke started to morph into human form. She got a pair of legs now. Just with a little more fire ability, she could rank up by one level. Desiring to rank up, she looked at the red spirit fire demoness. In her instinct, she did not see the red spirit fire demoness as an alive being but merely a delicious meal. The red spirit fire demoness was both shocked and angry. She wanted to kill the spirit of flame and smoke very much, but in the fire palace, killing her wouldn't be possible. It couldn't be determined by level or rank, as skills was all that mattered when beasts of the same type fight in a mutually favorable geographical environment. Or it could be said that it would be dependent on their intelligence. The side that was more intelligent and knew how to make full use of the opponent's weakness and complement them with their own strength would emerge victorious. Hui Tai Lang, who had switched opponent, morphed into a meteorite-like ball and went to bombard the head of the Purgatory Flame King. The impact of the bombardment shook the entire lava lake. As the Purgatory Flame King fell into the lava lake, it caused the burning lava in the lava lake to splatter up a few hundred meters. Hui Tai Lang, who was using its new body to knock down its opponent, was similarly dizzy from the shake and regained its wolf form. It then flapped its fire wings and flew at a crooked angle over the lake, like a drunk adventurer. Yue Yang laughed at it because he had never seen a fool like Hui Tai Lang. He guessed that only Hui Tai Lang would choose to knock down a lava giant like the Purgatory Flame King straight without thinking. But Yue Yang did not correct Hui Tai Lang and allowed Hui Tai Lang to do whatever it wanted. Because, after all, this is a battle. This is the process of growing up and a chance to learn. The Purgatory Flame King was incensed as he reached out his giant hands to drag Hui Tai Lang into the lava lake. Any beast with a physical body would not be able to fight in a geographical location like the Fire Palace. More often than not, in a beast fight, location and timing played a bigger role in turning the tables around than skills. For example, even though a gold-ranked level 10 golden mammoth might be invincible during battle, it would still die instantly if it were to fall down from a height of a few thousand meters. Or taking for example the powerful Purgatory Flame King, if it were to fall into the ocean, it would die before it could even fight and turn into a pile of broken stones. To defeat the ghost army that was immune to all attacks, shining them with a ray of sunshine would do. Cases like these were countless. Of course, Hui Tai Lang wasn't willing to bathe in the lava lake. As Hui Tai Lang flapped its fire wings to resist being pulled by the Purgatory Flame King, it used its newly obtained origin fire scythe to slash the Purgatory Flame King's head repeatedly. Sparks and broken stones flew everywhere. A gold-ranked equipment's strength was nothing towards the Purgatory Flame King's body that was made of stone. The strength of Hui Tai Lang's flapping definitely paled in comparison with the arm strength of the Purgatory Flame King's giant arms. After struggling for a few minutes, Hui Tai Lang was dragged into the lava lake. It struggled with its claws with all of its might, but to no avail. Yue Yang watched in silence but did not attempt to stop all this. Few of those flame demon commanders and fire monsters that came from far away to help knew how to battle in a long-distance fight. Spewing lava and fireballs, the fire monsters aimed them towards Yue Yang, but of course all these were meaningless. Although Yue Yang was constrained by the restrictions, he still possessed his skills and strength. He could even ignore all these painless attacks. When Yue Yang was in mid-air, he could dodge all the lava and fireballs just by shifting his body slightly. When the spirit of flame and smoke saw Hui Tai Lang being dragged into the lava lake, she was angered. She unleashed a world-shaking violent tornado, almost lifting the Purgatory Flame King's body into mid-air. The Purgatory Flame King held onto the fiery red giant reef along the edge of the lava lake embarrassingly, trying to get hold of himself amidst the violent tornado. If not for it weighing a few hundred tons, it would have been sucked in by the violent tornado. Large amounts of lava were sucked up into the sky by the violent tornado and splashed all around, causing a rain of lava. The flame demons that were too close and weren't quick enough to escape were immediately sucked up into the sky, their bodies dismantled and broken apart in the center of the tornado that was like a spiral-shaped whirl of sharp blades, causing them to suffer a horrible death. There was a large red rock in the distance. There was a fireball covered in lava climbing onto it, and like a dog that had fallen into the water, it was desperately shaking its body. After a long while, the lava dripped off and Hui Tai Lang was revealed underneath. The lava lake wasn't able to kill Hui Tai Lang, who possessed an undying body, but it still made Hui Tai Lang suffer as it kept sneezing. The Purgatory Flame King charged towards Hui Tai Lang, reaching his giant hands out to it as he prepared to drag it into the lava lake again. But using the same trick on Hui Tai Lang twice proved to be ineffective. Hui Tai Lang had already morphed into the form of fire, hence the Purgatory Flame King weren't able to seize Hui Tai Lang at all. His fingers had passed through Hui Tai Lang. Hui Tai Lang in the fire form exclaimed proudly. Meow. The meaning of its exclamation was, unimpressive, this trick is outdated already. Unfortunately even a cat wouldn't be able to understand what it said. Waving a strong punch, the Purgatory Flame King smashed the rock under Hui Tai Lang's feet into pieces, but Hui Tai Lang in fire form was still floating in mid-air, unharmed. Its long fire tail, curled with its origin fire scythe, rained blows on the Purgatory Flame King with a tingling sound. These resulted in a few faint scratches onto solid rock, but towards the Purgatory Flame King, it was nothing and weren't able to injure him. The situation went on with Hui Tai Lang unable to do anything with the Purgatory Flame King and vice versa. They came to a stalemate temporarily. Hui Tai Lang gained the upper hand slightly because it still had chances of defeating the Purgatory Flame King, as long as it found a viable way. But the Purgatory Flame King definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Hui Tai Lang in fire form. On the other hand, the Spirit of Flame and Smoke bullied the Red Spirit Fire Demoness, who was of a higher level, terribly. The injured Red Spirit Fire Demoness hid in the lava lake, but the Spirit of Flame and Smoke had the power to enter the lava lake. She had always liked to live in volcanoes. Both fought a tough battle, and although the Red Spirit Fire Demoness was of a higher level than the Spirit of Flame and Smoke, her attack towards the Spirit of Flame and Smoke was useless. On the contrary, both the Nirvana Flame and electricity of the Spirit of Flame and Smoke could injure the Red Spirit Fire Demoness, especially the Nirvana Flame that caused the Red Spirit Fire Demoness to be scared witless. Both chased each other around, and in a blink of the eye, they went out of the central region. On seeing that Yue Yang did not stop her, the Spirit of Flame and Smoke went after the Red Spirit Fire Demoness immediately, and swore to devour her fire ability completely. The Purgatory Flame King got beaten up horribly by Hui Tai Lang. Whenever the opportunity comes, Hui Tai Lang would fly into the sky and morph into a meteorite to crash onto the Purgatory Flame King, causing the strongest guardian of the Fire Palace much headache. Finally, the Purgatory Flame King decided to hide into the lava lake to avoid Hui Tai Lang temporarily. Although this would tarnish the grace of his royalty, it was better than to be beaten up by his opponent for nothing. On seeing the Purgatory Flame King's withdrawal, Hui Tai Lang was furious. If he couldn't win the fight, then he should have just conceded defeat and give up his treasures willingly. Why is he being such an ostrich now? Hui Tai Lang was really incensed this time. On seeing that the Flame Demon commanders and Fire Demons standing around, watching blindly, Hui Tai Lang turned to kill all of these insignificant creatures. Although Hui Tai Lang couldn't kill the big one, it would definitely be able to kill the smaller ones. Except for the Flame Demon commanders, the rest were killed instantly by Hui Tai Lang. All the Flame Demons and Fire Monsters dispersed, and almost all Fire-type beasts went to hide at the bottom of the lava lake, and no matter how Hui Tai Lang killed their comrades, they wouldn't come out. Hui Tai Lang raised its head and howled into the air, feeling gloomy. Although it wasn't afraid of the heat of the lava lake, Hui Tai Lang wouldn't be able to catch its opponent if it were to dive in. The power of the fire monsters might be weak, but in the lava lake, they were even more agile than fishes and prawns. Hui Tai Lang chased around for a long while, but to no avail. Ha! Idiot! On seeing it, Yue Yang burst out laughing, but he did not advise Hui Tai Lang on any way to continue the fight, as he wanted Hui Tai Lang to think about it on its own. Awoo! On realizing that its master wasn't willing to help, Hui Tai Lang turned his eyes, and grew a pair of fire wings to besiege and attack the injured Red Spirit Fire Demoness. Sure enough, it was the best way. On seeing Hui Tai Lang's arrival, the Red Spirit Fire Demoness grew even more panicky as she ran mindlessly. If she were to return back to where the Purgatory Flame King was, she could make use of his immense size as a cover-up, and hopefully she would be able to continue the fight. This decision made the start of the tragedy of the Red Spirit Fire Demoness. Her power was way weaker than Hui Tai Lang, and was slower in terms of speed. Her intelligence differed from Hui Tai Lang even greater. The only strength she had was the ability to hide in the lava lake to recuperate. But this strength was rendered useless by the presence of the Spirit of Flame and Smoke. In the lava lake, the Spirit of Flame and Smoke was even stronger than the Red Spirit Fire Demoness. She could even absorb all of the pure fire ability in her body directly. Within a minute after the battle started, the Red Spirit Fire Demoness was hit by Hui Tai Lang. While she was dizzy from the strike, Hui Tai Lang threw her onto the stone wall directly, causing her body to cave into the wall. The Spirit of Flame and Smoke charged forth immediately, absorbing all her pure fire ability crazily. The Red Spirit Fire Demoness wanted to struggle, but due to Hui Tai Lang, who was pressing her down with all its strength like the accomplice of a rapist, this caused the Spirit of Flame and Smoke with animal instincts to take everything away from her. In the end, even her fire crystals were sucked out, and was immediately refined by the Nirvana Flame. After absorbing the fire ability and devouring the fire crystal, a golden light shimmered off the body of Spirit of Flame and Smoke. Raging flames rose to the sky. Thick smoke rose to the sky as if there was a volcanic eruption, and smoke started to fill up the entire fire palace. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed amidst the thick smoke, giving off a blinding brightness amidst all the noises. After absorbing the energy in the body of the Red Spirit Fire Demoness, the Spirit of Flame and Smoke started to evolve and morphed into a new form. Her new form was even closer to human form, as her 10 fingers were distinct, and toes grew out from her feet. Although it was not yet near to being perfect, as they would disappear sometimes, at least she developed new features. It could be said that it was like a rebirth, because regardless of her physique or internal body, several human-like features had developed. Of course, these features were formed by fire energy, they were only similar to a human in terms of appearance. The fire crystal of the red spirit fire demoness was refined and became a heart gradually. It differed greatly from a human's heart as it was a ball of flame that was beating with temperature close to 1,000 degrees. Yue Yang's grimoire appeared and flipped pages automatically. Now the spirit of flame and smoke had switched occupation, but did not level up. She had evolved to become the spirit of earth fire. Looks like this is just the beginning of her evolution. Yue Yang remembered that she was a spirit of fire and mist initially, then she became the spirit of flame and smoke, and then now after absorbing the core fire energy, she became the spirit of earth fire. Could it be that she'd become the spirit of heaven fire in the future? Or even spirit of nirvana flames? Her future evolution would be unpredictable, but Yue Yang was anticipating the future evolved spirit of earth fire. In short, evolution was definitely a good thing. No matter which direction the beast was growing towards, as long as it was able to evolve, it'd be good. Now, her thick smoke had turned into beautiful, shiny black hair while her raging flames had become her body. The tornado had become her mount and electricity was her weapon. With these changes, it would mark the beginning of the suffering of the Purgatory Flame King. However, the spirit of earth fire was still far from being in human form. Her black hair wasn't very visible and her tornado wasn't similar to a mount, it was actually spiral-shaped. Her electricity did not have a fixed shape and was merely flickering randomly on her arms. But even so, Yue Yang was still delighted. Any evolutions would pale in comparison to the growth of intelligence. Although the spirit of earth fire lacked intelligence and self-control, she had already started to develop a consciousness. As long as she continued to evolve, she would definitely follow the footsteps of the Bloody Queen and the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and become a holy beast. At least she was moving in the direction of becoming human-like now. The Purgatory Flame King could only barely defend against her previously, but after her evolution to become the spirit of earth fire, the Purgatory Flame King quickly escaped when she plunged into the lava lake. Facing the spirit of earth fire that could take in fire ability directly in the lava lake, the Purgatory Flame King realized that he wasn't the master of fire anymore. Majority of the fire in the lava lake was controlled by the spirit of earth fire. If he didn't hide, he would solidify at the bottom of the lava lake due to loss of body temperature. And in the end, his fire ability would be sucked dry and the Purgatory Flame King's energy would wither and die. Boom, boom. The Purgatory Flame King moved ferociously on the surface of the lava lake as he waved his arms vigorously in an attempt to swim away. Meow. Hui Tai Lang was pleased. Serves you right. Hui Tai Lang reminded the Purgatory Flame King not to forget about it. Facing attacks from both the spirit of earth fire and Hui Tai Lang, the clumsy Purgatory Flame King lost his favorable geographical location. Even if he could still persevere now, he would definitely face a tragic end. Yue Yang didn't have to continue watching because he knew what the outcome would be. The only question now was whether Hui Tai Lang could devour the Purgatory Flame King's fire crystal in its skull before the spirit of earth fire did. With the cunning Hui Tai Lang and the spirit of earth fire's lack of intelligence, Hui Tai Lang would most probably succeed. But if it were to be the Bloody Queen or the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Hui Tai Lang would definitely fail. Even if it was the Barbarian Cow Shadow, Hui Tai Lang's chances would be slim. The loyal Barbarian Cow Shadow would probably snatch it away and give it to her master. Okay, it's fine for Hui Tai Lang to bully the spirit of earth fire and the Reaper Mantis, at least for now. After absorbing the Purgatory Fire Crystals, Yue Yang believed that it would increase Hui Tai Lang's combat power. Yue Yang did not count on its combat power to boost rapidly, but it would be nice if it could help Hui Tai Lang to level up its bronze grimoire by a few levels. After all, one has to take things slowly. After finding the Fire Palace teleportation circle, Yue Yang left the Hot Fire Palace and went for the last palace among the 5 Elements Palace. The Sand Palace. After teleporting, even before he reached the ground, Yue Yang realized that there was a huge crowd below him. A huge crowd of people was cowering on top of the Herculean rhinoceros beetle's back as thousands of hyenas and desert spiders surrounded them. The most ridiculous thing that Yue Yang saw was that a platinum-ranked level 10 king of Earth that was over 50 meters tall was actually rocking its enormous stony head and huge arms, playing a wagering game with a scrawny-looking human. That human that looked scrawny in comparison to the king of Earth was none other than Ye Kong. If you lose, 10 of these men will be mine. After giving me 10 men, we can bet again. If you win, I'll return you 20, if you lose again, you will give me 10 men again. Don't hesitate, a real man is never indecisive. 10 of you come down now, if you can't, I will take you all down personally, and if I were to break your bones in the process, don't complain that I'm too rough. This king of Earth was astute, needless to say, he was definitely a holy beast. Although he was only higher than the Purgatory Flame King by 3 levels, his real power might be superior to him by 100 times. Forget about him being a superior being in the Sand Palace, even outside of this place, the combined power of Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers, Shuetan Lang, Prince Tianluo and the rest of the adventurers might not even be enough to defeat him. The King of Earth had a skill, as long as his feet remained on the ground would give him limitless energy. In other words, his energy would never run out. It was just like the thorny flowers take root, but his skill was even more direct and convenient than that. Even if Ye Kong had the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, he wouldn't be able to defend against a few punches from the King of Earth. After Ye Kong bet for a long while, with the bettings mixed with wins and losses, Ye Kong and the King of Earth came to a draw. But his luck ran out as before Yue Yang arrived, Ye Kong had already lost 10 rounds consecutively. On top of losing the desert spiders that he won previously, he also lost 60 men to the King of Earth. Why would the King of Earth gamble with Ye Kong? This made Yue Yang puzzled. Could it be that he had stayed in the Sand Palace for too long that he got too bored? Rock, paper, scissors. Yay, I'm rock and you are scissors, you lost again, ha ha ha, give me 10 men. When Yue Yang saw the King of Earth playing rock, paper, scissors with Ye Kong, Yue Yang almost fell from the sky. Idiot! Yue Yang dived down in a flash and sent Ye Kong, who was wearing a sorrowful expression, flying into the sky with a mighty kick. Hey! I love playing the rock, paper, scissors game. Let me bet with you, Yue Yang said as he lifted his sleeves. Fire Palace, besides the lava river. Oyu Zhen believed that they were definitely finished. The evil dragon hunter possessed a red flame flying dragon. Even though he has the ability to escape by himself, he was afraid that the Iron Blood Guards and adventurers would suffer disastrous casualties. The thing he was most worried about would be the golden elf woman in front of him. The evil dragon hunter would definitely not let her go. You guys quickly run away, I can hold him for at least 3 minutes. Go. Oyu Zhen gnashed his teeth and made a decision that even surprised himself. He decided to use his body's defenses to block the enemy in order to let Anna and Lin escape from the dragon hunter's evil clutches. The Iron Blood Guards were not that weak and there should be no problem for them to run for their lives. Regarding those shameless adventurers, Oyu Zhen was already unable to look after them. He only hoped that the most tragic outcome would not happen in front of him. Although he cannot attack or summon his beasts, Oyu Zhen was still someone who possessed the strength of a level 1 innate. Although he could not summon his beasts and his strength was greatly reduced, he believed that as long as he resisted, he could stop the gold-ranked level 7 red flame flying dragon for a while. Whether he would still be alive after blocking his enemies, Oyu Zhen did not think about it. He was unable to summon any beasts and he could not fight back, this was truly. Oyu Zhen brought out a wrapping cloth from his storage bracelet and gave it to Lin and Anna. If I could not safely return, please give this to Elder Matthew of the Warriors Guild. He would help me pass it to my family. When Lin and Anna saw this they were touched. On the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower, other than their own teammates, who fought in life and death battles with each other, who would be so huge-hearted and sacrifice themselves to save others. Even those rescue teams hired by the Warriors Guild would only think of themselves in this kind of hopeless situation. This middle-aged uncle was truly a good person. He possessed honor and values that greatly surpass ordinary warriors. With only these words of his, Lin and Anna had developed deep respect for him. Although Anna was nervous while facing the dragon hunter, she was not frantic. She turned around and advised Oyu Zhen, the red flame flying dragon is very strong. However, its weakness is as obvious as its strength. We should not panic. If everyone worked together to resist, then there is nothing to be afraid of. I believe that Hui Tai Lang would quickly return. Everyone, do not give up hope. Lin En did not know that Yue Yang had already left the Fire Palace and believed that as long as Yue Yang was there would be no problem. As long as everybody stalled for time and wait for Yue Yang and Hui Tai Lang's return, a single gold-ranked level 7 red flame flying dragon would not even be an enemy. Boom! 10 Iron Blood Guards raised their shield and forcibly blocked the aggressive breath of the red flame flying dragon. The weakness and strength of the red flame flying dragon exists at the same place. Its strength was that it was stronger than normal flying dragons and capable of breathing fire. It was similar to lava dragons and could be considered as one of the strongest flying dragons. The red flame flying dragon was faster than a lava dragon, but its body's build was somewhat inferior and could not live in lava. Moreover, it liked to live in groups, and breathing flames on their prey in turns was their favorite pastime. Other than being a fire-type beast that was immune to flames, no living creature would be able to defend against the onslaught of a huge group of red flame flying dragons. However, a single red flame flying dragon was not as scary. The flames that it would breath out would always go on a straight line, so it could be easily dodged. The most important thing was that their claws and teeth were not as strong as other normal flying dragons. Due to their small build that was made entirely of fire and their nature to live in flocks, the red flame flying dragon never needed to fight in close combat. Gradually, their claws and teeth degenerated over the years, hence they lost the ability to fight physically like normal flying dragons. Everybody knew that the red flame flying dragon was not good at using its claws and teeth. It was completely different from war dragons and poisonous dragons. In other words, as long as it lost its ability to fly and fell on the ground, its battle strength would be greatly reduced. If everybody worked as one to defend against the red flame flying dragon, then they could definitely stall for time. However, when those adventurers saw the red flame flying dragon, they had immediately escaped in all directions. In any case, the dragon hunter was not eyeing them, he was eyeing for the Warriors Guild's Iron Blood Guards and the 2 golden elves. If there was someone who was willing to stand forward and throw away their lives, then they naturally would not meddle in others' business and quickly scattered. Those Iron Blood Guards knew that if they ran away, their lives would be forfeit. They used their all to guard to the death in front of OU General. They worked for a common purpose and raised their shields to protect others. Keep breathing flames and roast this group of iron turtles. That dragon hunter also knew that his own red flame flying dragon's body was not very durable. It must continuously stay in the air and breathe flames, using the flames to kill the enemy. At the same time, it was to create greater panic and break through the enemy's determination one by one. Only then would he be able to easily eliminate his enemies. No matter how long it took, he was not worried. The wolf beast Hui Tai Lang had already left and would probably not return for a while. Defend. OU Gen unsheathed the heavy sword on his back, stood at the very front and shouted. The only thing they could do was make a gamble and defend until death. If that wolf beast returns, everybody would be safe and sound. If it was too late, then everyone here would be dead. The dragon hunter snorted and laughed. You have a death wish. However, from the sky, a meteor suddenly smashed downwards with a boom. It smashed against the incomparably arrogant dragon hunter and made him kiss the ground. Although the dragon hunter did not immediately die, his entire body suffered serious damages. The dragon hunter shook away the meteor and struggled to crawl back up, swaying all the way. He discovered 2 boys standing in front of him. One had a face as cool as ice. He was holding his hands behind his back and did not even look at the dragon hunter once. The other one was so handsome that he would make other people jealous. The handsome guy snorted disdainfully, not bad, you have a gold-ranked red flame flying dragon. However, this does not give you the right to be arrogant. Bastard. When did the dragon hunter's luck become so bad, meeting with this kind of misfortune? Roar, the red flame flying dragon that wished to quickly protect its owner, swooped down and breathed fire on the 2 men's bodies. Before the red flame flying dragon's fire even reached the handsome guy's body, he immediately emitted an extremely hot, an even more powerful sky fire than the dragon's fire. His heaven fire could completely ignore the effects of the flame breath. However, the scarier one was the ice-cool guy. Although it could not be seen clearly, whenever he received an attack, his body would quickly emit a bone-chilling frost. The flame breath that the red flame flying dragon breathed out was instantly turned into an ice pillar by the cool guy. If it was not because of this space that restricted his abilities, the cool guy would probably have killed the red flame flying dragon on the spot. Tan Lang, Prince, it's you guys. Anna and Lin En called out in surprise. Let me slaughter this idiot first, then we'll talk. It was very difficult for the Prince of Tianluo to finally find a good opportunity to show off his grandeur. He quickly summoned his element-type beast, Skyfire Meteor. The dragon hunter was so scared that he immediately turned around and ran. His instincts told him that these 2 boys would not be easy targets to push around. If he did not run away, he would be dead. However, it was too late. Prince of Tianluo's Skyfire Meteor was originally very strong. It has especially become stronger after Yue Yang had taught it the Great Totem Pole battle technique and matched it with Hui Tai Lang for sparring. Its original weakness, being hard to be controlled and slow to summon, had been solved. Within the fire-type beasts ranking, if those who evolved because of wisdom did not exist, the Skyfire Meteor would be number 1. If the dragon hunter was not inside the fire palace and was outside the sealed space, he would probably have a chance to escape. Now, the dragon hunter could only suffer a beating and could not counter. Under the Prince of Tianluo's command, the Skyfire Meteor in the air quickly shot down from the sky. It ingeniously made a turn in midair and once again smashed towards the escaping dragon hunter. Even if the dragon hunter still had the strength to resist, he would still not be able to block the Skyfire Meteor's second attack and immediately died on the spot. The red flame flying dragon also self-destructed in midair due to his owner's death. Its magic crystal flew in midair and landed on Xue Tan Lang's hands. Prince of Tianluo quickly charged over to see if the dead dragon hunter had any treasures. They had been led astray by Yue Yang. Whenever an enemy dies, they would subconsciously search for treasures. They formed a killing enemies to level up and collecting their treasures mindset. When OU Gen saw this, he sweated profusely. The more he looked at today's youths, the more he couldn't understand them. In the Wood Palace, Fatty Hai was currently standing in front of the evil myriad ancient tree and arguing with it noisily. Who do you think I am? I am the young Master Hai from the Hai clan in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Do you even know about the Hai clan? Seeing that you are ignorant and inexperienced, I can tell that you haven't heard of us before. Our Hai clan is the richest family in the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent. What? Did you say money? I have a lot of that thing, but I don't know what treasures you have. None? This will not do, I hate paupers with no treasures. I normally don't even speak with paupers, do you understand? This is a rich young master's style. Fine, if you have any myriad tree heart or such things, you can bring them out. Did you say evil tree roots? What use are these things? They can become evil tree warriors. It's useless, I don't need it. This master does not need your useless items. If you truly want to sell them, this benevolent and generous young master will buy them for 100 gold. If you must know, I normally give this amount to beggars. You actually dare say that you won't sell it? You blockhead! Do you even know the selling price of this outside? Once you hear it you would definitely cry. These stuff are worthless. Plant-type beasts are already outdated and nobody wants them. You think that everyone is as stupid as Titan? He is someone who has money but doesn't have anywhere to spend it. Additionally he has a broken heart and giving up to despair. Have you ever seen an idiot that sold their entire fortune just for a broken flower? None. He probably wants to give the flower to his girlfriend, if not your broken flower is simply worthless. For the evil tree root, I can give you at most 200 gold, any more than that then I don't want it. You are too greedy. You actually said 500 gold? Be careful of offending me. Do you still have face to tell me 500 gold for these broken flowers? He already met Yue Yang and now he had met Fatty Hai. The evil myriad ancient tree was once again in a tragedy. Of course, it had thought that it had actually earned a huge amount and was perfectly satisfied. With 500 gold base price, it sold another 10 evil tree root. Fatty Hai's face appeared grievous as if another person had cut out his meat. However, his heart was like a blooming flower, as he managed to rip off the ancient tree for more good stuff. He strode towards the next palace. An uncontracted wind breath seabird followed behind him. It was not because Fatty Hai had failed to form a contract with it, but it was because the small bird was too smart. Whenever the contract succeeded, it would immediately betray him. Fatty Hai simply did not form a contract with it anymore. However, the wind breath seabird still continued to follow him. Whenever it was displeased, it would bestow a wind blade upon Fatty Hai. Rock paper scissors. King of Earth, you lost again. This is your 1008th loss. Do you still have earth wolves and sand spiders? If you don't have anything else to bet, then let us end this meaningless gamble. You kept on losing without even winning once. I am fighting a one-sided battle, there is completely no thrill. Moreover, gambling a small amount once in a while may bring you some fun, but gambling a large amount will be harmful to you. You should not gamble in excess and stop while you can. Yue Yang criticized the King of Earth failing to live up to expectations. Yue Yang looked like he was an adult criticizing the huge King of Earth like a child, who appeared downcast and sincerely accepting Yue Yang's criticism. Ye Kong and the others were dumbstruck. They had never seen this kind of situation in their entire lifetime and did not dare believe it. Let us bet one last time. I don't have any more earth wolves and sand spiders. I will use my treasures to bet with you. The King of Earth weakly pleaded. It felt that it must somehow win one round against this human, or else it would regret it in its entire lifetime. He did not even win once and could not accept this fact. As long as it can win once, then it would absolutely stop betting. It possessed sufficient knowledge and knew that it was no match against this abnormally smart human. However, he could not accept it. He must win. Just win once. Yue Yang honorably muttered, fine. Seeing you lose so pathetically and on the verge of tears, I truly could not reject your wish. Then let us bet one last round to give you a chance to turn around the situation. King of Earth, what treasures do you have? Fire Palace. Facing the treasure in the Fire Palace, the enormous earth fire magic sphere that was so big that ordinary men wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around it, the spirit of Earth Fire's first instinct was to absorb the fire ability inside. It was due to the presence of the earth fire magic sphere that 2 king-ranked guardians could be born in the Fire Palace. It was also the reason why there were so many fire monsters here, and why the fire demons born here were much stronger. All these stemmed from the powers of the earth fire magic sphere. If the spirit of earth fire could absorb all of its fire ability, she could level up by a whole new rank, or even higher. The spirit of earth fire that lacked intelligence and acted solely out of instinct was facing a challenge. This challenge was secretly put in place by Yue Yang, who discovered the treasures in the Fire Palace but did not keep them like he would normally. Yue Yang left the Fire Palace even before the battle ended as if he had never seen the treasures. After the battle ended, Hui Tai Lang devoured the magic crystal of the Purgatory Flame King before the spirit of earth fire could, leaving her with very little fire ability to absorb. Thus, this caused her to feel disadvantaged with her limited intelligence. Hence, right now, when she found the treasure of the Fire Palace Earth Fire Magic Sphere, her instinct was to devour it immediately. But Hui Tai Lang wouldn't do so. It knew that absorbing treasures recklessly without the permission of its master was a taboo, and that its master hated it the most. Yue Yang had allowed Hui Tai Lang to compete with the spirit of earth fire for the magic crystals of the Purgatory Flame King as a reward of the battle. The rule was simple, each of them would absorb the strength of one of the two king-ranked opponents they were facing together. However, with regards to treasures, Hui Tai Lang would seek for the permission of its master before it devour those treasures, even if it was something that could help it level up. Otherwise, Yue Yang would definitely be angry. Hui Tai Lang was more intelligent and had higher self-discipline, hence it tried to communicate with the spirit of earth fire who was absorbing the fire ability, in various animal languages like wolf howling, cat meowing, dog barking and dragon roaring. The spirit of earth fire could neither speak, nor could she understand what Hui Tai Lang was talking about. But she was able to comprehend the meaning behind Hui Tai Lang's words vaguely. Hui Tai Lang was trying to say that the earth fire magic sphere cannot be absorbed. She couldn't understand why because she did not have sufficient intelligence for that. All she could do was to succumb to her inherent instinct because to her, the earth fire magic sphere was like sweet candies to a child. This was Yue Yang's challenge to her. A challenge to test her on her intelligence and self-discipline. Human possessed both IQ and EQ. IQ determined whether a person is smart or not, the higher the better. EQ determined a person's fate and career path, because the most difficult thing about it was self-discipline. If one had low EQ with little self-discipline, then he might be led wayward if he had a high IQ. For example, some intelligent people who were academically sound would commit suicide after encountering a failed relationship, some others holding high positions made regrettable decisions due to the temptations of power and money, and in the end, they became lost and sunk even deeper. All these were results of low EQ and little self-discipline. Even if one had high IQ and was an all-rounder, with low self-discipline, he wouldn't be able to stand the test of time. It could be said that the greatest difference between man and animal was the superiority in terms of IQ and EQ. More often than not, IQ and EQ were interconnected. Those with high EQ would have high IQ most of the time, and this kind of people would be knowledgeable with sound moral principles. When facing problems, they exercise strong self-discipline and won't succumb to temptations easily, but on the other hand, having a high IQ won't guarantee a high EQ. Animals possessed nearly zero EQ, apart from those that interacted with men such as the loyal guard dogs, the war horses that fought battles with their masters and trained falcons. These animals would grow out of their inherent ability and achieve things that no other animals can do to the establishment of long-term relationship. For example, not hurting their master even when they are hungry, not abandoning their master in dangerous situations, and fighting off opponents with their masters even if they were afraid. Because of EQ, they were able to forge a closer bond with their master and could become a good assistant for their master. Human beings possessed unique virtues, and this is the result of self-discipline acting as the invisible hand, because after all virtues are extreme forms of self-discipline. Without virtues, one would solely act according to their instinct and would possess little self-discipline. These people would have low EQ and they would act differently from the common men. A phrase that was used frequently, worse than a beast, would be an apt description of these people. Animals don't possess virtues. They are not self-disciplined, and the things that they do throughout their whole lives would be purely out of instinct with very few other exceptions. This was more directly exemplified in the Soaring Dragon Continent and the Tongtian Tower. If a beast wished to evolve to become a holy beast, then one important thing was that it had to approach human beings. They had to obtain intellectual capacity, the ability to differentiate right from wrong and possess EQ and self-discipline. Only with all these as basis would the beasts then be able to continue to learn and develop sensitivity, replacing their skills with instinct, replacing their beastly character with virtues and replacing confusion with organized thoughts. And if they could go on further, they would become like human, where they would be able to learn higher skills and be able to comprehend things better, for example, contracting beasts or grimoires, and then proceed to lifelong learning. Yue Yang deliberately left the tempting earth fire magic sphere as a test and a challenge. He didn't care about the treasure, but cared more about the improvement of the spirit of earth fire. In the past, the spirit of earth fire would definitely not be able to resist her instinct and would absorb the treasure completely. But after her evolution from the spirit of flame and smoke to the spirit of earth fire, she had developed sensitivity, although very faintly. Yue Yang felt that it was still worth a try. Through rigorous trainings, beasts would be able to expand their sensitivity, just like how Yue Yang trained Hui Tai Lang in the past. He had guided Hui Tai Lang to slowly to develop self-discipline and change its instinct with determination. Yue Yang succeeded as Hui Tai Lang became very self-disciplined and had rapidly developed intellectual ability. Although it was not yet as smart as human beings, its self-discipline had surpassed many men and holy beasts already. Therefore it was able to successfully contract a grimoire with Yue Yang's help. Bloody Queen Red and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo were smarter than Hui Tai Lang, undeniably. They were also more similar to human beings. But they were only holy beasts now and not yet divine beasts. There could be a lot of reasons for that, but it wouldn't be due to Yue Yang not contracting them with grimoire as of now. More importantly, it was because their self-discipline wasn't near perfect yet. Of course Hui Tai Lang wasn't perfectly self-disciplined too, as it would turn into a glutton and lazy bum sometimes, but it would prioritize what its master wanted it to do and act accordingly. This was why Yue Yang could make it a divine beast so fast. To put it more directly, it had greater affinity with Yue Yang and they think along the same line, so Yue Yang could make a greater impact on it. This was Hui Tai Lang's strength. Similar to Hui Tai Lang was the barbarian cow Shadow Aman, but her intellectual capacity was far behind Hui Tai Lang, who was smart beyond words. The spirit of earth fire stopped absorbing the treasure and looked at Hui Tai Lang. Awoo! Hui Tai Lang wanted to tell her very much that she had to present the treasure to their master. She could only absorb it if Yue Yang was pleased and gave the treasure to her, otherwise Yue Yang would be angry. What she was doing was very foolish. Hui Tai Lang talked for a long time, but the spirit of earth fire couldn't understand as her intelligence was still not there yet. The spirit of earth fire now was behaving like a child who had seen candies. Without the supervision of adults, how would she not eat the candies? And this was Yue Yang's challenge to her. If the spirit of earth fire could really control herself, even if she just tried to, that would be considered an improvement. If she did not realize that her action is wrong at all, then she would be just following her instinct and her IQ and EQ wouldn't improve. The wisdom fruit had the ability to make a beast more sensitive and more intelligent for sure. However, why did some beasts, who ate hundreds of wisdom fruits and possessed high IQs and skills, unable to level up to become a holy beast? The reason behind that was simple: these beasts only had high IQs but weren't self-disciplined. They always succumbed to their instincts, hence they would remain as perpetual wild animals that would never level up to become living form of higher status. Woof! On seeing that the spirit of earth fire continued to lie on the earth fire magic sphere to absorb it, Hui Tai Lang exclaimed in disappointment. Hui Tai Lang had thought of attacking and snatching the earth fire magic sphere away from her to prevent her from doing so. But its high EQ stopped it from doing so. It slowly morphed into a deep sense of disappointment, a complex feeling that only human beings and a few other living form of high status would feel. Of course, the self-discipline that stopped it from attacking was an excellent sign of growth. Hui Tai Lang improved unknowingly, not in terms of power, but in terms of intellectual capacity. It wasn't shown on the surface, but Hui Tai Lang was actually closer to becoming more human-like. Through many instances of such improvements, Hui Tai Lang would become smarter and stronger. The spirit of earth fire turned to look again. She saw that Hui Tai Lang was wearing a grievous expression, looking unhappy, and it made her confused. It was especially confused when she saw that Hui Tai Lang ignored her and left slowly, causing her to experience a weird feeling due to her fledgling intelligence. It was unknown why, maybe it was out of instinct or maybe it was due to her intelligence, but she cupped the earth fire magic sphere in her hands like a precious treasure and chased after Hui Tai Lang like a little kid who wanted to share candies with her fellow friend. Although she wanted to eat most of it, she was still willing to share. Meow! Hui Tai Lang shook its head, indicating that it doesn't need it, and still proceeded to leave. The spirit of earth fire was very puzzled. She was unsure why someone would reject such a good stuff. Woof woof woof, awoo! Hui Tai Lang wanted to tell her very much that she had to give it to their master, but when it saw her laying on the earth fire magic sphere to absorb it, Hui Tai Lang knew that doing that would just be a waste of its effort. She is an idiot. Hui Tai Lang left disappointedly as it felt that the barbarian cow who knew how to fight for treasures with him was smarter than this idiot. The spirit of earth fire who was absorbing fire ability uncontrollably turned her head to look at Hui Tai Lang. Her comrade's actions made her very puzzled. Why did her Hui Tai Lang leave? Why didn't Hui Tai Lang want to share the treasure with her? She couldn't understand why. Out of unknown intentions, the spirit of earth fire decided to follow Hui Tai Lang. Of course she wasn't willing to relinquish the earth fire magic sphere, so hugging it, she followed behind Hui Tai Lang, absorbing the earth fire magic sphere at the same time for the entire journey. When Hui Tai Lang saw a teleportation gate, it hurriedly brought her to see Yue Yang immediately. Although she was very foolish, her stupidity wasn't yet incurable. Maybe Yue Yang would have some ways. And so the two beasts embarked on a journey to look for their master. What they didn't know was that this was the outcome Yue Yang hoped for the most. This kind of training would be the best kind for their future evolution. Due to a single change that happened in this place, their lives would come to a turning point. Their beasts' instincts would take a turn here and slant towards being more rational. Which was what only human beings would possess. Once a beast possessed this rationality, it wouldn't be far from becoming a holy beast. Similarly, if a man lost his rationality, he would then become a beast. Fatty Hai gathered up Lin En, Anna, Shui Tan Lang and Prince Tian Luo. Following Hui Tai Lang's paw prints, they left the fire palace and went for the sand palace. At the same time, Yue Yang was patting the shoulders of the king of earth and comforting him. Be it winning or losing, it's all a small issue. Be a man and let it go. How about this? I'll leave the 5,000 desert wolves and sand spiders behind for you. They are all your subordinates, how could I bring them away? I was just scaring you. And I'll also pass on the 10,000 gold mine because you know I don't need that money, but I want the treasures I won from playing the hopscotch and 5 in a row, especially the one where we compared who peed a further distance. I want the heart of earth. You still have to give that to me because a man should not go back on his words. Of course I know that you are not like this. I have already heard from the myriad ancient tree at the Wood Palace that you are a professional gambler who keeps his promises, and you wouldn't cry no matter how much you lose. The King of Earth started to have suicidal thoughts. He was very regretful. Had he known the outcome of their gamble, he wouldn't have competed against Yue Yang for the furthest distance traveled by their P. He did not expect that he would lose in the end. The Heart of Earth was the most precious treasure in the Sand Palace, anyone who could fuse with it would be able to absorb energy limitlessly from the Earth. The King of Earth had actually lost such a precious, rare treasure in a battle of who peed the furthest. This kind of blow was really a little too much for the King of Earth. Luckily, Yue Yang still had some conscience left and left the sand wolves, desert spiders, cliff-edge lizards and ground-drilling snakes behind. Otherwise, the King of Earth would really become a lonely man. Yekong, Ox-Head Fan Lun Tai, Ox-Head Party Leader Li Ao, the 4 orc girls, the leaders of the Iron Blood Guards and the other adventurers all watched in a daze. They never dreamed that the majestic King of Earth from the Sand Palace would land himself in such a sorry state. Okay, come on, give me the Heart of Earth. I know that it's precious to you, but you have lost after all. How about this, aren't you bored living here alone? In the future, I can ask more people to come here and play with you. They are all fools, so I can guarantee that you will defeat them easily, just like how you won against Yekong that idiot previously. Also, I bet you did not know that I specialize in heaven runes. I can put heaven runes over your bald head, shoulders, chest, and arms. Do you want to own a diamond body? I can help you achieve that too. Yue Yang placed in a lot of money and effort to get the Heart of Earth. Really? Having a diamond body was very tempting to the King of Earth, and the heaven runes was even more so to him. I won't be able to show off my abilities if I don't get you a diamond body. Not only so, I can also make all your followers become golden, silver, and bronze giants, I guarantee that. Yue Yang patted his chest with confidence. After Yue Yang's glib-tongued speech, the King of Earth finally took out the Heart of Earth unwillingly. With trembling hands, he passed it to Yue Yang, without even daring to look at it. Yue Yang reached out his hands to receive it faster than the speed of the light and put it into his grimoire world. He then commanded Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman with his thought to fuse the treasure into her body so that the King of Earth wouldn't be able to have second thoughts later. What kind of treasure was the Heart of Earth? To a flying beast, it was like a chicken's rib. WANT2EAT, chicken's rib means something of little value, but sounds yummy to me but to those that weren't good at flying and were only good at short distance fight, it was an incomparable and unique treasure of the highest value. After fusing with the Heart of Earth, a beast would be immune toward all sand-type attacks like sandberry, soil cover, avalanche and sandstorm, the effects of absorbing all sand-type energy like sand-type magic crystals, minerals, jewels would be 10 times better, all sand-type puppet beasts like the rock golem, stone silk snake and mountain giant would not develop hostility towards the beast and would treat the beast as one of their own kind. The most important thing was that a beast who owned the Heart of Earth would be able to absorb endless energy from the earth as long as its feet remains on the ground, hence it would never face a situation where its energy runs out. The effects of Bloody Queen Red from using the Heart of Earth wouldn't be much as she predominantly battles in the air. But for the Barbarian Shadow Aman, once she fused with the Heart of Earth, she would become a female barbarian cow that could never get tired from fighting. In the grimoire world, under the envious gaze of the Blood Queen Red and the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, the barbarian cow Shadow Aman began to absorb and fuse with the Heart of Earth. Although the fusion might take a very long time, once it's completed, the barbarian cow Shadow would level up to become a 2-star holy beast. Not only would she become more powerful, she would also become one that wouldn't grow tired from fighting. She would become the nightmare of all her opponents. There wouldn't be another thing scarier than a guardian beast, who possessed Doom's eyes and powerful trampling skills, obtaining the Heart of Earth when she specialized in short-distance ground battle. A tireless female barbarian cow, if one were to hear this, even for rankers like the great Emperor of Jiwei, Shuntian and the Black Prince, they would be numb from shock. Of course, Yue Yang gave a lot to get the Heart of Earth too. Other than racking his brains trying to find a way to win against the King of Earth, Yue Yang also used the Heaven Runes and Diamond Body to coax him into giving the Heart of Earth to him. In Yue Yang's eyes, everything could be exchanged in return for the Heart of Earth. Everything would be negotiable for it. Half a day passed and a lot of innate chi was wasted. Yue Yang drew Heaven Runes on the King of Earth's head, shoulders, chests, back, arms and knees. He left the Heaven Runes, balance, in the center of his brows, diamond in his heart and storage on his belly. With the help of these 3 Heaven Runes, his body would turn into diamond gradually. Once his body is completely covered with diamond, his combat power would increase by at least 10 times. As for the question if he could switch to become diamond ranked, Yue Yang felt that the possibility wasn't high. Having a diamond body does not equate to being diamond ranked. One was the physical form while the other one was the actual level. It was the same as an object being made from gold, it may not be a gold-ranked treasure. The best time for the King of Earth to become a diamond-ranked beast was over. If there were no accidents, he would only be able to keep on improving his combat power. His level and rank had already been fixed. But even so, the King of Earth with a diamond body would become an unrivaled presence even outside of the Sand Palace. The King of Earth's mood was slightly lightened up after seeing what Yue Yang gave him. A golden light shone and lighted up the place. The body of the King of Earth faced a change after Yue Yang used his innate chi to connect all the heaven runes together. His previously stony body started to grow beads of diamond. Although there were only a few beads of diamonds, it wouldn't be a problem for the King of Earth to obtain a diamond body as time passes. The thought of the 50 meters tall King of Earth weighing a few hundred tons with a diamond body would make many shudder. Luckily he had always stayed inside the Sand Palace. If he were to go out of the Sand Palace, the Golden Mammoth, Battle Kodo Beast, Ancient Behemoth and even the Black Hell Dragon would run away when they saw him. When Fatty Hai and the rest caught up to Yue Yang, he had already given all the followers of the King of Earth golden, silver and bronze bodies. Not only so, Yue Yang also gave the King of Earth some advices. Listen, my friend. You can start to collect tax here. Collecting tax, do you know it? It means to collect money from all the adventurers who passes by here. Rest assured, this is definitely legal. Think about it, you are the owner here, wouldn't it be a little shameful if you let them come and go whenever they want? And aren't you bored? With that money, you can gamble with them. Take note that you shouldn't bet with anything, don't act like you did just now and bet with all your desert wolves and sand spiders, just gamble with them with your money. They can lose their treasures to you, but you have to keep your followers and treasures with you. Yes, you are very smart, seems that you have understood my words. After you possess some treasures, I will come and exchange with you again. I'm studying the heaven runes now, believe me, as your best and most sincere friend, I won't deceive you. Yue Zhen and the Iron Blood Guards who was watching perspired profusely. Fatty Hai and the rest kept nodding, testifying that Yue Yang was an obedient kid that would help old grannies cross the road on some days, and kill people and snatch their treasures on other occasions. Everyone watched without daring to make a single noise. The reason was simple. Even fools knew that offending Yue Yang would result in a more tragic death than being punched by the King of Earth and becoming minced meat as a result. Hui Tai Lang reported the things that happened at the Fire Palace to Yue Yang. Hui Tai Lang passed the fire eye stones he acquired from the Purgatory Flame King's eyes to Yue Yang, hoping to be praised and affirmed by him. As for the spirit of Earth Fire, she acted like a child eating candies discreetly, sucking energy from the Earth Fire magic sphere occasionally, and turning to see Yue Yang's reactions. Seeing that he did not object to her doing so, she sucked in some energy again. It was similar to the time when Yu Shuang licked her candies discreetly under her mother's objections. At last, she saw that Hui Tai Lang was praised after offering 2 fire stones. She wanted to offer a treasure to Yue Yang to get praised too. But other than the Earth Fire magic sphere, she did not have anything else. Yue Yang pretended not to see her struggles and hesitations. After a long while, the spirit of Earth Fire finally offered it to Yue Yang unwillingly, looking extremely pitiful. Yue Yang nodded his head. He raised the Earth Fire magic sphere and then placed it in her hands again. Seeing that Yue Yang nodded his head and returning the treasure back to her, the spirit of Earth Fire developed an excited feeling. She hugged the treasure and went up 1,000 meters above the ground and flew around randomly. It seemed like she wanted to use her actions to express how excited she was. She did not realize how similar her action was to that of human beings. Although she was still a long way from becoming a holy beast and acquiring complex human feelings, through Yue Yang's training, she began to have a new start. What's the matter with your bird? Ye Kong pointed to the wind breath seabird on Fatty Hai's head. Don't even ask me about it. Fatty Hai wanted to cry just by thinking of this bird. It looks quite smart. Prince Tian Luo and Xue Tanlang both noticed this point. My god, it's precisely because it's too smart that I'd rather it be a little more stupid. Before Fatty Hai could finish his sentence, the wind breath seabird spouted out a wind blade on Fatty Hai's head. Now that it knew how to control its strength, not only would it not hurt his skin, it would also make his hairstyle messy like a chicken's nest. Fatty Hai squatted in the corner sadly, and only told the crowd his story after they pressed him for it. As a result, everyone burst out laughing. This wind breath seabird could be contracted, but it rebelled too early. It was very loyal previously like any other normal contracted beasts, but when Fatty Hai complained, its loyalty level would dip immediately and rebel. This action made Fatty Hai's intention of abusing it fail, and instead, it tortured Fatty Hai badly. The wind breath seabird followed him around closely even though Fatty Hai did not contract it. The ox-head Fan Lun Tai despised Fatty Hai's idea of having barbecued bird's meat previously. Now she could only say that he deserved it. After an hour, the Li brothers finally arrived. Since their party members had all arrived, they decided not to wait for Yue Zhen and his men. The underground palace had 2 teleportation points. One was towards the Gold Palace, and the other one was towards the central area of the 5-element palace and then to the Jadeite forest. You all go ahead first, we'll wait for 3 more hours. If we still don't see our comrades, will return back to the warrior guild and dispatch the elders to bring them out of the Five Elements Palace. Of course, I think the probability of them having sacrificed themselves is very high. There was a dim note to Ou Gen's speech, but he knew that if not for Yue Yang, the death toll would be higher, all of them might have perished without anyone knowing. Young Titan, you must make more adventurers come here. I'm very lonely, and I hope that when you are free, you can bring your friends here to visit me. The King of Earth was thankful towards Yue Yang, because after all, not everyone would be as generous as Yue Yang, who returned most of the things he won back to him. Definitely. You should just wait here for the money to roll into your pockets. Yue Yang decided to promote the Five Elements Palace and make it popular when he goes out of this place. He had swept all the treasures here anyway. A lot of adventurers secretly vowed never to come to this damned Five Elements Palace again. But Ou Gen felt that it was a very good training ground. If they could pass through the Five Elements Palaces, he believed that he would be able to move through the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower freely, and even proceed to the 7th floor. In the Five Element Palace, reality would tell every adventurer that without a beast, a warrior would be nothing. Even if a warrior possess a single beast, he would still be nothing. If one really wanted to be powerful, then he had to be all-rounded. A team of adventurers would need to endure hardships together in order to become well-trained. Treasures? Don't think about it, it would be life's greatest reward if one would be able to make it out of the Five Elements Palace alive. There was only one abnormal person like Yue Yang in this world. When they made it out of the Jadeite forest, Fatty Hai boasted about his noble act of exploiting the last treasure, the evil tree root, from the evil myriad ancient tree throughout the entire journey and got despised by the lot. But it brought Yue Yang to attention. Don't say that, maybe the evil tree root has other uses. You are saying that it has uses for Bing Er. Fatty Hai was excited from hearing what Yue Yang said, and behaved like he had just been injected with chicken blood. WANT2EAT, injecting one with chicken blood was used as a health therapy during the Cultural Revolution. Nope, it would be useless to her. But it might be useful for you all. Yue Yang waved his hands, and then shouted to the disappointed Fatty Hai. Take as much gold as you need and buy the anti-Eris poisonous wood and the hard golden tree. In short, just buy whatever the best kind of woods and I will test if the evil tree roots can be used to make tough treants later. Even if they couldn't be used to take down demons, they can help to defend a city. How about we go ask the warrior guild if they are selling the Jadeite forest, we'll buy the entire area around the Five Element Palace to build a city, how is that? And then you all will also have a place to settle down. If people from the Dragon Soaring Continent or your own relatives come, you'd have a place to welcome them. Surely you wouldn't want Jun Wuyu and the other old men sit on the floor of the plaza to chat with you all right? Building a city, where do we get all the money? The Prince of Tianluo was completely speechless as building a city was not an easy feat. Money is not a problem. Yue Yang had never worried about not having enough money. If he lacked money, he could just snatch it from others. He waved his hands. Everyone will have a mission of collecting 100,000 gold, the rest is on me. Who will we collect them from? The ox-head Fan Luntai couldn't understand, why would anyone donate to help others build a city? Snatch them from strangers. Once the words came out of Yue Yang's mouth, everyone collapsed onto the ground. Surely, this guy was definitely a complete badass. The adventure this time at the Five Elements Palace, had completely frightened Lin En, Anna, Ox-head man Li Ao, Ox-head girl Fan Luntai and her team out of their wits. Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, Xue Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo, as well as the Li brothers all had to endure the ordeal. The only one at loss was the lowly, Bao Er, who slept since their departure from the Gold Palace. Of course, the main reason for her to sleep so long was thanks to the fragrant sleeping flower planted by Luo Hua City's mistress. The entire team hardly gained anything, especially treasures. Fatty Hai was the only one who acquired 10 evil tree roots. However, he had accidentally offended an extremely clever wind breath seabird, which tortured him throughout the entire journey. According to Fatty Hai, the gains did not make up for his loss. However, Yue Yang on the other hand, had much to gain. From the Gold Palace, Yue Yang gained the divine molten meteorite gold which could be used to forge divine weapons. With this, Yue Yang was even confident enough to fulfill ghost genius Yu Gong's final wish of the third treasure by continuously enhancing it. The dragon sealing pearl which Yue Yang obtained from the water palace seemed quite useless on the surface, but it could actually be used as a gem to catch the dragon race. However, one must first be able to capture dragons. In the Wood Palace, due to Yue Yang's glib tongue and mind-blowing lying skills, the evil myriad ancient tree suffered tragic losses. The highly valuable treasures, ancient Xian tree shoot, Earth's core dew as well as Wishing Dutchman's pipe were all dug up by Yue Yang and taken away. What made it worse was that the shameless Fatty Hai decided to scam as well and took away the evil Millennium Ancient Tree's last 10 evil tree roots. The 2 guards from the Flame Palace suffered twice the loss compared to others. At least the evil Millennium Ancient Tree had some form of income. The Purgatory Flame King and Red Vital Fire Demoness both ended up as stepping stones for Hui Tai Lang and the Spirit of Earth Fire in their paths of evolution. Hui Tai Lang assimilated the gold-ranked treasure fire scythe and turned it into real essence fire scythe. Hui Tai Lang finally obtained a weapon. For a divine beast, using a gold-ranked weapon seemed a little low class, but if one were to put up with it, it was still okay. The spirit of earth fire had not only evolved by absorbing fire energy but also gained intelligence. She also obtained the earth fire magic sphere. In future, she would probably level up once again. As their master, Yue Yang only gained the Purgatory Flame King's 2 eyes, the fire eye stones from the whole of Flame Palace. It was the least that he gained from the 5-element palace, but it was still better than nothing. Anyways, Hui Tai Lang and the spirit of earth fire's gains made Yue Yang extremely pleased. Of course, the one who benefited the most was not Hui Tai Lang nor the spirit of earth fire, but the barbarian cow Shadow, a man who had been constantly contributing silently. A man who obtained the heart of earth would become a barbarian cow with unlimited stamina. Yue Yang's plan of making a team of goddess fighters would officially begin now. Looks like you guys still need to train more. Yue Yang took out some bronze-ranked and silver-ranked equipments from Demon Eye's platinum storage ring as a distraction, and before anyone had a chance to react, he slipped away immediately. He feared that they would ask him what treasure he had gained from the 5-element palace. This was no joke. If they knew that he had obtained the divine molten meteorite gold, it would be odd if they didn't start clinging to him asking for divine weapons. That brat must have gotten something good, or else he wouldn't be so generous. Oh god, these are almost all bronze-ranked, there are only 2 silver-ranked ones. These are all junks. Fatty Hai knew very well of Yue Yang's character. He knew that Yue Yang must have gained a lot or else he wouldn't leave the 5-element palace so quickly. Alright. So I assume you don't want any of it. Ye Kong decided to split the treasures but did not give any to Fatty Hai. What? Did I say I don't want it? Fatty Hai glared at him. Isn't Mr. Hai the young master of the richest family in Soaring Dragon Continent? Why would he be interested in these junks? Ye Kong sneered. He snatched the silver hatchet from Fatty Hai's hands and tossed it to Oxhead party leader Li Ao. Fatty Hai immediately let out a miserable shriek, just like a dying pig. But everyone pretended that they didn't hear, so nobody sympathized with him. Who told him to show off his evil tree roots so pompously? Everyone else was empty-handed, but other than the evil tree roots, he even obtained a smart wind breath seabird. That was just illogical. Why did the wind breath seabird even fancy him? I'm so poor that my pocket jingles sounds of emptiness. Aren't you guys being too heartless? No treasures, not even a word of console. Fatty Hai prepared to throw a fit for a while. Who knew that everyone started to turn and leave, not even giving him a chance to finish his first complaint. In the end Fatty Hai was left to stomp madly all by himself due to his anger. Caw-caw. The wind breath seabird loved to see an unlucky Fatty Hai the most. It flew energetically in the sky, crackling with laughter happily. I suddenly felt the urge to pluck feathers and eat roasted bird drumsticks. Fatty Hai stared at wind breath seabird sinisterly. The seabird immediately rewarded him with a wind blade and fled quickly. Yue Yang's next goal was to go to the secret land, where the mother of Bloody Queen Red roamed. To explore. It was said that the Gold King beast could level up there. Yue Yang decided to take Bloody Queen Red along to check the place out. To investigate what is actually going on. The other goal was to find out more about one of the 2 secrets written in the 4th uncle's will. He said that Yu Chu had left a gift for his son at the 5th level of Tongtian Tower. But 4th uncle didn't know where the exact location was, he only heard of the rough location from Yu Chu. Yue Yang still had to find it himself. What gift did Yu Chu leave for the tragic guy? Yue Yang was also very curious. After he finished these 2 things, Yue Yang wanted to explore the Death Canyon alone. The secondary goal was to find out more about the secrets in the treasure map left behind by the Ares Temple robber, to verify if there are any clues about the hidden treasure. If there wasn't enough time, then he would have to focus on going to Tongtian Tower with Spider Empress Zhongying to obtain the 10,000 years Mother Earth potion. This is more important at hand. Exploration of the Death Canyon can be done later. As for the Heaven Stairway, Yue Yang decided to find a good time to discuss about it with his 4th mother. Yue Yang thought that she would know about the secrets of the Heaven Stairway. She does not take the initiative to start talking about it, making it hard for Yue Yang to ask her. Maybe she will tell him when the right time comes. What exactly is Ascension Rime? Could it be that in the Heaven Stairway, one could actually reach heaven directly from it? Yue Yang guessed that it might be possible and felt that the Heaven Stairway may be a secret passage to heaven. Of course, what is the truth he would only know after he finish exploring it. After returning to the Warriors Guild, Yue Yang climbed up to the 3rd floor of the Glorious Hall. He stated that he wanted to exchange for the Innate Ranker's prize on the Bloody Villain list. He asked whether he could exchange for the Immortal Spring. The beautiful receptionist looked at Yue Yang, dumbfounded. It took her a while before she waved her hand, said that they didn't have such treasure. I need the Immortal Spring. If you prepare it for me, then I will exchange it with the level 5 Innate Demon Eye and the head of the 3 great leaders of the Thunder Fortress. Yue Yang said coolly and left with style. Wow, The beautiful receptionist stared at Yue Yang's figure blankly. It was only after 3 minutes did she started screaming at a high pitch. Oh my god! This is so exciting! What happened? A strict steward chided. This is the glorious hall, please maintain your image. I think you don't know, the level 5 innate demon eye died. That handsome guy with the mask just now killed it. The beautiful receptionist revealed Yue Yang's secret. The steward who didn't understand at first was astonished. Only after a while, did he questioned, unable to believe his ears. Really? He said he wanted the immortal spring? This might be quite difficult, I need to report this to the Innate Alliance. Remember, this is top secret. Except you and me, no one else is to know about this. Or else the success of the courageous warrior who got rid of evil might be jeopardized. Did he really said Demon Eye just now? Are you 100% certain? Thunder Fortress Demon Eye, the head of the 3 great leaders. How could I hear wrongly? Oh my god, he is so cool. The beauty's eyes have already turned into 2 hearts. Yue Yang returned to the Thunder Fortress. This time, he did not need to return to Indong's mansion. The Demon Eye's Devil Eye Palace was under bustling construction and rebuilding. The new Titan Palace would be enlarged based on the Devil's Eye Palace's foundation. The Demon Eye and Indong's territories would be combined together, as well as the lake region that was given to Yue Yang by the Mountain Elf and Blood River. The new Tishan Palace would become the greatest building complex aside from the Zhong Ni Palace. Countless slaves were bustling cheerfully, among them, Yue Yang's first follower was in the highest spirits. Demon Eye slaves and servants, although exceptionally diligent, were still cautious. Thank God the Titan brothers' reputation was known far and wide, or else a lot of them would already have escaped. Master. Out of all the calls for master, the fat-toed merchant Juta's voice was the loudest, proudest, and the most respectful. All Demon Eye's assets were turned over smoothly. In total I have. You and Butler Yanzhang should take care of all these things, you guys have the ability to complete it well, I feel secured. If there are not enough manpower, let the Xiaopu brothers help you. By the way, if you need to add anything in future, you don't need to ask me. Just do it straight away and report to me afterwards. Yue Yang is not going to manage their daily routines, anyway as long as they operate as per normal it's fine. Besides, the fat-toed merchant Juda doesn't have the guts to deceive him. Understood. The fat-toed merchant Juda actually radiated with happiness after hearing from Yue Yang. This actually signified the master's confidence and trust in him. Oh, benevolent and invincible master, we found new ores in the 5th mine. We have high-quality ores again, it is all thanks to master. Another who brimmed with pride was the old slave, Pai Ping. He also craves compliments, once you praise him he would feel as if even his bones got lighter by a few kilos. Nice work everyone. Thank you for your hard work. This time I'll increase the reward, for those who found high-quality ores, their achievement will be recorded once. For all those who were involved in mining, you will be rewarded with a gold coin. Well, as for all of you doing construction, there will be rewards too. How exactly, would be based on merit. Butler Yanzhang will be in charge of this matter. Remember, there won't be insufficient rewards. When you have accumulated a certain amount of contributions, I will consider awarding you with a loyalty or devotion medal. All of you continue to work hard. Yue Yang waved his hand and gave out rewards that worth around 10,000. Of course, his own rewards were greater, not only now but also in future, his gains will increase by folds. We cannot repay master's great kindness, not even with 1,000,000 deaths. Old Pai Ping was moved to tears, leading the slaves to bow down repeatedly. Stand up. Yue Yang was secretly embarrassed, the existence of this kind of people was probably why the emperor likes flattery. Nevertheless, understanding the art of leadership, he helped old Pai Ping stand up personally and patted him on the shoulder. This one act, practically made old Pai Ping's body lighter by a few kilos. After waiting for the kneeling slaves bowed down for 3 times, Yue Yang lifted his hand and immediately the slaves clambered up. Each and every one of them had tears streaming down their face. It is unclear whether they are truly moved or just really good at acting. After Yue Yang entered the hall, he found that Butler Yanzhang was awfully busy, trying to calculate something. Even when Yue Yang entered he couldn't spare even a second to greet him. In contrary, the whole bunch of merchants surrounding Butler Yanzhang all greeted him with respectful smiles as if trying to flatter him. Yue Yang waved his hand and went off. These people thought that Mr. Tishan Jr. was really amiable and easygoing. Usually innate rankers don't even glance at merchants. Each and every one of them gave him a thumbs up and complimented him endlessly. Ah, master's back. I was so preoccupied with painting I didn't even prepare a meal. I deserve to be punished for neglecting my duties. The big-breasted half-elf girl with a baby face ran out of the room slightly flustered. Her bouncing breasts placed Yue Yang's heart to the test. Her fingers which that looked like white champaka still paint on them, while her cheeks were red, as if she did something wrong. The painting is not bad. Yue Yang knew that this girl must have been painting him. He took a quick glimpse of it out of the corner of his eyes. He was right, but in addition, she was in the painting too. On the white cloth, was Yue Yang with his Gemini mask, while the half-elf girl was holding Yue Yang's arm and smiling merrily. After realizing that Yue Yang wasn't angry, the half-elf girl stuck out her small pink tongue mischievously. Yue Yang patted her on the head and gave her a fresh fruit. Are you hungry? Eat this to fill your stomach a little. The half-elf girl was so moved her whole face was blushing red. She took it, lowered her head, nodding. After Yue Yang returned back to the grimoire world, she clenched her small fists and encouraged herself with tears streaming down her face. This is such a failure. I actually forgot to prepare a meal. Luckily Master wasn't angry. Even so, Master is so gentle. I definitely need to work hard tomorrow. On the next day, after handling the administration work at the Thunder Fortress, Yue Yang was about to go down to Tongtian Tower's third floor to find out about the secret land which can level up the Gold King beasts. Suddenly, Butler Yan Zheng approached him with a report. Mr. Chen from Qilan Continent had come to visit. Mr. Titan Jr., you really surprised me. Mr. Chen was still wearing that wide-brimmed hat, but now his face looked much better. It's probably because Yue Yang previously exchanged 2 martial spirit pills with him, and it allowed his relationship with his daughter and son to improve. Mr. Chen's complexion looked good, he was practically glowing with health and vigor. When he saw Yue Yang, he immediately bowed like a gentleman. My friend, could it be that you have some good news for me this time? Yue Yang noticed that he seemed to bear some good news. Indeed. Mr. Chen smiled, my apologies, but, let me keep you in suspense and leave the good news for later. The thing is, regarding the Thunder Ores, would things be carried out as promised? I mean, if it is possible, I would like to buy all the ores in Western Wind Mine. You can use any mode of payment to your liking, it can be exchanged with gold coins, magic crystals or treasures. Of course, if you wish, we can even pay you with Qilan Continent's special wine. Qilan wine is not just a kind of exquisite wine, it is also an excellent rejuvenation potion that can restore warriors' vitality. It is effective in restoring energy as well as wound healing. In Qilan Continent, Qilan wine's annual output is less than 30,000 bottles, most of it were shipped to Tongtian Tower to be sold by merchants. It's a very popular liquor. How much Qilan wine do you have? Yue Yang went straight to the point. The maximum we can get would be 10,000 bottles. It includes 100 bottles of rank 5 Dragon's Blood wine, 1,000 bottle of rank 4 Tiger Bone wine, and the rest consists of 9,000 rank 3 Beast Blood wine. Mr. Chen knew that 10,000 bottles of wine could only cover a small proportion of the large quantity of ores owned by Yue Yang, he would have to make most of the payment using valuables like wisdom fruits and magic crystals. As for gold, Mr. Chen did not believe the other party faced a shortage of money. Yue Yang was pondering, he started to understand why Mr. Chen was urgently purchasing thunder ores. It's probably to feed some kind of lightning attribute beasts to level up and increase their strength. Supplying Qilan Continent ores on the long term may affect the Soaring Dragon Continent's future developments. However, to go back on his words and break his promise was a little embarrassing. Besides, Yue Yang now possessed the Demon Eye's mine, he wasn't worried about not having enough ores. As for the high-quality ores, Mr. Chen probably wouldn't want them. Anyways, he could not afford to buy them. Yue Yang would still be keeping the best ores for himself. He can sell ordinary ores to the other party. What Yue Yang wanted the most was not Qilan wine. This kind of things are perishables, after you drink it, it would be gone. What he wanted the most was the wine formula and the method to manufacture weapons and armors with thunder ores. With these techniques and skills, Yue Yang would be able to duplicate them immediately and make use of them in the Soaring Dragon Continent. It was still possible to research about it himself, but it was just too time-consuming. Yue Yang never really thought about things that didn't benefit him much. He had too many things to handle. If he could really obtain the technique and skills directly, that would be the best. Perhaps the imitations would end up better than the original. Yue Yang reckoned that Mr. Chen would be willing to exchange the technique of refining and casting thunder ores with him. As for how to feed the beasts, even if Mr. Chen told him the method, Soaring Dragon Continent may not have any special beasts that eat such ores. Furthermore, supplying ores was not a matter of just 1 year or 2. In the end, Yue Yang decided to put in some effort in researching about the thunder ores himself. Then Yue Yang could give the method to Jun Wuyu as a present, he could consider it as dowry for marrying Princess Xian. This way, Jun Wuyu, his future father-in-law would definitely be pleased. Once Yue Yang made up his mind, he nodded. Okay, no problem. About the ores, we'll do what you have said. Qilan Continent can cover a part of it with wine, however most of it will have to be exchanged using magic crystals. When Mr. Chen saw Yue Yang pondering in silence, his heart was beating like a drum. He knew how much the thunder ores were worth, and that his conditions were definitely not the best. Now with so many competitors, he immediately showed his sincerity in order to forge a win-win situation. Mr. Titan Jr., in order to thank you for keeping your promise. To celebrate our friendship, we would like to offer you the various type of technology to extract and forge thunder armor from thunder ores free of charge. In addition, we will cooperate with you during the process. Mr. Titan Jr., please forgive me, but frankly speaking, our techniques are not the best. The way Demon Abyss used thunder ores and the dwarf's foundry skills are one of the very best. However, those techniques are top secret, we were unable to obtain them. Another thing is that, since the thunder beasts that would get stronger when they consume thunder ores could only be found in Xian continent, we are willing to cover part of the bill using mature and tamed thunder beasts as mount. The technique of extracting from thunder ores. Butler Yan Zhang was shocked, Mr. Chen was being so magnanimous. Thunder beasts are very powerful mounts, they are as fast as lightning. Their attacks are infused with lightning bolts and are capable of paralyzing enemies. If they are higher than bronze rank or silver rank, they are also suitable for level 6 elders and level 7 overlords to ride. Xian continent will be able to provide 2 gold rank thunder beasts and 10 silver rank thunder beasts annually. The rest will be bronze ranked, the lowest would at least be level 4 and the highest would be level 6. At most we can provide 300 to 500 annually. We don't insist on having the best quality ores. Every top grade thunder ore can at least be exchanged for 2 silver rank thunder beasts. Mr. Chen handed Yue Yang a copy of the trade agreement he had prepared ahead of time. Very well, Mr. Chen. Your sincerity is admirable. That's a deal. Yue Yang knew the other party would not tell him the way to feed and train thunder beasts, every tribe had their very own secrets. Of course not. Thunder beasts' source and entry were still in the hands of the strong in Xian continent, but Yue Yang also benefited from it. In business, it's not possible to monopolize everything. It is more than enough to monopolize the most valuable resources. Besides, he nabbed the thunder mine in the first place. This was just like passive gains. Yue Yang's mission was to improve and strengthen himself. About things like this, there was no need to get too distracted, as long as there were certain benefits. Scritch scritch, Yue Yang signed his name on the trade agreement. He then drew a Gemini mask logo on it. Now, Mr. Chen's heart has finally calmed down. He knew that this is a win-win situation for everyone. However, Mr. Titan Jr. had the opportunity to choose other competitors instead of sharing this win-win situation with him. The right over Thunder Mine is entirely in the hands of this unfathomable youngster. He could choose to collaborate and establish a win-win situation, or he could have refused but still had the chance to collaborate with others. Mr. Chen bowed sincerely. Thank you so much. As you have known, all this time we were living in the shadows of the Demon Abyss. I believe that with your support, Xian continent will gain a chance to breathe and have a better chance of survival. Before our trade begin, I promise you, Andong's properties in Xian continent that was transferred by Butler Yan Zhang would not be counted in the trade. It belongs to you entirely. If you do not want to accept Andong's assets in the form of gold coins, we can exchange it for other things of equal value, like Xian wine and thunder beasts. We can also provide a small amount of thunder armor. I am very curious about the products in your continent. I would like to widen my horizon, so please give me a little of each on the surface. Yue Yang didn't look like he cared and laughed it off. However, in his heart he felt that Mr. Chen was too old-fashioned. If it were those from Soaring Dragon Continent, would they take the initiative to give Andong's properties to some outsider? Yeah, right, of course not. Even if they had to, they wouldn't give all of it. They would definitely conceal most of it. On the contrary, look at Mr. Chen. He had transferred the properties to Butler Yan Zhang even before he came back, as if hiding the assets was a disgraceful act. After Yue Yang saw this, he was slightly touched. He was reminded of Lin En, Anna, Baoer, Li Ao, Fan Lun Tai and the others. They all had excellent moral character. In fact, many clans other than humans had moral character that were surprisingly good. Forget about elves, how could an ox head, an orc, or even a toad have more noble characters than humans? What the hell? Using China's standard, all these people are fools. Retarded, kind-hearted dumbass. Yue Yang felt awkward. Of course, he definitely support others to have great character and treat others earnestly and truthfully. It would be the best if everyone in Tongtian Tower acted like a noble man, but he wouldn't do it himself. In comparison, rather than being a good guy, Yue Yang felt that it's more comfortable being a bad guy who could have things his way. Let the others be the good guy, I'll just be the evildoer. That was Yue Yang's personal opinion. Mr. Chen left delighted. He was preparing to bring wine, beasts and armors from his hometown to the Thunder Fortress. For Xian continent to be able to collaborate with strong innates like the Titan brothers, they considered themselves very lucky. Before he left, he gave Yue Yang a piece of parchment with a map drawn on it. A location was marked out on the map. Yue Yang was palpitating with excitement. The mark on the map was labeled as Evil Dragon Cave. This was found by a robber who was very skilled in hiding. He spent a year to find this. He almost died. According to him, there were 1 black dragon, 2 scarlet dragon and around 100 crimson flame dragon. If you need more information, you can find a man named Darkblade in Silverhorn Tavern. He is a friend I respect the most. Good luck. Mr. Chen had to pay 10,000 gold coins for this information, yet he gave it to Yue Yang without hesitation. This was because he felt that compared to him, this young man was more suited and more capable of handling this adventure at the Dragon Cave. Based on this, it was clear how difficult it was to find giant dragons. Besides, giant dragons weren't vegetarians, they weren't like wyverns. They were invincible beings in battle that would send all organisms running at mere sight. Yue Yang returned to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Pretending that he didn't know Fatty Hai and the others, he found the teleportation staff and teleported himself to a continent thousands of miles away. Once again, he teleported from that continent to another continent thousands of miles apart. This continued for 3 times before Yue Yang reached a large town called Pagoda-gu. He hired a blue-winged and white-backed gull. It was just like taking a taxi, and it flew him to Silverhorn Tavern. There was a medium-sized tavern. A gigantic Silverhorn acted as the tavern's logo. It looked like the base of Silverhorn Guild. There were many like this on the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Yue Yang pushed open the door and entered. Those who saw Yue Yang were a little surprised. Many sized him up and stared at his Gemini mask as well as the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear that was wrapped up and strapped to his back. A weak level 6 elder wearing a gold-ranked mask? The eyes of those who were drinking twinkled, but for some reason they did not reach out to snatch it. Compared to Tongtian Tower, the security here was a lot better. It seemed that the mercenary at Silverhorn had tricks up his sleeves, at least he managed to keep the customers under control. Yue Yang ignored the greedy stares, walked straight up to the liquor cabinet and dropped a handful of gold coins. I'm looking for Darkblade. There isn't anyone called Darkblade here. The beauty standing behind the bar counter smiled politely. But there is a wine called Dark Knight's Temptation. Would you like a cup? Get him to come out, now. Yue Yang dropped another handful of gold coins on the table. Although I really want to earn these gold coins. There is really no such person here, I'm sorry. The beauty bowed slightly. My patience is limited. Yue Yang gave her a grave look. Customer, please allow me to help you. The half-bald old man standing on the other side reached out to pat the beauty's shoulder, signaling her to quickly leave. Then, he took over her position and spoke to Yue Yang in all smiles. Dear customer, she is a newcomer, she doesn't know anything. If you want to get information on Darkblade, I'll tell you an unfortunate news. Darkblade is dead. How did he die? Yue Yang asked. A month ago, Darkblade obtained information about a secret treasure. He told his best friend about it. Unexpectedly, his best friend actually sold him out and leaked the information. A formidable adventurer guild found Darkblade and forced him to go to the place where the secret treasure was hidden. Halfway there they met with more adventurers. As it turned out, that greedy friend sold the information to quite a few adventurer guilds. In the end, the adventurer guilds started fighting among themselves before they even found the treasure. This eventually drew out the powerful dragon hunters. The dragon hunters took advantage of the damage both sides suffered and eliminated them all at once. Everyone, including Darkblade and his friend, was completely wiped out. As for the information about the treasure, because Darkblade died, no one knows about it anymore, the half-bald old man sighed. A lot of people thought that the dragon hunters plotted this on purpose. They deceived Darkblade, let him take the information back and caused a war between the adventurer guilds so that they could benefit from it. Is that true? Yue Yang smiled faintly. The whole Pagoda-gu knows about this. At that time, we the Silverhorns Guild also had a meeting because of this, but our leader thought that there was something fishy and gave up. This proved that it was indeed true. The half-bald old man was very persuasive, the story did not contradict itself, it was almost perfect, but Yue Yang didn't believe a word he said. The more genuine the description is, the more artificial it sounded to him. You don't even need to read detective novels to know this. You could just switch on the television to know that those who looked like good guys on the surface are definitely the bad guys. Of course, the main reason why Yue Yang felt that the half-bald old man was lying to him was thanks to his sixth sense. How sensitive were the senses of a great innate ranker? Yue Yang almost knew even before this old chap opened his mouth. Yue Yang knew that this guy would start lying non-stop, just like unceasing torrents. In contrast, that beauty didn't dare to start talking so easily, because she was not used to lying and was afraid that Yue Yang would expose her lie immediately. Her clumsiness and the old man's slyness formed an unusually clear contrast. If Darkblade really died, this old man won't be sighing. Instead he would be very happy. He was the kind to rejoice when others suffer misfortunes. Then, he would brag about it and let this topic become the tavern's gossip. That's why the more ordinary the old man behaved, the more abnormal things would look to Yue Yang. Did Darkblade really die? Yue Yang asked again for the last time. The one that took care of his body was my nephew. Although Darkblade was not my friend, he never owed me any beer money. In fact, he could be regarded as a nice customer. The half-bald old man tried to act compassionate. He didn't know that in a place called China, there was a fictional character called Yue Kun. This character told readers from different places not to believe others so easily, especially the type who were called upright gentlemen. Shiro, http://wuxia.wikia.com/wiki/u_Kun right parenthesis revive him and make him appear in front of me as quickly as possible. Yue Yang once again dropped a handful of gold coins in front of the half-bald old man. But he really died. The half-bald old man's gaze hardened slightly. After talking for all this while, he didn't expect the other party to remain unmoved and still stubbornly believe that Dark Blade was still alive. If he doesn't appear within 10 minutes, I'll burn the tavern down. Yue Yang acted as if he was talking about something as a matter of fact. Brat, do you have a death wish? Behind Yue Yang, there stood a burly and sturdy man. He clapped his hairy hand on Yue Yang's shoulder and shouted. Get lost now and never appear in Pagoda Gu again. Or else, I'll beat you up. Do you think this is the place where you can act so wildly? Even if party leader Taurus isn't here, as his friend, I won't let others act like this here. The customers in the tavern joined in with the sturdy man to condemn Yue Yang. They got up one after another and cursed loudly. Some even rolled up their sleeves and were preparing to pounce and gang up on Yue Yang. The half-bald old man pretended to be nice. Everyone, we must not get so worked up. It's just a misunderstanding. Thank you for regarding Silverhorn Tavern so highly. However, we are doing businesses and don't want to cause trouble, as we want to earn a living. Everyone, please calm down. Come, serve some wine to the customers. I'll pay for this round. He turned his head towards Yue Yang and smiled. Honored customer, please don't be angry. We understand you want to find Dark Blade urgently. However, he is already dead. If you don't believe me, I'll get someone to show you his grave. All those that sit here can prove that Dark Blade was dead for half a month. Even his corpse have already begun to rot. The customers burst out laughing. Idiot! You only come for the treasure now. If there really are treasures, who will wait for you, fool? Another adventurer also mocked Yue Yang. He's lucky that he came late. Otherwise, he would have met the dragon hunters and would have probably peed in his pants. Shameless guy, how could a mere level 6 elder dare to wreak havoc here? Don't make me laugh. The tall and sturdy bear tribe man with a loud voice stood behind Yue Yang and roared with laughter. Did you all hear that? When he said that he will burn down Silverhorn Tavern, I was so shocked. This joker must have been half asleep. He wouldn't have dreamt that this Silverhorn Tavern was actually opened by the Bull Clan warriors that was the strongest among the Innate rankers. Lad, you wanna wreak havoc in an Innate's territory? Can you even entertain an Innate? What, did you soil your pants? Touch the crotch of your trousers, don't tell me your penis shrank, is it still there? Ah ha ha ha. Fools. Yue Yang shook his head. He swung a careless fist backwards, casually. As if he was an extremely bored waiter in a deserted restaurant and was trying to casually drive a fly away. Although the sturdy bear tribe man was laughing his head off, he was already prepared and reacted in an instant. A giant fist hit back with explosive force and attacked Yue Yang's back. He knew that this fight was coming. He was simply arrogant and laughing wildly on the surface, but he was actually on his guard. Once things went as he expected, he struck back immediately. Not only him, other customers also thought that the masked brat could not stand being teased in such a way, no matter how good-tempered he was. The other customers held their glasses and enjoyed the scene. Some were even preparing to beat the masked kid to vent out their frustrations after the bear tribe man knocked him down. When everyone was prepared to see Yue Yang in trouble, the situation twisted. What happened was something they had never anticipated. The split second when the huge fist landed on Yue Yang's vest, Yue Yang's hand has already struck the bear tribe man on his chin a 10th second ago. The entire Silverhorn Tavern building shook, the glass windows were broken into shards, the lime plaster started shedding. The customers who sat on the long bench to watch the fight all froze, they were just like clay figurines. Many of them spilt the wine on their chest or trousers but were unaware of that. Everyone's eyes were wide open, as if their eyeballs were going to pop out. They looked like squashed toads. Although the reality was in front of their eyes, they were unable to believe what has happened. A level 7 overlord was sent flying in the air by a level 6 elder's single punch. The overlord even suffered huge damage and fainted on the spot. Was this even possible? Even if it was the opposite, it was highly unlikely. The half-bald old man was so scared he was shaking. He quietly hid behind the bar counter and was preparing to flee secretly. Get out and lead the way. If I still can't meet Dark Blade in 10 minutes, I promise you this Silverhorn Tavern as well as everyone inside would evaporate from the Tongtian Tower 6th level. Yue Yang knocked the counter. The half-bald man was so frightened, he quickly showed his face. Bang! Because the half-bald old man was too flustered, his head accidentally bumped against the edge of the counter. He did not even dare to cry out in pain and quickly lead the way in front. After 5 minutes, Yue Yang finally met Dark Blade. He was a skinny, emaciated thief. His appearance was extremely ordinary, with no unique feature. If one were to throw him into the crowd, it would be just like placing a granule of sand in the beach, he will be lost in the crowd. Of course, if he were to be an idol, his looks won't do. However, as a thief, his looks would be an advantage. For thieves and assassins, being handsome was not required. The more ordinary, the greater the potential, capability and chances of survival. There were a few more people standing with dark blade. There were 3 men from a different tribes, 2 dwarfs and an ox-head warrior who was topless with a golden belt. There was also a thin and old-aged scholar. The half-bald old man introduced these people. They were the Taurus party leader, Taurus, the strategist Elder Biegu as well as 5 core members from an elite team. As for the party leader Taurus, Yue Yang merely took a quick look. This guy possessed the skills of a lesser innate, but Yue Yang was not interested in him. As for the strategist Elder Biegu, Yue Yang took his time to size him up. The old guy was a lesser innate as well, but the structure of his brain was different from the Taurus leader. It was worth Yue Yang the time to take another second to size him up. There were 2 dwarves that were level 7 overlords. They were probably physically very powerful. The short shaft axe held in their hands were in fact made from metal crow obsidian ore. Of course, Yue Yang was only curious because he had never seen dwarves before. The 3 other party members were beings from another race. They were all muscular wolf tribe warriors, and they were extremely tall. They did not wear shoes and their razor-sharp claws were visible. They looked like nimble warriors who were extremely capable of sprinting. This person is Dark Blade. The half-bald old man first introduced Yue Yang the thief and apologized to the Taurus party leader with a bow. My apologies, party leader, I couldn't stop this customer. It's okay, another person joining the treasure hunt is fine. The party leader Taurus signaled the skinny thief to walk out. You should let this friend know what happened. Perhaps we can cooperate together. The evil dragon lair is not something us Taurus party can conquer easily. We need more helpers, but they must be allies who are truly interested in treasure hunting. So this is how you guys treat an ally who is truly interested in treasure hunting. Yue Yang did not look at the thief. Instead, he walked in front of one of the wolf clan warriors. You are the real Dark Blade, right? Once Yue Yang made this comment, everyone was astonished. Including the calm and collected Elder Biegu, everyone was stunned by Yue Yang. They all stared at him, as if trying to study him once again. Commoners wouldn't be able to tell Dark Blade's identity. Normally, if people assume he was a thief, he should look like one. He probably had an ordinary appearance and could easily cover up his traces. However, the best mask was not appearance but identity. No one would have guessed that a thief would disguise himself as a warrior, especially amongst one of the 3 warriors. This was a seamless trick. Thus, this thief's real identity, who had never been found out before, was recognized for the first time, by Yue Yang. Everyone was shocked. Having the Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yue Yang chose not to explain. Even without the Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yue Yang wouldn't be bluffed because smart people usually tended to be skeptical. Only the one-track-minded would easily trust others. Yes, I am the real Dark Blade. The chi of this wolf tribe warrior improved in a flash, from originally level 7 overlord to a lesser innate. Waving his 2 claws as fast as lightning, he put on an all-black suit in the blink of an eye, becoming a fox tribe thief. He hid his identity on the surface as a warrior. Even his wolf tribe identity was fake. Yue Yang thought pretending a big-tail wolf, means pretending to be an honorable gentleman in Chinese, was just perfect to describe him. However, this was indeed the best way to cover up. Mr. Chen's words about Dark Blade being an expert in disguise were completely true. Yue Yang observed Dark Blade's waist and noticed that there was a silver knife. It was greenish-black in color with hollowed-out textures. The Heaven Rune seal engraving on it distinguished that it was at least a gold-ranked dagger. However, it was wrapped in rough leather to make it look like a bronze-ranked knife. This was truly a genius idea. Give me your information. I will pay you if they are useful. Yue Yang acted like he was buying information for the Thief Guild. Don't tell him. This brat doesn't look like a good guy. The 2 dwarves protested together. I'll share first. The evil dragon lair does exist, but it is currently the dragon hunters' base and is the hunting ground for more than 2 groups of dragon hunters. They cooperate with the evil giant dragons inside. The dragons take charge of tracking other innocent dragons while the dragon hunters are responsible for killing them, then they share the wealth equally. Right now, our powers are not even enough to take down the dragons hunters as they have at least 2 leaders, who are innate rankers and are not under the innate alliance yet. Forget about killing the evil giant dragons. The Ox-head party leader Jin Niu, who was half naked with 6-pack stomach, looked at Yue Yang and said, May I know if your party has any support from innate rankers? If you have at least one, maybe we can try to cooperate. On our side we also have one innate ranker, the proud of our tribe, Silverhorn. We do have innate rankers, but we are not going to cooperate. Let's hunt separately and take whatever you find. Yue Yang refused. Don't rush, make the decision after getting more detailed information. That wise elder Biegu hurriedly added on. After knowing that Yue Yang had support from innate rankers, his eyes immediately lighted up as he knew that with or without support from innate rankers would definitely make a difference. The two dwarves were no longer opposed to sharing of information with Yue Yang too. The entrance of the evil dragon lair is different from that of a normal dragon lairs. It is not located on top of a high cliff that is usually the case with normal dragon lairs, but hidden within the depths of the rock forest. The rock forest was filled with extremely hazardous terrain and cliffs, so dangerous that it is impossible for normal warriors to get near. This dangerous terrain spanned tens of kilometers long, and in the middle of this terrible terrain, there is a tall, steep cliff. The entrance to the evil dragon lair is right in the middle of this tall, steep cliff. Below the entrance are covered with slippery cliffs, hence there are no other ways to go through except for flight. Almost all the adventurers died under attacks from a huge swarm of evil dragons which live around the entrance. These dragons are troublesome as some are bronze ranked level 9 while others reached silver ranked level 8. Fortunately, unless it's a king ranked evil dragon, there are very few gold ranked level 7. Darkblade glanced at Yue Yang while slowly telling him about these information. Currently, as far as I know, there is one black dragon and 2 scarlet dragons. The black dragon is not yet a hell dragon or a holy beast, but it is still remarkably powerful. Although all 3 are gold ranked level 10, the black dragon's power exceeds the other 2 by several times. By my estimation, innate rankers below level 5 wouldn't be able to do anything to this dragon at all. Additionally, we need at least level 3 innate rankers to fight against the scarlet dragons. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee that there are no more evil dragons inside the dragon lair. Maybe there are, and maybe they are much stronger existences than the 3 dragons outside. Innate rankers would have to join forces and cooperate seamlessly in order to obtain victory. The wise elder Biegu suggested to Yue Yang, we can distribute the spoils of war according to their powers and achievements. The great lord Silverhorn from our tribe is a level 5 innate ranker. May I know what level is the innate ranker on your side? The Oxhead party leader Jin Niu clearly indicated his bargaining attitude. If your party is weaker than mine, sorry, you will have to take my commands then. Level 6. The moment Yue Yang said this, Darkblade and his party members showed various expressions. Delight, distress, emotional, excited and worried. On the surface, a superior ally is definitely a good news. A strong alliance would imply a conquered mission. However, a strong alliance also meant that more treasures have to be shared with others. A level 6 innate ranker would definitely want to take the rare, more valuable treasures. He wouldn't be interested in normal ones. The Oxhead party leader Jin Niu traded gazes with the wise elder Biegu tacitly and said, I don't mean any disrespect, but may I know the name of this innate ranker? This way, I can also report to Lord Silverhorn. Yue Yang looked at him with tranquil and said, Titan. Everyone was stunned again. Because it was a name they never heard of. A level 6 innate ranker was supposed to be well known by everyone in the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower. Unexpectedly, this masked man had actually mentioned an unfamiliar name. Lies. The 2 dwarves with worst temper immediately refuted, we've never heard of any titan before. May I know if there are any remarkable achievements by this titan which we can pay respect to? The Oxhead party leader Jin Niu's first thought was also that this man was telling a lie. It is risky enough to pretend to be an innate ranker, but this man actually lied about a level 6 innate ranker, which could be exposed extremely easily. The masked man should have known this truth as well, then why did he choose to lie? Jin Niu knew that he should never offend a level 6 innate ranker, so he was especially prudent before he could confirm that the information was fabricated. He has killed Nightmare and Tiger Nian from the bloody villain list recently, plus Demon Eye, the strongest of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress. About this, you can solve your inquiries at the Warrior Guild. Yue Yang left before leaving his last sentence for them, I will set off in 3 hours, no matter whether you guys are joining me or not. How about that honorable Master Titan? The wise elder Biegu asked in a hurry. He will appear when necessary. Yue Yang disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, unsure whether they should believe him or not. This guy was far too arrogant. If he didn't have a certain confidence, he definitely wouldn't come to Evil Dragon Lair just to throw away his life. Without the protection of innate rankers, someone at his level would certainly become a meal for the dragons. But this name, Titan, they really had never heard of him before. Normally, the name of a level 6 innate ranker should be known far and wide for at least hundreds of years. How could they never heard of him before? Even if it was for the purpose of hiding his true power, it was still highly impossible that the name still sounded so unfamiliar. They glanced towards each other and rushed to the Warrior Guild in Pagoda Gu in the next moment, aiming to unmask the truth. However, the answer for the Warrior Guild shocked them entirely, making them want to weep and laugh at the same time. After the records officer was paid with 100 gold coins of consultation fee, he went into the inner office to look for the records and came back to tell them, Titan. This person does exist. He is a newcomer from the Soaring Dragon Continent that entered the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower not long ago. The two dwarves were so speechless that they fell to the ground. How dare a newcomer brag himself as a level 6 innate ranker? Both Darkblade and Jin Niu lost hope. If there was really a powerful level 6 innate ranker offering help, they might have the chance to overthrow the evil dragon lair. But there was only a liar. The wise elder Biegu didn't show any expressions, no one knew what he was thinking about. Just as they were about to leave, that records officer turned to another page. A few days ago, the newcomer Titan slayed Nightmare and Tiger Nian at the Thunder Fortress. Oh my god, he killed Nightmare and Tiger Nian? Did I misread? Someone must have wrongly recorded down the achievements of other innate rankers under his name. But how could they make this kind of mistakes? Look at the next lines. Titan exchanged rewards at Warrior Guild No. 1 at the plaza of the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. My god, is there anything wrong with this record? I am so confused now. I must be freaking dreaming. And here is another page. Titan claimed that he killed Demon Eye, who was one of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress, and requested to redeem Immortal Spring as his reward. This news has already been confirmed. Demon Eye, one of the 3 commanders of Thunder Fortress, had been killed on the spot by the younger brother of the Titan brothers, Mr. Titan Jr. Sky Dragon, one of the great 10 sky demons, was also present at the scene. However, he was defeated at the same time by Mr. Titan Jr. After that, he ran away and escaped the Thunder Fortress, leaving no traces left. Just like that, every shop and people who was related to Titan immediately changed their names to show their respect to this superhero after that war. Goodness, how can he be a newcomer? Please forgive my mistakes and dirty mouth. I swear I don't mean any disrespect for innates. Never. That records officer frantically put down his records and bowed respectfully. He was afraid that his rude words would offend some innate rankers. Even if innate rankers didn't look for him, the Warrior Guild would probably fire him soon. The most astonished ones were Jin Niu, Elder Biegu and the rest. They all covered their mouths as they tried to recall to the best of their abilities, had they expressed any rudeness towards this Titan newcomer who had slaughtered 3 innates? They had better not, or they would really suffer a tragic fate. The 2 dwarves also broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily they didn't yell that Titan was a newcomer at the Warrior Guild, or argue that Titan was a trash who told lies. Nightmare and Tiger Nian were homicidal maniacs whose names could even stop babies from crying. They not only had level 3 innate rankers power, but were also eccentric beasts. Even other higher-leveled innate rankers avoided provoking them. As for Demon Eye, one of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress, he was also a killer maniac with hands soaked in blood, killing people like killing ants. Having the power of level 5 innate made him fearless in the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower. It was unbelievable that he was also defeated by Titan. The most ridiculous thing is that Sky Dragon, one of the 10 great sky demons, had also become the newcomer Titan's punching bag. Sky Dragon's fame had surged up for 300 years in the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower. Although he was ranked at number 10, who were the top 10 sky demons? Even the weakest was level 6 innate ranker. Their number 1, Sky Execution, was a legend who could shake the whole Tongtian Tower with a single step. Even the most arrogant great demon king from the demon abyss would show respect towards Sky Execution. However, Sky Dragon, who could share the same title with Sky Execution, had actually lost to a newcomer. Who would dare to believe that? Just that sentence about Sky Dragon being slayed by this newcomer was as shocking as if a tiny ant had turned a gigantic gold mammoth over. It was also more horrifying than a tiny shrimp ate a shark. Now, Jin Niu and the rest totally understood. Why was that masked man so arrogant? The reason was he had enough power to back himself up. Behind him, there was Titan, a super innate ranker who killed Demon Eye, Nightmare and Tiger Nian and defeated Sky Dragon in front of public right after he came to 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower. Dear me, we almost died from shock. The 2 dwarves wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads, and cheered for the fluke that they didn't turn their lives upside down because of their words. Woo! That half-bald elder also took a breath and relaxed. Luckily no one offended the innate. Now we do have hope. Darkblade suddenly had the thought that Yue Yang's arrogance was helpful and reasonable. Powerful warriors should have this attitude, because if they were modest, how can the weaker ones behave? I will report to Lord Silverhorn immediately. With this strong ally, we can probably take down Evil Dragon Lair in one battle. Jin Niu animatedly waved his tremendous fist. Was a bit worried though, not because of suspicions about others' power, but fears that others would be ashamed of his power. Moreover, in order to attract more challengers who were willing to sacrifice themselves, Silverhorn Guild had spread out the message. Now there were at least 200 people leaving for Evil Dragon Lair. If he made any mistakes, there might be some unavoidable conflicts. After 3 hours, when Yue Yang walked to the teleportation destination and prepared to be teleported to Bonan Town, where was nearest to Evil Dragon Lair, Jin Niu, Darkblade and the rest all came with a grin from ear to ear, acting if they and Yue Yang were pretty close, and crowd around him. Master Silverhorn replied and sincerely invited Titan to cooperate. The distribution proportion will be 4:6. We will take 4 while you can have 6. We don't know if Titian will agree on this distribution scale. No one can tell what's going to happen in the future, so we'd better distribute all the gains according to contributions. If both parties have tried their best, 4:6 is acceptable. Yue Yang played the role of spokesperson. Jin Niu rejoiced as he could tell that this masked man must be a representative of people who gained most trust from Titan. He may be his brother, child, or nephew, the closest relative anyway. Jin Niu was excited by the fact that if he could build up a good relationship with this man, this means that he will have the ladder to another innate while that Titian was an excellent one. Darkblade also intended to smarm up to Yue Yang, but a level 6 magic crystal in his hand seemed to be a bit shabby. He could tell from the gold-ranked mask Yue Yang was wearing that he could never be pleased by just a level 6 magic crystal. What's more, he with his nimble sense, felt an indistinct fluctuating power from the backpack Yue Yang was carrying. That definitely belonged to another gold-ranked artifact. A level 6 elder, to their surprise, had 2 gold-ranked artifacts. If without an extraordinary innate ranker supporting him at the back, this young man would be robbed whenever he goes out. For him, a level 6 magic crystal was useless. Darkblade clenched his teeth, thinking that if he can go for broke and find a chance to give that treasure to this young man and ask him to pass to Titian, he might also gain the protection from this innate and a bright future ahead. Of course, in front of all the teammates, he would never express goodwill to Titian, especially in front of Jin Niu, otherwise Silverhorn will hate him. The Reaper Mantis flew down from the sky. Its showing up immediately scared the blue-winged and white-backed terns around to flee in disarray. Beasts on the ground were shivering and sobbing. All the beasts at wherever it passed would bend their heads to this level 4 platinum-ranked Reaper Mantis. After it closed its wings and gently landed behind Yue Yang, Jin Niu swallowed his saliva, asked with pretended calm, "Is this your beast?" Invading the evil dragon lair went of without a hitch. This, however, gave Yue Yang an ominous feeling. It was too easy, this must be a trap. On the surface, there was no problem entering the evil dragon lair as 200 adventurers ventured together. Before they entered the evil dragon lair, tens of red flame flying dragons attacked. However, everyone worked for the same purpose and quickly defeated the dragons. A huge portion ran away and a few were killed on the spot. The main reason they won was that 2 innates appeared within them. One was invited by the Sword and Shield Adventurer group, the innate level 3 Eruption. The other was Flame Breath's close friend, the innate level 2 Hurricane. With these 2 people, victory was very easy. So much that, Yue Yang had recalled the Reaper Mantis. Moreover, he had quietly concealed himself among the adventurers and did not come out to kill the red flame flying dragons. Party leader Taurus and the others repeatedly looked at the skies in the distance. Silverhorn did not appear. The other innate ranker Titan also did not appear. This made party leader Taurus a bit worried. After the red flame flying dragons were defeated and escaped without a trace, other than a few injured mercenaries, who brought back the flying dragon's corpse back to Bonan Town, everyone else had resolved to brave through the evil dragon lair. Under the lead of 4 innates, let alone the evil dragon lair, they could even go anywhere on the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower. As everyone got close to the opening of the evil dragon lair, a bright light came down like a shooting star from afar. Party leader Taurus let out a cheer. That was Silverhorn, an innate who had reached rank 5. Everyone quickly paid their respects. Even Eruption and Hurricane, these 2 innates were no exception. Dialogues between innates need not be known to bystanders, so the adventurers consciously retreated. The 3 innates exchanged a few words and quickly entered the evil dragon lair. Afterwards the adventurers strived to be first and entered the evil dragon lair, with the biggest group, Sword and Shield Adventurer group, in front. Yue Yang's brow wrinkled. He felt an extremely strong unease. He only felt this kind of feeling when he intruded upon the Demon Palace and the Prison Emperor's Divine Palace. Could it be, the evil dragon lair was another Demon Palace? Or is it another Prison Emperor's Divine Palace? Yue Yang wanted to turn around and leave the place. He felt that charging into unfavorable situations was unwise. However, if he left, then he might miss on something. When training, the hardest thing to find was an opponent that could help him improve. Every adventure, every battle, are all opportunities to level up. Men must face hardships. If he was afraid of any region in the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower, then he should not hope to go to Heaven Realm. No matter what kind of place the evil dragon lair was, even if it was hell, Yue Yang had decided to enter until the furthest he can go. He tightly clenched his fists. Darkblade looked at Yue Yang, who had stopped in his tracks, and suddenly whispered, "Will Lord Titan really come?" "He will." Yue Yang turned around and looked at the mysterious thief. "Since he will come, then I will go in. If he doesn't come, I feel that the 2 of us should leave." Coming here once again gave me a more terrifying feeling. Something must have happened inside. I feel a chill as if I have entered an ice house. Darkblade had goosebumps all over his skin. He did not have an innate sensitivity, but he was still an excellent thief, hence his sensitivity was not weak. Although he could not specify the strange feeling, he instinctively felt that the situation was very bad. If it wasn't because of Yue Yang's response, he would absolutely not enter the evil dragon lair. Those who left could have already. Yue Yang looked at the distant horizon. The presence of those adventurers who left have disappeared in a flash. What? Sweat poured out from Dark Blade's body. Go in, this place could be fun. Yue Yang jumped down from the cliff and flew among the adventurer groups. No, this place is not one bit fun. Dark Blade wiped his cold sweat and immediately chased behind Yue Yang. He now felt that the only safe place in the evil dragon lair was besides this masked boy. If he got lost, then it might be equal to losing his life. The evil dragon lair was hot inside with a sulfuric smell. The deeper they went, the hotter it got. It could be confirmed that this was not a volcano nor a lava cave. The sole reason was because living creatures that emit heat were living here. Yue Yang was careful in every step. He had never tried being this cautious before. Even when he had independently charged through the Ares Palace for the first time, he was not this tense. Every step he took felt like marching towards death. It felt like being strangled by the throat, close to suffocation and extremely painful. If Yue Yang immediately left the evil dragon lair, no one could stop him. However, Yue Yang clenched his fists and did not do such a thing. He believed that this extremely difficult adventure was also an unexpected battle. If he could break through the lair, then it would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. On the contrary, if he left, then a regret would be left in his heart, just like those warriors who could not pass the Gemini Palace and the Virgo Palace. They could only run away from their heart's weakness and never face them eternally. The ancient runes in his body trembled and faintly resonated. Most likely, this place also has an ancient rune circle. The previous one that Yue Yang had encountered was the one on a cliff in the Cloud Peak Lake. That place was a zone where flying was forbidden. What could be prohibited here? On the cliff in Cloud Peak Lake, Yue Yang had understood the rune's power and the gains were huge. Could he still reap great profits today as well? My beast, the adventurers suddenly became frantic. Oh my god! No, how could it be like this? Yue Yang's sight became cold. He now understood what the evil dragon lair prohibited. This place completely prohibited beasts. It was the opposite of the Five Elements Palace. Countless beasts roll about in pain and suffering. In the end they turned into shards of colorful lights before their owners could call them back and disappeared. Even strengthening beasts separated from their owners and quickly disappeared. The evil dragon lair was very deep and filled with a power that prohibits summoning. No beasts, only the owners. Yue Yang's heart became cold. Could it be that the reason he felt danger was because he could not rely on his beasts? It would decrease his strength greatly. Compared to Yue Yang, the adventurers had suffered a greater loss in terms of their combat power without their beast. In any case, Yue Yang was still an innate that was an expert in using battle skills. Even without Xiao Wen Li's and the giant shadow's help, he was still able to battle. However, those adventurers who relied on strengthening beasts and elemental beasts were hopeless. Losing their beasts was equal to losing all fighting power. In the midst of the uproar, 30 people had no choice but to leave because they lost all fighting power and could not explore further. After 5 minutes, Yue Yang felt the 30 people's death. Their presence disappeared as if cut down by a sword. The adventurer group who knew nothing continued to move forward. Yue Yang stood among them and hid his presence and secretly observed. The inside of the cave had flame-red ores. Their light was not bright enough, but they were enough to illuminate the way. The thing that made everyone felt dry was a weird smell from the burning hot air. This made the races who had a strong sense of smell frightened. That smell was from a huge dragon. If this place did not forbid summoning, just the smell of the huge dragon was enough to make the beast feel fear and run away. Will Lord Titan really come? Dark Blade walked beside Yue Yang and quietly asked. Yes. Yue Yang did not pay attention to him. He picked up a stone and observed it. This was a very ordinary rock, but it was mysteriously filled with the power of the ancient code. In the past, Yue Yang had seen this situation before on Cloud Peak Lake. It seems that it had no relationship with the ores here, and the true mechanism was the ancient rune circle. In Yue Yang's heart, he couldn't help but let his expectation rise. If he could absorb the second ancient rune circle's power and obtain a lot of ancient runes, he believes that this would help level up the world exterminating wheel and his other runes. The more Yue Yang walked, the more he felt the power of the ancient code. After walking a few kilometers inside the evil dragon lair, he discovered that there was a huge space in front. It was about the size of 10 football fields. The entire space was blood red with genuine starfire ores. High up the dome, a layer of red sand, blood cloud, and red mercury swirled around like a whirlpool. Dark Blade despairingly shook his head. No, I had came here before and there was no red sand blood cloud whirlpool. Red sand blood cloud whirlpool. It was said that it could increase the power of any flame attribute. Even more so, it could increase the power of evil flame attributes by much more. However, every user must offer a huge amount of blood as a sacrifice. This thing could be specifically found in demonic pools. Unexpectedly there was also another one here. What made Yue Yang take note of was not the red sand blood cloud whirlpool above but the floor, which emanated the power of the ancient code. This proves that the ancient rune circle was hidden underground. On the opposite side of the adventurer groups, in front of the huge wall, the three innates, Silverhorn, Eruption and Hurricane stood there. They looked at the ancient rune circle above. Other than Yue Yang, nobody else could tell the ancient rune circle was fake. Although it had the power of existence, it did not resonate with Yue Yang's ancient rune. That was definitely a fake. Unfortunately, even Silverhorn was easily deceived by the ancient rune circle. Welcome everyone. It seems that we have many visitors. A huge black dragon came from the east wall, extending his sinister head and spoke in human language. Unfortunately, we will never share this ancient rune circle with you. Of course, we will not object using your blood to wake up. When the sacrifice is finished, we will definitely tell you the secrets of the ancient rune circle our senior left us. The number of humans is a bit few. How good would it be if 1,000 of them came? Another huge red dragon came out from the west wall and extended its head. It also spoke in human language, but it was a bit unclear and was far from the black dragon. Roar! Another red dragon, whose body was smaller than the two, flew out from nowhere. It spiraled around and hanged on the stalactite protruding from the whirlpool. It looked down and let out an ear-splitting roar towards the adventurer group. Its voice echoed in the entire space as if a thunderclap. Those weaker adventurers already had bleeding ears and fell on the floor. Just a roar from a reed dragon that did not know how to speak carried frightening might. Most of the mercenaries' heart sank and lost the courage from before. Outside the cave, two groups of dragon hunters with at least 20 people each quietly arrived. Their faces were covered with madness and bloodthirst. They coldly laughed as if the adventurers were already their sacrificial offerings, like a pig on the table. Yue Yang swept outside a glance and his pupils slightly squinted. He saw someone unexpected. It was simply impossible for this person to appear. However, her really appeared. Did this person really appear just to deal with 200 mercenaries? Could it be a plot against him? This was a plot? However, this person appeared without any tricks. Could it be that he was not afraid of alerting the enemy? If this person did not come for Yue Yang, then what did this person come to the evil dragon lair for? What could have attracted him to come here? Shun Tian, the Emperor of Xia Wei, the three innates were frightened. The Emperor of Xia Wei that had already disappeared from the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower for hundreds of years actually appeared inside the evil dragon lair. Even an idiot would not think that he came here to kill the huge dragons for the common people. I am not this place's owner. I am a guest. The one who invited me was the Black Prince. Once Shun Tian said this, everyone felt that the situation was already dire and only death awaits. Their hearts were filled with despair. Last afterthought, the next chapters would probably be one of the best chapters that I have read in LLS. This is a misunderstanding. I have no intention of offending an innate. We are willing to apologize and compensate you with the best treasures. Silverhorn hoped that Shun Tian would spare him. They definitely could not fight. He believed that Shun Tian could defeat everyone here with a single finger. He realized that he had broken into a place he should not have. The only hope was to get out of there before the secret was revealed. Or else, the other party would kill him in a few seconds without hesitation. Only death could really conceal secrets eternally. While he was speaking, Silverhorn skillfully used the word we. Even until the very last juncture, he didn't forget about allying with his companions. Although Eruption and Hurricane were only innate level 3 and 2, in Silverhorn's eyes that was some force to utilize. He knew that if he confronted Shun Tian on his own, even if he was 10 times stronger he would be easily killed in an instant. Eruption grasped his best teleportation crystal in his palm. All he needed to do was to crush that crystal to get out of there. But he didn't dare to gamble. If he crushed the teleportation crystal and it didn't work, he would certainly die. Or perhaps, the teleportation worked but teleporting away would need a second. For Shun Tian, the great emperor of Xia Wei, a second was enough for him to kill any warrior under innate level 5. I'm not the host, same as you, I'm a guest. Shun Tian laughed out loud, but he didn't accept Silverhorn's apology. This meant he didn't want to them get away. For now, regardless whether this intrusion was intentional. Once anyone entered and discovered the secret about the ancient rune circle, Shun Tian only believed in one kind of man who could keep secrets, which is a dead man. As the host, when there are visitors, how could I not entertain the guests? If this gets out, others would tease me for not knowing my etiquettes. Relax everyone. Once you finish enjoying the pleasure of knowing the ancient rune circle's secret, I'll treat you all with hospitality and send you off myself. The Black Prince's eerie, terrifying voice rang. No one can tell where he really was. It seemed to come from afar, yet it sounded like he was right behind their back. It was indiscernible. The Black Prince's words made everyone's heart stop for 3 seconds. What he had in mind was clear, apparently he didn't plan to let them go off so easily. Let me leave. I can give up an arm and a leg, as well as the best treasure. In addition, I will offer you 1,000,000 gold coins every year. Silverhorn made the greatest sacrifice. You don't need to do that. You people just need to watch silently. The Black Prince declined flatly. Pop! Eruption crushed the teleportation crystal, using the fastest speed he ever did in his life. A light beam flashed, but did not rise towards the sky. Instead, it strangely merged with the ground and vanished without a trace. The teleportation failed. Although this place did not prohibit teleportation, even the blind could tell that teleportation wouldn't work here. Eruption's last struggle was futile. This filled him with despair, like a gambler who had lost everything. With scarlet eyes, he laughed maniacally. Ah ha ha ah ha ha ha, ah ha ha, the broad, empty space echoed with Eruption's laughter, which was full of despair. A lot of people broke out in cold sweat, including Silverhorn. Now that Eruption had been driven crazy, who knows whether the next one would be them. Yue Yang watched all this calmly. The disordered aura of fear and grief given off by the surrounding adventurers was the best cover for him. Hiding among the crowd, Xian didn't even look at the large group of adventurers, let alone notice his presence. Xian's gaze didn't even land on Eruption, who was driven crazy, instead it landed on Silverhorn and Hurricane. If this was not a plot set up to ambush him, then it should be an earth-shattering secret. Yue Yang thought. An ancient rune circle that cannot be revealed to the public but hidden deep underground. An ancient rune circle that seemed to only gained power recently. What does that mean? Ancient rune circles have many different uses, but there were usually two main uses. One was to pass on knowledge, like the world-exterminating wheel that was passed on to Yue Yang. It was the best proof. Another one was sealing, like the dark golden scepter sealed in the white jade beetle's body and the golden spectre sealed in the gold palace's box. They were all considered small-scale sealing. The large-scale ones, for example, would be the ones in the 7-star pillars in Prison Emperor's Divine Palace. There was the Prison Emperor Divine Sword that sealed Ming Yu Guang, the Prison Emperor Divine Staff that sealed Su Kong, and the Prison Emperor Divine Seal sealed Zhu Xiao. Could it be that this place also sealed a super frightening monster? At this thought, Yue Yang's heart couldn't help but shiver. Ah ha 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 ha, Eruption was still laughing maniacally. Why don't I think that was funny? The black dragon with his enormous head and numerous, sinister-looking teeth shook his head and snorted. We didn't even thought about disturbing anyone. We only wanted to reveal this ancient rune circle secret quietly. But you all, just had to come looking for your own death. Such irony. Did you think that you can slaughter a dragon relying on 3 low-level innates and these shrimps? Are you joking? I'm not made of tofu. With another evolution, I would become the Black Hell Dragon. Even now I am a Hellflame Black Dragon. A level 10 Platinum Hellflame Black Dragon. You shrimps wish to slay me, forget about you, boss, even I, Flame Eyes and my brother, Flame Tongues are not what they could even think of taking on. The Scarlet Dragon who could speak mocked arrogantly. Those below innate level 6, will kill whoever that comes our way. How foolish are these humans, what do they think giant dragons are? Innate level 6. Dark Blade Heart skipped a beat. They had an innate level 6 in their party, Titan. Although he was below Xian's level, they might know each other. Use fresh blood as sacrifice. Everyone, the show is about to start. The Black Prince's eerie, sinister voice rang out. Silverhorn and the others looked grim. Although the Black Prince wasn't anxious to kill the adventurers that broke in, it didn't mean that he would let them go. Maybe this super innate was thinking of keeping them, 200 adventurers, in order to prevent any accidents from happening and to avoid the unexpected. Once the situation takes a turn for the worse, the 200 adventurers and 3 innates could be the scapegoats and sacrificial lambs. Although the Black Prince and Xian had so much power, they were still so cautious. This was truly admirable. Yue Yang was slightly surprised. Because he realized that whether it was the Black Prince or Xian, they both didn't realize that the ancient rune circle on the walls were fake. The real ancient rune circle was under their feet, yet they didn't seem to sense it. In front of the wall, around 20 dragon hunters supporting pots poured and sprinkled a large amount of fresh blood on the ancient rune circle. Then they killed hundreds and thousands of dwarf slaves in front of the wall. An old hierophant chanted crazily, waving his bone staff. Shiro, hierophant, a person, especially a priest, who interprets sacred mysteries or esoteric principles. Actually, before this old man started chanting, the ancient rune circle had already begun to flash with a demonic red glow. Gold, black, white, and silver. The runes peeled themselves off from the ancient rune circle one after another. While every single rune peeled off from the rune circle, the room made of stone shook. Maybe even the entire mountain peak was shaking. Everyone paled. No one would have thought that undoing an ancient rune circle could actually result in an earthquake. Now, even before the ancient rune circle was undone, this place was about to collapse. What should they do? The adventurers who broke in were not the only ones astonished. even the dragon hunters had the word shock written all over their faces. However, nobody dared to move, not even a single step without Shen Tian nor the Black Prince's order. Yue Yang's pupils contracted slightly. Only him, with the Heaven Eye divine vision, could see inside the fake ancient rune circle. There hid a terrifying innate. It was definitely not a seal, instead, it was camouflage. The terrifying innate was concealed within the ancient rune circle, lurking, waiting for some kind of opportunity. Now, this innate, who lurked within the ancient rune circle for unknown years, has finally awoken. On the stone wall, crimson demonic light glowed brightly. The crimson light in the entire area was so thick that it seemed as if even the air itself turned into blood. Even the legendary blood pond hell was no match when compared to this. When the last giant rune broke off from the ancient rune circle on the wall, the entire ground shook, and rubbles fell from the sky ceaselessly. Even the rock mass surrounding them have developed huge web-like cracks. Right now, everyone was focused on the wall that was about to crumble. No one paid attention to the comparatively intact floor, except Yue Yang. He discovered a kind of even more well-concealed and sinister power deep down, under their feet, restless and stirring. It's just that this guy was cunning. He used the wall as his ally to hide himself. He was hardly noticeable. The walls, now free of runes, exploded with a boom. A flash of crimson light which was 100 times brighter than the sun's rays shot out vigorously, and did not cease. Even the powerful great emperor of Xia Shen Tian couldn't help but to furrow his brows slightly and observe attentively, fully focused, seeking for the secret of the ancient rune circle wholeheartedly. Boom! A small, delicate hand reached out from within the rock wall. Her movements were soft and gentle, yet the power it brought was devastating, just like thunderbolt. A rubble as large as the millstone flew through the air. Before the person in the stone wall could struggle free, the entire mountain was shaking crazily, as if the sky was about to fall and the earth was about to crack open. Yue Yang sensed, at the same moment, that an even more terrifying power from underground was struggling within the real ancient rune circle, as if it was trying to escape from the seal. Rocks as large as houses jolted off from the rock wall. The adventurers who were unable to dodge were all pounded into meat paste. When the person in the wall broke through the wall, the rocks that flew out was nothing less compared to an innate rancor's attack. Even the most powerful Oxhead party leader Jin Niu dodged rapidly and didn't dare to block it with his arm, not to mention about the ordinary adventurers. Darkblade was alarmed. He was standing behind Yue Yang all this time and didn't even leave for 1 second. He had a feeling that his only way out of this was to stay close to this masked man. Once he left he would die immediately. What had burst out from the wall was a naked, bewitching, and gorgeous beauty with a delicately shaped body that would make people drool. Her flame-like hair danced in the breezeless air. The 2 small horns at her temples made her look wild and sexy. With stunning eyes and charming lips, anyone who caught a glimpse of her flirtatious appearance would have their beast blood boiling immediately. Their desire to push her down would come surging forward like a huge wave. Her soft bosom was like as delicate as snow. Her slender waist, and her deadly and tempting tail behind her sexy hips seemed like a queen's seductive whip. This beautiful woman, a femme fatale, didn't mind other people's gaze. Once out of the wall, she ignored the fact that her naked body was exposed and winked at the crowd flirtatiously. Once she used her seductive eyes to electrocute them, all the adventurers turned immediately into mad beasts. Those who lacked willpower have already started tearing their own clothes apart, with their saliva overflowing, as if they want to sleep with the lamia immediately. Even those with strong willpower couldn't help but get carried away by her bewitching gaze and ended up revealing their hog-like appearance. Shen Tian swallowed his saliva and acted in a refined and courteous manner. He first tossed out a golden coat at the beauty for her to cover herself. At the same time, he paid respect with the rights of an innate. Greetings, I'm Junior Shen Tian. I don't know why Senior was sealed here, but since fate had let me meet your beauty, please grant us your name, so that us juniors could pay respect. Shiro, Shen Tian didn't know the beauty, Junior/Senior is just the way he speak to respect the beauty. The woman who was just like a femme fatale caught Shen Tian's coat with a swift movement of her fingers. Her skills were so brilliantly executed that even Shen Tian was moved. She slowly put on the golden coat. It was unknown whether it was deliberate or simply in her nature, but even when she was wearing her clothes, she didn't forget to tempt them. A lot of adventurers couldn't bear their desire at the bottom of their heart, and naked with their eyes bright red, they charged fanatically at the femme fatale. Shen Tian obviously won't miss this chance to ingratiate himself with her. He reached out, his finger tapped continuously, the empty strength of his finger like electricity dashed out towards the mad adventurers who was prepared to violate the woman, and they all died with an exploded head. This coat is really pretty, I like it. The femme fatale looked at Shen Tian with her sexy eyes. Although she was looking at Shen Tian, everyone present felt that she was looking at themselves and talking to them. The femme fatale giggled before she started talking with her alluring voice. Since this handsome Shen Tian has asked, I'll tell you, I'm called Scarlet Concubine, Scarlet Concubine. Oh, 1,000 years had passed, I'm afraid you all already forgot about me. Scarlet Concubine. For a moment, Shen Tian really didn't thought that there was such a beauty in the past. Yue Yang, on the other hand, was shocked. Now he could completely understand. The terrifying innate sealed under their feet, was actually him. The one that was defeated by Prison Emperor and as famous as him, the Scarlet Emperor. This Scarlet Concubine, was the imperial concubine the Scarlet Emperor doted on the most. If he let the Scarlet Emperor escape from the seal again, it would be no less than Heaven Realm's three great leaders escaping from the Prison Emperor's divine palace. The Heaven Realm's three great leaders would return to Heaven Realm, whether it would be Su Kong, Zhu Xiao or Ming Yu Guang, none of them would remain in the human world. However, the Scarlet Emperor was different. If this guy broke out of the seal, not just Soaring Dragon Continent, the whole Tongtian Tower will never have a day of peace. Prison Emperor had already died. After 6,000 years, the Innates have weakened. Who would be the Scarlet Emperor's opponent? Forget about the Scarlet Emperor who was as famous as the Prison Emperor, even Scarlet Concubine who just broke out of the wall was a level 9 Innate, not to mention this was in her weakened state. If she were to return to her pinnacle, she would probably be minimally a level 10 Innate. Yue Yang couldn't help but clench his fist. Under the condition of not summoning his beasts, would he be able to stop the Scarlet Emperor's revival? One Scarlet Concubine was already a headache, adding in Shen Tian and the Black Prince, this fight would be extremely treacherous. However, whatever the level of difficulty, he definitely could not allow the Scarlet Emperor to see daylight again. Once this guy burst out of his seal, all hope would be lost. As expected, although it's only been a mere 6,000 years, the public has already forgotten me. That's so heartbreaking. The femme fatale chuckled. Her tone didn't show a trace of inferiority. Instead, she sounded like it was the people's loss for forgetting her existence. It was the most foolish and pitiful mistake. Please tell us about your glorious name. Shen Tian was astonished and delighted when he discovered that this woman possessed strength equal to himself, even though she was in a weakened state after the seal was lifted. If he could win over this woman to his side and acquired the experience and knowledge of a super innate from thousands of years ago, in the future, even the famous, almighty Xizun wouldn't be a problem to him. Nobody knew what the Black Prince, who hid in the dark, was thinking. However, one thing was clear. The Black Prince would never make an enemy with an ancient innate like Scarlet Concubine. The femme fatale named Scarlet Concubine giggled. It's not a big deal that the people has forgotten about me. Handsome lad, you are called Shen Tian, right? Nice name, you have potential too. With some guidance, perhaps you could even go to the Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm? Have you been to the Heaven Realm before? Shen Tian's face was unmoved, however his heart was in ecstasy. The Heaven Realm had already become a legend. Even the formidable Supreme Elder Xizun could not enter the Heaven Realm. Could it be that this woman have visited the Heaven Realm in the past? Even the adventurers who were in danger of losing their lives strained their ears to listen, let alone Shen Tian. Thousands of years have passed, and this was the first time warriors from Tongtian Tower caught the chance of listening to information about the Heaven Realm. How could it not be tempting? Everyone other than Yue Yang was straining their ears. Yue Yang knew that 6,000 years ago, warriors could come and go as they wished. It was as easy as going up from the first floor to the second floor and from the second floor to the third floor in the Tongtian Tower. It was only after Prison Emperor's fight to the death with the three great leaders of Heaven Realm, the gates to the Heaven Realm was closed by the Heaven Realm warriors. Although in the legends the gate to the Heaven Realm opens once 100 years, in reality, no one has ever entered the Heaven Realm. Of course, maybe there was, but no one knew of it. Yue Yang suspected that the reason why the pitiful guy's mother disappeared was because she went to the Heaven Realm. It's not easy entering from the Heaven Realm gates, or perhaps there were other ways. Like the Heaven Stairway. Oh, the Heaven Realm is an interesting place. There were formidable creatures of all kinds, but seldom did they own grimoires. If an innate in Heaven Realm was contracted to a grimoire, they would be sent to the sect and trained exclusively. A handsome lad like you, Shen Tian, I believe would be a popular candidate. Not to mention you have the power of a level 9 innate. Even if you don't, you're still an innate, you would still be well received. According to what they say, even if a living organism possessed an innate's strength, but without a grimoire, they were considered fake innates. Of course, the Heaven Realm does not address them like that. They were called Earth Rank Warriors, different from the Sky Rank innates. Scarlet Concubine started introducing all kinds of things in Heaven Realm. Earth Rank Warrior? Sky Rank Warrior? Shen Tian was surprised, but after thinking about it he felt that it was not unusual. Of course the Heaven Realm had their own way of addressing them. There's nothing strange about that. Yes, the Heaven Realm usually addressed warriors with the strength of a level 1 innate as Earth Rank level 1. The standard is more or less the same, but no Earth Rank warriors owned grimoires. In Heaven Realm, there were a lot of creatures that were born to be formidable. For instance, an ugly insect, it could be a very terrifying and powerful existence in the human world. Although those guys are idiots and have no brains, they cannot be compared with true innates. Thus, even if Earth Rank warriors reached level 10 and had overwhelming strength, they would still be looked down upon. The grimoires acted as the pass in the heaven realm. If you had it, the heaven realm would welcome you at any time. When warriors with grimoire from the mortal world enters the heaven realm, they would be immediately recruited into a certain sect and provided with full training. Almost to the point of forcing the grimoire contractor to become a sky rank warrior. Scarlet Concubine's words successfully tempted Shen Tian's heart. As expected, the heaven realm was more magnificent than the legend was. If he could go up there, there would be boundless prospects waiting for him. What kind of existence were the sky rank innates like? Well, if you are not afraid of setbacks, I can tell you honestly. You, the handsome lad named Shen Tian, do not possess the strength of a sky rank innate. Although you are near, you are still confined to earth rank. In addition, you have a big obstacle. If you cannot overcome it, then you will be confined to earth rank for your lifetime. As for the question on sky rank innates, at the pinnacle of my life, I was a sky rank. In those days I was a grade 2 sky rank innate, now I'm weakened and dropped back to earth rank level 9, oh right, sky rank innates were also called innate elders. After a few thousand years, do you still have innate elders? If there is, then the elder would be the sky rank innate. Scarlet Concubine looked at Shen Tian with a skeptical gaze. He didn't even know about these things. It seemed that after a few thousand years, the warriors have faltered tremendously. Innate elder. Shen Tian was astonished. He didn't realize that there was such a huge gap between himself and the innate elder. No wonder the innate elder could ignore all the innates. Turned out that she had already surpassed the warriors in the human world by so much. In face of Scarlet Concubine's skepticality, Shen Tian's gaze flashed slightly and answered. There is, but only one. What's his name? Was he called Prison Emperor? When Scarlet Concubine mentioned the Prison Emperor's name, her small hands trembled slightly. An average person wouldn't have noticed, but to Yue Yang it was as plain as day. Looks like 6,000 years ago Prison Emperor was indeed an awesome guy. He have been dead for 6,000 years, even now, at the present, Scarlet Concubine was still so frightened of him. One could imagine how ferocious he was in those days. When Shen Tian replied that the innate elder was a female, Yue Yang noticed that Scarlet Concubine breathed out a sigh of relief secretly. She giggled to cover it up. Oh my! A girl took up the position of innate elder while tens and thousands of men could only watch. This is truly remarkable. However, 6,000 years ago, although there weren't many sky rank innate in the mortal world, there were at least a dozen. Who would have thought that things would dwindle to this state? This is indeed sad. A dozen? Shen Tian was speechless after hearing it. He could not imagine, 6,000 years ago, how the situation was like when the innate alliance had a dozen innate elders. What kind of world was that? Can Tongtian Tower really fit a dozen innate elders? Now don't even think about innate elder, those who achieved innate level 8 did not exceed 30. Level 9 innates were even more scarce, level 10 innates were practically like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Looks like the present really could not be compared to the olden times. Upon hearing the name Prison Emperor, the Black Prince suddenly asked, Senior Scarlet Concubine, have you heard about the Prison Emperor Divine General before? Scarlet Concubine covered her mouth and chuckled, of course I know the Prison Emperor Divine General you are talking about. However, he only dares to brag in front of you guys. Hehe, if he met me, that lowly servant from Dark Prison, still have to greet me respectfully and call me Empress. What? Shen Tian and the Black Prince were completely shocked. The Prison Emperor Divine General was called the Dark Prison King ever since he had awakened. He was always running amok in the Tongtian Tower, arrogant and unbridled. Except for the innate elder, even those as powerful as Sky Execution and Great Demon King Baruth were nothing in his eyes. Someone who claimed that he could soar to the heaven realm once he regained his original strength was considered a slave in front of this Scarlet Concubine? Scarlet Concubine's gaze shone with a devilish glow. Dark Prison is still alive? I didn't expect that. But I couldn't be bothered with that, there are more important issues to take care of. Handsome lad named Shen Tian and that lad who likes to swim around like mudfish, do you want to cooperate with me? Although I have not regained my strength, there are no problems to bring you guys up to the heaven realm. Of course, your quandaries are considered a piece of cake for me. If you cooperate sincerely, then I would guarantee you both a bright future. Shen Tian and Black Prince were both immersed in their own thoughts and did not reply immediately. If they said that they were not tempted, they would be lying. However, they did not know what they need to do after agreeing to cooperate with this Scarlet Concubine. If Scarlet Concubine wanted to challenge the innate elder and seize the position of innate elder, Shen Tian and the Black Prince would never agree. They would not fight a battle that they were uncertain of. Scarlet Concubine is powerful, but the innate elder was not someone to be reckoned with. If Scarlet Concubine lost the challenge, Shen Tian and the Black Prince believed that the innate elder would kill them without hesitation. She was definitely a person who would keep to her words. Those who dared to provoke her never lived to tell the tale. Never. What would Senior need us to do? Shen Tian bowed. If it is a trivial matter, please just tell us directly. I would be happy to help. It is trivial yet not so. Scarlet Concubine's expression turned grave. My husband is the Scarlet Emperor who was as famous as the Prison Emperor. 6,000 years ago, he defeated countless innates. He was invincible, if not misled into intruding into this forbidden ancient rune circle and sealed by an anonymous person. If not for this, I'm afraid today the mortal world would have been conquered by my husband Scarlet Emperor already. You just need to defend my husband as he breaks out of the seal. The road to heaven real, breaching the bottleneck, rising to heaven realm, we can meet all these needs when. Never mind all these, even the mortal world we can give it to you. The rest assured, we were aiming for the heaven realm, the Scarlet Emperor. Shen Tian hesitated for a second, releasing such a ferocious guy is unwise. However, breaching the bottleneck, being promoted to sky rank, as well as entering the heaven realm were the most basic temptation. In any case, he would be under 1 and above millions. Even if there isn't a Scarlet Emperor, there was a innate elder. If the Scarlet Emperor appeared, he certainly would have to fight the innate elder. Perhaps he could benefit from it. Most importantly, even if he doesn't help Scarlet Concubine himself, or even oppose it, he probably wouldn't be able to stop the Scarlet Emperor's awakening. To become enemies with the Scarlet Emperor who was about to be awakened? Or to become an ally? Even fools would choose the latter. The Black Prince signaled to Shen Tian secretly, indicating that he was willing to accept this agreement. However, he let Shen Tian do the talking while he remained hidden behind his back. It's a blessing to be able to help you, senior. How would we dare to have much demands? Shen Tian was never a guy who was satisfied with being an underling, but he was smart. Whatever he felt in his heart, on the surface he would always be courteous, like a gentleman. What can we do for you, senior? The Black Prince asked. Just guard here, you guys don't have to do anything later. If anyone were to disrupt my summoning ceremony, then you guys would put a stop to it. Scarlet Concubine smiled faintly, she already knew the answer. Breaching the bottleneck, rising to sky rank and the road to heaven realm. These three temptations were irresistible for any warrior. Although the other party may have other thoughts, but agreeing to alliance was bound to happen. So easy? Shen Tian and the Black Prince were stunned. Nobody knew about this place, who would come? It's easy but also not easy. Scarlet Concubine face darkened. I have a very bad feeling. Although there are no strong opponent around, there is a bad vibe. Hopefully, it is just an illusion. After my summoning ceremony starts, you would have to keep an eye out for people. Don't let anyone disrupt my ceremony. Scarlet Concubine's gaze swept towards Silverhorn, Blaze and Hurricane. Among those at the scene, only those three have the strength to disrupt the ceremony. As for the mercenaries, Scarlet Concubine completely ignored them. She could kill a whole group of them whenever she wanted to. An existence like the ants could never be a threat to the ceremony. Even so, Scarlet Concubine still giggled and made eye contact with them. All the handsome chaps there, I'm about to start the summoning ceremony. You all must be well behaved. When my husband wakes up, everyone would be granted a gold-ranked treasure or beast. Everybody would get one. I won't go back on my words. Don't worry, I don't need fresh blood for the ceremony, nor do I need the offering human lives. I just have to call from the bottom of my heart and my husband would wake up and burst through the seal underground. Those who want to follow us and advance to the heaven realm, now is the chance to show your loyalty. Don't let me down. Shen Tian found it queer why Scarlet Concubine had not killed the adventurers yet. However, watching her burn the bloodstain on the floor away carefully and dispersing the smell of blood in the air, he faintly understood that the sealing circle would become more secure because of fresh blood. At this moment they cannot kill, or else the Scarlet Emperor bursting out of the seal would go down the drain. As for the reason not to chase away the mercenaries, there was a possibility that they would leak the information about Scarlet Emperor's revival and get them into trouble. That's why Scarlet Concubine opted to coax the adventurers first. Of course, this was also to convince innate ranker like Shen Tian and Black Prince that she was not a selfish person who would burn the bridge after crossing it. Yue Yang had been waiting quietly. Waiting for the instant when the Scarlet Emperor break through the seal. To initiate an attack on Scarlet Concubine now was the most foolish choice to make. There are Scarlet Concubine, Shen Tian and the Black Prince, three powerhouse. Even if one managed to stop them it would only be temporary. The best solution, as well as the last resort, was to land a critical and fatal attack on the Scarlet Emperor the moment he breaks through the seal. It is the moment he would be weakest. Even if he could not be killed instantly, it would deal a massive amount of damage, critically wounding the Scarlet Emperor. Then he has to flee. After which search for the innate elder, Night Empress and the Phoenix Fairy Beauty and perhaps even persuade the elder Nangong to employ innates to corner and critically wound the Scarlet Emperor once again. For people like the Scarlet Emperor to revive without mishap back to this world, would merely be the beginning of Tongtian Tower's collapse. The Prison Emperor is dead. Yue Yang decided that he himself would become the new generation of Prison Emperor. No matter what, the Scarlet Emperor must be suppressed. I will succeed. It would be a lie to said that he was not nervous. Yue Yang did his best to restrain the nervousness deep down in his heart and waited quietly. His qi was restrained within his body, with nothing leaking out. He appeared to be as ordinary as a level 6 elder. At this very moment, Yue Yang's counterfeit inherent skill was used to its maximum, perhaps even exceeding its limit. The sensitive scarlet concubine, cautious and prudent Xian as well as the sly and paranoid Black Prince were all unbelievably tricked by such a counterfeit inherent skill. Yue Yang had never thought that the most useless counterfeit inherent skill would actually become the key to his future success. There are no useless talents but only useless people. How true is that? The Scarlet Concubine began to summon the Scarlet Emperor that was sealed in the ground. The ritual was simple, just her alone would suffice. Silence descended the entire place. A blaze of the Scarlet Lotus fire rose gradually in the Scarlet Concubine's hands. It did not seem like fire, but rather, it looked like gorgeous Scarlet Lotus. The Black Prince shuddered secretly when he saw it. He was also one who could control fire, and his skills was of considerable virtuosity. His fire ability was the green phosphorus ghost fire. It was a type of poisonous ghost fire that would stick to one and cause great agony to the victim. His condition would also not be curable. As the green phosphorus ghost fire was the Black Prince's trump card, he had never told anyone about it. Apart from his few allies like Xian who knew about it, normal warriors would think that the Black Prince's greatest skills were the 9 hidden devil's claw and the sky devil's finger. The Black Prince was confident about controlling fire. Even when facing the great demon King Baruth, who's renowned throughout the Tongtian Tower for his hellfire that was regarded to be the best fire ability, and the Hell Black Dragon King Hua Wen that was born to be the king of the fire, the Black Prince had sufficient confidence that he wasn't weaker than any one of these people. But after seeing the Scarlet Lotus fire of the Scarlet Concubine, the Black Prince was shocked. The Scarlet Lotus fire was superior to the green phosphorus ghost fire, be it in terms of fire ability or its ability to be controlled. It took the form of fire completely. Only the Black Prince would know how scary the power of this type of fire ability was. The Scarlet Concubine raised her hands up high as fire emerged from around her like petals of lotus and then scattered around the sky. Anything that touched the lotus petal-like flame would dissipate into nothingness. Under the all-out effort by the Scarlet Concubine, the energy light pillar gradually rose up from the ground and into the sky. Her hands kept rotating, causing petals of the Scarlet Lotus fire to gather in her hands, forming 2 enormous Scarlet Lotus. Even when she was still recuperating from injuries without the support of any beast, the Scarlet Concubine's power could be unleashed to such a state. If she was fully recuperated, Yue Yang thought that he wouldn't even stand a chance to successfully complete his assassination. Wake up, my love. The Scarlet Concubine pressed down the 2 Scarlet Lotus fire hard onto the ground, causing the rock on the ground to give off a sizzling sound. Within 3 seconds, a huge pit that was 10 meters tall and wide was formed as a form of the rock melting. The rock and soil that was previously in it were all gone. This was the power of the Scarlet Lotus fire. If one were to get hit by it, even for a powerful innate like the Silver Horn, he would be killed on the spot. Seeing this scene, all the adventurers were so scared that their eyeballs almost fell onto the ground. But the Scarlet Concubine wasn't the one who made the greatest noise and impact, it was the Scarlet Emperor who was preparing to break out of the sealing circle. Everyone heard it. A deafening shout, as if a giant monster that was deeply asleep underground was awaken. That groan was those that would make everyone's head go buzzing as if hit by a thunder hammer. Even a powerful innate like Xian frowned his brows slightly. Silverhorn and the other 2's expressions ashened. Those adventurers who did not possess the power of an innate and those with low levels had already collapsed onto the ground and were bleeding from all 7 apertures of their head. Even the lesser innates like the Taurus party leader, Dark Blade, and the wise elder Biegu covered their heads in agony. If this went on, everyone would die from the vibration caused by the noise even before the fight began. The ground started to shake as if there was a violent earthquake. It then broken into pieces like that of a cobweb. When the Taurus commander, Dark Blade, and the rest were using all their powers to suppress the extreme force that was coming out from underground, Yue Yang slowly crouched himself and tried to hide in the crowd. When Xian and the Black Prince was concentrated on what was happening on the ground, starlights were shimmering on Yue Yang's hands and they became bigger and denser, shining as if they were the entire galaxy. His divine vision skill slowly leveled up from his counterfeit skill and also under the camouflage of the surrounding. Yue Yang waited for his final chance. The moment when the Scarlet Emperor rushed out from the ancient sealing circle, he would assassinate him. There wasn't many opportunities, this would be the only one. If he weren't successful, he would die. A tremendous stress that was never experienced before descended on Yue Yang, causing him to shake a little. Not from fear, but from uncontrollable excitement and nervousness. Boom, 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 boom. A series of horrendous booming resonated from underground. Before they could even dodge, more than 10 energy light pillars emerged out from underground like a fountain, breaking anything that obstructed their ways. The first few just broke the ground, but the later ones grew to be more powerful as the silver light pillars reached the roof. The last 3 incredibly broke through the roof and the summit of the mountain that was over 100 meters wide. The lot looked at the 3 holes in their roof and stoned. What kind of power was that? It was therefore no wonder that the Scarlet Concubine said that the Scarlet Emperor could do whatever he wanted in the heaven realms. With such a power, he could overturn the rivers and seas and also raise all the hills and mountains to the ground. Despite being sealed in the ancient sealing circle for thousands of years and being in a weak state, the Scarlet Emperor could still unleash such strong powers. Shen Tian's face darkened. He felt that releasing the Scarlet Emperor out of the ancient sealing circle might not have been a wise decision. But what's done cannot be undone. But he couldn't regret now. The whole of Evil Dragon Lair shook. The black and brick-red dragons that were previously hiding in it ran out from shock, fearing that they might be covered by the stones that collapsed. The rocks on the ground were entirely broken and many were hurled into mid-air from the vibrations. When the Scarlet Concubine broke through the wall just now, people felt that the mountain was crumbling. Now it wasn't just a feeling, as the Evil Dragon Lair would really collapse anytime, maybe just in the next very second. A second deafening groan resounded through the atmosphere. A giant golden hand reached out from below the ground slowly, through the gap between the cracked ground and towards the hands of the Scarlet Concubine, who was weeping tears of joy. Clack clack clack. Yue Yang kept cracking his knuckles. He tried to control himself and prevent himself from doing anything reckless in an important moment like this. He tried to crouch low and hide among the crowd. The star explosion gathered on both of his hands had already spreaded over a 1 meter's diameter. It kept rotating, forming an amazingly beautiful Milky Way. If the Black Prince and Shen Tian looked into his direction now, they would immediately discover that something wasn't right. Counterfeit could no longer support an energy sparkle occurring on such a vast scale anymore. But Yue Yang still hadn't launched his assassination because he felt that it wasn't the best time yet. He mustn't make his past efforts go down into the drain. Endure, endure. Yue Yang gritted his teeth as he bared with a huge emotional burden silently. An ancient runic circle flashed. A golden light flashed onto the ground, crossing each other's path to form tens of thousands of amazing lines, and then interweaving to form individual ancient runic circles that correlated with each other, especially the ancient rune that represented confinement in the middle. It was particularly bright, giving off tens of thousands of platinum lines that formed a huge web, pulling the Scarlet Emperor's giant golden hand back into the sealing circle. The Scarlet Concubine did not dare to go near the golden ancient sealing circle. She reached out her hands, seemingly wanting to pull him up. Who would have known that the Scarlet Emperor's hand would be pulled back into the sealing circle? The gorgeous Scarlet Concubine yelled sorrowfully, but could not do anything. Just when Shun Tai was at ease and felt that it was a good thing that the Scarlet Emperor wasn't able to break through the ceiling, he saw that suddenly, inside the ancient runic circle, 18 consecutive energy fountains burst out. Each one had a diameter that was more than 1 meter. If the energy light pillars were to hit the broken stones that had fallen due to the earthquake, or the adventurers that were hurled into the air, they would dissipate into nothingness. 10 more holes emerged in the roof, as if shot by a machine gun. Even Shen Tian was becoming speechless. With his power, it wasn't difficult to produce the energy light pillar. It would still be easy for him to produce 3 consecutive shots of the energy light pillars. But he really would not be able to produce 18 energy light pillars at the same time. The more difficult thing was that the Scarlet Emperor had previously launched 18 consecutive attacks in an attempt to break the ceiling. Through this alone, it could be concluded that he wasn't on the same level as the Scarlet Emperor. Boom! With a deafening noise, a giant golden hand reached out from the ancient sealing circle again. The strength of the sealing circle was lessened tremendously after the 18 consecutive shots of energy light pillars. Its golden light dulled, only the ancient rune, confinement, was able to maintain its power as it continued to block the Scarlet Emperor's hand with its web-like light. The Scarlet Emperor took advantage of the situation that the strength of the sealing circle being halved and stretched out his second hand. The Scarlet Concubine pulled his giant golden hand euphorically, weeping. Yue Yang was extremely nervous. The star explosion gathered in his hands had already exploded uncontrollably. All of the starlight underwent compression by 100 times and had reached a stage that Yue Yang could no longer endure. Shen Tian, the Black Prince and the Scarlet Concubine would have noticed the danger just by sweeping a gaze at him, but luckily everyone was captivated by the Scarlet Emperor's attempt to break through the ceiling such that no one discovered Yue Yang's abnormality. "Come out, my lover, my emperor!" The Scarlet Concubine was shouting. Excitement and euphoria had taken over her rationality. She could finally see her lover after 6,000 years, why wouldn't she be overjoyed? But Shen Tian and the Black Prince was thinking hard as both had noticed that the situation doesn't look favorable for them. The Scarlet Emperor was too powerful, helping him now seemed like they were inviting rivalry for themselves. Compared to Xizun, who just minded her own business, the Scarlet Emperor might pose a bigger threat to them. Regrettably, the Scarlet Emperor was already breaking through the ceiling now. It was too late for them to wish to turn back time. A bewitchingly handsome man with black hair and golden eyes appeared in front of the lot. Although only his upper body could be seen, his flawless body, his one and only vast energy and his unique haughtiness were sufficient to indicate his identity. He was a supreme ranker for 6,000 years. The Scarlet Emperor. "My dear, Don't cry, give me some room to come out. The Scarlet Emperor caressed the Scarlet Concubine's fiery hair lightly, his hands trying hard to push at the ancient runic circle, attempting to make his final fight to get out from the ancient runic circle. The platinum glow given off from the confinement ancient runes dragged the Scarlet Emperor back forcefully with its web-like rays. At the same time, the entire sealing circle unleashed its power and sealed the Scarlet Emperor again. The Scarlet Emperor gave his all to resist, his shoutings shook the entire place. The evil dragon lair was almost crushed under these two types of energy. Forget about normal adventurers, even innates like the Silver Horn, Fire Breath, and Hurricane experienced a suffocating dizziness. Normal adventurers that were below the rank of level 7 Overlord already fainted, some even bled through the 7 apertures of their head and were on the verge of dying. Yue Yang crouched and bent forwards on the ground like a ferocious tiger preparing to make its way down the mountain, preparing for its final fight. The star explosion gathered on his hands had already expanded to a diameter of 3 meters and beyond, and was on the verge of exploding. But Yue Yang felt that it wasn't enough and was still crazily trying to accumulate more. While Dark Blade was struggling in his suffocating defense, he noticed Yue Yang's abnormality. His pupils expanded. Shock. As an outstanding thief with sharp senses, he almost immediately smelt the huge murderous vibe that was deeply hidden in Yue Yang. Once unleashed, it would shake the place like a volcanic eruption. Dark Blade turned pale with fright. This weird man wearing a mask was actually preparing to assassinate someone. Is it Xian? Or the Black Prince? Or the Silver Horn? Surely his real target wouldn't be the Scarlet Emperor, right? The thought of it made Dark Blade stunned. He almost did not collapse to the ground, and tried hard not to scream with all his might. Someone is trying cause trouble here. Just with one sentence, he could make Yue Yang's assassination plan fail completely. Dark Blade knew that he had enough energy to escape after throwing out this warning, and that the Scarlet Concubine would definitely give him a handsome reward afterwards. Of course, more of it was that Dark Blade might have become insane. Because he discovered that not only did he not give out any warning, he stood in front of Yue Yang, replacing a member who collapsed to the ground, blocking Yue Yang's body and the light given off by the star explosion. Dark Blade was shuddering from fear. He knew that he was asking to die by doing so. If Xian, the Black Prince and their company were to find out about it, he would definitely die a miserable death. But the more eerie thing was that not only did he not back off from Yue Yang, he used his greatest energy as a lesser innate to help shield Yue Yang's energy accumulation. I'm a goner, I must be crazy. Dark Blade felt that he must be out of his mind. He did not understand why he would help Yue Yang in an important moment like this. Wasn't he asking to die? Dark Blade couldn't find the answer to his question at all. Just when Dark Blade thought that he would die from shock and turn into a lunatic, Yue Yang moved. Faster than the lightning by 100 times, he raised the ball of Milky Way-like star explosion in his hand highly and then smashed it down on the Scarlet Emperor who was still battling with the ancient sealing circle. This change shocked everyone. Only one person collapsed from exhaustion. That was Dark Blade, who covered up for Yue Yang for more than 10 seconds. To Dark Blade, every second was like being tortured in hell. In the same moment when Yue Yang hurled the ball of star explosion onto the Scarlet Emperor, the Scarlet Concubine pounced on him crazily, hitting Yue Yang's hindbrain with her Scarlet Lotus Fire. On the other hand, Xian and the Black Prince arrived at the same time. Xian, who possessed the 5 transformations power, unleashed his powers angrily, aiming to pierce through Yue Yang's heart from his back. And the shadow-like Black Prince with green phosphorus ghost fire burning in his hands prepared to tear at Yue Yang's ribs. Any warrior that was below innate level 6 would die instantly from any one of these blows. Die! Yue Yang shouted crazily. He didn't defend himself at all, but used all his strength to attack the Scarlet Emperor the moment when the Scarlet Lotus Fire, 5 transformations boxing and the green phosphorus ghost fire hit Yue Yang. He released all the star explosion in his hands. With the world exterminating wheel in his left hand and a fire blade formed from the Nirvana's flame on his right hand, Yue Yang continued to slash the Scarlet Emperor who was hit by his previous attack, ignoring what's happening back his back. He fought as if he wanted to perish together with the Scarlet Emperor. Even in his weakened state, the Scarlet Emperor was at least innate level 10. If not for the ancient seal that trapped the lower half of his body and was constantly pulling him back inside the sealed space, the Scarlet Emperor wouldn't need to spend most of his strength resisting the seal. If this wasn't the case, Yue Yang wouldn't have succeeded in ambushing the Scarlet Emperor. Even if Yue Yang managed to ambush him, the Scarlet Emperor wouldn't be injured at all. Even the Scarlet Emperor's remaining strength was many times more powerful than Yue Yang. If it were another person, the Scarlet Emperor would probably be able to completely disregard him. With just a simple swat from his hands, the ambusher would be immediately sent flying away and would then die from grave injuries. The problem was Yue Yang was an abnormal expert at ambush attacks. Strong at attack but weak at defense would be more apt in describing Yue Yang. However, that did not mean that Yue Yang was not an expert in defense. Mysterious 3 styles, Crystal Shield, Nirvana Flame Shield, Camouflage, Teleportation, and Binding Chains. Combining these skills together, regardless of whether it was defense or buffing skills, Yue Yang was way ahead other same-leveled warriors. However, compared to his attacking skills, Yue Yang's defensive skills were undoubtedly a whole lot weaker. His combat power was simply too abnormal. Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel, both of them Yue Yang's defense would only be considered weak when compared to his active skills. It was also because Yue Yang possessed so many attacking skills that he had enough confidence to injure the Scarlet Emperor critically. The moment the Scarlet Emperor was injured critically, the ancient seal would definitely drag him back inside the sealed space. He didn't wish for much, he only wanted to seal the Scarlet Emperor for another 10, 20 years. By that time, Yue Yang would definitely possess a strength like the Prison Emperor thousands of years ago, a power strong enough to completely dominate over the Scarlet Emperor, a power strong enough to eat this arrogant fellow alive. Of course, all of these were only in theory. In reality, things would never go as one had planned. The Scarlet Emperor, who was bending his waist and lowering his head as he struggled to resist the ancient seal just now, had immediately attacked back the moment Yue Yang's star explosion hit him. His speed was extremely quick. In comparison, the Scarlet Concubine, Xian, and Black King's movement were like slow motion. On the other hand, Silver Cow Horn, Fire Burst and Hurricane's reaction was like slow snails in comparison. Almost at the same time, his hands pressed against Yue Yang's chest. Boom! A silver ray of light burst forth like a silver coil, which then extended to an enormous pillar of light filled with energy with a diameter of more than a meter wide. At this time, Yue Yang's World Exterminating Wheel and Nirvana Flame had only been unleashed. If the Scarlet Emperor could move, even if he could only move 3 meters, Yue Yang would definitely die. The ancient seal became Yue Yang's greatest helper. It had completely trapped and locked the Scarlet Emperor, preventing him from moving by even an inch. Scarlet Emperor drew a long silver dome with his other hand. What was reflected into the golden eyes of Scarlet Emperor was the World Exterminating Wheel directly slashing the energy light pillar and coming towards him. Another Nirvana fire blade formed a silver light arch in the air and went for the Scarlet Emperor's heart. The Scarlet Emperor's golden pupil widened as he reeled in shock. Never did he think that there would be such a sicko in this world as to own both the World Exterminating Wheel and the Nirvana Flame. He was blinded by the Milky Way-like star explosion just now. Moreover, all this occurred in 1/100th of a second. It was too fast for his eyes to see and react accordingly. Boom! Yue Yang resisted the shot coming from the energy light pillar resolutely as the crystal shield worn before his chest broke into pieces and his wyvern armor dissipated into nothingness. When the Scarlet Emperor loosened his grip, the World Exterminating Wheel slashed his arms, causing a long trail of blood. It then slashed his naked chest where no armor was worn for protection. However, the Scarlet Emperor was fast to react as he turned around to dodge the deadly attack from the World Exterminating Wheel. But the fire blade was even swifter than the World Exterminating Wheel as it had already broken the silver light arch and penetrated into the Scarlet Emperor's abdomen through his left rib, so if the Scarlet Emperor were to turn, he would be slashed into two immediately. The Scarlet Emperor's body suddenly became as flexible as noodles as he bent backwards. Fast yet agile. Although the World Exterminating Wheel had already penetrated his chest, with him bending backwards, the World Exterminating Wheel would lose its target to attack. So the Scarlet Emperor would only be hurt and not killed. On the other hand, the Nirvana fire blade tore a deep bloodied wound on the Scarlet Emperor's chest similarly, but could no longer go deeper to pierce his heart. Die! Yue Yang stepped on the Scarlet Emperor's waist forcefully before he was sent flying into the air by the energy light pillar. He unleashed his innate invisible sword chi. The killing power of this sword chi wasn't any weaker than the World Exterminating Wheel and the Nirvana fire blade. In addition, it was even more subtle and fast, and was more effective. With a ripping sound, the sword chi had already entered the Scarlet Emperor's abdomen through Yue Yang's toes that touched the Scarlet Emperor just now. It then went straight for the Scarlet Emperor's heart. The Scarlet Emperor only had time to use his special power to shift the location of his heart forcefully, but couldn't stop the sword chi from spreading throughout his body. Simultaneously, the Scarlet Emperor's bronchioles and spine was penetrated by the sword chi. It was only until now did the Scarlet Concubine, Xian, and the Black Prince's attacks arrived. The Scarlet Lotus fire hit Yue Yang's hindbrain ruthlessly. Because of the energy outburst of Scarlet Emperor's energy light pillar previously that sent Yue Yang flying into the air, Yue Yang's body was a little slanted, so not only did the Scarlet Lotus fire not hit his head, he also started to rotate. After the crystal shield broke, Yue Yang was still left with the elegant sword dance of the three mysterious styles to safeguard his life. With it, he could dodge and resist most of the attacks. The Black Prince's green phosphorus ghost fire scratched Yue Yang's back ruthlessly, resulting in 5 wounds that unfurled his skin and flesh. The ghost fire burned with raging flame. It was as scary as a parasite that sticks permanently to one's body because it would never burn out as long as there's energy available. But the one causing Yue Yang the most suffering was Xian's 5 transformation power. In the air, a golden giant dragon and golden mammoth's image was flickering behind Xian. It was one of the 5 transformation power, force of the dragon and mammoth. Just with one attack using the force of the dragon and mammoth, the joint powers of the dragon and the mammoth was showed. The Scarlet Emperor's golden fist hit Yue Yang's back accurately and impactfully on where his heart was located. Although Yue Yang had strong defense, he still had a feeling that his heartbeat stopped and experienced the illusion of his entire body bursting. Pu! Yue Yang fell forward as blood spurted out from his mouth. The Scarlet Emperor who was stabbed by Yue Yang straightened his body in the speed of lightning. As he was hit in the head hard by the star explosion, his handsome face was twisted with agony. There's a deep crossed wound on his chest and a bloodied hole that was entirely penetrated. This was the impact of the world exterminating wheel, Nirvana Fire Blade and the innate invisible sword chi. If it were to be another rancor, he would have collapsed long ago. But for the Scarlet Emperor, he could still retaliate. Damn! The silver fists of the Scarlet Emperor morphed into thousands of meteorites in an instant and he rained blows on Yue Yang's body. Boom 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 boom. All of the blows hit Yue Yang with none missed. Yue Yang suffered at least 3 broken ribs and his chest had turned into a bloodied mess from the Scarlet Emperor's punches and shots from the energy light pillar. A Nirvana fire gun was thrown out from Yue Yang's hand and penetrated the Scarlet Emperor's shoulders. Luckily the Scarlet Emperor was fast to react, or else it would have pierced his heart. The Scarlet Emperor had never seen such a sick yet stubborn young man. Why does he want to kill him so much? For a young man like Yue Yang, he has a bright future ahead of him, why does he want to attack him even if it may cost him his life? Pertaining to all this, the Scarlet Emperor couldn't come to a conclusion at all. But he wouldn't let his guards down. He withdrew his hands quickly, and formed 10 heaven rune circles, one on each of his fingers. And then, he pointed it towards the center of Yue Yang's eyebrows. Being in mid-air, Yue Yang would definitely die from this attack because he had nowhere to dodge. The Scarlet Emperor wouldn't deny that he was curious about this young man who was attacking him, but he wouldn't mind killing him. The outcome of anyone being the rival of the Scarlet Emperors would be death. If there was any exceptions, then it would be the Prison Emperor, because he was more powerful and ferocious than the Scarlet Emperor. Although he hated the Prison Emperor a lot, he couldn't do anything about him. The fresh blood that Yue Yang spurted splashed onto the ancient sealing circle. The ancient rune, confinement, seemed to have gotten a lot of energy support from a golden ray that shone as brightly as the sun. With a quick rotation, the web-like ray dragged the Scarlet Emperor's body forcefully, causing him to sink into the sealing circle. In the blink of an eye, only his abdomen could be seen as his waist sunk into the sealing circle. Due to his sinking body, the Scarlet Emperor's lethal attack went past Yue Yang's cheek, scratching his sturdy Gemini mask. If Yue Yang's head were to be any closer, it would have been a headshot. The Scarlet Emperor's golden pupil expanded quickly as he glared at Yue Yang angrily. The reason why the Scarlet Emperor was angry wasn't because Yue Yang managed to dodge his deadly attack. It was due to the fresh blood Yue Yang spurted out. It became apparent that Yue Yang planned all this, using the fresh blood to start the ancient sealing circle such that it would unleash its energy to drag the Scarlet Emperor down, and thus rendering his attack useless. The Scarlet Emperor felt a sense of shame that he was being fooled by Yue Yang. If he could move freely, he would have went after Yue Yang who was as cunning as a fox. He would have killed him regardless of what price he had to pay. But now, the Scarlet Emperor could only be furious but had to allocate half of his power to lift the ancient sealing circle. His other hand pointed towards Yue Yang's direction. Once again, the energy light pillar burst like a fountain. Behind Yue Yang's back, the Scarlet Concubine, Xian, and the Black Prince launched their joint attack again. This time, the trio, who had more time to react and gather their energy, launched an attack again. It would be nothing like before as its impact would be many times greater. Being severely injured, Yue Yang might not be able to take the next blow. If it were to be anyone else, they would have fled carrying such heavy injuries. The Black Prince and Xian wanted to let Yue Yang off so that he would become the Scarlet Emperor's opponent in the future. It was so that the Scarlet Emperor wouldn't burn bridges in the future and would remain wary, which would be beneficial to them. Moreover, the Scarlet Concubine also wanted to end the fight. Even though she hated Yue Yang, she didn't hope that Yue Yang would die. She just wanted the Scarlet Emperor to escape from the seal, so long as her lover could get out, nothing would be a problem. Attacker? She could kill him later, she mustn't let him die together with her lover now. Even the Scarlet Emperor thought that the fight had ended. This cunning young man would definitely seize the opportunity to flee. But everyone thought wrong. Not only did Yue Yang stay put, he even charged towards the Scarlet Emperor, like a crazed barbarian cow that was blinded by his murdering desire as he dashed towards him like a bolt of lightning. He charged out from the energy light pillar forcefully, and in the moment where his fist was being caught by the Scarlet Emperor, he leaned forwards, knocking the Scarlet Emperor's forehead. Boom! 2 terrifying innate power collided. The Scarlet Emperor howled in pain. When the Scarlet Concubine, Black Prince, and Xian arrived behind the back of Yue Yang to launch their joint attack, Yue Yang whose Gemini mask was almost shattered from the impact smiled suddenly. He who was covered in bloodied wounds smiled eerily. His other hand was raising the Prison Emperor's seal. Completely ignoring the joint attack of the trio, he smashed it onto the Scarlet Emperor's head as if he was prepared to die together with the Scarlet Emperor. Shun Tian and the Black Prince's gasp, the Scarlet Concubine's cry and the Scarlet Emperor's howl burst out at the very same moment. Only Yue Yang was smiling silently. His unique sarcastic smile was expressed from the deepest point of his eyes, and he looked brightly brilliant. Brilliant. The Prison Emperor Divine Seal was used in the past to seal Zhu Xiao, and was one of the 3 divine tools that inherited the Prison Emperor's willpower. Once it was flashed, the Scarlet Emperor's face ashened. His entire body trembled. He raised his right hand that was pushing against the ancient sealing circle higher even more furiously. He used all his might to lift it upwards, exhausting all his power to remove the Prison Emperor Divine Seal smashed onto his head. Although the Prison Emperor Divine Seal looked small, its weight was as heavy as a mountain, causing the Scarlet Emperor's hands and spine to clack under the heavy weight. The scarier thing was that the Prison Emperor's image, made purely out of energy and willpower, was formed in the sky and it waved its sun-like golden fist onto the Scarlet Emperor, suppressing him even more. Even if there was no ancient sealing circle, this alone would be sufficient to teach the Scarlet Emperor a lesson. When the Scarlet Emperor was weakest, Yue Yang attacked him forcefully, acting as if he was undaunted by anything. Finally, Yue Yang was able to turn the tide and make the situation favorable to him. His greatest wish was to seal the Scarlet Emperor again. The Scarlet Concubine left immediately after attacking Yue Yang with the Scarlet Lotus Fire. Compared to killing her opponent, she had a more important thing to do. That was, to rescue her lover. When the Prison Emperor Divine Seal was used, she knew that it would be the greatest obstruction of her lover. If she didn't help him, he would be in an extremely dangerous state. The Scarlet Concubine started to cry sorrowfully. She threw herself at the Prison Emperor Divine Seal selflessly. Even if she had to sacrifice herself, she had to help her lover remove this suppressing divine tool. The green phosphorus ghost fire and the force of the dragon and mammoth landed heavily onto Yue Yang's back. If it wasn't that the duo were afraid that the Prison Emperor Divine Seal would harm them, and reserved half of their power secretly to defend themselves, Yue Yang would have collapsed from the severe injuries. The green phosphorus ghost fire was burning on Yue Yang's back. His skin and flesh made a sizzling sound from the burning. Shun Tian's punch, force of the dragon and mammoth, almost crushed Yue Yang's heart, causing the bones of his shoulders to crack from the impact, and the ribs on the place where he was hit became twisted and deformed. The Scarlet Lotus Fire that could even melt rocks was useless towards the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Its power, that could cause great havoc and calamity, had no effect on the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Using the impact of the force of the dragon and mammoth, Yue Yang threw himself towards the Prison Emperor Divine Seal simultaneously with the Scarlet Concubine. Like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Yue Yang transferred the impact from Shun Tian's 5 transformations power and Black Prince's green phosphorus ghost fire onto the Scarlet Emperor. He even attacked the Scarlet Emperor further, in hopes of being the one making the final attack to defeat the Scarlet Emperor. The Scarlet Emperor groaned loudly. His body shook as silver rays of light shot out from his body like a fountain, causing Yue Yang to be sent flying into the air from the impact. This time, Shun Tian and the Black Prince did not attack Yue Yang. They just merely watched as Yue Yang fell and smashed into the stone wall. They were unsure if the Scarlet Emperor could withstand the blow. If the Scarlet Emperor were to be defeated, then there was no need for them to abide by the contract of their alliance anymore. The Scarlet Concubine realized that it would be useless for her to do anything. In a moment of desperation, she raised her hand and prepared to take the blows for the Scarlet Emperor. Even if she were to fall into the ancient sealing circle from it, she wouldn't regret. "My dear, leave." The Scarlet Emperor did not allow her to do so, because she wouldn't be able to take the blow from the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. "Let me help you, I'm all right," the Scarlet Concubine said with a tear-streaked face. She reached out her hands as she prepared to take down the Prison Emperor Divine Seal for the Scarlet Emperor, even if it was just for a second. Under attacks from both the Prison Emperor Divine Seal and the Ancient Sealing Circle, the Scarlet Emperor wouldn't be able to unleash his power even if he possessed enormous strength. His body sunk slowly, first covering his belly, then his chest. In the end, only his head and arms could be seen. The Scarlet Concubine bended over, wanting to lift the Prison Emperor Divine Seal so that her lover could escape. Yue Yang flew out from the broken stones. Keeping the world exterminating wheel, he dived forward, ignoring his severe injuries. Shun Tian was hesitant for a second. Right now, 2 choices lay before him. First, he could stop Yue Yang, or second, he could stay silent and not do anything. With his and the Black Prince's power, it would actually be easy for them to stop the current Yue Yang. However, Shun Tian didn't really want the Scarlet Emperor to escape from the Ancient Seal. Since he disliked Yue Yang, the young, budding threat, and also disliked the Scarlet Emperor, an extremely powerful senior from 6,000 years ago, he only wished for the 2 parties to fight to their deaths. Watching from the sidelines would be the better option. But not only would Yue Yang not thank him, he would make the Scarlet Emperor angry by doing so. It would be perfect if the Scarlet Emperor gets sealed again, if not, the Scarlet Emperor would surely find trouble with him in the future. Another way was to help Yue Yang get rid of the Scarlet Emperor. Shen Tian wasn't sure if the Black Prince would work hand in hand together with him like he would normally and get rid of the Scarlet Emperor and then the Scarlet Concubine. Shen Tian revoked this option in this important decision of his life. Wind and Thunder. Shen Tian decided to stop Yue Yang on the surface and then help him in the dark later. He only hoped for Yue Yang to fight harder to get rid of the Scarlet Emperor. Sky Devil's Finger. The Black Prince attacked coordinately with Shen Tian as he prepared to launch his strong attacks. Yue Yang dodged all their attacks. Ignoring the attack from the duo completely, he waved his world exterminating wheel as he prepared to slice off the head of the Scarlet Concubine. Shen Tian waved his thunderous punch and proceeded to hit Yue Yang's hindbrain. He realized a change in the Scarlet Emperor's body that made him pessimistic about his decision. He changed his plans and decided to attack Yue Yang with all his might. The Black Prince was even faster in doing so as a pitch-black energy light pillar shot out from his fingers and went directly for Yue Yang's heart. But Yue Yang was like a swimming fish as he quickly moved to the back of the Scarlet Concubine and past the Scarlet Emperor who was raising the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. He then moved his hand to take down the attacks as his innate invisible sword chi shot out from both of his forefingers in a crossed fashion. The Scarlet Emperor grabbed the calf of the Scarlet Concubine, pulling her to the ground directly, successfully helping her to escape from the deadly attack of the World Exterminating Wheel. The other one of his hands stretched beyond the innate invisible sword chi and pressed onto Yue Yang. Just after Yue Yang shot out his innate invisible sword chi, he realized that there was an unresistible energy that was strangling him, hurling his entire body into air, causing him to face the double attacks from Shen Tian and the Black Prince. The Scarlet Emperor loosened his grip on the Prison Emperor Divine Seal and it went crashing onto his forehead with a loud thud. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. His skull shattered into a million pieces. The Scarlet Emperor who was bleeding from all 7 apertures of his head glared at Yue Yang angrily, his gold eyes accumulating energy quickly and shone as though they were 2 gold stars. 2 golden rays of light shot out from his pupil. Yue Yang was startled and quickly adjusted his body in mid-air. But the speed of the golden light was still too fast as they shot through his arms and right leg. If not for the adjustment, the 2 golden rays would have pierced through his heart and head. It was after the golden rays that the thunderous punches of Shen Tian and the Sky Devil's Finger of the Black Prince arrived. With these joint attacks, Yue Yang would definitely die. Binding Chains. Behind Yue Yang, a little Lamia Loli appeared. She opened her eyes widely, so widely that even the previously unseen blue veins at the corner of her eye was bulging. Shen Tian and the Black Prince were frozen in mid-air together. As the thunderous punches and the Sky Devil's Finger weren't controlled by their masters anymore, they all landed on the little Loli. Among the 6 arms that was ready to take the deadly blows from the attacks, 3 were broken by Shen Tian's thunderous punches, and 1 was pierced through from the palm to the shoulders by the Sky Devil's Finger. She placed 1 arm behind her back to take the remaining blows. No one would be able to kill Yue Yang with her around, because she was the guardian beast of Yue Yang and their lives were tied together. She wasn't his daughter, but far beyond the role of a daughter. She was none other than Xia Wen Li. Curling Yue Yang with her tails, Xia Wen Li brought Yue Yang out of the place quickly. If the fight were to persist, the outcome of the Scarlet Emperor would be unknown, but Yue Yang would definitely die. Shen Tian was slightly taken aback. Wasn't it prohibited to summon beast in this forbidden ground? How could the guardian beast of Yue Yang come out? He hadn't thought of the possibility that Xia Wen Li seldom stays in the grimoire world and that she stays dormant within Yue Yang's body. Had it not been Yue Yang's order for her to stay out of the fight, she would have came out long ago. You want to leave? The Scarlet Emperor, with only his head and arms seen, pointed several times with his hand, with the other hand continually pushing the Prison Emperor Divine Seal forcefully. Boom 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 boom. Numerous energy light pillars burst out like a fountain from below and around Xia Wen Li, completely obstructing hers and Yue Yang's way. But Xia Wen Li swung her tails like she predicted it, flinging Yue Yang back to the head of the Scarlet Emperor. Yue Yang reached out his right hand as he unleashed his innate invisible sword chi to form the most powerful sword. He then stabbed it into the skull of the Scarlet Emperor that was already shattered by the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. The Scarlet Emperor howled pitifully as he sunk entirely into the ceiling circle apart from his arms that could still be seen. The Scarlet Concubine scratched Yue Yang like a lunatic. Yue Yang was already covered in scars with his flesh blurred with blood, so he did not mind having more scratches. He slashed the Scarlet Emperor's arms when the World Exterminating Wheel rotated while he was keeping it. Although the Scarlet Emperor was quick enough to withdraw his left hand into the ancient ceiling circle, his right hand that was resisting the Prison Emperor Divine Seal wasn't able to dodge. The World Exterminating Wheel slashed the Scarlet Emperor's right arm, causing a blinding shine. The immemorial rune in the middle of the World Exterminating Wheel unleashed its power, causing the right arms of the Scarlet Emperor to break from the revolving slashing even though he had very strong defense. The silver shining armor that was on par to the crystal shield was rendered useless under the revolving slashing of the World Exterminating Wheel. Seeing that the Scarlet Emperor had fallen back into the ancient ceiling circle once again, Yue Yang quickly kept the broken arm of his and the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. When faced with the attack from the Scarlet Concubine, he splashed a mouthful of fresh blood onto the ancient runes, confinement, of the ancient ceiling circle. Enduring all the pain, Yue Yang picked himself up. He gambled with his life as he shot out the innate invisible sword qi, one directed towards the Black Prince and the other one towards Shen Tian. The Black Prince and Shen Tian knew that they wouldn't be able to withstand such sword qi as they were tormented greatly by it the previous time. Under the current situation, they wouldn't fight back. Moreover, the Scarlet Emperor had already been sealed into the ancient sealing circle again by Yue Yang. It would remain unclear if he would be able to escape as of now, so this wasn't the time for them to retaliate with all their might. Both of them moved, easily dodging the two innate invisible sword qi. The Scarlet Concubine pounced on Yue Yang crazily. It was her who wished to fight with Yue Yang using all her might now. She made an enormous scarlet lotus in desperation as she urgently wanted to kill Yue Yang and herself in the process. Get lost! Yue Yang kicked the Scarlet Concubine and sent her flying into the air when Xia Wen Li managed to freeze her again. When Yue Yang prepared to embrace Xia Wen Li, who had blood tears streaming down her face, to get out of the evil dragon lair, Silverhorn, Fire Breath and Hurricane came into action. Silverhorn fled immediately. In this battle, no matter who won, Silverhorn felt that he wouldn't be at an advantage. In order not to be killed, Silverhorn decided to abandon his comrades and fled. But Fire Breath felt that this was an opportunity. One that would allow him to express goodwill towards the Black Prince and Shen Tian. As long as he could stop this severely injured man behind a mask, then his future would definitely be very bright. To Fire Breath, Yue Yang looked so heavily injured that he was already on the brink of death. Forget about he himself, Yue Yang might even collapse if an infant punched on him. Boom! Just when Fire Breath was confident that he could defeat Yue Yang and attain a huge achievement, Hurricane suddenly appeared behind his back and waved a punch on him, hitting his back and sending him smashing into the stone wall. Hurricane, who was just a level 2 innate, shouted to Yue Yang. Quickly leave, I'll help you block off your opponents, even if I could only do it for just a second. Although I don't understand why you want to do this, I believe you have your reasons for doing so and the Tongtian Tower needs a young man like you. Fire Breath shot back with a speed faster than how he was smashed into the stone wall, as he waved a heavy punch onto Hurricane's abdomen. He groaned with a twisted face. Damn it, don't think that you are the savior of the world. You fool who can't even defeat me. Hurricane vomited blood, but he still held onto Fire Breath tightly as he shouted to Yue Yang. Go, I'm old already, let me sacrifice myself honorably for a young man, I'd grant your wish. His used-to-be good friend became an evil devil as Fire Breath rained blows on him, causing him to spurt out fresh blood continuously. The Scarlet Concubine, Shen Tian and the Black Prince ignored what was happening between the two. They locked their gaze on Yue Yang and Xiao Li Wen who looked as pale as a ghost. They couldn't understand why this guy decided to give up the chance to escape just now. Could it be that he softened up due to Hurricane's sacrifice? Or could it be due to other motives? Although all three hated Yue Yang to the maximum, nobody dared to let their guards down because Yue Yang possessed a divine tool after all, they wouldn't be able to kill him without paying a price. The trio hoped that they could kill this guy at the lowest price, especially Shen Tian and the Black Prince, who didn't wish to become the next person to be sacrificed after the Scarlet Emperor. Shen Tian, Black Prince, I will definitely take revenge for myself for today. Yue Yang opened up his palms, and the Nirvana flame morphed into a fire bow in the ice and purple lightning became the arrow. One bow with 3 arrows. The bow was round and the arrows pointed to the sky. Shen Tian, the Scarlet Concubine, and the Black Prince immediately had a feeling that they were being targeted, and that no matter which direction they flee to, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of having the arrow being pierced through their heart. Shen Tian's face darkened as he fed. He unleashed his 5 transformations power and the vibe that he was radiating caused the entire evil dragon lair to shake. The Black Prince disappeared as if he became invisible. Although the Scarlet Concubine was sorrowful and angry, she didn't lose her rationality. Her feet started to dance around as if she was dancing on a lotus. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yue Yang loosened his hands and released 3 consecutive shots that pierced through the atmosphere and appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Break. Shen Tian broke the arrow with his fist, while the Black Prince and the Scarlet Concubine had a narrow escape as they managed to dodge it. Back. Yue Yang waved his hands, causing the 3 purple lightning arrow to turn back. This time, Shen Tian and the lot were able to dodge more easily without much efforts. The 3 arrows separated in the air, one was shot onto the wing of the brick red dragon who knew how to speak, causing it to freeze immediately as frost appeared on its body, especially its wing that was being hit as it appeared like an ice wall. The other arrow hit the brick red dragon that didn't know how to speak, causing it to die immediately as it wasn't fast enough to dodge. The corpse of the brick red dragon fell to the ground and becoming frozen like it was a brick red dragon ice sculpture. The third arrow pierced through the air and punctured Fire Breath's brain accurately, causing its head to burst and be sliced away. Hurricane who fell to the ground rolled off quickly, the fresh blood that oozed out from Fire Breath's neck splattered onto the ground and became ice, and the entire ground appeared as if it was frozen. The evil dragon lair became a chilly hell and this was only the power of Yue Yang's 3 arrows. After the third arrow was shot, Yue Yang glanced at Shen Tian and the Black Prince. He then moved towards the exit of the cave in the speed of a lightning with Fei Wen Li in his arms. The Scarlet Concubine, Shen Tian, and the Black Prince who chased after him were even faster. But on seeing the treasure on Yue Yang's hand, they backed off immediately. It wasn't the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, because with his injuries and remnants of innate qi, he wouldn't be able to start the Prison Emperor Divine Seal again. But he possessed an even more shocking treasure, the Demon Suppressing Pagoda. It was a treasure locked within the treasury of the Xia Kingdom, and its sealing power was not any weaker than the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. In the Demon Suppressing Pagoda, even rankers as strong as Demon Kings weren't able to escape its sealing confinement. Although the trio were incredulous about Yue Yang's ability to use it, no one was willing to take the risk. Especially with the little Lamia Loli in Yue Yang's arms. The power of this combination was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. I'll be back. The Scarlet Concubine gritted her teeth in anger. It was a pity that she could not kill her rival now, as she secretly knew that she was injured by the Prison Emperor Divine Seal and had exhausted all her internal energy. She went after Yue Yang out of no choice, as she had to deceive Shen Tian and the Black Prince. If they were to see that she was weak, they might harm her. Yue Yang similarly exhausted all his innate qi. He looked relaxed on the surface, but actually he was on the brink of death. If the trio were to go after him, he would definitely die. Shen Tian and the Black Prince exchanged glances, and then their eyes glimmered. Both weren't willing to take the risk, and they gave up the last chance to kill Yue Yang and the Scarlet Concubine. If both of them were to work together, Yue Yang and the Scarlet Concubine would definitely die. But they had different ulterior motives, so they missed this great opportunity. Not even 1 minute after Yue Yang left, the ancient sealing circle started to vibrate again. Lightly, then violently. And finally shaking the mountains. A silver hand reached out from the sealing circle, and then, under the stunned gaze of the lot, the Scarlet Emperor, who was severely injured but was still charming, came out of the sealing circle. He was covered with injuries, and his right arm was broken. Fresh blood that oozed out made him, in his birthday suit, look like a bloodied man. With tears streaming down her face, the Scarlet Concubine threw herself at him as she held onto him tightly and cried loudly. "Don't cry, my dear, don't cry." The Scarlet Emperor used his remaining left hand to caress the fiery hair of the Scarlet Concubine lightly. His golden eyes looked at Shen Tian and the Black Prince. "Thank for your help. If the Prison Emperor Divine Seal were to continue its suppression for a minute more, it would have been a different outcome. I would definitely repay both of you in the future. If you all wish to go to the Heaven Realm, I can be your introducer." Shen Tian and the Black Prince were very regretful. If they had known that it would be like this, they would have helped Yue Yang gotten rid of the Scarlet Emperor. If they didn't attack Yue Yang but the Scarlet Concubine, the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine would have died a miserable death. But too bad they had already missed the best opportunity to kill the Scarlet Emperor. After he recuperate and return to his peak, it would be even more difficult to kill this Scarlet Emperor from 6,000 years ago. Of course Shen Tian and the Black Prince didn't show it on the surface, as they both bowed and showed their respect to the Scarlet Emperor. At least they could get a trip to the Heaven Realm, which was better than nothing. Although Shen Tian and the Black Prince couldn't trust the Scarlet Emperor completely now, they were sure that they are safe currently. Because they could see that the Scarlet Emperor had reached his limits now and he had no more energy to fight. "You all go now, our affairs are none of your business, bring your comrades and leave." The Scarlet Emperor suddenly let the adventurers off and spoke to them haughtily. "Maybe among you all some may know who that young man is. Please help me relay this. I admire him because no one was able to fight me and land me into such a sorry state. If he is willing to be my disciple, I can even let him take charge of the human realm. If he doesn't wish to do so, then please help me tell him that I would kill everyone related to him and I will not let anyone off." Yue Yang came out of the evil dragon lair and the restrictions of the laws were lifted. He immediately returned inside the grimoire world. Originally, he wanted to call out the Kylan girl and scold her. He was already beaten close to death, yet this girl only watched from the side without any spirit of loyalty. Let alone such a small restrictive law, majestic holy beasts like her could even rampage in Heaven Realm. Moreover, if she could not come out, the least she could do was say something. However, when he arrived, he saw that the Kylan girl stood in front of him like a small white flower. Her lively appearance was simply unfair. "Girl, when I'm mad, the consequences are very severe," Yue Yang said towards the Kylan girl, who was trying to win Yue Yang's favor by helping to support him to walk. "I originally wanted to help you. However, the Phoenix sisters did not allow me to. Perhaps they felt that this was a good opportunity to train you. Moreover, aren't you fine, so what if your skin was almost shaved off? Don't be angry, I am also worried about you. I also feel pain seeing you injured. Come, let me see." Kylan girl's soft small hands pressed on Fei Wen Li's forehead. A colorful light beam erupted like a beautiful rainbow. Fei Wen Li, who had received arm injuries, was bathed under the rainbow. Her injuries healed in the blink of an eye. Her pale face after overexerting also became rosy again. Hee hee. Once Fei Wen Li's injuries were healed, Her happy eyes became two bright moons. Her life was mutually connected to Yue Yang. They completely shared everything together. Once Yue Yang received an injury, she would also feel the pain. For the same reason, when Kailan girl had healed Xia Wen Li, Yue Yang also felt that the pain in his body was slightly alleviated. On his back, although the green phosphorus ghost fire was burning more slowly than before, it still obstinately remained on Yue Yang's back. He could only leave it aside as he was temporarily powerless to disperse it. Yue Yang's innate chi was dried up and he had to use nirvana flames to purify severe internal injuries. The scarlet concubine scarlet lotus fire was also the same. If Yue Yang's body had not been refined by nirvana flames a lot of time, he would have already been burned to ashes. The scarlet lotus fire behind his neck was like an additional 50 kilograms as he endured the severe pain. If Yue Yang couldn't endure it, how could he have escaped? The strongest attack that injured Yue Yang the most was Shun Tian's 5 transformations power. Shun Tian's attack even surpassed the injury made by Scarlet Emperor's attack. But then again, the Scarlet Emperor was distracted by the Ancient Seal and the Prison Emperor's Divine Seal. Yue Yang was heavily injured. However, in front of Kailan girl, those injuries were too simple. The Scarlet Lotus fire is not bad. As for this disgusting ghost flame, do you still want it? If you don't, then I'll extinguish it. Kailan girl's soft white hands grabbed behind Yue Yang's neck, as if a mischievous little girl that had caught a red dragonfly. The Scarlet Lotus fire that frightened people with its temperature, had been turned into a tender and beautiful scarlet lotus in her hands. In an instant, the Scarlet Lotus fire had been refined by her into its essential form. It was so vivid and lifelike. It was different from a real lotus. It was made of fire and it had spiritual essence. Kailan girl opened her hand and the Scarlet Lotus floated in midair. It followed the rainbow light from her body and slowly rotated. There was nothing in the world more beautiful than this. Nobody could have imagined that this came from a frightening flame that could kill people. As for the green phosphorus ghost fire, Yue Yang hurriedly told her to leave it. What a joke, this thing was the best thing to use in replenishing Hui Jin's energy, where else would he be able to find it? If it were not because Yue Yang wanted to refine the green phosphorus ghost flame, he could have purified it with nirvana flame earlier. Yue Yang had overexerted himself and seemed he could not endure the green phosphorus ghost fire. But it was ineffective towards the Kailan girl. She lightly grabbed it in her hands and blew it. A bright light of energy flashed. In her small hands the colorful light beams appeared and its fragrance spread throughout. Yue Yang had lost a lot of blood and sustained severe injuries, but under this light, his mind cleared up and his body relaxed. The green phosphorus ghost fire had been refined by the Kailan girl. It turned into a small skeleton with burning eyes. Its size was probably the size of a baby's fist. Seeing this, Yue Yang immediately snatched it and quickly stored it in his platinum storage. This thing was too important in leveling the Hui Jin magic blade. Naturally he could not use it now, but when it assimilates with Hui Jin someday, Hui Jin's power would definitely double. Kailan girl pouted and rolled her eyes, meaning to say who would fight over it with you? Bloody Queen, Golden Thorny Flower Queen, Barbarian Cow Shadow were watching from the sides and did not dare go in front. They were afraid of disturbing Kailan girl from healing their master. Let alone them, even the sickly beauty, who had used Sleeping Flower to put Yu Shuang to sleep, could only wait anxiously. If Yu was here, then she could have helped. However, since the Kailan girl was here, she believed that Yue Yang would definitely have no problems. Seeing Yue Yang's body riddled with injuries, she was very pained. Fortunately, you did not break any arms and legs, if not I would have to waste so much energy just to help you recover. Other than healing Yue Yang's injuries, Kailan girl also softly comforted the others. As she said this, she placed her hands on Yue Yang's body. A pure energy steadily flowed into Yue Yang's body and once again filling up the dried up innate chi in his solar plexus. Seeing Yue Yang forcing himself to smile, pretending to be okay, sickly beauty's eyes reddened and her tear almost dropped, but she quickly wiped it away. She strongly nodded, telling Yue Yang that she wasn't worried. Instead, she hoped that his heart did not have any burdens. The light in Kailan girl's hands grew bigger until it enveloped Yue Yang entirely. It can be seen by the naked eye that Yue Yang's injuries were quickly healing. The various injuries on Yue Yang's body, such as his heart, chest, hands, legs and other parts, were quickly recovering, especially his heart that had been hit by 2 moves from Shun Tian's 5 transformations. One was Dragon and Mammoth and the other was Thunderstorm. Fortunately Yue Yang had an almost unkillable body. His body had been refined by nirvana flames a lot of times, and additionally his life was shared with Xia Wen Li. Yue Yang was not worried about being insta-killed by Shun Tian, but it was difficult to avoid receiving injuries. No matter how heavy his injuries were, if Kailan girl was not here, Yue Yang would have had to use innate chi to recover, and it would probably need 10 days to have any improvements. In order to recover 100% of his battle strength, 10 days would probably be not enough. However, Kailan girl was an expert heaven doctor. Her medical treatment did not even require 10 minutes. Yue Yang's heavy injuries had mostly 80% healed. His outside injuries had healed faster. However, the internal injuries were slower, and would probably need Yue Yang's innate qi to continue recovering. Seeing the Kylan girl's miraculous hands, the sickly beauty was so moved that she cried. Her small hands covered her mouth and bit her own lips, preventing sobs from coming out. Once the injuries had healed, she immediately charged over and tightly hugged Yue Yang. Even Red, Duo and Aman had emotionally kissed Yue Yang's cheeks. When Yue Yang had hugged them back and kissed them, they also happily kissed back. The earth fire spirit looked from afar. With her elemental body, she was unable to comprehend the idea of being injured. Kylan girl had confidently raised her arms and spread her hands towards Xia Wen Li, showing that these were minor injuries and could casually be healed by her. Xia Wen Li became happy. She had jumped onto Kylan girl's embrace from Yue Yang's body. She kissed Kylan girl just like how he kissed Yue Yang just now. I don't like children, whatever. Although Kylan girl pretended to not care, it could clearly be seen that she liked Xia Wen Li's intimacy. After being healed, Yue Yang had recovered most of his battle strength. With the Kylan girl here, his life would not be threatened. The previous battle could only be counted as suffering a beating. However, Yue Yang's experience from his suicidal attack, breaking his endurance limit, bursting with matchless bravery and forging his willpower through pain, were experiences that would help him grow limitlessly. After experiencing this life and death battle with the Scarlet Emperor, Yue Yang already established enough self-confidence. In one battle, he had taken one step on the foundation towards becoming a supreme ranker. Facing 3 rankers who were much more powerful than him and facing the 6,000-year-old frightening Innate, Yue Yang did not have any fears. He took advantage of every situation, every knowledge, and attacked to heavily injure his opponent. Although he had escaped due to his injuries, but in reality he was the victor today. Yue Yang's reward from this victory was not a treasure, nor was it the Scarlet Emperor's bloody arm, but it was confidence, bravery, and willpower. There was still the future. Please don't begin flirting yet. The Scarlet Emperor was not successfully sealed. Kylan girl exposed the secret. What? Impossible. Yue Yang perspired greatly. He had personally seen the Scarlet Emperor's heavy injury and had been dragged back by the ancient rune into the sealed space. He originally thought that this would at least seal him for a few years and never imagined that his strong attacks actually failed. Could it be that Sun Tian and the Black Prince had some kind of treasure to save the Scarlet Emperor? Or was it that Scarlet Concubine's spirit call really that amazing and once again able to call back the Scarlet Emperor? It was certain that the Scarlet Emperor had suffered critical injuries. After going through World Exterminating Wheel, Nirvana Flame, and Innate Invisible Sword Chi, then suffered the sealing power of Prison Emperor Divine Seal, which even made his skull burst open and one arm broken, how could he still escape from the ancient seal after being sealed again? Evil Dragon Lair. Most of the adventurers had left. Shun Tian, Black Prince, and his subordinate, the Purgatory Flame Black Dragon, as well as 2 troops of dragon hunters had already left. Hurricane had saluted towards his former friend Fire Breath's corpse. Seeing that the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine were still hugging and kissing without any intent to kill him, he also quickly left. Inside the crumbling Evil Dragon Lair, only the Scarlet Emperor, who had lost his right arm, and the Scarlet Concubine remained. Staying far away from everyone, the Scarlet Emperor suddenly fell on the floor with a boom. Fresh blood continuously flowed from his mouth. He was also quite spent. If it was not in order to dispel Shun Tian and the Black Prince's wariness and force himself to stand up, he would already have fallen down. After Yue Yang's 3 attacks, the Scarlet Emperor felt incomparably tired. If that youth was even slightly stronger, then it would truly be dangerous. Fortunately, Shun Tian and the Black Prince did not have the courage to join hands and attack the Scarlet Concubine. It was not because their strength was lacking, but because of paranoia. In the end, they had virtually helped the Scarlet Emperor escape from the trap. Let us quickly leave this place and find another place to recuperate. If an innate elder ranker appeared, we would really need to be vigilant. The Scarlet Emperor slightly coughed. Under the support of the Scarlet Concubine, he painfully stood up. Your hand, the Scarlet Concubine cried. No problem, after using a secret technique and heaven crystals, it will grow back. The Scarlet Emperor had received heavy injuries, but his pride as an emperor still remained. This is a lesson, and also a warning to me conquering the lower mortal world. It reminded me to never be negligent. My beloved, don't worry, I will never let another prison emperor emerge. That youth was not bad, but this time I will absolutely not let him grow just like the prison emperor and become my nemesis. As for how strong the prison emperor was, I am not too clear about it. However, I want to tell you that I am different from him. Yue Yang suddenly appeared in a blink of an eye. His eyes still contained an unrivaled sneering light. Your injuries have actually healed. When the Scarlet Emperor saw this, he was shocked. There's a phrase called taking advantage while the enemy is down. If it was the prison emperor, he would probably not attack anyone who is heavily injured. After all, he is an honorable and prideful emperor. However, I am different from him. I am a scoundrel. Despicable is my nickname and shameless is my real name. So, I am sorry, senior who had lived for 6,000 years, let me send you to your grave. His murderous intent exploded. His second attack begins now. This time, the prime target of Yue Yang's attack was no longer the Scarlet Emperor but the Scarlet Concubine. For the Scarlet Emperor, who had gotten himself out of the ancient sealing circle, even if he was severely injured, what determined if he could survive was his speed. Previously, when he was trapped in the ancient sealing circle, his power wasn't any weaker than Yue Yang. On the other hand, if Yue Yang didn't have so many skills and high-ranked artifacts, the Scarlet Emperor wouldn't have been so badly injured. It could even be said that without the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, Yue Yang wouldn't be able to do anything to the Scarlet Emperor. Yue Yang didn't know how effective his attacks would be on the Scarlet Emperor, so he decided to get rid of the Scarlet Concubine first. Getting rid of her would definitely pose as a huge blow to the Scarlet Emperor. Scarlet Lotus. The Scarlet Concubine knew very well that this was the most dangerous moment of her life, so she didn't conserve any power and used all her might to fight with Yue Yang this time. Her own life was never her priority. The most important thing was to fight for some time so that her lover could recuperate for a while more. She believed deeply that her lover would not be defeated from the blow. The giant Scarlet Lotus fire rotated in the air as thousands of lotus petals shot towards Yue Yang. The World Exterminating Wheel was rotating similarly. Being trapped in raging flame, the World Exterminating Wheel opened a small tunnel amazingly, blocking away all the Scarlet Lotus petals that were coming his way. Yue Yang quickly slid through the extremely small space agilely. The tunnel that the World Exterminating Wheel opened had pressure swirl in it, which helped him slide forward more swiftly. It was as if someone was pushing him forward. The fire spear made from the Nirvana flame targeted those Scarlet Lotus petals that were in front. Every time the two touched marked the start of every refinement of the Scarlet Lotus fire. Although the refinement process wouldn't be completed within a second, the Scarlet Lotus fire was definitely not on the same level as the Nirvana flame. Yue Yang was dead sure about this. If he were to give example, normal fire would be level 1. They are the worst in terms of quality and the least powerful one. The burning fire sky and the meteorite fire rain that were insanely powerful would be bronze ranked. They were better than the normal fire and the easiest to control for normal warriors. Hellfire and Dragon's Breath were at least silver ranked. As for gold ranked ones, it differed from people to people. For example, the Hellfire controlled by Baruth was not the same rank as the Hellfire controlled by normal warriors. The green phosphorus ghost fire controlled by the Black Prince was at least gold ranked. Being under the ghost fire category, although its temperature wasn't the highest, it's extremely toxic. The Scarlet Concubine's Scarlet Lotus fire was the best among all the fires, and even the green phosphorus ghost fire wasn't on par to it. It surpassed all other normal fires in the world, as it was a demonic fire that could take on tangible forms. Although there wasn't really a real ranking system to differentiate them, but just for example's sake, it could be platinum ranked. Even higher than it, a diamond ranked fire would be the silent exterminating fire that only innate elder ranked rankers could use. It was a form of holy ranked fire that could destroy the souls of all creatures. This super high level holy ranked fire couldn't even be reached with training but would only be developed from particular divine equipments. Yue Yang hadn't seen it before, but he knew of its existence from the knowledge of the tragic guy's mother. As for the Nirvana flame, it was a unique, one-of-a-kind divine ranked fire. Not only did it possess the power to destroy the world, it had the function of purifying all things in the world, and even the ability for one to undergo rebirth. Under his current state, Yue Yang wouldn't be able to unleash the potential of the Nirvana flame fully. If it were to be the Phoenix Sisters, the Nirvana flame could even surpass the rank of a divine fire and go even higher. Shoo! Yue Yang's Nirvana fire spear blocked off the Scarlet Lotuses. Penetrating everything, it went straight for the Scarlet Concubine's throat. Stop! A silver disc shoot across the air with a silvery light. It blocked in front of the Scarlet Concubine, blocking off the attack of the Nirvana fire spear that prepared to pierce through the Scarlet Concubine's throat. The Nirvana flame that could destroy everything actually couldn't penetrate the bizarre-looking silver disc embedded with ancient runes. It could only melt the silvery light. As if alive, the silver disc suddenly rotated at a high speed, returning back to the only remaining hand of the Scarlet Emperor. It kept vibrating as if in agony due to the pricking of the Nirvana fire spear. Even without using the Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yue Yang could tell that it was a divine equipment. Even though it mightn't be on par to the Prison Emperor divine seal, it would be somewhere near. With this divine equipment, getting rid of the Scarlet Emperor might be very difficult. Yue Yang had expected that the Scarlet Emperor wouldn't be an empty vessel and that he definitely had some powerful skills, but Yue Yang didn't expect him to own a divine equipment. Guardian Divine Shield Silver, a 4 stars divine equipment. Possess consciousness. Activated with its owner's fresh blood. Its guardian power will be boosted 10 times when the owner is on the verge of death. It wouldn't be damaged by energy that's weaker than the divine equipment. Takes on different shapes under specific environment. It will be able to get unlimited source of divine energy under the stars. Special skill streaming light. Damn it. After Yue Yang saw the silver disc's information with his Heaven Eye's divine vision, he swore uncontrollably. If he had to point out a weakness of the Guardian Divine Shield, it would be that it couldn't launch attack at all. It could only be served as a divine equipment used for defense. However, even so, it was powerful enough. Especially for now, this type of divine equipment used purely for defense was more useful than those used purely to attack. What comforted Yue Yang a little was that he could see the information of the Guardian Divine Shield with his Heaven Eyes Divine Vision, but he couldn't do so for the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. This meant that the Prison Emperor Divine Seal was of a higher rank and more powerful than the Guardian Divine Shield. Of course, the Prison Emperor Divine Seal hadn't acknowledged Yue Yang as its owner yet, so he could only use it to smash it on others but couldn't truly make use of it. It was just like how a child who got himself a dragon-slaying knife. Although it's a powerful treasure, the child wouldn't be able to utilize it. Our fight is meaningless, you drove me to a corner but you can't kill me yet. Even without the protection of a divine equipment, I still have many other skills and ways to leave here. I admit that your appearance changed my usual perspection, you are an opponent who is good at planning and creating, your perseverance and courage is not bad too, but I have to point out that you are still too young. I'm better than you in terms of my experiences in which you have yet to acquire. All kinds of battling experiences and tricks to execute skills, and even ways on how to use treasures. If I could summon my beasts, I can even make you run away in fright, and it wouldn't have been you landing me into such an embarrassing state. Young man, it would be meaningless to continue this fight, we are going back now, let's meet again in the Heaven Realm. The Scarlet Emperor waved his hands, pulling the Scarlet Concubine back into his arms as he prepared to leave. Under the defense of the Guardian Divine Shield, how should he continue the fight? Now that the Scarlet Emperor had gotten out, with a speed like his, he could run and flee as and when he liked. If he doesn't wish to continue the fight, the situation could become a little tricky. But if they don't continue the fight, then Yue Yang wouldn't feel contented with that. Thinking of it caused Yue Yang much headache. Wait, why didn't he take out the Guardian Divine Shield just now? Yue Yang saw that the ancient runes was getting redder on the Guardian Divine Shield, as the silver starry energy emitted became more intense, he had a sudden realization. In order for this shield to continue working, it might have to absorb the fresh blood of its owner continually, or it could be that the Scarlet Emperor didn't have enough energy to activate the Guardian Divine Shield now. He was burning his life to sacrifice blood to the shield in order to take it out. Now that he thought of this, Yue Yang was pleasantly pleased. No matter what, the best way now was to pester the Scarlet Emperor until he collapse. You think you are powerful with your divine equipment? I want to beat up an upstart like you precisely. Yue Yang charged forward shamelessly, as his Nirvana Fire Spear morphed into halberd and started waving it around differently. All of the strikes went towards the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine. Although the Guardian Divine Shield was rotating quickly in mid-air, blocking off all of Yue Yang's attack, the silver starry light of the Guardian Divine Shield dulled every time Yue Yang's Nirvana Fire halberd hit it. The Scarlet Emperor's body started to shake as he wasn't able to endure it anymore. In the end, his body wavered slightly, looking as if he was about to collapse from his blood being drained. Goddamn brat! The Scarlet Concubine glared at Yue Yang angrily, so widely as if fire was going to shoot out from her pupil. She used all her might to gather almost 1,000 of Scarlet Lotus. Using both of her hands, she directed them towards Yue Yang. Even if the Scarlet Lotus fire couldn't do anything to Yue Yang, who was protected by the Nirvana flame, she wouldn't just watch as this shameless brat go around being so haughty. She swore to fight with him with all her might. Facing the hovering Scarlet Lotuses, Yue Yang didn't dare to let his guards down too. He wasn't afraid of the fire, but the Scarlet Concubine, who was in a weakened state, still possessed the power of a level 9 innate. She controlled thousands of Scarlet Lotuses with her hands. Forget about the high temperature of the fire, just with the power of being a level 9 innate would be sufficient to kill him if he were to be hit. Yue Yang quickly defended himself, turning the Nirvana Fire halberd into a Nirvana Fire Amor and placed them around himself. He then quickly rose a Nirvana Fire pillar, engulfing all the Scarlet Lotuses that were going towards him. He was a little proud of himself because combining his Yang ability with the engulfed Scarlet Lotuses might create a whole new fire ability. Although it wouldn't be as good as the Nirvana Flame, it wouldn't be weaker than the green phosphorus ghost fire. With more fire abilities, he would be able to control fire better and raise his combat power even higher. The more important thing was that the better he was at controlling his Yang ability, the more beneficial it would be when he wants to combine his Yin and Yang abilities to reach a whole new level. The Scarlet Concubine felt that the Scarlet Lotus fire she released had all been blocked and engulfed by her opponent, as all of them lost contact with her. All these added on to her mental, physical, and energy exhaustion. She cried grimly as she shot a blood arrow towards Yue Yang with her last breath of wrath, even disregarding the price she had to pay with her health. Once the blood arrow was shot out, the Scarlet Concubine immediately fainted into the arms of the Scarlet Emperor. She had reached her extreme long ago. The blood arrow was made from her heart's blood, wrath, and special energy. The impact that it would make wouldn't be any weaker than that of a divine equipment. Yue Yang reeled in shock as he realized that this bitch was fighting with him with all her might. He couldn't let down his guard, so he quickly placed a Nirvana Fire armor in front of him for protection. Spirit absorption. A golden light glimmered in his eyes as a giant golden bell-like treasure appeared in mid-air. When the Scarlet Emperor hit the bell with the energy shot out from his pupil, the whole evil dragon lair shook violently, as if rocked by a major disaster. The stone wall broke and shattered with a rumbling noise as giant rocks rained down from the roof. Yue Yang felt that his brain was buzzing as an evil energy entered his body. He felt the illusion of his soul being sucked out forcefully out of his body. Luckily the innate qi in his dantian warmed up, activating the nirvana flame as it moved through his body, repelling the negative energy that sucked his soul out forcefully from his body. But Yue Yang's dizziness did not go away for a long time. On the ground, more than 10 energy fountain burst as they prepared to attack Yue Yang, who was still in a daze. The nirvana fire armor kept rotating around him. It was automatically guarding its owner as it kept purifying the energy fountain. Just when the energy fountain was hindered by the nirvana fire armor and both sides were wrestling for control of the situation, the blood arrow took advantage of the situation and shot towards Yue Yang's chest. Although it was slow, its impact was very huge. When the fire armor finally went back to guard its owner, the guardian divine shield suddenly coiled into a round tube. Not only did it manage to block the second attack of the nirvana fire armor, the space in between it allowed the blood arrow to go straight for Yue Yang's heart. The coordination between the Scarlet Concubine and the Scarlet Emperor was perfect. If they weren't in a weakened state and heavily injured, Yue Yang would have been beaten to a pulp. Using the blood arrow would only make both sides suffer. If they weren't at their wits' end, they wouldn't have to attack like this. Oh my! A shadow flashed past as Bloody Queen Red flew into the evil dragon lair with Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo following behind. They had already came out from the grimoire world just now, but as they were afraid that the Scarlet Emperor would sense them, they remained outside until Yue Yang officially asked for their help. Bloody Queen Red's speed was the fastest, so she was the first to reach. She did not expect to see Yue Yang being in a dangerous situation on stepping in. Bloody Queen Red dived forward in an instant, and used her wings to sweep Yue Yang away. Spreading her arms, she used her body to shield Yue Yang from the deadly blood arrow shot. It went through her heart. The impact was so great that she was sent flying into the air and then smashed into the stone wall. Although Yue Yang knew that she was his guardian beast and wouldn't die, on seeing that she had been shot through the heart to save him and subsequently smashing into the stone wall, it made him incensed. He hasn't had an outburst in a long while, until now. Damn it, annoying trash. A loud howl burst out from Yue Yang's throat, the vibe that he was emitting was as scary as that of a volcanic eruption. The shockwave shook the entire evil dragon lair, making the already crumbling lair even more shaky as numerous broken stones poured down. The ground tore apart as cobweb-like cracks became bigger, with the quake becoming more violent. Yue Yang's eyes were red and his mind went blank. Now, he was controlled entirely by his anger and his rationality ceased to exist. He stretched out his hand to gather all the unrefined Scarlet Lotus fire, the remaining energy from the energy fountains, the divine power of the Guardian Divine Shield and the remaining fluid of the blood arrow in the air. He gathered all these power into a ball of energy. Following the outburst of his Yang ability, Yue Yang squeezed the ball of energy as if he was trying to strangle his opponent dead. Yue Yang's intention might be to break the ball of energy, or it could be that he was venting his anger. It could be anything but out of rationality. It was driven by an immense form of anger. But an eerie thing happened. All the energy that were forced to mix with Yue Yang's Yang ability under Yue Yang's wrath started to assemble uncannily, forming a brand new, weird purple golden fire. Impossible, the Scarlet Emperor's pupils widened as he watched, but the corner of his eyes were twitching. No matter who it was, a newly refined power could never be formed from an opponent's power, because not only would it repel the owner's original energy, it would carry the consciousness of the opponent, so the fusion wouldn't occur easily. It's like a ranker having two sharp equipments but wouldn't be able to cast them into one to make an even sharper equipment. However, the events that was unfolding in front of him screamed out that it was all reality. He saw it with his eyes, so the Scarlet Emperor could only accept it. After mixing and fusing, the purple golden fire became similar to the Scarlet Lotus fire, but it definitely was a new form of fire. Needless to say, its power was stronger than the Scarlet Lotus fire. The Scarlet Emperor sensed that this new fire carried with it a sense of wrath that shocked even the Scarlet Emperor. This wrath was both foreign yet familiar to him. In the past, the wrath that the Prison Emperor emitted when he was incensed was very similar to this new fire. Although they might not be identical, it was similarly dominating and intimidating, causing all creatures to feel a sense of uncontrollable fear. Could it be that this fire had already reached the state where only innate elder rankers could use? But this brat did not have the strength of an innate elder. Moreover, how could Yue Yang create it right in front of him? What exactly is this guy's inherent skill? The Scarlet Emperor experienced a throbbing headache instantly. Go and die. Maybe it was because he couldn't destroy his opponent's power and created a new fire instead. Yue Yang, who had lost his rationality, became even more crazed and furious. He kept squeezing the ball of purple golden fire, as if he wanted to destroy it. Unexpectedly, he managed to compress it 10 times smaller instead. In the end, the red-eyed Yue Yang was so furious that he roared angrily in a deafening, earth-shaking voice as he raised his right hand holding the ball of purple golden fire and threw it forcefully towards the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine. Metal Fort. The Scarlet Emperor was secretly alarmed. He stomped his foot, and an artifact immediately appeared. A tiny white pearl flew out. Within the pearl, there was an image of a black castle. Instantly, the pearl broke and the image turned from an illusory one into a tangible presence. It expanded quickly, forming a castle gate formed out of impregnable metal. It was gigantic with a height of 20 meters, breadth of 10 meters and length of 3 meters. It stood tall before the Scarlet Emperor, blocking in front of him. With it, the Scarlet Emperor could defend himself against anything. The Scarlet Emperor had already tested the metal fort last time. Even the holy sword that was said to be able to slash anything in the world wasn't able to penetrate it. What would happen when the metal fort, whose defensibility was the highest among all artifacts, go against this small ball of purple golden fire? Boom! A violent explosion broke out again. The cliff wall on the west that was destructed the most collapsed completely, revealing a huge crack. The huge crack was over 100 meters in tall, and it continued down to the valley. Broken stones flew across and covered the entire sky as the energy level rose to a shocking level. The shockwave in the evil dragon lair was world-shaking. Even the barbarian cow shadow stepped back a few meters from the impact. The Scarlet Emperor's pupil expanded again. Because he saw the metal fort crumbling from the shock. At the very moment when they touched, the metal fort was fragmented into a million pieces by the purple golden fire and was destroyed completely. It was as if he hadn't summoned the metal fort, but a sand castle that a child had built instead, because it collapsed at the first blow. Only the Scarlet Emperor knew the defensibility of his treasure. Oh boy! The Scarlet Emperor leapt high up into the air immediately. Before the Guardian Divine Shield could come back to defend him, he wasn't confident of fighting against this ball of purple golden fire. Yue Yang on the other hand wanted to charge forward but was hindered by the Guardian Divine Shield. He was incensed by the Guardian Divine Shield as well. He grabbed onto it and smashed it on the ground crazily like a maniac who had lost all his rationality. The rock on the ground was smashed into pieces by Yue Yang, causing million sparks of fire as the ground boomed and thudded loudly. Watching what Yue Yang was doing, the Scarlet Emperor reeled in shock. This brat's crazed state wasn't any weaker than the Prison Emperor when he was angry. The Guardian Divine Shield couldn't be destroyed, but the silvery star light on it became dull and kept giving off a buzzing sound like a pitiful human who was being beaten up. Lunatic. The Scarlet Emperor decided that he should quickly leave. He would be in an even more disadvantaged situation if he continues to fight. Yue Yang would just become crazier and stronger. Yue Yang has great potential, and when he lost his rationality, he was even scarier than his usual cunning self, because this was when he truly unleashed his potential. The Scarlet Emperor didn't even want the treasures he had underground anymore, including the golden spirit-absorbing bell. He just want to leave. Embracing the Scarlet Concubine, he did not choose to escape from the opening in the stone wall in the west direction, but instead, he knocked down a huge part of the stone wall in the east. Die. On realizing that the Guardian Divine Shield in his hand had become a ray of fleeting light and returned back to the side of the Scarlet Emperor, Yue Yang chased after the Scarlet Emperor at a breakneck speed. Now, Yue Yang was even faster than the Scarlet Emperor in terms of speed. Raising his fist burning with the Nirvana flame, he waved it towards the Scarlet Emperor. His punch rained towards the Scarlet Emperor and the impact weighed as heavy as thunder. What made the Scarlet Emperor shocked was that among all the 10 punches, 2 were so fast that even the Guardian Divine Shield wasn't able to react fast enough. As a result, it landed on the Scarlet Emperor's lower back. Had it not been the Guardian Divine Shield that helped to block most of the punches, he wouldn't dare to say that he could escape under the crazed fighting maniac's angry attacks. A sliver light burst out from the Scarlet Emperor's body. His eyes were so worn out that 2 streaks of blood tears streamed down his face, causing him great agony. The energy fountain burst out under the Scarlet Emperor's feet, sending Yue Yang flying into the air when he was busily attacking and forgot to defend himself. With the impact from Yue Yang's 2 punches, the Scarlet Emperor was even faster in breaking out of the stone wall. He stepped onto the Guardian Divine Shield again so that it could carry him away. Like a meteorite, he went off. A rock fell down, covered in fresh blood. It was spurted by the Scarlet Emperor when Yue Yang punched him. From the terrifying blood traces, it could be concluded that the Scarlet Emperor, a rancor from 6,000 years ago, was injured to the brink of death by Yue Yang. If not for his divine tool, he wouldn't be able to flee under Yue Yang's powerful advancements. Although he escaped, luck played a part too. Most of the credit would go to his divine tool, if not the outcome would have been unpredictable. On the other hand, Yue Yang smashed into the stone wall. He who was in a berserk state had immensely strong defense mechanism. Although he was hit by the energy fountain, it did not injure him at all. Being hit just made him even angrier and agitated. Having lost his target, Yue Yang kept smashing the stone wall with his fists. The entire evil dragon lair was almost razed to the ground by him. Bloody Queen Red broke out from the stone wall and threw herself at Yue Yang. She embraced him, ignoring the dangers. She had blood oozing out of her mouth, and a bloodied hole could be seen through her chest. Numerous light and electricity was sizzling around her wound, as if some sort of mutation was happening. But the bloody Queen Red ignored all the mutations that was going on as she embraced Yue Yang, who was preparing to chase after the Scarlet Emperor tightly. She yelled with a tear-streaked face. "I'm fine, come to your senses, stop acting like this." She was worried that Yue Yang, who lost his rationality, would be injured if he continued to chase after the Scarlet Emperor. As he did not know how to defend himself, this made it extremely easy for him to be attacked. Bloody Queen Red was even more worried that Yue Yang's body would be harmed from being too angry. Her heart ached for him, and at the same time she was also worried for him. Feeling such a complex emotion, she called out to her master, crying. She hoped that he could come to his senses with her voice. The barbarian Cow Shadow and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen was similarly calling out to Yue Yang as they crowded around him anxiously. At first its effect was insignificant. But after some time, Yue Yang's body shook slightly as he regained his consciousness. Yue Yang's ruthless wrath started to subside. The redness in his eyes began to subside, as he started to regain his rationality. Bloody Queen Red was so happy that she started crying and laughing. Her tear-streaked face made Yue Yang's heart ache from watching. When Yue Yang became sober, he looked around him in shock. The whole evil dragon lair was crumbling under his attacks, but as if he had forgotten what he did, he asked the lot dazedly. "What happened just now? The Scarlet Emperor escaped? Why didn't I go according to my plans? Ah, this place is going to collapse soon, we have to leave quickly, let's talk about this later." Under them, numerous fire in form of purple golden lotus returned quickly to float around Yue Yang. Yue Yang was confused. What was happening? Are these fires mine? He wasn't able to think at the moment. He stopped paying attention to the purple golden fires when he saw that they didn't clash with the Nirvana flame. They only avoided the Nirvana flame and floated by themselves. He had to get out of the evil dragon lair before they could talk about anything. Embracing the heavily injured bloody Queen Red, Yue Yang flew out from out the crumbling evil dragon lair through the hole in the west side of the stone wall. On the way, huge rocks kept falling down. The roof rocked violently as the mountain peak that was a few hundred meters above ground started to crumble too. Yue Yang, who was speeding up in his flying, turned his head to look at the ancient ceiling circle that wasn't affected by the collapsing at all. He sighed, thinking that he might not be able to study the ceiling circle as of now. As the barbarian Cow Shadow and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen tidied up the battleground, bloody Queen Red was enjoying her master's embrace happily. Blushing, she lay in Yue Yang's embrace as they flew out of the lair in his arms. It wasn't that she lost her ability to fly, her action now was similar to a human girl acting coy. Bloody Queen Red did not know how this action of hers would help to promote her emotional growth, and she did not want to think of anything now. All she wanted was to enjoy her master's embrace joyfully. She only knew that she liked this feeling. When Yue Yang flew out of the evil dragon lair, Kailan Girl and Xia Wen Li were already waiting outside. According to original plans, they were in charge of killing the Scarlet Emperor. Yue Yang felt that he mustn't let the Scarlet Emperor off, so he sent the girls out for backup. Looking at Yue Yang, Kailan Girl looked at him apologetically. "The Scarlet Emperor is too cunning, he is protected by a divine tool, so I wasn't able to kill him. I may be able to kill the Scarlet Concubine who had fainted. She isn't able to attack now, so she is of no threat to Lamia Loli and I, but I couldn't bear to attack her. So, I let her off." She kicked a detached foot toward Yue Yang casually. It was obvious that it was the foot of the Scarlet Emperor. Yue Yang nodded and used his platinum storage ring to keep the detached foot. Nothing could be done about not being able to kill the Scarlet Emperor because, after all, he was protected by his divine tool. It was already a pleasant surprise for Yue Yang that they were able to slash off one foot of the Scarlet Emperor. If the Kailan Girl were to kill the Scarlet Emperor, it would leave a regret in Yue Yang's heart, because it would be a pity not to kill such a strong opponent with his own hands. As long as he could injure the Scarlet Emperor badly, Yue Yang believed that with time and his own improvements, it would be possible for him to battle to see who's stronger. Behind him, barbarian Cow Shadow Aman carried the giant golden spirit absorbing bell out. Inside the bell were many fragments of the metal fort. If it wasn't that they couldn't stay any longer, she would have picked up more fragments. As for the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, she had already eaten the dead body of Fire Breath and conveniently brought out the dead body of the brick red dragon, which was killed instantly by Yue Yang. The evil dragon lair collapsed completely as the mountains around sunk and cracked into many pieces. Two of the huge rubble pieces sent mud and broken fragments splattering into the air. They then fell into the deep valley, causing a huge sound that shook the entire place. The echo resonated for a long time. It's a pity, as the ancient rune ceiling circle was buried below the rocks. We must return here if we have time and study it. I feel that the ancient ceiling circle must be very valuable. After the fight, Yue Yang was very exhausted and needed to rest urgently. Also, he was afraid that Shun Tian and the Black Prince will take advantage of his weariness to attack him now. So before Kylan girl goes back to hibernate and while Xia Wen Li and the rest were still safe, they had to return back to the grimoire world to rest. Once Yue Yang returned to the grimoire world, he went to sleep exhaustedly even before he could sort out all the possessions he had acquired. This was his safest home. Yue Yang was extremely relaxed here. Kylan girl smiled and disappeared with a dash of colorful light. Xia Wen Li, who was exhausted from the battle, also went back to rest in Yue Yang's body. The most important thing was that by doing so, she could also help Yue Yang recuperate faster. When the sickly beauty saw the tear streaks left on Bloody Queen Red's face, she seemed to understand something. The sickly beauty then nodded her head and smiled towards Bloody Queen Red. He's covered in dirt, I'll have to fetch some water for him to wash up, come and help too. The sickly beauty said in a soft voice. On hearing that, Bloody Queen Red was a little startled. She then lowered her head immediately and replied okay in a small voice. Immediately upon waking up, Yue Yang teleported back to Bonan Town. At the hall of the Warrior Guild, Yue Yang sent a few messengers to send a secret message to warn Xizun, the Night Empress, the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Elder Nangong, Ascetic Practice Saint, Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai respectively, that the Scarlet Emperor from 6,000 years ago had escaped from the ancient sealing circle. Yue Yang stated in the messages that even though the Scarlet Emperor had sustained heavy injuries when he escaped, with his powers, he would probably recover in no time. With powers that were at least above Sky Rank level 6, the Scarlet Emperor was an extremely scheming and crazed warrior. He would definitely destroy the existing order in the entire Tongtian Tower if he reappeared after recovering from his injuries. Also, all the warriors who defied his wishes would be mercilessly wiped out. Everyone must, therefore, be prepared for the worst. Yue Yang currently had no better method as to how they should fight the Scarlet Emperor and had left it to Elder Nangong and the rest to trouble about it. Whatever that Yue Yang could do, he had already done it. Right now, their only hope would be that Xizun could put up a fight against the Scarlet Emperor. If she was able to reach a standoff with him, he wouldn't be able to be too cocky. Of course, there was difficulty to realize this wish, as Yue Yang knew that apart from the Prison Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor was a powerful person who was unrivaled 6,000 years ago. He was invincible and had dominated the Heaven Realm with his strong powers. The Scarlet Emperor may not possess the same kind of terrifying powers as those of Ming Yu Guang, Su Kong and Zhu Xiao, the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm, but it was possible that he was close to that level of existence. The Scarlet Emperor had lived confidently in ease even under the all-out suppression by the Prison Emperor. This point itself, is sufficient proof of the Scarlet Emperor's formidable powers. Although Xizun was undoubtedly very strong, she was just too young when compared to the Scarlet Emperor. Furthermore, only Xizun herself would know what realm her cultivation level was at. The Scarlet Emperor possessed at least one divine-ranked equipment, Guardian Divine Shield, in addition to having the Scarlet Concubine as his able assistant. He also owned numerous other treasures. An expert in shooting energy light pillars at will, the Scarlet Emperor's eyes also possessed super-killing powers. Beast, unknown. After the attacks, Shun Tian as well as the Black Prince and even more innates might join the Scarlet Emperor as he knew the way to enter into the Heaven Realm, which was an enticing offer they can't resist. In everyone's letter, Yue Yang described in detail the Scarlet Emperor's powers, his artifacts and the current situation they faced. The letters to Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai contained the biggest warnings. The Scarlet Emperor, being a ranker of the Soaring Dragon Continent like the Prison Emperor, would definitely make his first comeback at the Soaring Dragon Continent. There is reason to believe that Xia and the Yu clan would be the first targets of the Scarlet Emperor to be annihilated to show who's boss. I would suggest for the younger generation to step out of the public eye and to hide somewhere safe for the next 3 months. Only after the war with the Scarlet Emperor has been ascertained to have subsided, should they return home. Yue Yang even sent messages to Yekong and Fatty Hai, asking them to return to the Soaring Dragon Continent promptly as well as to vanish immediately from the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower. Shun Tian and the Black Prince could have struck in advance and had the likes of Fatty Hai captured as hostages. For warriors of their status, there wasn't any need for them to take action personally when at their command. Countless of fallen warriors could have surrounded and seized Yekong and Fatty Hai. At the Warrior Guild, the receptionist stared at Yue Yang stunned. It cost 1,000 gold to convey one top-secret letter and this man had just sent out dozens. Such extravagant behavior was truly extreme prodigality. If there isn't anything terribly important, ordinary letters are just as safe. It's only that top-secret letters are conveyed more secretively. Before the receptionist was finished, Yue Yang had already piled over 10,000 gold on the counter and said solemnly, "These letters are all extremely important. They concern innumerable lives and must be conveyed in top secret." Understood. The receptionist was shocked by Yue Yang's solemn tone and nodded gravely, indicating that the letters would be conveyed in absolute secrecy as requested. Leaving the Great Hall of the Warrior Guild, Yue Yang teleported to an unfamiliar region where he'd never been to. After he ensured that he wasn't being shadowed, he returned to the grimoire world. The sickly beauty was right in the middle of teaching Yu Shuang to study. She was very stringent and strictly forbade her student to be distracted. In the beginning, the little girl wasn't used to it and acted like a spoiled child to her brother for help. However, after suffering a few punishments, the little girl smartened up and realized that some things just proved to be impossible for her brother. Knowing that her brother couldn't protect her, she had gotten used to listening attentively during lessons. Now, she would barely even blink upon seeing that Yue Yang has returned, when previously, she would have gotten up and thrown herself at him without a care in the world. Yue Yang himself didn't expect that the sickly beauty could discipline the mischievous little girl to become so obedient. Still, it was a good thing. There must be someone to be strict to the little girl. It wouldn't do if everyone simply spoiled her. Looking around, he didn't see the bloody Queen Red. How was the condition of her injury? Yue Yang remembered that her injuries were quite severe. She even had a hole through her chest. When Yue Yang looked around and didn't find her, he reckoned that she would be resting in the cloud castle suspended in midair. Despite the fact that he never visited the place ordinarily, he made an exception this time and went up to take a look at her. The bloody Queen Red was heaving a sigh. The reason was that her wound in the chest wasn't healing as fast as her injuries used to. The blood arrow filled with the force of resentment was building up in her body and couldn't be expelled no matter what. Putting aside the pain, how could she present herself to people in her current state? The bloody Queen Red recalled the time when she peeked at her master and mistress having sex and he had especially enjoyed kissing and fondling the mistress's breast. She had figured that her master must really like women with perfect and flawless bodies. She looked at the bloody mess on her chest that wouldn't heal and thought that her master wouldn't like it. She removed her armor, looked at her wound and then at the clothes which the mistress had given her as a present. She let out another sigh. If only she wasn't injured, she could have worn the clothes. It was rare that the mistress gifted her with such a beautiful suit of clothes. Yue Yang entered the cloud castle and found that the bloody Queen Red had decorated the place pretty nicely with many special features. Although it still couldn't compare to the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo's garden-like bedroom, it was still much better than the simple place of the barbarian cow shadow. Thinking that the bloody Queen Red would be resting, he knocked carelessly to indicate that he was entering. Upon entering, he found her half naked and clutching a clothes in her hand. Her face was bright red and she looked at him in bewilderment. Don't know how to wear your new clothes. Yue Yang was also slightly embarrassed but he reacted smoothly and walked in naturally instead of slamming the door. He then gently draped the clothes from the sickly beauty over the bloody Queen Red's shoulders, pretending to be unaffected. The bloody Queen Red felt shy and embarrassed. The reason why she was shy in her master's presence was because of the ugly wound on her chest and not because of her nakedness. She felt inferior and upset. She covered her wound hurriedly with her hands hoping that he wouldn't notice. When Yue Yang draped the clothes over her shoulders, she dropped her head even more, afraid to look at his eyes. The bloody Queen Red was extremely touched that he came to visit her yet secretly hated that she had allowed him to see her when she had the unsightly wound that hadn't healed. Yue Yang lightly embraced the bloody Queen Red and caressed the top of her head. Ever since she entered into a contract with him, the bloody Queen Red's appearance had changed every time she ranked up. Not only did she become more powerful, her body also became more and more perfect. Most importantly, was the awakening of her intelligence, which made her more human-like. The bloody Queen Red may not win with her combat powers when compared to the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and Barbarian Cow Shadow. Yet, she surpassed them both greatly in terms of humanization. Sometimes, Yue Yang would even forget that she was a beast. He would treat her like a real girl instead. Despite being able to have independent thoughts, the bloody Queen Red always prioritized Yue Yang whenever she acted. She had immediately dashed to save him by using herself as a human shield, without thought for her own safety, when his life had been in danger. Is the wound hurting a lot? Yue Yang asked softly as his hand slipped down her hair and caressed her back. The bloody Queen Red shook her head vigorously, in fear of her master knowing that her wound was actually very painful. Release your hands and let me take a look. Yue Yang also found it strange as to why isn't the wound healed after being hit by the blood arrow. Guardian beasts had very powerful healing abilities which were definitely the best out of all beasts. The barbarian cow Shadow Man used to often be injured by enemies, impaled and even had a big half of her body cut open. Within a day, she would have recovered fully and the bloody Queen Red should also be healed at the same rate. Physical injuries were considered to be light damage to guardian beasts, where only super severe internal injuries would have weakened them for a longer period of time. The bloody Queen Red continued to shake her head. However, under Yue Yang's insistence, she slowly released the small hands that covered her wound. Yue Yang tried his best to not pay much attention to her snow-white and firm assets, instead, he used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to examine her injury. The bloody Queen Red's face was burning hot. Her body slowly heated up and stiffened unnaturally under the gaze of her master. Even though Yue Yang breathed evenly, she could easily sense the changing heat in her master's breathing as the skin on her chest had become extra sensitive. His breath, hot and heavy, assailed her nostrils which further stirred up strange feelings in her she couldn't explain. The two most sensitive little buds on her chest unexpectedly hardened up, with a tinge of pain and an unexplainable sadness. The bloody Queen Red suddenly had a realization as to why the mistress liked the master to fondle her chest. It was as if her body had a natural and indescribable desire for her master's large hands. Could it be that just like her mistress's body does, her body craved for the love and favor of her master? Thinking of this, the bloody Queen Red's heart thumped even faster. A feeling of shyness bubbled in her heart. It was hard to describe the complicatedness of what felt like excitement, fondness as well as longing. However, the bloody Queen Red can be sure of one thing, which was that she felt a kind of sweet happiness she couldn't describe in her heart. It was as if she drank honeydew to quench her thirst in summer. The indescribable feeling was just as beautiful as the one she felt yesterday while flying in her master's embrace. The Nirvana flame emerged from Yue Yang's palm as he prepared to cleanse the bloody Queen Red's body from the invading energy. The bloody Queen Red's heartbeat immediately sped up by 100 as her master's hand reached out to her just like how he had reached out to her mistress in their foreplay. Of course, she knew clearly that it was only to heal her, but she simply couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Just before making contact with the bloody Queen Red's skin, Yue Yang's hand stopped. The bloody Queen Red was nervous as hell, the desire in her heart only grew stronger as her sensitive skin felt the heat from his palm. She wanted desperately to grab his hand and press it firmly on her chest, but her embarrassment made her hold herself back. She half closed her eyes, feeling very conflicted as she wanted to watch yet was dreadfully shy. Her heartbeat was 200. Yue Yang faintly mumbled to himself for quite a while before suddenly retracting the Nirvana flame. He sensed a new type of fire in his body, the type of fire which had some kind of special connection to the blood arrow inside the bloody Queen Red's chest. If he used the new type of fire to heal her, it might yield better results. Unarguably, the Nirvana flame could purify everything. However, Yue Yang felt a sudden urge to just try since he could possibly attempt new techniques under certain special circumstances. This new type of fire was created when Yue Yang had lost his mind in a wildly furious berserk mode. Yue Yang found it hard to understand that he had this sort of ability. Against all reason, it was the truth. As Yue Yang began to agglomerate the new fire, his palm slowly turned a shade of purplish gold. Petal by petal, small flames emerged. Dancing in the air, they merged at contact to form a larger unit. Rather than looking like a flame, the units looked more like purple gold lotus petals. Yue Yang then coagulated the lotus petals with his Yang ability before they automatically took the shape of a purple gold fire lotus. What made Yue Yang most pleasantly surprised was that the purple gold fire lotus had a deterrent force of some form of wrath. The larger the fire lotus, the stronger the deterrent force. When the purple gold fire lotus became a 3-level 18-petaled lotus seat, Yue Yang felt that the entire sky was filled with the power of wrath, as if a raise of his hand would shake the heaven and earth. A fire energy with powers of emotional coercion, what a truly magical flame. Yue Yang tried many different forms and found it to be endlessly marvelous. There was great value in future research, plus it could very well continue to upgrade. He had no idea how it was formed while he was in berserk mode, and no idea how many types of power it contained. There is still one thing Yue Yang was sure of. This type of purple gold fire lotus surely comprised of the energy of the scarlet concubine's scarlet lotus fire. However, its quality, might and essence were all very much superior to that of the scarlet lotus fire. Let us call this new type of fire Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. Yue Yang presently lacked the time to explore how he was able to create a new type of fire in his berserk mode and immediately tried to manipulate the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus to heal the bloody Queen Red's injury. His hands gently pressed onto the bloody Queen Red's proud and soft chest. The bloody Queen Red's whole body jolted and even her fingers trembled. She wasn't in agony but was at ease. Despite having seen her mistress's delighted face while being fondled before when she had peeped at her master and mistress making love, the bloody Queen Red had absolutely no idea that the feeling was as such. With her eyes tightly closed, she resisted the pleasure flowing through her body and withheld the moan that almost escaped. Countless petals of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus entered her wound under Yue Yang's control and the blood arrow with surging resentment from the scarlet concubine was expelled in just split seconds. The blood arrow, like a serpent, possessed a special kind of will comprising of a crazy desire to kill, resentment as well as desperate destructiveness. It was ruthlessly powerful and just happened to form an inseparable single entity. If it wasn't that the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus had a far better willpower of coercion by wrath, the blood arrow wouldn't have been expelled that easily. Yue Yang grabbed the blood arrow with one hand with an original intent to destroy it but right then, had a bright idea to fuse and refine it with the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. He didn't know if it will work and merely wanted to try it, like a blessing to his soul. The Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus had the fury of Yue Yang when he was in his berserk mode. The blood arrow on the other hand, had the resentment of the scarlet concubine. When the two were fused and refined, the energies would collide to release a boundless might. There wouldn't be any blast waves but the regret and envelopment of this type of wrath would be even scarier. It could totally scare someone with weak willpower to death. The bloody Queen Red was also almost compelled to escape the wrath of both wills, however, she was reluctant to leave her master. She then bravely flung her arms open and embraced Yue Yang tightly with her naked body. If she hid in his embrace, she wouldn't have anything to fear, nor have to care for anything in the world. Yue Yang was also clear that she was being affected and used a hand to shield her back and channeled his innate qi into her body to help her fight against the spiritual impact of the power of the wraths. After 10 minutes of the merged refinement, when they were on the verge of successfully accomplishing, Yue Yang planted a light kiss on the Bloody Queen Red's forehead and gently said, "I'm going to reward you with a treasure to commend you, so go on and summon the flame whip out." The skill of the Bloody Queen Red, the flame whip, was a special reward when she had leveled up to gold ranked level 4. When the Bloody Queen Red had coagulated the flame whip as requested, Yue Yang further merged the ball of refined fire of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus and the Blood Arrow into the flame whip. It was yet another bold attempt. The possibility of failure was enormous. However, the good news was that Yue Yang succeeded. He had put in a lot of effort and had used up much of his innate qi. After great difficulty, he had managed to fully integrate the 3 totally different types of fire to form a new flame whip. The power of the flame whip after the success not only shocked the Bloody Queen Red, it was also beyond the expectation of Yue Yang, as its power was extremely strong. The formidable power produced by the perfect combination of blending the fury of Yue Yang's berserk mode, the resentment of the Scarlet Concubine's despair and the original power of pain of the flame whip, was believed to be able to shock all life forms. A hit from the new flame whip would definitely cause unbearable pain. It didn't just have the power of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus and the Scarlet Lotus Fire. It also had the fury from the berserk mode, the resentment from despair as well as the original pain from the whip. The flame whip was originally a skill shared by both the Bloody Queen Red and Yue Yang. That relationship hadn't changed as the remodeled flame whip continued to be a skill shared by both. Yue Yang was very pleased with the remodeled flame whip and its power. He even renamed the flame whip as Whip of Agony. When the Bloody Queen Red used the Whip of Agony to flog enemies in the future, it was guaranteed to be so pleasurable that the enemies would be scared witless and scream for Her Majesty. The Bloody Queen Red was very moved. She wanted to hug her master and fly about in the air to act out her happiness from the bottom of her heart. But, she doesn't dare to actually do it. She clenched her hands into fists and repressed her emotions as Yue Yang still wasn't done. Yue Yang noted that the wound in the Bloody Queen Red's chest wasn't fully improving. He then placed his palm over the wound once again and used his innate qi to gently heal her wound. Only after he saw that her naked body was once again smooth and flawless was he satisfied enough to stop. "It's all right now." Yue Yang directed a smile at the Bloody Queen Red. This time he was truly tired. His brows were beaded with sweat but his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Looking at the exhausted face of her master and his bright smile, the Bloody Queen Red felt her eyes burning up and tears escaped from her eyes. She couldn't help it and tightly pressed Yue Yang's hand onto her soft chest. She then suddenly flung her arms wide once again and pulled him into her embrace. Her cherry lips then searched clumsily in a flurry, before she kissed her master emotionally. It was as if she could only express how deeply touched she was in her heart by doing that. Bloody Queen Red had a drastic change after she initiated a kiss with Yue Yang. She no longer stays in the cloud castle suspended in the air but flew down to help the sickly beauty. She was eager to help out with anything. Even when the sickly beauty was studying the heaven runes, she would help to look after Yu Shuang. The sickly beauty had expected this to happen long ago. She smiled softly as she instructed Bloody Queen Red with all kinds of daily chores, making Bloody Queen Red happy and busy with all the jobs. When Yue Yang saw it, he burst out laughing for a long while. He went to sleep feeling at ease, as he fought the Big Loli in his dreams to digest the experiences he gained from fighting with the Scarlet Emperor. The Big Loli could imitate the Scarlet Emperor, Scarlet Concubine, Shuntian and the Black Prince's attack completely, and even more perfectly without any mistakes. Yue Yang was beaten up badly by her. But after a few rounds, Yue Yang realized excitedly that he could gradually get used to the terrifying fighting tempo now. If he were to meet the Shuntian, Black Prince and the others again, he wouldn't be so miserable as before. Of course, he wasn't so sure if that would be the case if he meet the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine again. Because once they recover and return back to being Sky-rank Innates, no one would be able to fight with them except for Zhizun. Luckily Yue Yang's second attack injured the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine heavily. On top of that, Xia Wen Li and the Kailan girl succeeded in their ambush too, causing the Scarlet Emperor to be on the brink of death. Even though he managed to escape, he and the Scarlet Concubine would need at least a year and a half before they could return to their best state. Shuntian, the Black Prince, Thousand Goblins Sect Leader, Prison Emperor Divine General, Demon King Ha Xian, Great Demon King Baruth, Su Kong and Zhu Xiao who were Heaven Realm great leaders. Yue Yang had countless enemies. As the saying goes, when you're covered with lice, you don't feel the itch. Yue Yang felt that it makes sense. He already had so many enemies that the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine would just be 2 new additions to the collection. Yue Yang was training in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower peacefully. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Baoer, Anna and Lin En were just back from their trainings as they sat down in the Warriors' Tavern. Everyone was there. Some were binge drinking, others were counting their gold coins, some others were teasing the waitress. Fatty Hai and the lot led a carefree life these few days, because after coming out of the 5 Elements Palace, their combined power had increased sharply. Even at the very least, their courage and guts had increased. Compared to the harsh conditions in the Five Elements Palace, the other places, even for those red warning regions, they felt that those areas weren't as challenging anymore. The consecutive successes boosted their morale tremendously. May I ask if the two of you are Mr. Ye Kong and Mr. Haida? A secret messenger from the Warrior Guild took out his tracking map and studied it repeatedly before approaching the duo. Yes, it's me. What is it? You want to train with me? Fatty Hai thought the man was from the Assassin Guild and wanted to find trouble with him. Being called out for a fight, then fighting and pretending to be weak, followed by unleashing his real power and beating his opponent to a pulp. Fatty Hai liked this lifestyle a lot. Normally after finishing a fight, he would tell the other party arrogantly. Do I have to tell you that I have a level 2 bronze-ranked Iron Rhinoceros? I'm a low-profile person. In the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, although his power wouldn't allow him to disregard everyone, he was still strong enough to fight off ordinary adventurers. In reality, through Yue Yang's special guidance and under the power boost from large amount of magic crystals, Fatty Hai's Iron Rhinoceros was no longer a useless beast like how it was in the past. It had evolved gradually from being level 2 bronze rank to becoming a level 4 silver rank silver rhinoceros. And then, after the super power boost by Yue Yang's Beast Spirit Pill and Demon's Orb, it became a level 5 gold ranked gold rhinoceros. Not only does it have a bright future, it was of great help to its owner too. Forget about normal beasts, even the golden mammoth that contracted with Fatty Hai spontaneously had to call it his boss. The only pity was that the gold rhinoceros couldn't personify, and with its powers being boosted, its weight would be boosted too. Ye Kong used to make fun that even if the gold rhinoceros were to become a holy beast, it would be a gorgeous beauty. With both the gold rhinoceros and the golden mammoth, together with a smart hippo and an even smarter wind breath seabird, it would be hard for Fatty Hai to remain humble. Although he just reached the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, he had defeated lots of foreign experts. Forget about distant regions, Fatty Hai already gotten himself a nickname, Shameless Fat Devil, in the region around the Tongtian Tower, breaking the record of the time an expert received a nickname upon entering the Soaring Dragon Continent. It was just that this nickname made people a little speechless. Mr. Shui Donglu used a top-secret method to send both of you a letter. The both of you will have to prove to me your real identity, including the pass signed by the introducer in the past, if not, I have the authority to reject giving you the letter. The man before them who was surrounded by a weird haze around him and only had his eyes exposed. He then warned Fatty Hai sternly not to act crazy because he was drunk, if not all discussions would cease. Shiro, Shui Donglu is the old fox, in case you guys can't remember, Fatty Hai became spiritless from hearing. He then laughed bootlickingly. Please pardon me, I'll get just 2 more shots. Shui Donglu is my mentor, he definitely has important matters to relay. This is my bronze card, and damn monkey, hurry up, okay, all our cards are here, please verify, yes that's right, yes, I'm Haida Fu and he is Ye Kong. The thick smoke in the messenger's hand dispersed as he handed them an item. It was a confidential article. But the odd thing was that the confidential article was packed within a transparent box with a rune circle on it. This was the protective casing for confidential articles of the Warrior Guild. It was rumored that even innate rankers couldn't destroy it. Anyone who wished to destroy the protective casing would trigger a warning to the Warrior Guild and the Warrior Guild would then chase back the article at all cost. Although the fees of 1,000 gold was expensive, the article would be so protected that no robbers would think of snatching it. Are you sure that you have sufficient ability to accept and protect this letter? This was the first thing the messenger asked. Yes, I have. Fatty Hai rest assured him immediately. Is the surrounding safe? The messenger asked next. I think it's safe. Fatty Hai looked around the warrior tavern, apart from a few drunkard and waitress, the rest were all his friends. May I ask if you carry with you any teleportation stone or scroll to leave this place with the article at any time? This was the third thing the messenger asked. Yes. Fatty Hai fished out his teleportation stone quickly to show him. At last, after the messenger's repeated confirmation about Fatty Hai's abilities, he finally gave it to him and then left quickly. The messenger's series of serious actions made everyone baffled. What exactly was written in the letter that made Yue Yang send this confidential article? Everyone crowded around as they wanted to take a look at it, but they still had manners and turned their heads away, although they were dead curious about it. Only Ye Kong and Fatty Hai leaned close to each other and looked at it. Because the letter was dedicated to both of them by Shui Donglu. After a few seconds, everyone realized that Fatty Hai was perspiring profusely and Ye Kong was similarly gulping his saliva as his Adam's apple moved up and down from anxiety. Forget about the observant Lin and Anna, even the careless Fan Lun Tai and muddle-headed Baoer knew that something was wrong. Prince Tian Luo and Xue Tanlang exchanged glances as they realized that something must have happened in Soaring Dragon Continent. Fatty Hai looked at the lot as he forced out a smile that looked even worse than him crying as he waved at Xue Tanlang. Xue Tanlang came over and snatched the letter away. When he saw it, he reeled in shock. Prince Tian Luo followed him immediately. He glanced through it and balled up his fist instantly. Fatty, what happened? The Ox-head party leader Li Ao rarely speaks up, but he was actually a meticulous leader that only looked careless on the outside. He asked the lot in a serious tone. Ha ha ha, nothing, it's just that the old sow at my house was giving birth and experiencing a little difficulties, so I decided to go back to see what I can do. But it is no simple sow, it is my favorite. So Fatty Hai snatched the letter back and he stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. On seeing it, Lin En and Anna were even more pessimistic about the situation. They couldn't even let the rest take a look at the letter, it would mean that the issue must be very serious. So it was definitely not that his sow was experiencing difficult labor. Is this true? Fan Tai Lung did not buy it. How could a letter citing a sow experiencing difficult labor be a top secret letter? Wow, I didn't know that the status of pigs in the Soaring Dragon Continent are so high. The four orc were very happy and said enviously. No matter where we are, the status of pigs is always very low. It must be a rare valuable pig. See, I said that there's some kind of legendary pig beast that will bring luck to people. Baoer hadn't gone out to see the world, so she was easily deceived by Fatty Ha's act. Yes indeed, it's very rare. We decided to go back too to see what we can help with. Ye Kong coughed and nodded his head. Let's go. Xuetan Lang turned and prepared to leave. I wonder if we can take a look at the valuable pig of the Soaring Dragon Continent too? I am a healing type warrior, so I may be of some help. Anna tried to probe. Because every continents have their own rules, we can't bring you all back without the permission of our mentors. How about we go back and seek their permission? Take care everyone, maybe it won't be long till we meet again in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Prince Tianluo was more tactful as to leave the explanations to the last. Xuetan Lang, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers all flew out at a breakneck speed, and hurried to the teleportation of the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. The ox-headed Fan Lun Tai let out a deafening roar. Stop, all of you stop. Lin En, who was always good-natured, became incensed completely too. He looked at Prince Tianluo in the eye. Although we just got to know each other, we've been through thick and thin together, our friendship is like that of Damon and Pythias already. During the battle, you all saved my life several times, so do you all think that we'll leave y'all in lurch when you are facing difficulties? Tell us your problem, we'll face it together. Anna nodded too. I don't know what your mentor told you all, but this definitely isn't the way to solve a problem. We are your friends and battle companions, we have the right to know the truth, even if it's just a sentence. Prince Tianluo inhaled deeply. He glanced the lot and said what that shocked everyone. From today onwards, we're no longer friends. What? Ox-head party leader Li Ao grabbed Prince Tianluo by the collar angrily and glared at him with his ox eyes. What did you say just now? Stop wasting time, let's go. Ye Kong's shout came from a distance. Prince Tianluo shook his body slightly, as he shook off Li Ao's hand and flew off. The red-eyed ox-head Fan Lun Tai let out a thunderous roar as she broke out through the walls of the tavern directly and chased after them. She stretched out her giant hands in an attempt to grab Ye Kong. But Ye Kong rose into mid-air to dodge her advance. Fan Lun Tai was incensed and turned to grab Fatty Hai instead. If you don't explain clearly, don't think about leaving. Fatty Hai waved a punch at Fan Lun Tai which sent her flying into the air. He then spoke aloofly. Lunatic bitch, I don't even know you. Xuetan Lang was the fastest as he had already teleported away. Li brothers also rushed to the teleportation circle as they prepared for their teleportation. Y'all are really leaving like that? Believe me, you just have to say one sentence no matter what the issue is. Lin En moved in a flash, stopping Ye Kong and Fatty Hai before they teleported away. Our partnership has ended, this is your share. Ye Kong then sprinkled all the magic crystals and gold coins in his arms onto the ground, and then together with Ye Kong, they walked in front of Lin En, expressionless. Lin En's pupil expanded. He balled up his fist and fought hard to stop himself from moving as he watched the duo leave. What a fool, why didn't you stop them? Without them leading, we wouldn't be able to get to the Soaring Dragon Continent. Fan Lun Tai with blood oozing out of her mouth shouted at Lin En furiously. If they want to leave, we wouldn't be able to make them stay, Lin En sighed. Baoer was already in a mess from all her crying and with tears streaking her face. Even Anna had tears streaming down her face. Her previously friendly comrades suddenly became cold and aloof. What happened in between? What exactly did Ye Kong and Fatty Ha's mentor, Shui Donglu, tell them? Although they hadn't taken a look at the letter, they could guess a little from the abnormal reactions of Fatty Hai and the rest. The heartless departure of them wasn't because they were really cold-hearted, but because they did not want to be a burden to everyone. Something must have happened in the Soaring Dragon Continent that made them so anxious and leave so hurriedly without any explanations. And what that happened must be dire. Scoundrels, I hate this kind of people the most. Cowards, bastards, scaredy cats. They actually abandoned their mates. You all think that you are being noble like that? I think all of you are fools. I hate people like you all who so timid yet so full of yourself. Fan Luntai scolded loudly. But as she continued, 2 big drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. What now? Ox Head Party leader Li Ao turned to look at Lin En. Although he was the leader, during an important moment like this, he still have to see the decision made by Lin En and Anna. Lin En and Anna looked at each other and lowered their head to ponder for a long while. Finally, they arrived at a decision. We'll go to the warrior guild to ask about what's happening first. When the lot arrived at the warrior guild, even before they could speak, the middle-aged warrior Ouyujen shouted to them. Amongst you all, where is Yekong and Fatty Hai? Titan Jr. sent them a confidential article which is awaiting their acknowledgements, but the messenger couldn't find them. Anna, Lin and AMS the rest were shocked. 2 confidential articles? Titan sent them one too? A man came out from inside. It was Chief Matthew who was sulking. It's 3. The Xia Kingdom's Emperor, Jun Wuyu sent one too. Other than the addressee, no one else, not even best friends or siblings were allowed to receive the top secret message. Lin En and the rest did not know what the content was, neither do they know the truth, so out of no choice, they chose to stay somewhere near the warrior guild. They hoped to stop Yue Yang at the teleportation circle of the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower to get a sensing of what is happening in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Ox Head Fan Luntai suggested to send Yue Yang a letter, but Anna rejected it after some considerations. Lin En and the Ox Head Party leader Li Ao also felt that since their master, Shui Donglu asked Fatty Hai and Yekong to leave the team so that they wouldn't burden their teammates, Yue Yang would definitely do the same. They felt that it would be better to stop Yue Yang and ask him personally. When they were still in the middle of their discussions, Ouyujen and Chief Matthew came. They brought a shocking news to Lin En and the lot. The Black Hell King had officially declared war on Xia Kingdom of the Soaring Dragon Continent. All warriors and allies of Xia Kingdom would be included in the killing range of the Black Hell Army. Shiro, previously translated as Dark Prison King, changing it to Black Hell King, who is Black Hell King. Baoer, who had just entered the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, did not know who the Black Hell King is. He is a fallen innate from 6,000 years ago. He was originally called Prison Emperor Divine General. He has terrifying power that is above innate level 10. He has a lot of followers who are all very strong, forming his Black Hell army completely made up of fallen warriors. There's already 4 warriors that are above level 7 innate. Ouyujen said with a serious face. Ah, then isn't Titan that brat in a dangerous situation? Oxhead Fan Luntai reeled in shock from hearing. Let's send a top-secret letter quickly and make Brother Titan leave the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Baoer was anxious as she pulled Anna's hand to urge her to make a decision. He isn't the one who should leave, you all are. Kids, the tumultuous time has arrived, go back to where you live originally, the 6th floor is no longer safe. I understand about your friendship ties, but the most rational choice now will be to return back to safety, this will be best for you and for them. The Black Hell Army is very strong, without the protection of innates, you all will be in danger. Once Chief Matthew said it, the 4 orc girls jumped uncontrollably, while Li Ao and Lin En shook their heads slightly. The situation right now was exactly what Chief Matthew described. But for them to get back to where they stayed originally now would be impossible. Yue Yang did not know about the Black Hell King declaring war on Xia Kingdom at all. When he came out of the grimoire world, he teleported back immediately. His plan was to get to the 3rd floor of Tongtian Tower to find out the secret of the place where the Blood Queen Red's mother roamed. Although the Scarlet Emperor was a great threat, Yue Yang estimated that he wouldn't recuperate fully before half a year. When he returned to the teleportation circle in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, he was a little startled when he saw Anna and Lin En waiting from a distance. What is going on? Baoer reacted the fastest as she had already dashed towards Yue Yang, crying. What are you still doing here? Go back quickly, and Road Quo, ox-headed Fan Luntai charged forth. We're going to bash the goddamn Black Hell King. Black Hell King? Yue Yang was dumbfounded, what has this got to do with the Black Hell King? It's like this. The Black Hell King has officially declared war on Xia Kingdom, Lin En's words stunned Yue Yang. Declaring war? Did he take the wrong medicine? You don't know about it. Anna was startled, if Yue Yang did not know about what's going on with the Black Hell King, then what for did he send Fatty Hai and Yekong a top-secret letter? Baoer was afraid that Yue Yang would leave immediately, so she used her octopus-like tangling skill to grab onto his arms. Bring us to the Soaring Dragon Continent, we want to help too, no matter how insignificant our help may be, if we work hand in hand, we can definitely fight off the intruders. Don't add on to the trouble, there's none of your business here, little kid. Yue Yang shook his hands twice, but couldn't get away from the pestering of the big lowly golden elf. Our power may be weak, but we're friends, and battling companions, if you think that we aren't useless, and are people you can battle together with, then bring us to the Soaring Dragon Continent. If our elf forest gets intruded, you will help us fight off the intruders too, so conversely, how can we just watch from the sidelines now? Let's go, we are ready. Lin En stared at Yue Yang in the eye firmly. The Ox-head party leader Li Ao, Ox-headed Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls wore the same expression. Don't be too anxious now everyone. Wait for me to find out what is happening in the Soaring Dragon Continent first. If we really can't fight off the opponents, we may even have to hide in the elf forest. Yue Yang laughed. No, we'll go together, we will face the problem together. Forget about Anna, even Baoer knew that Yue Yang was a big liar that couldn't be trusted. Okay, then let's go. Yue Yang's reply made everyone heave a sigh of relief. They caught up with him, fortunately. When they were at the teleportation circle, Yue Yang handed over sufficient amount of teleportation fees. Just when the lot were looking forward to get to the Soaring Dragon Continent, the teleportation officer waved his hands as the crystal pillar, among all other giant pillars, shone a blinding ray in which only Yue Yang was teleported away. Everyone was startled. What is happening? Before Lin En and the rest could argue, the teleportation officer returned them the remaining money. He told me that the extra money will be my tip, but I feel that I should return you all the money. My apologies for not teleporting y'all, but since the warrior from the foreign continent did not choose to bring anyone along, I won't teleport you guys off. Even if I try to, it will be unsuccessful. The lot finally knew that they were deceived by Yue Yang. He did not intend to bring everyone to the Soaring Dragon Continent to fight off the enemy. Yue Yang left the Tongtian Tower after being teleported. He went to the Yu clan castle first. That's right. The Black Hell Army is preparing to invade, but you don't have to worry, they can't reach us so soon. Elder Yu Hai became abnormally excited, as if a general that was about to go into battle. The desire to fight is burning in his eyes silently, as if a sword half drawn, and just about to be unsheathed. A kind of familiar killing intent surrounded the place. Although they knew that their enemy was the Black Hell Army, the old marshal who fought frequently with the Demon Abyss Army was fearless. On top of that, he felt a sense of indescribable fervor and fighting spirit. The Black Hell Army definitely doesn't have men from the Soaring Dragon Continent. If they want to enter our world, they'll have to do it through sacrificing to God in order to enter the teleportation door and come in through the ancient passage. If they want to invade Midas Ya Kingdom, they will not simply send a few innate rankers. A war is broken down into 3 processes. Innates versus innates, soldiers versus soldiers, another one will be through secret alliance with other kingdoms. If not for their endless sacrifices to the god, how will the Black Hell Army be able to come to the Soaring Dragon Continent? What we are worried about the most is that the Black Hell Army would conduct a killing spree on our men in the Tongtian Tower. Because they had already declared war, the rules couldn't protect us anymore, especially you, we are most worried about you. As for the Scarlet Emperor, we have already received your letter, we don't have to worry too much about him as for now. If there's really no choice, you'll bring along Yekong, Fatty Hai and the students to a faraway place, wait for the time when all your powers peak, then come back to make Desya prosper again. Jun Wuyu smiled lightly, signaling for Yue Yang to take a seat. He looked very calm with no traces of anger or anxiety, nor could nervousness or abnormality be seen. He acted as if the destructive invasion was a common occurrence. You really can't fight against them. Yue Yang was not willing to resign to fate. Damn it, if worst comes to worst, he will just fight with the Black Hell King with his life. It's difficult. Elder Yu Hai shook his head. Although we have Tian Luo Kingdom as our ally, the joint power of these 2 kingdoms is only ahead of that of Xia Jin Kingdom by a tad bit. Once war descends, many of the city masters of Desya and Tian Luo will definitely betray their kingdom. Horse thieves, bandits and all kind of mercenaries groups will lean towards Xia Jin Kingdom, which was supported by the Black Hell Army, and subsequently landing us in an unfavorable state. Other than the power of the Soaring Dragon Continent, the bigger opponents would be the Black Hell Army and the Demon Abyss Army. They are really great in numbers. If the innate rankers among us are not able to take it, we will fall completely. Now, with the Black Hell King as their mental pillar of support, and with the support of the Lion Pagoda and Demon Abyss, Xia Jin Kingdom will definitely aim to destruct Desya at all cost. For safety purposes, we decided to only accept Tian Luo Kingdom's secret assistance. We don't wish for Tian Luo Kingdom to declare war on Xia Jin Kingdom, so even if we are defeated, the students will have somewhere to go. How long can they remain safe in Tian Luo? Yue Yang did not have high hopes. How will the Black Hell Army leave any men unharmed with their invasion? Tian Luo could remain peaceful temporarily, but how long can that last? At least Tian Luo is able to push through till the last moment. With Night Empress around, no matter how arrogant the Black Hell King is, he wouldn't offend her easily. With no 100% certainty, he won't dare to challenge the Night Empress yet. Elder Yu Hai patted Yue Yang on the shoulder. Even if Desya and Tian Luo are destroyed, there'll still be you all. Our distant ancestors also built Desya Kingdom out of ruins after war, so losing the kingdom would be nothing. Is there any possibility that we'll win in the end? Yue Yang also understood that the key thing in this war wasn't determined by the number of soldiers, but rather, the fight between innate rankers. If they could take down the Black Hell King, then no matter how strong the Black Hell Army is, they would be defeated. What made Yue Yang angry was that he still hadn't got the power which would allow him to challenge the Black Hell King. It would be great if he had more time, if he had one more year to cultivate, he would be certain about challenging the Black Hell King. Of course, it did not mean that he couldn't fight with the Black Hell King now, it's just that he wasn't 100% sure that he could emerge victorious. After all, he was a super powerful dude from 6,000 years ago. Although not on par to the Scarlet Emperor, he wouldn't be anywhere near weak. Yue Yang estimated that he would most probably be a sky-ranked expert. Upon hearing what Yue Yang said, Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai looked at each other. Jun Wuyu slowed down in his speech and looked at Yue Yang. If you want to win this war, this is still some possibility. We'll just need one person to help. You mean Zhizun? Yue Yang had a sudden realization immediately. Yes, if Zhizun is willing to help, the Black Hell King would definitely be troubled. I believe that even the Scarlet Emperor would be apprehensive. But the problem is, Zhizun seldom interferes with what's happening here. She wants to cultivate wholeheartedly, and on top of that, it is also the key moment to explore the Heaven Realms now, so she might not come back to the Soaring Dragon Continent. And because of this, the Black Hell King got the guts to declare war on us. We are guessing that Zhizun might have reaped something when she was exploring the Heaven Realms, so she would be leaving for the Heaven Realms soon. That is why the Black Hell King can be so unbridled and aggressive. Jun Wuyu's analyzation made a lot of sense. Yue Yang thought so too. If this is really the case, then not only does Xia Kingdom in the Soaring Dragon Continent, the whole Tongtian Tower would fall into chaos without Zhizun and her intimidating supreme power. Those who wanted to take over Zhizun's position desperately, for example, super innates like Shun Tian, the Black Prince, Thousand Globe Insect Leader and Great Demon King Baruth would definitely cause a havoc. Even the quiet ones like Sky Pearl and Xi and the Dragon Emperor would emerge to compete too. If Zhizun was around, Yue Yang would definitely advise her to think twice before going to the Heaven Realms, as Tongtian Tower would be in shambles. If only this mysterious girl with big boobs was as easy to talk to as Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Yue Yang sighed silently. He could still use tactics like pretty boys to persuade the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, but he could do nothing with Zhizun. The most important thing is that he couldn't even use the pretty boy tactic now, as Zhizun had always been secretive in her journey, nobody would know where she was. It looks like the Black Hell King chose the right time to declare war. This war would be unavoidable. They could only wait for it to descend, and see what the final damage would be like. Go if you have other things going on, the Black Hell Army and Ziyijin Kingdom's army will meet. I estimate that they won't be able to take us down before half a month, the Black Hell King won't make decision if he wasn't 100% sure. Your grandfather will take care of this war, there's none of your business here. Jun Wuyu advised Yue Yang to mind his own business. It's true that I don't know anything about fighting a war, I'll prepare some equipments then. Yue Yang felt that he could still be an apt admin leader. With Mr. Chen's Thunder Beast and armor, and his own puppet beast, even if they couldn't play a central role in the warfield, it would be better than nothing. No matter how powerful the Black Hell King is, Yue Yang swore to at least peel off a layer of his skin. Yue Yang wouldn't allow him to have an easy life. Protect yourself, this is the most important thing. Elder Yu Hai held onto Yue Yang's shoulders for support. You don't have to worry about what's going on in our family. There's no coward in our Yu family, even if we die, we have to die with glory. Only in this way can we meet our ancestors in the underworld without being ashamed. Moreover, among the younger ones, there's Yu, Bing Er, Shuang Er and Feng Er, Yu family will not be destroyed, there'll definitely be people carrying on the family lineage. Grandfather is old already, to die here with fervor is 100 times better than to struggle and wait for death to descend on my deathbed. This kind of war was what I always wished for, since I'm still fit enough to kill people now, then why not do it to my heart's content? Ha ha ha. Yue Yang was really speechless. He deserves to be called the old marshal that came out of a pile of dead bodies, he is really dauntless. Yue Yang was influenced by Elder Yu Hai's heroic spirit, although he did not say it on the surface, he was burning with ardor on the inside. Even though this old man isn't an innate, his character and fighting spirit is superb. Yue Yang walked out silently, there's none of his business now. He had to find some business for himself, who would the most suitable candidate for him to find trouble with. He walked out of the Yu clan castle. He looked at the sky and suddenly came to a decision. Demon Palace. Great Demon King Baruth and his trusted aide Demon Marshal Duran were currently discussing about the current situation. They had already received the news of the Black Hell King declaring war against Xia. Regarding the Black Hell King, most of the powers in the Demon Abyss did not have a good impression of him. It could be said that most of the Black Hell King's corrupt warriors came from the Demon Abyss. From Demon Abyss viewpoint, this was an undisguised poaching of personnel. If these corrupt warriors came from Demon King Baruth's blood prison, he could also not tolerate it. The Black Hell King's attack against Xia this time was probably premeditated. Zhizun had probably grasped the way to enter Heaven Realm and could leave at any time. The current goal of the Black Hell King was to eradicate the hidden dangers of the Soaring Dragon Continent. At the same time it was to take the prison emperor's legacy. The most important point was to take control of God's ruins. Everybody knew that rankers were after the secrets of God's ruins. Every innate was suspicious as to why Xia was so strong. It was said that she had obtained the legendary martial spirit from within God's ruins. The God's ruins of Soaring Dragon Continent was a place which rankers fought for. This place was also connected to the origin of every continent of the various realms. Only after passing through the ancient passage within God's ruins could people enter other continents. The other way was to follow the laws of Tongtian Tower, entering another continent guided by someone from the other continent. With this condition, nobody could invade other continents. In other words, the ancient passage was the first bridge that various powers had created. In order to stop the powers of Demon Abyss from sending their troops, the Black Hell King had sent a secret letter to Baruth and Duran. The letter proposed that as long as Demon Abyss does not interfere, then he was willing to tell them the secrets of entering Heaven Realm. The other thing that the Black Hell King proposed was that after he enters the Innate Alliance, he would help Demon Abyss recognize and legalize its territories and all rights would be returned to the Demon Kings. In short, the Black Hell King wanted to work together. At the very least he wanted Baruth, Duran, and other rankers of the Demon Abyss to not get involved with his invasion on the Soaring Dragon Continent. For this reason, he did not hesitate to reveal secrets about Heaven Realm. For this matter, I cannot give any opinions. It would be best if your majesty decides. Demon Marshal Duran cupped his hands. Great Demon King Baruth stayed silent for a very long time. Making a decision was very easy, one word would be enough. However, the consequences of this matter could split the current political situation in two different directions. This was not a win-win situation, one single mistake could lead the Demon Abyss from its golden age to its decline. How to make the most benefits in this situation was Baruth's headache. An unusual smell suddenly appeared within the Demon Palace. Enemy. The one who came was definitely an enemy. Great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran immediately responded. They stood up and began storing their energy, preparing to attack against the unusual smell. The basic manners of the Demon Abyss is really quite bad. Is this how you greet old friends? A figure flashed from the outside. Before the guards even responded, it had already appeared in front of Baruth's imperial study. A human male smiling bright like the sun ignored Baruth's and Duran's attack preparation. He entered in an upright and brave manner. He swaggeringly found a chair to sit on and crossed his legs. Being pleased with his position, he appeared to be more relaxed than when he came in. Yu Clan's third young master? What are you doing here? Baruth was not worried about Yue Yang coming to seduce his concubine and daughter because humans' aesthetics and Demon Abyss aesthetics are different. This human child would absolutely not like a 10-meter-tall, flame-bodied, fish-scaled, quilled demon race beauty. Regarding Yue Yang's arrival, Baruth immediately thought that this brat was definitely here as a mediator. You are wrong. I am not here to ask for help. I am here to save you. Yue Yang had watched the Romance of the Three Kingdoms before. He knew that an expert mediator would speak first in order to dominate the opponent, or else the conversation would not continue. Save us? I did not mishear right? It seems to me that the one in danger right now is the Soaring Dragon Continent. After hearing it, Demon Marshal Duran immediately snorted. Do you think that Xia will be annihilated? Yue Yang was so relaxed as if he was going to eat dumplings tonight. It would definitely be annihilated. Baruth dared wager with Yue Yang. Then, do you think that the Black Hell King can kill me? Yue Yang asked again. Baruth and Duran looked at each other as they were truly unsure of how to answer this question. Although the Black Hell King was strong, this brat was even more abnormal. The most crucial point is that this brat had two unusual yet unimaginable strong fire-type beasts' protection. Even if it was a long time ago, this kind of deathly pressure still remained fresh in Baruth's and Duran's memory. No matter how strong the Black Hell King was, killing Yue Yang was perhaps a big joke. Let alone those two fire-type beasts, even that strange beast that could escape its seal was incomparably strong. Once it recovers its peak strength, it would probably make the Black Hell King suffer the consequences. For now, I admit that I am not able to defeat the Black Hell King. However, what about a year after? Or maybe 10 years after? You guys should have already investigated the history of my growth and also understand the speed of my growth. Who do you think would be stronger between me and the Black Hell King 10 years after? Would we be a draw? Or would one emerge victorious? If the Xia was annihilated, I will lead the younger generation into hiding. After 10 years, I will eliminate the Black Hell King and restore Xia. What do you think about this? The smart Great Demon King Baruth and the loyal Demon Marshal Duran, you guys should know that Xia is my introducer. Even if she entered Heaven Realm, she would definitely bring me with her. Furthermore, Sky Law is my close friend and the Night Empress also views me favorably. As long as Tian Luo and the Demonic Palace, these two powers, join hands with us, the Soaring Dragon Continent would not necessarily fall into enemy hands. Yue Yang had never led the army to fight wars before, but he was definitely eligible to be a mediator. Demonic Palace would absolutely not join hands with you. Baruth's words was enough to block his path. Last, note that Demonic Palace and Demon Palace are different. The latter is referring to the place where Baruth lives and the former is where the Sky XXXX live, right? No matter how intimate you are with Sky Law, the true ruler of Demonic Palace is still Sky Execution. Moreover, the three great founders of Demonic Palace would never agree to help Xia, because they are deserters from Xia and Tianluo. Their resentment soars to the skies, their grudge deeper than the ocean, how could they possibly help you? Demon Marshal Duran was very familiar about the history of Soaring Dragon Continent. So, he hit the weak spot in Yue Yang's argument. You are all mistaken, gravely mistaken. Yue Yang immediately counter-attacked and used only a few words to refute them. Is that right? Baruth felt that this brat would never admit his mistakes even if he died. He coldly smiled and said, compared to Demon Abyss, Demonic Palace hates you more. If they allied with you, it would be a huge joke. They indeed have a grudge. However, they haven't even settled their debt yet. Even if two brothers fought, it does not mean that they are willing to see outsiders capture their homeland. Let alone blood relationships, Demonic Palace would never let others lay their hands on God's ruins. Are you willing to let the Black Hell King obtain the treasures and martial spirit from God's ruins and become another Xizun? The Black Hell King is not Xizun. Xizun has never meddled in others' matters, permitting Demon Abyss growth. Would the Black Hell King do the same? If he extended his hands over here, the first to be annihilated would be your Demon Abyss. Yue Yang's words alarmed Baruth and Duran. You're joking, how could the Black Hell King easily attack us? Baruth was not worried about this. The demon race was not the same as the human race. They had the mentality of dying rather than submitting. They would never surrender even if they were exterminated. Moreover, comparing the Black Hell King's forces and the Demon Abyss forces, it was at least 1:1 million. Against such a vast number, everything else could not even compare. If the Black Demon King's army attacked Demon Abyss, it is the same as pouring a ladle of water over a sea of flames. They would be digging their own graves. Demon Marshal Duran was also very confident. Attacking Demon Abyss is indeed not easy. However, what if he came alone to attack you Demon Kings? Would you just hide in Demon Abyss forever and huddle together every day? If you head to Tongtian Tower, the Black Hell King would attack everywhere, how would you be able to live? If you are willing to be a turtle who hides in his shell, then I have nothing else to say. Yue Yang spread his hands. Even if the Black Hell King attacks the Soaring Dragon Continent, it does not necessarily mean that he can enter God's ruins, nor does it mean that his strength would level up. Great Demon King Baruth firmly rejected. You're right, I am only giving a hypothesis. 6,000 years ago, the Black Hell King was the right-hand man of the Prison Emperor. In the end, he betrayed the Prison Emperor and incited Heaven Realm's three great leader. Because of this, the Prison Emperor used his life to seal the three great leaders. You should already know this. However, until recently, Heaven Realm's three great leaders have awakened and left the Prison Emperor's divine palace. You should probably not know this. Yue Yang smiled and changed the topic. Heaven Realm's three great leaders. Baruth and Duran looked at each other as their brows wrinkled. The names of the three great leaders are Ming Yu Guang, Su Kong, and Zhu Xiao. With their strength, they could easily kill you with a single finger. Of course, since they have just broken through their seal, they are still very weak. Even if it was like this, they have still beaten this young master into a sorry state. It was only because I used the divine tools left by the Prison Emperor that I drove them away. Yue Yang spoke as if he met his seatmate while shopping for vegetables. His expression was calm but his eyes showed that he was proud of himself. This expression made others want to beat him up. If Baruth and Duran did not have strong patience they would already have done so. The Prison Emperor left behind divine tools for you. Duran and Baruth were both extremely envious. This brat's luck was really incredulous, how could he easily just pick up divine tools randomly? I can actually bring it out to let you see. In any case there are three of them, I can bring out any of them for you to envy. A handsome, bold heroic youth like me will definitely not be stingy about it. However, a few days ago, I had shown it to the Scarlet Emperor and accidentally smashed his skull. The originally ugly Scarlet Emperor had become Zhu Beiji. So for the sake of your safety, I have decided to temporarily put it away until a good opportunity comes. Yue Yang rocked his legs. Last, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/zhu_beiji, the Scarlet Emperor, Baruth and Duran were shocked. They had read about the Scarlet Emperor in the Demon Abyss ancient records. This guy was an abnormal homicidal maniac and he was extremely evil. He had once massacred a few demon palaces of the Demon Abyss. He completely did not follow any common sense and killed to his heart's content. He was scarier than the strong Prison Emperor. He has already escaped. Also, he has that demon race concubine with her. Yue Yang showed an astonished expression as if asking you didn't know. You injured him? Duran probingly asked. Actually, he had injured me more. At that time, Xian and the Black Prince were there. Those bastards attacked this young master from both sides and almost killed me. Fortunately this young master has great luck and great vitality. Yue Yang coughed twice, showing that his own internal injuries had not yet healed. You were actually able to escape while under attack from the Scarlet Emperor, Xian and the Black Prince. When Baruth heard this, he was surprised. It's not escape, it's called tactical retreat. Yue Yang dissatisfying protested, expressing that a great Demon King choice of words were inappropriate. The Scarlet Emperor also came out. Demon Marshal Duran now felt that the Tongtian Tower was a pool of muddy water. The Black Hell King, this betrayer was already quite scary. Now, the Scarlet Emperor also came out. This guy was above the Black Hell King's level. He was an emperor-class existence that was on the same rank as the Prison Emperor. The Black Hell King was only a general, he was simply inferior to the Scarlet Emperor. There's no problem, I had already cut an arm and a leg and smashed his skull. It would probably take him a year and a half to recover. You still have 1 year to live at ease. Slowly enjoy it. I have said all I want to say, goodbye. Yue Yang pretended to leave. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Demon Marshal immediately dissuaded. I feel that we need to discuss the Black Hell King's sinister invasion. This was definitely unjust. Baruth's righteous and noble words almost made Yue Yang faint. Aren't you, Demon Abyss Great Demon King Baruth, the one who did the most unjust sinister invasion? Luckily, you still have the face to criticize others. However, since the time to be a mediator has arrived, this negotiation needs to continue. So I cannot leave yet. Summon Xian, Gulun and the others. I feel that we can temporarily throw out our hatred and work together. Yue Yang suggested. Work together. Baruth and Duran were very depressed. What's the difference between talking about working together with this brat and asking us to act against our own interest? The Black Hell King and the Scarlet Emperor were not to be trifled with. Especially the Scarlet Emperor, not only Demon Abyss but also the Tongtian Tower would be in danger. However, Yue Yang, this abnormal newcomer was also not to be trifled with. While he is still young, he already has such huge achievements, disturbing the Demon Palace, fighting against Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders, putting the Scarlet Emperor in a sorry state, escaping under Xian and the Black Prince's pincer attack. It can be seen that if this brat matured, he would at least be a new prison emperor. With him there, Demon Abyss would definitely not have a good time. The question was if they did not cooperate now, this brat would definitely harbor hard feelings, then the Demon Abyss would definitely have a hard time in the future. Unbeatable and unkillable, this brat was truly making things difficult. However, he was not resigned to work together with him. Why is it that he must bow down to Yue Yang if Yue Yang was the one asking for help? Whether it was Baruth or Duran, they had the impulse to choke Yue Yang to death. In the end, they endured it. Yue Yang took advantage while the iron is hot. Smart Demon King, the secrets of Heaven Realm are just a load of bull. If the Black Prison Emperor used this to entice you, it is just like using candy to trick a child. Even those with negative IQ know what kind of person he is, believing him is like believing that an old pig could climb trees. Heaven Realm is not much of a secret. You guys are currently too weak. If you had the strength then this young master would bring you there on a journey, eating and living there would also be free. Moreover, what's this on your table? It's an insignificant heaven rune yet you don't recognize it, I am truly ashamed on behalf of you. I truly cannot imagine how you became a great demon king. Let me tell you, this is a runic diagram that will strengthen and upgrade the demon race's body. My mood is very good today, if not I would never reveal this to ignorant people. I am very low-key, could it be that I need to tell you that I have a divine beast? Great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran perspired greatly. They thought to themselves, who would not know about your well-known Hui Tai Lang? Moreover, if you only had one divine beast then it was fine. But you have too many divine beasts so you were not even willing to waste a contract slot and only give them to beautiful woman divine beasts. The two who continued to silently curse. In the end, they endured the impulse to beat Yue Yang up. They looked at each other and decided to notify Demon King Xian, Demon King Gulan and the others. Just like this, the first human and demon abyss alliance had begun. Although this contract was a secret limited to Yue Yang and a few demon abyss rulers, you cannot deny Yue Yang's silver tongue. The might it created was not inferior to the power a divine beast holds. The 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Lin En, Anna, Li Ao, Fan Luntai and the rest were waiting before the teleportation circle. According to Baoer, if Yue Yang the heartless brother doesn't come, she would cry to death here. Of course she meant it figuratively. In reality, she only cried for a short while, reason being the number of people moving around the teleportation circle. With so many people watching, she was too embarrassed to cry. He will be coming back for me, he won't be coming back, he will be coming back. Baoer held a stack of tarot cards special to the Ox clan. She'll be very happy if she flipped a red card, because it indicated good luck, she'll pout her mouth if it was black, as it indicated the opposite. She was happy for a moment and sat in the next and was completely immersed herself in fortune-telling. She was so absorbed in it that she did not spare a glance at Fan Lungtai, who looked like she almost fainted on the ground. Fan Lungtai wasn't superstitious normally. In fact, this Ox Clan tarot card was used as an amulet from the patriarch to his granddaughter. He insisted on her bringing it along. If not for it, Fan Lungtai wouldn't have brought this stack of useless cards along. Fan Lungtai saw that Baoer was upset and took it out to pacify her. She bluffed Baoer that if she flipped a red card, Yue Yang will return quickly, as the red cards in it was twice more than the number of black cards, and with Baoer's luck, she would have high possibility of flipping a red card. It could still be apt enough in coaxing her. Who would have known that it would be a black card when Baoer flipped, so she insisted on flipping again. This marked the start of a disaster. When Baoer flipped a red card, she'd be overjoyed, but she felt that it wasn't safe enough. She flipped another red card again, but still felt insecure, and on her third try, she flipped a black card, so she instantly decided to flip 10 more red cards to get rid of the bad luck. In the end, she just kept flipping. Fan Lungtai had never encountered such a situation in life, and it left her speechless. One can only flip one card in fortune-telling. How would it be accurate if she were to flip so many at once? But she flipped a black card on her first try. So could it be that Yue Yang really encountered some mishaps? He will come back, he will come back, he will come back. Wow, I flipped 10 red cards consecutively, Brother Titan will definitely return later. Baoer ran over to Anna and showed off to her how lucky she was. Yes, he will definitely be back. Anna was both amazed by her luck and felt funny that she could believe something will really happen by flipping cards. Real fortune-telling would require special beasts with special abilities, and it took a powerful fortune-telling warrior that was in the same state of mind as their beast in order to take a look at a blurry future. How could normal people predict with tarot cards? She did not put Baoer down, but comforted her softly. She felt upset because according to Yue Yang's character, he wouldn't return before the war with the Black Hell King ends. May I ask if you all know a warrior with the nickname of Extremely Shameless Fat Devil, with his real name being Haida Fu? Two tall men walked over, side by side. They possessed powers as lesser innates. This wasn't the point. What made Lin En and Li Ao nervous was that there were weird crests on the chest of these two weird men. The background color of the crest was black, with blood-red fire and silver lightning. It looked like a silver lightning was tearing up the sky and struck the ground forcefully, causing splattering lava and huge fire. Before this, Lin En and Li Ao did not notice the crest at all. Because the crests in Tongtian Tower were countless, and nobody would be able to recognize them entirely, moreover, this crest was the rarer ones. But now, as Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, and some of their other teammates left, Lin En and Li Ao got to know more about the Black Hell King and his army, so they knew what it represented. It was the designated crest for the Black Hell Army. In other words, the two men before them are from the Black Hell Army. Don't be afraid, we are just trying to understand the situation. We respect the peace-loving Golden Elves, brave Ox Warriors and joyful Orc Warriors wholeheartedly. We just want to ask if you all know who Haida Fu is, or any other warriors from the Soaring Dragon Continent. Will you mind giving me some harmless information? We can pay 1,000 gold. I hope that you can tell us what are the skills Haida Fu is best at, his beast, and any other things you know about him. The man on the left looked cordial on the surface, looking all smiles, but Baoer felt that he looked like a wolf in a sheep's skin, and was afraid of this man carrying a hypocritical smile. You want us to betray our friend with 1,000 gold? Pa! Fan Lungtai spat in contempt. Don't be rude while we are still respectful. The man from different race on the right exploded like a gunpowder barrel. He was even more easily agitated than the barbarian cow. He glared at Fan Lungtai. I believe that you have received the news of us declaring war on Xia Kingdom. You all are their allies and we can get rid of you all easily, so be smart and don't make me angry, if not I will kill all of you. Sorry, we are stubborn ox-headed people. If you think that you can persuade or threaten us, that will be a big joke. Our values goes like this, we'd rather die standing than to live kneeling. Party leader Li Ao stood up and glared back at them. Even if he wasn't as strong, he couldn't show his weakness. Ox-head soldiers only die in the warfield and they were never scared off. The man from different race on the right let out a thunderous roar as he glared at Lin En, Anna, Baoer and the 4 orc girls. A stubborn and rigid ox-head person made a decision like this. Will the bright golden elves go along with this decision? Did it ever cross your mind that how your decision will afflict pain and sufferings on your people? Lin En remained aloof with her eyes sharp like a sword. I know, if I relent, all I can bring to my people when I return will be an unerasable shame. The build of a golden elf isn't specialized at fighting, unlike ox-head soldier that are good at short-distance combat. But on the spiritual level, golden elves are also warriors that aren't afraid of death. The men from the Black Hell Army on the right smiled. Rest assured, we reiterate that we don't intend to declare war on the ox-head soldiers and the elves, we are merely here to ask around. We don't have any information you need, now go, we don't welcome you. Anna ordered him to leave. What if we insist on asking? The man from different race on the right was incensed. Scram! A thunderous sound of ahem came from a distance. Yue from the warrior guild moved swiftly from the tunnel in huge steps. He shouted to the two men from the Black Hell Army. This place is within the administration of the warrior guild, get lost you lackeys, or I'll kill you. The two foreign men did not expect that these people were protected by innates from the warrior guild. They stared at Yue coldly. Fine, see you soon everyone. Yue patted Lin En on the shoulder. Go back home. I believe Titan Jr. and the rest have received your well wishes, what they want to see most is that you all are in a safe place. As you have seen just now, the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower is no longer safe, the Black Hell Army had already offered a handsome reward in the Adventurers Guild. The bandits have already leaked your informations to them for money and treasures, and this is only the beginning. It will become more dangerous with time. Lin En nodded. Understood, we'll just wait one more day. After all, Titan Jr. and the rest have mentioned that if the situation is still alright, they will bring us to the Soaring Dragon Continent. Yue wanted to tell him that Titan was only giving a perfunctory response. But, thinking again, it was just like how he was like when he was rescuing his mates. As long as there is hope, albeit very insignificant, he wouldn't be willing to give up. Yue patted Lin En's shoulders again and caressed Baoer's head softly, indicating his support. An iron-blood soldier rushed towards Yue to report that there were sightings of dragon hunters. On hearing the news, Yue was slightly startled. He thought for a while. Lin En, you have two choices now. First, you can leave the 6th floor and go back to your own continent, the second one is to wait for Titan Jr. in the warrior guild. I'm suspecting that our enemies are trying to lure us away as the appearance of the dragon hunters is too coincidental. I am unable to refuse the orders to investigate the appearance of the dragon hunters, as I am on duty now and this is my job. However, I am really concerned about your safety. Quickly go now, go to the Great Hall of the Warrior Guild, you'll be safe there. Lin En and the lot glanced at each other. They weren't determined to return now. Everyone felt that it would be better to wait for Yue Yang in the Warrior Guild. No matter how aggressive the Black Hell Army was, they wouldn't kill people in the Warrior Guild. Yue escorted them to the plaza, and when he saw that the Warrior Guild was not far away, he left with ease of mind. He rushed to where the dragon hunters appeared to carry out his duties. Li Ao was at the front, Lin En was at the back while Anna held on to Baoer as they walked towards the Warrior Guild briskly. Although fightings were rampant in the plaza, the area was controlled by the Warrior Guild, so fallen warriors wouldn't dare to appear here normally. On seeing that there was no abnormal activities around them and the Warrior Guild was just ahead, Lin En heaved a sigh of relief secretly. No matter how aggressive the Black Hell Army is, they wouldn't be so unbridled. This was where the Warrior Guild was, a place that was affirmed by all warriors including those from the Innate Alliance. They wouldn't dare to challenge the Warrior Guild be it how aggressive they might be, because that would equate to them challenging the entire Innate Alliance. But just as Anna and Baoer were preparing to step onto the stairs of the Warrior Guild, two shadows flashed past. It was the two foreign men from the Black Hell Army just now. One was smiling while the other one looked angry as they blocked the path of the two girls on both sides. I said that we'll meet again. The men who was all smiles laughed. Don't think that the Warrior Guild on the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower can stop us. Moreover, you haven't stepped onto the stairs of the Warrior Guild yet, so you are still considered out of the Warrior Guild. Strictly speaking, if we were to kill you, it wouldn't be considered as challenging the Warrior Guild. Stop putting on a strong front, you all won't receive any more assistance, that fool has already went to play hide and seek with the dragon hunters, he wouldn't be back until 2 hours later. No one in the whole of Warrior Guild is more powerful than us. I have a good suggestion, comply and come with us, if my mate here becomes angry, the situation will become dire. Forget about the orcs, golden elves with tender skin like you surely wouldn't want my mate turn beastly and shame you in public, right? I will put this across directly. There will be only dying warriors but not relenting cowards. Anna looked calm and determined. She waved her hands as Ox Head Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls unleashed their power and prepared to fight to their death. I'm going to be angry, the two of you deserve to die. Baoer took out her vine bow in anger, and aimed the arrow towards her enemies. What a joke, what use can this tiny bow do? A kid's catapult is more powerful than this. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The all smiles men laughed loudly, undaunted. Forget about the both of us, even if it was just me, I can finish all of you within a minute. I hate ox head people the most, so I'll tell you how you'll die. I will break your horns and pierce it into your eyes and through your head, I want to let you see for yourself how useless your honor and horns are to me. Dirty orcs like you all make me feel that you are just wasting food with every minute you exist in this world. I don't want your dirty meat, but slicing off your chest and heart for us to have with alcohol is still alright. Last but not least, for golden elves like you two, don't think that you can die easily. After I'm sick of you, I will sell you off as slaves, Don't act like a hero in your next life, using your tender skin to please your master is what you should do the most. The angry man from different race opened up his mouth widely, exposing his terrifying fangs. Kill! Fan Luntai shouted as she waved her giant axe in various ways. What a joke! The angry man from different race stretched out his hands, causing Fan Luntai to be sent flying into the air from the shockwave, and then crashing onto the ground. The 4 orc girls went to receive her immediately, but the impact from Fan Luntai's fall was too huge. They weren't able to take it, causing all of them to fall. Their powers rose tremendously after they got to know Yue Yang. But it was still a long way for their power to be on par to that of lesser innates. We'll go. Lin En and Li Ao were silent before this. But actions speak louder than words as they moved through the lot and prepared to sacrifice themselves. They launched a suicidal attack on their opponent. In this way, the women could get into the warrior guild first, because no matter how arrogant the 2 men were, they wouldn't dare to chase into the warrior guild. Even if they really do so, the warrior guild would protect them. The receivers from the warrior guild were already at the door, as one of them waved to Anna, indicating for her to get in quickly. Although the 2 receivers did not have the power to fight against people from the Black Hell Army, they extended their help towards Baoer and Anna fearlessly. As long as they are able to enter the warrior guild, they can protect them. There were secret rooms in the warrior guild specially set up for warriors seeking refuge. Just when Lin En and Li Ao were unleashing their power and preparing to perish together with their enemies, a lazy voice sounded. Are you trying to bully the minorities here? If that is the case, then you all definitely wouldn't mind bullying me too, eh? On hearing, the lot didn't believe their ears. Sob, especially Baoer who was so agitated on seeing the man wearing a Gemini mask casually shuffling the ox cards that she ran towards him, crying. She ran into his embrace and cried pitifully. Rascal, I'll kill you. The angry man from different race flew towards Yue Yang on seeing that he was only level 6 and a scrub. He waved punches at Yue Yang as he prepared to kill Yue Yang instantly. In the sky, a giant black shadow dived down with a speed 10 times faster than lightning. With sharp scythe-like arms, it slashed the arm that was about to hit its master into half. Before the angry man could react, the other scythe-like arm had already locked his body as its triangular head came close and bit onto his arms, tearing the arms of the angry man directly as it chewed it in its mouth. It was none other than the Reaper Mantis. Leave his head, don't kill him, let me teach him a lesson. It was Yue Yang. Now, Yue Yang looked like a noble educator as he spoke to the moaning man whose arms were torn. My friend, you have to know that scaring children is not right. You made a child scared and caused her to cry, it will be very hard to coax her like this. How many candies do you want me to waste? Moreover, eating candies is bad, it may result in tooth decay, look at how pretty her white teeth are. Just tell me if you deserve to die by trying to make her tooth decay. Lin En and the rest were speechless. The man from different race who was all smiles just now looked even worse than bawling. He wasn't able to squeeze out a smile no matter how hard he tried as beads of perspiration appeared on his forehead. He was unlucky enough to have met such a guy who was so abnormal in his mind and powers. Now, he didn't even think of rescuing his mate, he could only think of running for his life. He definitely wouldn't be able to save his mate, even if he did, it would just be a waste of medical fees. Moreover, to save a man before a level 4 platinum ranked Reaper Mantis? Even an innate would find it hard. Now, thinking of how to escape safely and not be chewed into pieces by the Reaper Mantis was what he regarded as most important. He had a few plans. First one being to attack the nearest golden elf as she was distracted by Yue Yang, thus making her easiest to be attacked. The second one was to flee, as everyone was distracted by Yue Yang's appearance. He could only choose one. If he stayed he would have a hostage, no matter how fast the Reaper Mantis was, it wouldn't attack him considering the safety of the hostage. Fleeing seems feasible too as he was super fast. Moreover, the Reaper Mantis was still masticating on his mate, so it wouldn't be able to catch up with him. After hesitating for half a second, the man from different race who was previously all smiles and now could only smile bitterly chose the first plan. That was to attack the golden elf. With a hostage, he would be able to get himself a few seconds to negotiate before he breaks his teleportation stone. He only wished to escape, and this plan seemed safer than the second one. Just as he thought that he could carry out his evil schemes, who would know that everyone reacted immediately. You are asking to die. Lin En, Li Ao and the ox-head Fan Luntai struck simultaneously. They had expected that the man wouldn't give up easily and would attack Anna. At the same time Anna summoned a grimoire and a protective shield enclosed her, repelling the sharp claws of the man. But all these weren't the main point. An iron-backed demonic wolf appeared sleeping on the back of the man from different race since God knows when. It was very indifferent as it waved its claws, causing the lesser innate man to fall onto the ground. It was as if the iron-backed demonic wolf was just yawning. Under the startled gaze of the bystanders, the iron-backed demonic wolf opened its mouth and tore the arms of its opponent. Ignoring useless struggles of his opponent and his painful cries, the iron-backed demonic wolf chewed on his arms, its movements were even more relaxed than the Reaper mantis. It was as if it was a pet dog enjoying a piece of delicious beef rib. It was Hui Tai Lang. Yue Yang looked defeated as he sighed. I have seen people asking to die, but never have I seen someone wanting to die like this. Maybe you were envious of your friend being chewed to death, or maybe it was because you had this special preference. No choice, I respect your preferences, I wish you a pleasant experience being eaten alive, and please enjoy the process. When they hear this, everyone was speechless. Yue Yang brought Lin En and the rest down to the first floor of the Tongtian Tower. This was absolutely the first time in millenniums that foreign tribes like the Golden Elves, Ox Heads, and Orcs were at the first floor of the Tongtian Tower where the Soaring Dragon Continent was situated. On the sixth floor, humans who had such comrades in teams formed at short notices were rare, since due to the differences in philosophy, nature, and values between the humans and the foreign tribes such as Golden Elves, human warriors hardly interact with Golden Elves. Humans who could befriend Golden Elves were 1 in 1,000, but the only one who could bring Golden Elves down to the first floor, in the past millennium, was definitely only Yue Yang. Ordinary receptionists at the Warrior Guild were all dumbfounded. The beauty of Golden Elves, to humans, was simply just perfection. Breathtakingly perfect. Along the way, human adventurers who caught sight of Anna and Baoer, all turned to look in their direction no matter where they were going, some banged into trees and others, into walls. There were even people who abandoned their beasts and followed them distantly, captivated by Anna and Baoer. It was no wonder as even on the sixth floor of the Tongtian Tower, Anna and Baoer were unrivaled beauties who could have charmed a whole street. Moreover, it would really be a wonder if the leftover adventurers on the first floor of the Tongtian Tower, who had powers not more than normal ranked level 2 warriors, nor normal ranked level 3 heroes, had enough willpower to resist the charm of Golden Elves. Welcome, distinguished guests from foreign continents, please allow myself to boldly represent all warriors in the Soaring Dragon Continent to welcome you. Firstly, I have to express regret. In accordance to our regulations, we must still examine your Tongtian Tower introductory passes. The first floor of the Warrior Guild had sent their most veteran, Elder Liu Lun. He was the branch chief of the first floor of the Warrior Guild. The moment he heard that there were Golden Elves above who were coming to the Soaring Dragon Continent, he had dressed splendidly without delay, with his walking stick unused for many years in hand, and the symbolic medal of the branch chief displayed. He greeted the distinguished guests courteously. A smile blossomed on his weathered and wrinkled face, the kind of smile that probably hadn't appeared on his face in hundreds of years. Actually, the same verification process had already been carried out on the 5th, 4th, 3rd and 2nd floor. However, it held much greater purpose for the first floor. It was because once they exited the first floor, Golden Elves would have then truly set foot on the Soaring Dragon Continent. According to precise records of history, 3,000 years ago, a few Golden Elves were close friends with humans. They fought alongside humans in war and were invited to visit the Soaring Dragon Continent after an alliance was formed. Such were the records of history in the Warrior Guild. Of course, the fact whether if there had been any Golden Elf rankers, especially Golden Elf Innates, who had traveled by the ancient passage to the Soaring Dragon Continent for adventure, remained unknown. But, in at least 1,000 years, there hadn't been any records that could prove that Golden Elves had appeared on the Soaring Dragon Continent. To those who were more selfish and sly, Golden Elves were both beautiful and intelligent, an outstanding race with both good nature and moral character. For a human warrior to be acquainted with a Golden Elf teammate and to exchange a few words, it would have been enough to brag about for a long time. Now, there were actually 3 Golden Elves who had volunteered to come to the Soaring Dragon Continent to assist in battle against the Black Hell Army, and 2 of them were even world-famous Golden Elf beauties. This news made the branch chief of the first floor of the Warrior Guild, Elder Liu Lun, immensely proud. It was absolutely the greatest diplomatic glory within his term of office ever. Clap clap clap. Receptionists standing in formation behind Elder Liu Lun applauded continuously. If it wasn't that Anna and Lin En had courteously rejected the Warrior Guild's suggestion to hold a grand welcoming dinner for them, Elder Liu Lun had even prepared to take out his secret stash of money to celebrate. Elder Liu Lun aside, even Jun Wuyu and Hua Suari have sent their royal special envoys to express their welcome greetings. With great difficulty, they stepped out onto the Soaring Dragon Continent. Ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai looked at the sky and said something that almost made Yue Yang split his sides laughing. I had thought about what kind of place the Soaring Dragon Continent was. It turns out to be really similar to our place. How could it have produced so many abnormally powerful fellas? We want to beat up Yekong and Fatty Hai, nobody can stop us. The 4 orc girls harbored hard feelings. Right, I had even cried at that time. Baoer also recalled the embarrassing moment. Humans are indeed a race with unlimited potential. Lin En caught sight of the tide of people nearing them and sighed. He didn't really mean the inner qualities of humans but referred to their numbers instead. As long as their population continued to increase in size, an innate was bound to appear every 100th, or maybe 10,000th person. It was no wonder there were so many human innates. It must be understood that not just the Golden Elves, even if one put the whole elfin race together, their whole population size might not even be a tenth of the human population in the Soaring Dragon Continent alone. You haven't been to the Demon Abyss, the numbers there are the real deal. Yue Yang retorted, numbers were also not everything. There are certainly many living creatures in the Demon Abyss, but most lack in intelligence. If all the living creatures in the Demon Abyss had the intelligence of humans, then they might have conquered all the lands in the entire Tongtian Tower. Anna smiled faintly. She still admired the speed of growth of the human intelligence the most. The elf race, on the other hand, like Baoer, who had lived in the elf forest for 150 years, had a mental capacity of a 14 to 15-year-old human. Hell, she might not even be as sensible as a 14 to 15-year-old human. This was the difference between their two races. She had heard from Fatty Hai and Yekong about Yue Yang's sister, Yue Bing, who, despite her young age, was more mature than Baoer. She also had combat powers that were very much stronger. Golden elves, when compared to humans, had only one superiority, which was that they had a comparatively longer lifespan. It was very common for golden elves to live for more than 3,000 years, whereas it was extremely rare to see normal humans over 200 years of age. To ox heads like Li Ao and Fan Lun Tai, humans were not superior in terms of numbers and quick maturity. Instead, they were far more creative than them. The ox heads did not lack warriors, since all of them were naturally born as warriors. They reached adulthood at 10 years of age and were ready to rush into the battlefield. However, to ox heads who were only good at charging and breaking through enemy lines, creating materials and cultivating a culture was a tough problem. They had even relied on a single method to educate their young, which was to nurture their instincts. If only all ox heads could create materials and cultures like humans to educate their young, they might probably be a stronger race than the human race. Certainly, this was a presumption limited to Li Ao's and Fan Lun Tai's imagination. This time, Yue Yang could not bring them to the Yu clan castle first. To show respect for Jun Wuyu, he led them to teleport straight to Shangjing and proceeded to the palace. Jun Wuyu looked full of vigor, with his crown atop his head and in his court dress, bathed in an air of elegance, he led people and went out to welcome them. The resonant bugle horn sounded. Imperial guards filed out under the lead of Commander Feng Kuang and stood uniformly at attention on both sides of the Imperial path, their armor and swords shining brightly, ensign clearly distinct. 10 strong men lifted a pole and sounded the giant coiling dragon bell, which could be heard in the entire Shangjing, heavily, for 28 times. The whole city buzzed with excitement at the sound of the melodious and mellow humming. This was the greatest ceremony to welcome guests or to celebrate since other than the enthronement of new emperors and their brides and the appointment of new heavenly imperial guardians, the giant coiling dragon bell would only normally be rung 10 times for events such as naming a crown prince or marrying a princess. When golden elves Lin En, Anna and Baoer stepped forward, they first paid respects to Jun Wuyu. The whole imperial path rang with loud cheering. This was absolutely an honor to the Xia kingdom. The noble golden elves, brave ox heads and the strong heroic orcs, had all paid respect to their king, a never-before-possessed honor for humans since ancient times. All the distinguished guests were powerful warriors from the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower. Most of all, while the Xia kingdom was in the chaos of war, they had traveled a long distance to fight for their human allies, it made the friendship more precious. Welcome to the Soaring Dragon Continent, your presence here is the greatest encouragement to the warriors of the Soaring Dragon Continent and this moment would go down in history. No matter the future of the Soaring Dragon Continent, I hope our Xia warriors and golden elves, ox heads and orcs, will be forever bonded as brothers and sisters, to support and help each other. Today, all of you could come a long way to fight against the enemy invasion of our Xia. In the future, the warriors and children of Xia would certainly return this favor 100-fold. Jun Wuyu's impassioned speech rang loud across the skies. He felt really emotional as this wasn't as simple as a few foreign tribes coming forward to aid in the war. The arrival of Lin En, Anna and the rest were the greatest encouragement and boosted the morale of the warriors of Xia. Furthermore, it can be seen from this just how charismatic Yue Yang, Yekong and Fatty Hai were. Having only spent a short time of a month together, golden elves, who were usually the least sociable with human warriors, were willing to step forward to offer their help. Having achieved such an impressive feat that countless seniors have failed to achieve, wasn't this enough to show how outstanding the younger generation, such as Yue Yang, were? Even if the Xia kingdom failed to withstand the attack of the Black Hell army, with the charming younger generation and with so many foreign tribes that have extended their helping hand, what's the difficulty in restoring the Xia kingdom once again? Emperor of the humans, we are glad to be here in the Soaring Dragon Continent. To us, the Soaring Dragon Continent was an unfamiliar place and the Xia kingdom was also just a kingdom in a foreign land out of many foreign lands of the Tongtian Tower, but this magical land had also fascinated us for a long time. We had always been curious about the kind of land that produced many outstanding human warriors, not to mention the third young master of the Yu clan, who still remains an unimaginable mystery to us, just Haida Fu, Yekong and the Li brothers, who were all tenacious and full of fighting spirit amazes us. On our adventures, we realized that the outstanding warriors of Xia were different from others, they were all the best young rankers. We have forged close friendships and fought as one on the battlefield, to live and die as one. To sum it in a sentence, they were not golden elves, nor ox heads, nor orcs, but they're all our brothers and sisters in our hearts, their family. We were willing to come fight for these friends and family, and we would be willing even if we were to die bravely in war, we would have no regrets. Lin En, following Jun Wuyu's speech, expressed her own feelings on the behalf of golden elves, ox heads, and orcs. Wow, long live, this had deeply moved the people of Xia. Touching words like brothers and sisters as well as family, defeated the older generation, and all their eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. Yue Yang, Ye Kong, and Fatty Hai of the younger generation, were all so capable. Since ancient times, how many races would have traveled and offered their help to a foreign land? Not to mention human warriors who were always seen as trouble and unwelcomed by the foreign tribes. Now, a golden elf had announced that they recognized the people of Xia as family and were willing to die in battle for them. This statement was indeed super impressive, and there wasn't any way to not be touched. The younger people were even more excited and fired up. Golden elves were even here to help the war, they would have nothing to fear about the Black Hell Army and just had to fight with all their might. Ordinary soldiers couldn't wait to fight the enemy on the battlefield immediately, the anticipation of war left them feeling frustrated. They pounded heavily on their breastplate with their clenched fists. What started with a few hundred soldiers grew to thousands, then millions of them, as they all pounded on their breastplates, filling the streets with the thunderous sound of their thumping. As more and more people joined in and the thumping became neater and rhythmic, the morale of the soldiers combined to form a crazy flood that totally covered the cheering of the people. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump. Their inner emotions could no longer be expressed by cheering, and only through such a manner could they have somewhat expressed the excitement in their hearts. Jun Wuyu looked at Yue Yang gratefully. He knew all of these were in fact planned by Yue Yang in advance. Otherwise, Yue Yang wouldn't have brought the team of golden elves back to the Soaring Dragon Continent with such great fanfare. Neither would Yue Yang have informed him in advance to let him get himself ready. Jun Wuyu was clear that Yue Yang wanted to help him boost morale. Due to the Black Hell Army's declaration of war on the Xia Kingdom and the incitement of spies, the morale of the people were all low. The people had felt that the chances of defeat were high, and it negatively affected the morale of the soldiers indirectly. Some generals were even wavered by the low morale. Now, after the Golden Elves have paid respect to the King of Xia and announced their heroic intention to fight to the death, the morale of the people and soldiers would be boosted greatly. Not mentioning others, Jun Wuyu himself felt greatly encouraged. It turned out that Jun Wuyu was secretly prepared for defeat. Although he had rather die than submit, he had never thought he would be able to win against the Black Hell Army, so all his considerations were for defeat. Now with Yue Yang's rooting, Jun Wuyu has regained his ambition and decided that the battle was undecided until the end. He had Marshal Yu Hai to lead his army and Yue Yang to fight the Innates. Even if the Black Hell Army was awesome, they wouldn't be defeated without a fight. We'll fight to the end. Jun Wuyu nodded at Yue Yang. After all Yue Yang has done, as the Emperor, he must not lose face to Yue Yang. Yue Yang had the intention to encourage Jun Wuyu. He didn't care about the morale of the ordinary people as it wasn't a significant factor affecting the war. However, Jun Wuyu must remain strong as the Emperor. If he were to admit defeat and give up, then no matter how skilled his people were, they wouldn't be able to perform. Should they really avoid going to battle with the Black Hell King and the Black Hell Army? Yue Yang has never submitted himself to the worst-case scenario. He had even dared to fight the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm as well as attacked the Scarlet Emperor. Why should he even be afraid of merely the Black Hell King? Amidst the cheerings of the crowd, Jun Wuyu welcomed Anna, Baoer, and Gang into the palace. Fatty Hai and Ye Kong were waiting in the main hall with smiles, looking very cheeky. Yue Yang flourished his hand there, "Go on and beat them up, don't be shy. But it better not last more than an hour because the Emperor has arranged a feast in an hour's time." "You're unbelievable. So be it if you hadn't tried to dissuade the fight, but you are asking them to take action." Fatty Hai let out a shriek as Ox Head Fan Lun Tai started to beat him up before he was finished speaking. "This is called better you die than me." Yue Yang turned his back easily on Fatty Hai. In Jun Wuyu's royal study, Jun Wuyu thanked his future son-in-law, lifted his teacup, sipped his tea comfortably and asked, "If you have any more good news for me, feel free to say it now, while my heart still can take it." He knew Yue Yang would definitely have more good stuff he hadn't shared yet. Yue Yang had spent much effort as he believed a little sacrifice is nothing in order to pick up girls. Who asked Jun Wuyu to have such an exceeding daughter, the tigress? Yue Yang cleared his throat. "It's like this, Mr. Chen from the Qilan continent will be providing aid to your highness. He will be giving us 500 thunder beasts and 100 sets of thunder armor." Jun Wuyu choked upon hearing what Yue Yang said. The fame of thunder beasts and the thunder armor wasn't less than that of the Qilan wine, it is only natural that Jun Wuyu had heard of them before. He had even wanted to get himself a set when he was still a prince, but various problems prevented him from getting one. the thunder armor together with the storage ring then became his greatest regrets. He had not expected this future son-in-law to gift 100 of the thunder armor all at once. Ignoring Jun Wuyu's choked expression, Yue Yang casually continued, "Here is a secret agreement I had signed with the great Demon King Baruth and Demon King Xian. They would send troops to attack the flanks if Xia could fight to a tie with the Black Hell Army, letting the Black Hell Army suffer consequences." Tui. Jun Wuyu cannot help but spurted water, followed by fierce coughing. Yue Yang words almost caused him to choke to death. Although Yue Yang signed a secret agreement with the various demons from the demon abyss, he couldn't let the common men and soldiers know about it. But the agreement shocked the leaders of the Xia kingdom too much. It could be said that this lifted up their spirits 100 times better than the golden elves coming to their aid. After all, this was a solid aid to the situation. The help coming from the golden elves was more of a form of mental support. Thinking of the demons from the demon abyss fighting against the Black Hell King jointly with human innates boosted Jun Wuyu's confidence to the maximum. According to what Yue Yang said, Jun Wuyu's fighting spirit had been ignited, and he could transform into a Spartan readily launching attacks anytime. Luckily the Black Hell King didn't see Jun Wuyu in such an agitated state, if not he would have retreated his army in fright. Other than Elder Yu Hai, Shui Donglu, the State Grand Master, 2 Heavenly Imperial Guardians and the Heavenly Imperial Guardians sent from Tianluo Kingdom, people like Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao and Yan Qianzhong had only seen the agreement but didn't see the content on the agreement. Even so, the emergence of this secret agreement boosted their morale tremendously. Especially Yan Qianzhong, who was in a dilemma. This made him reel in shock. He even suspected that Jun Wuyu did it deliberately for him to see. On one end, Xia Jin Kingdom was trying as hard as they can to recruit him, wishing for him to be the first one to be out of the 4 great clans. On the other end, he wasn't willing to become others' lackey, because the Black Hell King might not turn out to be a good bet in the end. After the war, he might even burn their bridges. Becoming a traitor would cause not only himself, but also his future generations to bear the dirty name, just like Green Summit sect who escaped from the Yu clan. Although Xia Jin Kingdom was generous to them, descendants from Duan Mu and Mo Qi still couldn't raise their head up in pride today. Moreover, Xia might not be destructed after all. Forget about having Tianluo Kingdom as their ally. Other than the Western Lion Pagoda, the rest of the 4 clans like Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, Southern Floating Mist Sect and Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion all didn't wish for the Black Hell King to disrupt the balance in the Soaring Dragon Continent. They were also annoyed by the possibility that the Black Hell King might step foot into the Soaring Dragon Continent. So although they might not help blatantly, they would definitely provide assistance secretly. What Yan Qianzhong feared the most was Yue Yang. He was definitely an abnormal guy. Would the Black Hell King be able to kill him? Yan Qianzhong felt that even if a beast were to become more stupid it wouldn't think so. If he were to betray the 4 great clans and Xia Kingdom, and even if the Black Hell King don't kill his family, Yue Yang would definitely not let him off. Under this situation, Yan Qianzhong felt that he should live with a bit more dignity and work alongside with the Feng, Shui, and Yu clans. Even if he were to die, his son Yan Pojun would still be around. With Yue Yang leading him, making the Yan clan prosper again would just be a matter of time. Yan Qianzhong, who previously rejected Xia Jin Kingdom's advancement, reeled in shock as he broke out in sweat on seeing the secret agreement Yue Yang signed with Demon Abyss. Fortunately he didn't make a foolish decision. Luckily he rejected Xia Jin Kingdom. If not, the Yan clan would really die in shame and would have to carry a dirty name for a long time. If he were to agree, the Yan clan would definitely be erased from the 4 great clans, and the Hai clan and Ye clan with Fatty Hai and Ye Kong would possibly replace the Yan clan to become part of the 4 great clans. The Black Hell King was right. He was definitely a terrifying existence. But in Yan Qianzhong's opinion, the most terrifying person would be Yue Yang. Forget about his potential and rate of growth, everyone in the world knew that he was abnormal, even his beasts were abnormal too. Sky Law from the Sky Demon Palace and the Night Empress from Tianluo thought highly of him, even Zhizun the human became his personal introducer. It's not wise to belittle the Black Hell King, but the consequences of belittling Yue Yang would be even more horrifying. In retrospect, Yan Qianzhong discovered that those who opposed him never had a good ending. Previously Shun Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader were defeated by him. It looks like the Black Hell King wouldn't be an exception this time round. There had never been such possibility for a human innate to get to the Demon Palace and negotiate with an archenemy like the Demon Abyss, and turning into allies successfully at the end of the negotiation. If the human innate wasn't Yue Yang but someone else, Yan Qianzhong wouldn't believe that this was true. But if it was Yue Yang, Yan Qianzhong felt that it was normal. Yue Yang was born to do things that other cannot do. Everything he did was not able to be accomplished by others. For example, self-training to become an innate at age 20, fighting the Thousand Goblin sect leader, chasing after the Eastern demons, defeating the 7 Great Bears, resolving the conflict in the Yu clan, making Shun Tian retreat, invading the Demon Palace to attack Duan Mu Longcheng, breaking the demon statue to snatch the beast. All these uncountable heroic acts were unaccomplishable by people of the same age as him. It might not even be achievable for other innates. Because of him, the golden elves that hadn't visited the Soaring Dragon Continent for 1,000 years came. What was more unbelievable was that the demons who hated human to the core from the demon abyss actually signed a secret agreement with this guy as they prepared to attack the Black Hell King together. Now, Yan Qianzhong felt that even if Yue Yang were to say that Zhizun would come to their aid later and kill Black Hell King on the spot, he wouldn't doubt him. Yue Yang simply couldn't be judged with a normal person's standard. When Yan Qianzhong was looking at Yue Yang secretly, he found out that Yue Yang was also looking at him intentionally or otherwise, and it made him reel in shock. Could it be that Yue Yang found out that he sent a letter to the Zai Jin Kingdom? Yan Qianzhong prayed hard. May all ancestors bless me, the rejection letter must reach Zai Jin Kingdom, please don't let it get lost halfway, if not it would be hard to prove my loyalty. He quickly sat properly, as he swore that if Zai Jin Kingdom were to send any more letters to him, he would give it to Junwu directly without reading them. It's still okay if he were to become enemies with the Black Hell King, but he really had no guts to become rivals with Yue Yang. Although the demons from Demon Abyss signed the agreement, they are fickle beings, we need to have a backup plan. Elder Yu Ha's strength wasn't on par to an innate, but his military strategies were definitely top-notch among human beings. Junwu Yu had given him the authority to command his troop long ago, even the heavenly imperial guardians of Tianluo indicated that their troop would listen to the old marshal's commands to defeat the Black Hell army jointly. Elder Yu Hai was both overjoyed and apprehensive about the secret agreement. He was overjoyed because if everything goes well, they would emerge victorious. The reason for his apprehensiveness was that if there's any hiccups, Demon Abyss might make matter worse for them. It's impossible to trust Demon Abyss completely to abide by the agreement. Forget about Demon Abyss, even human beings would only support the stronger ones. Certainly it's hard to completely win, but there's still hope of having a tie. Shui Donglu was also a warfare expert, it was just that he did not have the opportunity to show it before. We'll take care of the war between innates. The heavenly imperial guardians of Tianluo smiled elegantly. Although we can't take down the Black Hell King, we will definitely fight against his 4 fallen innates with all our might. As for the Black Hell King, the mission to take him down will go to Night Empress and little Yue Yang. It wouldn't be a problem if it's just the Black Hell King. Junwu Yu's 4 fingers pressed onto the table softly. After thinking for a while, he looked towards Yue Yang. According to the information sent back by little Yue Yang, and the things that happened recently, we have sufficient reasons to suspect that Shen Tian, the Black Prince, 1000 Goblin Sect leader and more fallen innates will join this battle towards the end. Indeed, this is a problem. It is a little unrealistic to request Baruth and Ha Xian to come out in advance to fight against Shen Tian, the Black Prince and the 1000 Goblin Sect leader. The ascetic practice saint was also pessimistic towards the aid of the Demon Abyss. Is it possible for little Yue Yang to get Sky Law to help? The scholar asked Yue Yang teasingly. Actually everyone knew about his relationship with her. It will be difficult. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders and waved his hands. Did you guys quarrel? The ascetic practice saint joked. Nope, I killed Sky Dragon who was ranked 10th on the board of Sky Demon Palace. I think people from the Sky Demon Palace will be incensed if they were to see me, Yue Yang sighed innocently. If I had known that the Black Hell King would invade, I would have spared his life. I really did not know at that point in time. Pu, those who were drinking water spurted it out. Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao and Yan Qianzhong almost coughed out their bronchiole. Actually everyone knew that Sky Dragon was his love rival. If Sky Dragon were to land into his hands, he would have died more than 10 times. But even if they knew about it, they were still uncontrollably shocked. After all, Sky Dragon was a super powerful level 6 innate, if he were to come to Xia, he could have been a heavenly imperial guardian. Who would have thought that he would be killed by Yue Yang? The most ridiculous thing was that the Sky Demon Palace actually did not pursue the matter. They could have had argued with him instead of doing nothing at all. It seemed that even Sky Execution was wary of Yue Yang. If it were to be another person, Sky Execution would have killed him already. Junwu Yu spoke immediately. He comforted Yue Yang who was pretending to be upset. It's all right, even the Sky Demon Palace respect the more powerful person. I support you, charge into the Sky Demon Palace fearlessly, and snatch Sky Law back. Even if Sky Dragon died, he died in vain, and you are doing it for the good of everyone. Your Highness, please don't lead a child wayward. Elder Yu Hai was speechless. The lot fought hard to suppress their laughter. Even if Junwu Yu didn't teach him so, Yue Yang was bad enough in the first place. Even if Junwu Yu didn't mention it, Yue Yang already had the thought going to the Sky Demon Palace to negotiate. He had already went to the Demon Palace, what would be stopping him from getting to the Sky Demon Palace now? If he could persuade his rivals like Baruth and Haxian, Yue Yang didn't believe that he couldn't persuade Sky Execution now. Moreover, the Sky Demon Palace was still considered to be a brother of Xia. The reason why Yue Yang didn't go immediately was because he was still waiting for the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's response. With her acting as the middleman, he wouldn't have to waste a lot of effort, nor does he have to bear with the arrogant attitude of Sky Execution. He could start his negotiation directly. Equals. If this was before his experience in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, Yue Yang wouldn't have the confidence that he could persuade Sky Execution. But after the battle between the three great leader of Heaven Realm, acquiring the prison Emperor Divine Seal, followed by defeating the Scarlet Emperor and signing secret agreement with the great demon King Baruth, Yue Yang was very certain that he would be able to convince Sky Pearl. Yan Qianzhong looked at Yue Yang and realized that he was giving off a confident smile. Yan Qianzhong's heart shook. What a guy! Looks like the Black Hell King would be the unlucky one this time round instead of Xia Kingdom. With the aid of the Sky Demon Palace, as Yue Yang was destined to be favored by the heavens, Shun Tian, the Black King and Thousand Goblin Sect leader would definitely flee quickly. With the joint attack of the Night Empress, Sky Execution, Sky Law, Baruth and Xian, together with Yue Yang, the Black Hell King's end would come soon. Thinking of this, Yan Qianzhong's ambitions started burning. If the Black Hell King was destined to fail, then how could Xia Jin Kingdom and the Lion Pagoda continue to survive? When these three powers fall, the four great clans would definitely rise. Although his Yan clan wouldn't be able to reap benefits as huge like the Yu clan, he would definitely be able to get the small benefits. At least it would stabilize the Yan clan's status in the four great clans. He wouldn't give Hai clan and Ye clan chances to catch up. On thinking of it, Yan Qianzhong decided immediately to use all his might to support Jun Wuyu. If he stands on his sides now, it would bring great fortune to all his future generations. Your Highness, Qianzhong's region is nearer to where Xia Jin Kingdom is, so he will be more familiar with the information of Xia Jin. So he will be of more help to Marshal Yu Ha's adjustment to the war plan. Yan Qianzhong stood up to report immediately. On seeing that everyone wore I was waiting for you to say this look, he broke out in cold sweat. Wet. Wet. Just as Yan Qianzhong was announcing Xia Jin Kingdom's secret loudly, Feng Kuang came to report that a few messengers had come from the demonic palace. He was representing Sky Law, Phoenix Fairy Beauty, to invite the third young master of Yu clan to come to the Siema, Slanting Horse, Valley for a meet-up. Jun Wuyu and the others looked at Yue Yang like a bunch of nosy kids. Before Yue Yang left, Jun Wuyu had even pulled Yue Yang's hand and asked, "Do you have any secret codes with Sky Law? Could this be a trap?" Yue Yang was secretly speechless, but he showed an appearance of an obedient child. Actually, Sky Law and I are purely just friends. We are only together in order to cultivate to new heights. No matter last time or now, we have always kept our relationship as platonic friendship. Everyone in the Imperial study almost fainted. Everyone almost couldn't take it anymore. This brat's shamelessness was not only at the level of shameless, it was a whole new realm of shameless. Even Jun Wuyu, the experienced Casanova in terms of women, almost couldn't take Yue Yang's shameless shenanigans. They probably only lacked having a baby and have done almost everything else. Yet, he still dared to say platonic friendship. Purely just friends. If he mentioned this to others, even fools wouldn't believe him. Regardless if it was a trap, Yue Yang was determined to go to Siema Valley. If Sky Execution really wanted to kill Yue Yang, the best time to do it wouldn't be at Siema Valley. Sky Execution would have done it when Yue Yang was at a critical moment in his fight with the Black Hell King. The fact that they had invited him to the Siema Valley means that there was still space to turn back. Of course, Yue Yang believed that Sky Execution had already known about the Sky Dragon incident. The fact that he had killed Sky Dragon could only be hidden for a short while. Maybe Sky Execution had already known this fact long ago, but he didn't try to confront Yue Yang immediately. It seemed like Yue Yang wouldn't be able to avoid fighting in the Siema Valley. He didn't have anything to lose anyway. If he fought with Sky Execution, who had everything, Sky Execution would be the one to lose something. In any case, it was also time to meet Sky Execution. The Siema Valley was once a beautiful place. It was said that it was a beautiful grass plain before. The scenery was magnificent and the grass was green. Shepherd's songs would usually fill the whole place. It was practically a happy place that rarely exists in this world. Until one day, two brothers came to this place. The older brother wished to cultivate to a whole new realm, so he suggested to the younger brother that they journey to the east to find the East Saint at that time and become his disciple. The younger brother, on the other hand, felt that they should journey to the west. He felt that the West Saint, who would repay favor with favor and enmity with enmity, would be a better teacher for them than the East Saint, who lived a simple and peaceful life. The two brothers had actually came from a rich household, but after their parents died, their inheritance were forcefully snatched from them by their uncle. The two brothers were then kicked out from their house. Hence, the younger brother wanted to become strong and come back for their house and inheritance again in the future. The most ironical thing was that the older brother was critically injured by bandits along the way, and met the West Saint who was coincidentally walking past. Meanwhile, the younger brother had saved a girl from the bandits, and because of this, he received the East Saint's favor, because that girl was the East Saint's granddaughter. 10 years later, the older brother whose personality had changed studying under the West Saint, had turned into an evil, narrow-minded and grudge-bearing warrior. On the other hand, the younger brother had married the East Saint's granddaughter and had many children with her. Under the East Saint's simple and peaceful teaching, slowly, he started to give up on the idea to take revenge on his uncle and snatch their house and inheritance back. When the two brothers met again, due to the difference in their thoughts and philosophy, they couldn't see each other eye to eye. In the end, they started a big fight. The younger brother who was stronger than his brother accidentally killed him from a misstep. This matter then triggered the great fight between the West Saint, who wanted to take revenge for his disciple, and the East Saint, who wanted to protect his grandson-in-law. The great fight had decimated the Xian Valley. It was burnt to the ground and flooded in storms. When the West Saint and the East Saint brought out their whole power, the impact caused great earthquakes and thunder, splitting the earth apart. In the end, the ground was split in two, forming the Xian Valley. To the Xia Kingdom, Xian Valley was their ancestors' land. This was because the legend really did happen. The founders of the Xia Kingdom was actually the descendant of the younger brother, the crux of the great fight between the West and East Saint. On the other hand, the earliest fallen warrior of the demonic palace was actually the descendants of the older brother from the great fight in the Xian Valley. Since 3,000 years ago, the two families would carry out a decisive battle in Xian Valley every 10 years. The grudge became deeper and deeper with each generation, until one day, a girl who was extremely loved by both families decided to kill herself in front of the Xian blood monument in order to stop the fight between the two families. Only then did the two families stop their needless fight. The younger brother's descendants started anew and founded the Xia Kingdom. The older brother's descendants continued to lose their way in hatred and founded the demonic palace. They made an oath not to reconcile with the younger brother's descendant unless the girl who committed suicide at that time could be resurrected. That story is such a pain in the ass. When Princess Xian told this legend to Yue Yang, that brat's reaction was as such. At that time, he was beaten up by the furious Princess Xian as a result, and she refused to speak to him for one whole day. Right now, as Yue Yang stepped onto the Xian Valley, he realized that it had turned into a harsh, deserted and barren land. The strangest thing was that the earth here was red, like a human's blood. Although Yue Yang knew that it was definitely not because the ground was stained by human's blood, he couldn't help feeling a kind of mournful feeling. Of course, there was one anomaly. Wasn't it just a girl? Continuing to fight to their deaths, they were really too foolish. Yue Yang never tried to put himself into their shoes. If someone wanted to snatch loyal Hua City mistress, Princess Xian or Shui Wuxia from him, wouldn't he do anything to get them back? Forget about them, even if someone dared to have any ideas on that adorable little golden elf loli, Yue Yang would definitely chop that poor chap's head down without hesitation. Trying to snatch the guy from another dimension's girl? This was practically going against the heaven's orders. Sky Law would definitely never invite Yue Yang to this kind of place. It was definitely sky execution. Inviting Yue Yang to the Xian Valley definitely posed a deeper meaning. It was as if they wanted to use this to portray that their two families was destined to oppose each other forever. It wouldn't be possible for them to work together. Yue Yang understood that completely, but he would definitely pretended not to on the outside. He pretended that he didn't understand anything. All along, those who are shameless always won. Only fools would send an upright man to a negotiation with their enemy. Dong, 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 dong. At a distance, the deep sound of drums reverberated deeply, making others' heartbeats go faster. This was not a kind of war drum, but rather a drum for funerals that made others feel uncomfortable. When Yue Yang heard this, he immediately changed his pace as if he was shooting a slow-motion movie and walked slowly forward. When he reached the source of the drumbeat, a giant warrior that was beating the drum hard, a full half an hour had passed. That giant warrior who had huge muscles finally stopped beating the drum, and he glared at Yue Yang with his ox-like eyes. He roared at Yue Yang, looking as if he wanted to eat him whole. What the heck are you doing? Walking so slowly like that? I was so kind-hearted so as to beat the drum to let you know our meeting location. It's still okay if you don't thank me. You still dared to purposely walk like a snail. You are purposely trying to make life difficult for me, right? Come, let me teach you a lesson. When Yue Yang heard this, he immediately revealed a wide smile, showing all of his teeth, radiant like the sun. They say that people wouldn't hit a smiling, friendly person. The giant warrior's fist had already reached the tip of Yue Yang's nose, but he still stopped in the end. Don't smile. Let me beat you to a pulp first. Bloody hell, I get angry just by seeing that pretty boy look of yours. Yue Yang's smile became even wider as he chuckled. This big brother over here, how do I address you? Are you Sky Fury or Sky Assassinate? Who's your big brother? And my name has got nothing to do with you. The giant warrior was completely driven mad. It was the first time he met this brat, yet he dared to call him big brother. If he met him again, he would probably call him uncle, or even grandpa. He really never met such a weirdo in his life. If this brat had approached him and immediately started a fight with him without saying anything, he would be alright with it. Yet this brat not only did not make his move, he even called him big brother so intimately. He was completely at a loss on what to do with him. Sky Law will be my future wife, so you can be considered as my wife's extended family. Seeing that you are much older than me, I think calling you great uncle will be better. Yue Yang said it in a way as if he had let the giant off too easily, he could have called him great grandpa. It was as if Yue Yang expected the giant to be thankful to him. You. The giant warrior was so angry that he almost puked blood. Such a shameless brat, how could he have managed to survive until now? How could there be such a shameless brat in this world? What a glib tongue. Your words are so sweet, wife's extended family, great uncle, small uncle. If my memory serves me right, not long ago, there was also a similar great uncle called Sky Dragon. You were the one who killed him in the Thunder Fortress, right? Can I trouble you to explain this matter for a while? Why didn't you think he was your great uncle then? A tall, lanky man carrying an ancient sword at his back suddenly appeared behind Yue Yang's back. He was wearing a long robe. This man's power was above Sky Dragon's. His gaze was extremely sharp, as if a look from him could cause one to suffer from multiple cuts and lacerations. Yue Yang didn't face him, he allowed him to continue looking at his back. He felt as if there was an icy cold sword pressing against his back. Needless to say, this tall lanky man who carried an ancient sword on his back was the man holding the number 9 seat of the demonic palace Sky Sword. After Sky Dragon died, he had become the only Sky Demon who possessed the power of innate level 6 amongst the other 10 Sky Demons. Of course, his innate level 6 was more powerful than Sky Dragon's. Even though both of them were innate level 6, Yue Yang thought that 2 Sky Dragons might not even be enough to defeat this Sky Sword. Sky Sword's only weakness was probably his over-reliance on that saint-ranked ancient sword. Hence, he was stuck at innate level 6, unable to break through to higher levels. Of course, possessing that saint-ranked ancient sword, this Sky Sword's power was already very close to the drum-beating giant warrior, even when the drum-beating giant warrior possessed a platinum-ranked Sky Anguish drum. This ancient sword is really good stuff, Yue Yang drooled a little. If Sky Sword was alone, he would have already snatched the ancient sword from him. However, Sky Execution was nowhere to be seen, hence he couldn't have any ideas about the ancient sword at the meantime. Yue Yang returned back to the main topic as he leisurely smiled and replied Sky Sword's question. He shamelessly said, actually, the matter concerning great uncle was really very simple. If a certain person is willing to be my great uncle, he will be my great uncle. When that certain person is not willing to be my great uncle, and even tried to fight for the place as my wife's husband, that certain someone definitely can't be my great uncle anymore. Since it's like that, I'd like to fight too, let's see how it goes. Sky Execution released 100,000 blade chi in an instant, causing deep cuts on the ground as far as 10 meters in front of Yue Yang. This was merely the power of Sky Sword's glare. A number of cuts also appeared on Yue Yang's dragon leather armor, as if it had been cut by a sharp knife. However, forget about a cut in the cheeks, Yue Yang didn't even let a single thread of his hair cut. He calmly and annoyingly waved a stick of wood and coolly said, you should just do your part as my great uncle well. With that face of yours, if you insist to fight with me, you will make me die of laughter. Have you ever seen yourself in the mirror? Furthermore, even if I don't beat you up now, my wife Sky Law will definitely beat you up. A great person should know their own limits. Can I trouble you to stand at the side? I think you are still not qualified enough to be my wife's extended family. If you change your mind, you can always tell me. Thank you. You. Sky Swords was so angry that his face turned red, then purple, then black. He thought of pulling his ancient sword and slashed this brat to death countless times. Then he would cut him to pieces and hang each piece of meat in a line for everyone to see. He had met annoying people before, but he never met such an annoying person before. After forcing Sky Sword to admit defeat, at the bottom of the Xia Valley, there was a man that was floating in the sky leisurely. He looked so relaxed that Yue Yang was jealous of him. He looked at Yue Yang and smiled, similarly showing all of his teeth, radiant like the stars. His smile was darker than the night. He learnt Yue Yang's way of flipping his hair, then spoke with a voice that seemed to bring spring breeze with it, can I be your love rival too? If you are talking about looks, I don't think I'm worse off than you. As for having any ideas, I would have some ideas about your wife sometimes. What do you think of me? Yue Yang immediately changed from a modest gentleman into a little rogue, his words was extremely vulgar as he assailed his opponent, wifey, fortunately you spoke out quickly, otherwise I would have to spank you. You must know that I hate people who look better than me the most. But I don't mind if it is a woman. Welcome, my name is Yue Yang, but people usually called me the Yue Clan Third Young Master. I have an upright and cheerful personality, and I have carriages and houses. I am a rich second generation who never have to worry about food to eat or clothes to wear. I have someone to protect me and sacrifice for me, I have someone to open the way for me and back me up from behind. I have authority and riches to enjoy. My hobbies include taking photos, art, and studying beasts. I am the most eligible bachelor that everyone is fighting over for. I wonder if you still have any interest to interview for the position as a member of my wonderful harem. Before this shameless brat could finish speaking, the other party had already fainted to the ground. Please do not host these chapters elsewhere without permission. Shiro, changing Demonic Palace to Sky Demon Palace. Sorry for the late chapter. Will release 428 tomorrow night. If you have a sister and a wretched, low-class dandy were to flirt and take liberties with her for no reason, what would you do? A man's voice came from nowhere. There's a certain attractiveness to the voice, no matter who the listener is, one would definitely associate it with maturity and sensibility, but his words were mean. These two stark contrasts formed an amazing contradiction. Both were similar yet opposing, rational yet angry, earnest yet incisive. Yue Yang had seen a lot of powerful people and he had his fair share of encounter with weirdos too. Undoubtedly, this man is one of those weirdos. And he could be considered one of the more special ones. On the topic of witty conversation, if Yue Yang calls himself number 2, no one would dare to claim that they are number 1 in the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent. Hearing the confrontation of the man, others would have broke out in cold sweat or would have felt awkward, but Yue Yang still laughed. Then you would have to see if he did it intentionally. The man who confronted him was stunned. After pausing her a moment, he spoke. What would you do if he did it intentionally? Then I'll kill him. Yue Yang waved his hands and acted as if he was angry. He would be asking for death if he dares to flirt with my sister. Then what if he did it unintentionally? A handsome young man standing in front of Yue Yang asked deliberately. He was the type of guy that would make one's heart flutter even if he's not smiling. I don't care if he did it intentionally or not. I will kill anyone who dare to flirt with my sister. Did he even know who I am? Am I the type of people that will be reasonable? Yue Yang replied proudly. Your answer is not bad. Looks like I'll have to learn from you, the voice replied. Don't look up to me too much. Yue Yang touched his hair narcissistically. No matter what, I want to see what great skills you have, especially your famous Nirvana flame and world exterminating wheel. The man with the magnetic voice seemed to set his mind on fighting with Yue Yang. But it seemed that he was trying to settle personal dispute with him, so it wouldn't obstruct Yue Yang's negotiation process. It's a rare occasion that you are humble enough to ask me to teach you. As your son-in-law, I'll reluctantly accept the job of guiding you. Yue Yang said without feeling ashamed. Sky Sword, who was standing behind Yue Yang, grimaced and almost died, puking blood. This guy's level of shame had reached rock bottom. He could probably kill his enemies with it. Speaking to Yue Yang could agitate their enemies enough to cause them internal injuries. The drum-beating giant guy couldn't stand him even more. He carried his sky anguish drum and walked away with huge steps without turning his head back. He decided not to talk to Yue Yang ever again. He didn't even want to see Yue Yang anymore as he was afraid that Yue Yang would be bad influence to him. Although the drum-beating giant guy agrees that he isn't a saint with his bloodied hands, he still held on to some principles. But after hanging around with Yue Yang, the drum-beating giant guy thought that if he get too close with this Yu clan third young master brat, what's left of his little principles would be destroyed. With regards to shamelessness alone, not even the shamelessness of all the demons from the Sky Demon Palace add up together could compare to Yue Yang's. Yue Yang was the kind of person that's not to be trifled with. So the drum-beating giant guy avoided him. Regarding him killing Sky Dragon, the drum-beating giant guy wondered if Sky Dragon died from being too angry with Yue Yang. I want to know how the third young master of Yu clan would convince us to help this Xia. Another voice that sounded like a thorny devil's resounded. This person's voice made people uncomfortable just by hearing. It made others felt as if there was thorns on their body, but they couldn't identify the location. It made people feel very uneasy. With regards to power level, the person with the thorny devil's voice should be of similar power to the man with an attractive voice. Yue Yang estimated that these two people were probably Sky Calamity and Sky Crime that were ranked 4th and 5th among the 10 great sky demons of the Sky Demon Palace. As for the handsome cross-dressing girl who got molested verbally by Yue Yang in the end, he was definitely Sky Disaster, who was ranked 6th in the Sky Demon Palace. She was climbing up the rank the fastest in the Sky Demon Palace. Yue Yang estimated that the giant guy who left carrying the Sky Anguish drum was Sky Fury. The other one whom Yue Yang could sense that he was within 10 meters from him but couldn't see with his naked eye was Sky Assassinate. Sky Assassinate had superb skills of being invisible. If not for Yue Yang's heaven-eye divine vision that allowed him to even see through Sky Disaster's cross-dressing, Yue Yang wouldn't be able to realize Sky Assassinate, the silent killer who was just within 10 meters from him. However, Sky Assassinate's cloaking only succeeded under the camouflage of the sword chi given off by Sky Sword. Yue Yang was still very impressed. With a cloaking power like this, it was no wonder that he was called Sky Assassinate. No wonder he was born to be an assassin. Now, all the 10 Sky Demons were almost all here. Only the strongest Sky Execution, Sky Wrath, who was ranked 3rd, and the hibernating Phoenix Fairy Beauty Sky Law were not present. Maybe these three were just spying on Yue Yang from somewhere he couldn't see. Due to the presence of Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Disaster, Sky Fury, Sky Assassinate and Sky Sword, they made Yue Yang less sensitive. They besieged him in certain sense, and formed an ancient summoning pattern that prevented Yue Yang from sensing his surroundings, causing him to be unable to detect where Sky Execution, Sky Wrath, and Sky Law were. Convincing y'all? No, all along I've been too lazy to waste my saliva on hopeless people like y'all. Yue Yang was unrelenting in being mean. Hey, be nice to ladies. Sky Disaster, who was cross-dressing, warned Yue Yang not to be too arrogant. I'm just telling the truth. Yue Yang gave an evil smile. He acted like a perverted uncle. Sky Disaster grew uncomfortable under his gaze. After coughing for a while, Yue Yang turned decent again. He then started reprimanding like an old man. Actually, I don't blame you all, because you guys have yet to see the world, so it's normal for y'all to be narrow-minded and hopeless. It would be strange if y'all are reasonable. Wait, don't attack me first, let me finish what I want to say. Yue Yang quickly waved his hand when he saw Sky Disaster raising her fist. At this time, Yue Yang realized that a person had sat beside him without him realizing. He sat on the ground casually with two legs stretched out. He was only clad in a rough sackcloth with long dark gold chains wounded around his neck and arms. This crestfallen man looked like a farmer with unshaven mustache. He looked like a 40-years-old uncle with a mediocre look. But his powers shocked Yue Yang slightly. On the surface he looked like a level 1 innate, but Yue Yang estimated that this crestfallen uncle would at least be a powerful person with rank as level 8 innate. He might even be near a level 9 innate. Although he looked at Yue Yang calmly without any emotions, he was emitting an invisible sense of violent vibe akin to that of a ferocious tiger hiding in the jungle, just waiting to pounce on its prey. The target didn't sense it, but he would be in deep trouble already. You are Sky Calamity. Yue Yang turned around and asked. Sky Crime. The crestfallen uncle caressed the ancient box with his callus-filled hand, causing the heavy black golden chain to give crackling sounds. Why didn't the mean Sky Calamity come? Yue Yang asked again. Haven't you heard of the saying, once Sky Calamity comes, everything 10 meters within him would be destroyed? He will start his killing spree once he comes. If you are suicidal, I can summon him. Then never mind, I'm different from you, I don't have the hobby of being abused. Yue Yang retaliated. If you don't have any good reasons, then I'm going to strike now. Sky Calamity, who was hiding somewhere, said arrogantly. Of course, he was stronger than Sky Crime and was just behind the rank of the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. He didn't have to care so much like how Sky Sword was. Even if he couldn't guarantee that he could kill Yue Yang, there's still a high possibility for him to injure Yue Yang severely. I don't intend to convince you all, to put it forward bluntly, you all are goddamn stubborn. I'm too lazy to ask y'all to help. It wouldn't affect me much if the Black Hell King were to destroy Xia anyway. I don't really care if I can't return to the Yu Clan Castle because I'm going to reside in the Heaven Realm soon and I'm already in the midst of application for migration. I've even gotten the green card already, so what's there to be afraid of? Things like the Ruins Palace, Ancient Passage, Warrior Soul, and other treasures are all useless now. I am still a bachelor anyway, if you all aren't afraid then why will I be? Yue Yang started to laugh loudly. If I remember correctly, there's this guy who is both a filial son and a loving brother, am I right? Sky Disaster tilted her head and looked at Yue Yang playfully. I will bring forth mother and my sister with me, I don't care about the rest of the family members, the Black Hell King can't do anything to me. Moreover, if Xia were to be destroyed, the Black Hell King will turn his target to you all, he will definitely not go after the minor people. But it's hard to say what will happen to y'all because y'all have a big family business that many are eyeing on, hehe. Yue Yang stated to scare them. You think the Black Hell King can invade our Sky Demon Palace? Sky Crime's particularly attractive voice sounded. No, Yue Yang shook his head. Then you are just uttering bullshit. Bullshit of the bullshit. Sky Sword couldn't take it anymore. Yue Yang shouldn't have spoken like this even if he was just fooling around with a kid. The Black Hell King couldn't do it, but if there's the combined power of Shen Tian, the Black Prince, Thousand Globan Sect Leader and the Thousand Goblins King who is about to get out of his seal, then what do you think the outcome will be? Yue Yang asked. Still can't. Sky Realm thought for a while and replied grimly. Even with the Great Demon Baruth and Ha Xians joining in, no one can invade our Sky Demon Palace. Third young master, it seems that you don't quite know us well. What if there's 2 more people? Yue Yang smiled after hearing. What if the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine were to join in? Come again? Upon hearing the name, even the vicious Sky Disaster was shocked. The Scarlet Emperor? Looks like my girl didn't tell y'all. Yue Yang smiled like a cunning fox. A few days ago I heard that Shen Tian and the Black Prince released a powerful ancient rancor from the ancient sealing circle in the Evil Dragon Lair. That rancor is none other than the Scarlet Emperor. If you guys are not familiar with his name, then I can tell y'all another name. Prison Emperor. He was the archenemy of the Scarlet Emperor 6,000 years ago. As for the Black Hell King, he's just a lackey working under the Prison Emperor, and he's a unloyal lackey who betrayed his master. How can he compare to the Scarlet Emperor? Is the Scarlet Emperor really that terrifying? Sky Disaster's expression changed, but he looked more of being doubtful. On hearing it, Yue Yang smiled immediately. If he could move the other party, then his bullshit can continue. By spicing up his bullshit to make it more convincing, would working together with the Sky Demon Palace to counterattack the Black Hell Army still be a problem? Is the Scarlet Emperor terrifying? How could you use terrifying to describe him? Yue Yang expressed that this description was not good enough. If he's not scary, then is he cute? Sky Disaster couldn't help but go against Yue Yang. The Scarlet Emperor could only be described with abominable. No other words fits more than this. Hearing this, Sky Disaster became happy. However, when the others heard of it, they felt their heart clench. In this world, how many people could actually make Yue Yang call them abominable? The legends of the Prison Emperor was a long time ago and there were not many of them. However, everyone knew that the Prison Emperor was a supreme ranker 6,000 years ago. His was extremely powerful to the point that he could face Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders. Although Sky Law did not tell everyone, everyone already secretly knew about the news that Yue Yang had passed through the Prison Emperor's divine palace. At that time everyone was extremely worried. Even if the seal on Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders was extended, once they are unsealed, they would become existences that rankers could not defy. Nobody knew what happened in the Prison Emperor's divine palace. When Sky Law had quietly returned, she did not tell them what happened. She only told them that the seal on Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders was already broken and they had left the Prison Emperor's divine palace. Even Sky Execution was shocked trying to imagine what actually happened. However, because of the unfathomable Yu clan's 3rd young master, Sky Law did not die. Moreover, her strength had increased, rising to innate rank 10. In addition, the most mysterious thing is that, every time Sky Law and Yue Yang worked together, her power would rise quickly. Before she had helped Yue Yang fight against Shun Tian, Black Prince and Baruth, her strength was just a bit higher than Sky Wrath. After this battle, she had already surpassed Sky Wrath and truly became Demonic Palace's 2nd strongest Great Sky Demon. After the battle in the Prison Emperor's Divine Palace, even Sky Execution was shocked at her level up rate. Without even 3 months, she was already a rank 10 innate. Even her potential of breaking through was greater than before. Breaking through Zhizun's realm was something that can happen just around the corner. Sky Wrath was left crying in defeat. With just 3 months, he had been distantly surpassed by Sky Law. The thing that made Sky Wrath want to kill himself was the secret technique that Yue Yang had taught Sky Law. The more Sky Law trained, the more her level went down. She had dropped down from innate rank 10 to innate rank 9, but her power did not drop and instead rose up. This made everyone's eyes pop out. It was precisely because of this secret technique that Sky Execution, Sky Wrath and the others understood that Yu clan's 3rd young master was not weak-leveled, rather it was because this brat did not need to level so high. He was capable of surpassing high-leveled people with his weak level. Even Sky Execution remained speechless when facing such an abnormal person. If they could obtain this kind of secret technique, the 10 great sky demons could probably sweep through the entire Tongtian Tower. The only problem was that the Yu clan's 3rd young master was only willing to teach Sky Law. Although everybody's heart thirsted for this knowledge, they would absolutely not make things difficult for Sky Law. After all, many things could only be obtained through oneself. It was just like the beasts and skills that a grimoire would give, they could only be bestowed by heaven and impossible to demand. Moreover, the things that were demanded might not even match the person. After that battle in the Prison Emperor's Divine Palace, the shock that Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders had brought everybody of the Demonic Palace had not yet vanished. Now, a Scarlet Emperor appeared. Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders were still not bad because they had all returned to Heaven Realm. However, the Scarlet Emperor was not a person from Heaven Realm. He would definitely incite trouble within Tongtian Tower. Thinking about this, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Disaster and Sky Sword begun to have headaches. The Scarlet Emperor was completely different. It would probably take him 1 year's time for him to completely recover. What could they do within a year? Packing up their luggage and escape would be the natural answer. However, even if they escaped, where would they escape to? Describe the Scarlet Emperor, the more details the better. Sky Crime's expression was very grave. The black gold chains on his arm shook. I do not dare say how strong the Scarlet Emperor is, but I can confirm one thing, that bastard is not easy to defeat. At that time, I went over to the evil dragon lair and never expected this to happen. His self-important appearance was very discomforting. Additionally, Shun Tian's and the Black Prince's butt-kissing appearance made me very angry. So I used Nirvana Flames and World Exterminating Wheel to cut him down. Yue Yang expressed that he was a pacifist and when he attacked the Scarlet Emperor it was only to avert danger from the populace. As if he was a very good student and would be the best son-in-law. Shun Tian, Black Prince and the Scarlet Concubine were there and yet you still charged ahead. Sky Disaster's mouth formed an O, completely not believing him. I truly do not know if I should call you brave or stupid. Sky Calamity continued to use his sharp voice to prick Yue Yang. If this young master didn't attack him with my heroic resolution, you all would have already become stray dogs. Yue Yang suddenly became angry and pointed at everyone else. He scolded them. This young master had been beaten by the Scarlet Emperor that his skin had almost been peeled. Why do you think I even did this? Is it for a girl? For fame? Wrong, it was for you lazy bastards who have nothing to do. If I did not heavily injure the Scarlet Emperor when he escaped, would you guys still be in the mood to talk big? You would have already been hiding under your bed in fear. If this young master did not bring out the chestnut cracker prison emperor's divine seal left by the prison emperor, angrily smashing it towards the Scarlet Emperor's head and caving it, the one you would be facing right now would be the incomparably strong and woundless Scarlet Emperor. Moreover, Xian and the Black Prince, those two henchmen would also help him. You guys would have already been finished. The Scarlet Emperor was heavily injured by you? Under the attacks of Xian, the Black Prince and the Scarlet Concubine, you were still able to heavily injure the Scarlet Emperor. Sky Disaster did not dare believe it. This was what happened. Yue Yang added his own details to the story and told them. In the middle, there were naturally a few overstatements. At the same time, he also bragged a bit, showing how heroic, how grand he was. He had forgotten to add that he had saved the millions and millions of lives in the Tongtian Tower. Although everyone ignored his bragging, the narration about his battle with the Scarlet Emperor was enough to shock them. The strong Scarlet Emperor was completely outside their imagination. Compared to the Black Hell King, the traitor that they were familiar of, the Scarlet Emperor was stronger by leaps and bounds. A thought flashed through the Sky Demon's minds. Based on Demonic Palace's power, it would be hard to contend against the Scarlet Emperor. Most probably if Sky Execution, Night Empress and Xian worked together, they might have a chance. Even this abnormal Yu Clan third young master would probably be needed. Is he weaker than Heaven Realm's three great leader? Sky Crime's expression was incredibly distressed. He once again sat beside the simple box and pondered over it. It's a pity that Sister Sky Law had returned to Demonic Palace, if not she could probably help you. Sky Disaster regretfully sighed. You are right. If she did not take advantage of my sleep and left without saying goodbye, the Scarlet Emperor would probably be more injured. Yue Yang agreed, but was not aware of how vague these words were. Concretely speaking, how was he injured? Sky Calamity carefully questioned. Half-dead state. Because I was not willing to let it go like this, I waited until Xian and the Black Prince to leave and fought with him again. However, it still didn't work. I was only able to cut an arm and a leg. If you were in this young master's place, you would probably be insta-killed. I am not bluffing. If you have the time you could try it. I even dare say that if your leader Sky Execution fought with the completely recovered Scarlet Emperor, he would also face the consequences. Yue Yang desperately bragged about himself as he recounted the events. He bragged as if he was stronger than Sky Execution. Sky Calamity and the others were once again shocked. This brat is so abnormal, the Scarlet Emperor was actually beaten close to death? Do you know where the Scarlet Emperor is? We must quickly find him and surround him. We must not let him recover. Sky Sword became worried. The Scarlet Emperor had just escaped the ancient seal and was still very weak. If he was still unkillable, then if he had recovered to his peak, then it would be a disaster. I am truly sorry, I don't know where he is hiding. Yue Yang shook his shoulders showing that he had no way of knowing. Can you use your secret innate skill to probe the Scarlet Emperor's true strength? Sky Crime suddenly once again stood up and stared at Yue Yang. The Scarlet Emperor? My secret innate skill could not see through his strength. However, the Scarlet Concubine is probably at Sky rank level 3. This is equivalent to our Xian rank 3. In other words, other than Xian, you are not even opponents for the Scarlet Concubine at peak strength. Once she has recovered, you all would be insta-killed by her. In your words, it would be like a rank 3 innate fighting against a level 7 overlord or a level 8 emperor, extremely easy. Yue Yang's smile rejoiced at their misfortune. His smile was extremely annoying. Last, just in case you forgot, Xian is not a name but a title. For a moment, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Disaster, Sky Sword became silent. The Scarlet Emperor was already very hard to deal with and now there is another Scarlet Concubine. It seems like the Soaring Dragon Continent would truly not stay peaceful. Yue Yang's bullshit was taking effect. His face carried a victorious smile. He wished he could be like Zhu Zhiliang and use fan himself with a goose-feathered fan. Last, Zhu Zhiliang https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/zuj_liang, an ancient voice seemed to echo from afar. When Yue Yang heard it, he felt that it was very strange. His heart felt that the voice came from behind but his ears felt that it came from afar. Without even guessing, this voice was definitely from their leader, Sky Execution. Sky Execution only said one sentence, we can join hands but there are conditions. Yue Yang muttered, I knew it wouldn't be this easy. When Sky Disaster heard it, she was very delighted, leader already told me about it. We, Demonic Palace, does not request for much, only 3 conditions. First, let Junwu represent everyone to admit their mistakes against the founder of the demonic palace, hand down the imperial edict and kneel down to repent. Second, after defeating the Black Hell King, everyone will use their all to explore God's ruins and split the treasures, additionally share the Ascension Rhyme. Third, our demonic palace has a rule to return enmity with enmity. No matter how you beg Sky Law, we do not care, but since you killed Sky Dragon, you must let us surround and try to kill you once. If you can escape, then it is your ability. If you lose, then leave your life. Great Aunt, if you were given these conditions, would you agree to them? Let alone the me, even a child who had eaten wisdom fruits until he became stupid would not accept them. I am still clever and wise, Yu Clan's third young master, who had never suffered any losses. I would bully others but not let anyone else bully me. Yue Yang firmly opposed. Last, remember how humans cannot eat wisdom fruits or else they'll become stupid, is the first condition no good? Sky Disaster was bewildered. Compared to the destruction of a country, isn't handing down an imperial edict for their crimes and kneeling down in repentance better? You go ask Junwu, that old guy. I cannot substitute him in agreeing. Men cannot randomly kneel against anyone. Moreover, he is still an emperor. Yue Yang clearly rejected the first condition. Then what about the second condition? Sky Disaster asked. You all cannot explore God's ruins and everything is on me. For what reason would I split the treasures? Of course I wouldn't do it. Moreover, if you saw it, you would not even understand the Ascension Rhyme, would also request me to do it. You won't even help with anything. Are you treating me as a laborer? No, unless you help me get rid of the 1000 Goblin King, there is no need to discuss this. Yue Yang was a model at being someone who would not let himself suffer. If this kind of person became a negotiator, they would be geniuses. Then let us first discuss the third condition. Since you killed Sky Dragon, let us try to surround and kill you once, and then let bygones be bygones. What's wrong with this one? Sky Disaster could not understand. Little friend, have you ever seen employees ganging up on their boss? I am your future boss who would give you treasures, divine tools, weapons and divine beasts, and yet you do not respectfully kiss my ass but also want to kill me? If you killed me, where would you find people to explore God's ruins? Would you even know how to advance? Would you even understand the Ascension Rhyme? Would you even know how to enter Heaven Realm? An employee should be aware that he is an employee. Tell me, that wretch Sky Dragon wanted to fight over a woman with this boss, of course I would kill him. Could it be that I must respect him as my ancestor? You all should also not stick out for an idiot like him, you are just bringing trouble for yourselves. Let me say it clearly, no matter how many betrothal gifts you want, this young master will give it. You do not have to be modest, especially the aunt that had grown careless. If you want to have an extramarital affair, I could even consider it. The shameless guy from another world displayed his highest tricking skill as he spoke out convincingly. Speaking with you is giving me a headache. Sky Disaster could not stand this guy. Once the situation returns to him, he actually has a reason for them all. Actually, Yue Yang also lacked the confidence in understanding the Ascension Rhyme. As for the inner region of God's ruins, he also didn't understand how to advance. He did not even enter the outer region and only strolled the edges of the ancient passage twice. Yue Yang secretly rejoiced that the opposite side was not clear about this, if not his trick would be exposed. Naturally, he was indifferent about it. He cannot expose his weakness. If he did not understand, he must pretend to understand. He must first control the other party. As long as he was able to trick these madmen and let them in the same boat, even if they found out the truth it would be too late for regrets. Naturally, Yue Yang also grasped a few information about this. After all, Fourth Mother might know the secrets of the Ascension Rhyme. Moreover, the knowledge passed on by the tragic guy's mother has not completely been revealed yet, so there is a possibility that it contained the secrets of God's ruins. The tragic guy's mother had definitely entered God's ruins. She definitely knew a few things. The only problem was that Yue Yang was not sure that he could sort out all that knowledge. Even if we work together, we must still fight. Sky Crime stood up and this black gold chains clanked. I thought you were the most honest, I never imagined that you were the most violent. Did I provoke you? Yue Yang was puzzled. Even if we are not taking revenge for Sky Dragon, we must also beat you up once. Sky Crime said. Why? Yue Yang was baffled. Because you seem to need some spanking, Sky Disaster happily explained. This reason made Yue Yang speechless. We welcome you to join our ranks as one of the 10 great Sky Demons. That close yet far voice of Sky Execution had finished the entire negotiation. When Yue Yang heard it, he shouted like a cat that had its tail stepped on, I did not agree to this. This is called forcing someone, this is called harassment. I absolutely do not agree, just agree to it. Sister Sky Law would then think about your relationship with her. She had made a vow before that she would only marry someone from Demonic Palace. Sky Disaster did not forget to throw rocks while Yue Yang was down. Fuck. Yue Yang finally could not hold back swearing. Sky Crime, Sky Sword, Sky Disaster, Sky Fury, who had rushed back, the hidden Sky Assassinate, and the erratic Sky Calamity had slowly surrounded him. It seems that they were prepared to gang up on Yue Yang. Even if Yue Yang had entered Demonic Palace, their original intention of beating him up did not change. Yue Yang became angry and raised his Huijin magic blade and crescent moon. If I knew earlier that this was a bandit's nest, this daddy would not have wasted his words. Who's afraid of who? Come, attack me. Sky Disaster, you are the bad. Don't let this daddy catch you, or else I would strip you in front of everyone and let you understand what's called brother-in-law's anger. A few sky demons were speechless. Is having this shameless bastard enter Demonic Palace a good thing? Good thing? Sky Sword, who stood behind Yue Yang, went all out. The saint-ranked ancient sword was unleashed. Bright light spilled endlessly from the sword. Yue Yang summoned his grimoire immediately and raised a protective shield. Naturally, the protective shield would be unable to completely resist the attack of the saint-ranked ancient sword, but it could slow down the speed of Sky Sword. Having bought himself the tiniest bit of time, Yue Yang began his counterattack. The Huijin magic blade and the crescent moon blade miraculously struck the fuller of the ancient sword, and on contact of the three, a peal of humming was produced. Last, fuller is the spinal/middle part of the sword. The saint-ranked ancient sword had a spirit, and despite being trapped by the attack of the two swords on its fuller, it was able to resist the attack and shook off the Huijin magic blade and the crescent moon blade. However, it couldn't deal with the attack from Yue Yang, which was concentrated with Yue Yang's innate chi. Ding! A sound rang out. Sky Sword's right fingers were jolted numb and his sword almost flew out of his hand. Sky Sword felt that Yue Yang had aimed the attack at his weakest area, a strongest strike on his weakest area. He felt sick at heart and almost vomited blood. He had never thought his weakness would be on his sword's fuller, and even more so, didn't expect Yue Yang to be able to figure out that weakness. Luckily this wasn't a life or death fight, if not, he would have been in danger. Sky Sword, who was forced backwards by Yue Yang's miraculous attack, felt lingering fear in his heart which he couldn't overcome even after some time. He didn't know that Yue Yang had a brilliant skill, the divine vision, which could combine perfectly with the Heaven Eye realm of an innate's formless sword chi to form an even more formidable Heaven Eye's divine vision, which had allowed Yue Yang to immediately see Sky Sword's weakness when he had first attacked. There was no doubt that it also had something to do with Yue Yang's enamorment with the saint-ranked ancient sword. Even when he already possessed the Huijin magic blade and the crescent moon blade, Yue Yang's desire for treasure remained insatiable. How could Yue Yang not be tempted by the saint-ranked ancient sword? To steal a few glances was perfectly normal. Sky Sword retreated and repressed the panic in his heart. As Sky Sword's state of mind became peaceful, with his sword in hand, his sword chi began to soar. 1,000 swords piercing the heart. This move was one of the top 3 unique skills of Sky Sword. It wasn't usually used, but in an attempt to oppress Yue Yang's spirit, Sky Sword was putting in his best effort. The entire land felt as though it was being severed by millions of rays of sword chi. The rays of sword chi then became almost visible in the air, before they all shot towards Yue Yang's body with a whoosh. Among them, there was a sword with the strongest power and greatest intent to kill. It was no other than the saint-ranked ancient sword, its tip like a cold star, pointed straight at Yue Yang's heart. Too slow! Yue Yang bellowed. His real body appeared behind the Sky Sword as a million swords passed through his afterimage. Such a move that concentrated powerful sword chi may not necessarily be effective, since in order to hit Yue Yang, who had previously adapted to the Scarlet Emperor's super speed attacks, the Sky Sword still had to be much faster. With the power of Yue Yang's yin and yang abilities, the Huijin magic and crescent moon blades controlled by Yue Yang moved at extremely slow speeds. They drew a large circle as if in slow motion, then aimed to attack Sky Sword. Sky Sword thought there was no way such an attack at a snail's pace would be able to hit himself, but when he tried to lift his sword, then did he realized that his own movements had become much slower and more snail-like under the chi of his opponent. Now, as he faced the two blades that were chopping their way towards him, Sky Sword could only look on helplessly, at a loss. I'm done for. Cold sweat broke out in Sky Sword's heart. Just when the blades were right at the tip of his nose, the saint-ranked ancient sword suddenly emitted a burst of golden light pillar and automatically flew around his body to protect him. With 2 clangs, the sword blocked off the attacks from the Huijin magic blade and the crescent moon blade, which its master had no means to defend himself against. However, such protective behavior would have caused large amounts of energy to be depleted, even for the saint-ranked ancient sword. The radiance of the sword dwindled rapidly, just like how Rancor has become extremely exhausted and was too tired to fight again. Yue Yang laughed out loud. He then mimicked the style of the Scarlet Emperor. He extended his leg very quickly and kicked Sky Sword heavily in the stomach, causing Sky Sword to be thrown far away. Although the speed of Yue Yang's kick was still far from that of the Scarlet Emperor's, it already had the feel of that of the Scarlet Emperor's. As long as he continues to improve and comprehend, Yue Yang could very possibly achieve the same speed as the Scarlet Emperor. With Yue Yang's talent, it was even possible that he would surpass the speed of the Scarlet Emperor. As Yue Yang was enjoying fighting and comprehending, the drum-beating giant guy rushed up to him angrily and threw a heavy punch at Yue Yang. What surprised Yue Yang was that the barbarian bull-like guy had a seriously fierce fist. Not fighting with the help of any items nor beasts, just with the power of his fist, he pierced the protective armor. It was a first for Yue Yang to meet such an enemy. The large fist was unstoppable and it banged on Yue Yang's chest. The power was more than that of the impact of 10 mammoths and giant elephants. If he had to block the full punch with only his body, Yue Yang wouldn't have been able to survive no matter how alike his survival skills were to a cockroach. But, even the Scarlet Emperor had trouble landing direct hits on Yue Yang since Yue Yang had the 3 mysterious styles, not to mention the lumbering cow-like Sky Fury. Yue Yang's body spun. The bombardment of Sky Fury's heavy punches caused a temporary flash of pain in Yue Yang's ribs. At the same time, Yue Yang had already begun his counterattack. Boom 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 boom. It was a counterattack like raindrops. When Sky Fury threw a punch, Yue Yang would have returned the attack with 36 well-aimed kicks to Sky Fury's stomach before Sky Fury could even retract his fist. Yue Yang even hit Sky Fury's chin on the 36th kick. The kick would have caused other living creatures, even Ye Kong, who was widely known for his defensive skills, to flip over. Yet, what stunned Yue Yang for the second time was that Sky Fury merely stumbled a few steps backwards and held his head for 2 seconds as his head spun before he simply recovered from the attack. Yue Yang was speechless. Was that thing really human? Upon seeing such incredible defensive skills, demons as well as the huge dragons would have had to call Sky Fury Big Brother. Yue Yang didn't know that Sky Fury had the toughest body defense in the whole of Sky Demon Palace. Born with a tough physique coupled with his gift for endurance, Sky Fury was possibly the strongest and most resistant to beatings in the entire palace. Yue Yang would never be able to defeat such a human tank with mere punches and kicks if he didn't use the Nirvana Flames and the World Exterminating Wheel. Good lad, you've incurred my wrath. Although he may appear to be an honest fellow, Sky Fury was by no means stupid. He knew it would be foolish to go head-to-head with Yue Yang in close combat as it was akin to asking for a beating and he would not be able to gain any advantage. Hence, he retreated 10 meters, grabbed his platinum drumsticks and with a huge burst of strength, punched it once ferociously. The earth shook under the great impact. The deafening boom emptied Yue Yang's mind as he lost his train of thoughts and almost fainted. Yue Yang never thought this drum would be able to produce such a deafening sound. Yue Yang was mentally prepared to defend himself against the drum as he knew the drum wasn't simple, but when the destructive shockwaves blasted, Yue Yang realized that he had miscalculated. Yue Yang was now swaying like he was drunk, confused and disoriented. Sky Fury laughed from where he had retreated far away too. Sky Crime, who hadn't retreated, expressed a look of pure misery on his face even though he had his fingers in his ears. Sky Fury was famed not for his endurance to beatings nor for his astonishing strength. It also wasn't for his temper but for his heaven-shaking drums which could produce sound as terrifying as when the heavens are angry. Yue Yang suffered because he didn't know this. So much for being arrogant, so much for having awesome abilities. Show me how good you are now. Sky Fury was ecstatic. Once the ringing of the heaven-shaking drums has struck their target, the victim would fall into a state of dizziness and disorientation. Since even the powerful Sky Disaster had been affected for 10 seconds when hit, thus Sky Fury was sure that Yue Yang wouldn't recover for at least 10 seconds. With this time, Sky Fury was confident that he could reduce Yue Yang to a sorry state. The unstoppable fists were unleashed once again, hurling towards Yue Yang forcefully. Yet, there had never been an enemy who had gotten away unharmed after disadvantaging Yue Yang. The person who can take advantage of Yue Yang must still be unborn. Just as Sky Fury's heavy punches landed on Yue Yang's body, Sky Disaster turned ashen and shouted, "Watch out, Sky Fury! Sigh, you dumb ox!" She watched helplessly as Sky Fury smashed Yue Yang's afterimage while the real Yue Yang, who had already escaped the dizzy trance, appeared atop Sky Fury. Sky Fury wouldn't have anything to fear if he was only going to be beaten up since he was resistant to bodily attacks. Also, if Yue Yang was going to attack with the Huaijin Magic Blade and the Crescent Moon Blade, Sky Disaster could have helped. However, upon seeing what Yue Yang took out, not only Sky Disaster but even Sky Crime, who hadn't budged from the start, picked up his big ancient box and fled hurriedly. It was because what Yue Yang took out was the spirit-absorbing bell. It had originally belonged to the Scarlet Emperor. If Yue Yang had not had the Nirvana Flames and his innate Qi to protect his life back when he had battled the Scarlet Emperor, the demonic energy of the spirit-absorbing bell would not have been dispersed and Yue Yang would have been the one killed. The spirit-absorbing bell was no joking matter. When Yue Yang rang the bell, not to mention Sky Fury who was beneath the bell, even he felt giddy himself. The entire Xian, Slanting Horse, Valley was engulfed by the same ringing, the exact same shockwaves of the spirit-absorbing bell that had once caused the whole evil dragon lair to collapse. Today at the Xian Valley, even if it was not to the extent of collapse, it caused a giant explosion on the bodies of Sky Disaster, Sky Crime, Sky Sword, Sky Assassinate and the Hidden Sky Calamity due to a clash between their protection chi and the shockwaves. Just like a sandstorm in a desert, it was earth-shattering, with loess in the air that reduced visibility. It turned out that the earth had collapsed in many places and the cracks in the ground widened. Yue Yang felt the lingering ringing was unbearable and hastily kept the spirit-absorbing bell. By this time, the entire Xiema Valley had already been destroyed beyond recognition. The ground was shattered and the skies were gloomy, the earth dark. The air was filled with sand particles. Bleeding from his ears, Sky Fury wobbled and swayed like an idiot. Taking a few steps shakily, Sky Fury fell with a thud and clouds of smoke and dust rose from the ground. Zzzzzzzzz, zzzzzzzzz. Sky Fury let out thunderous rumbling snores from where he laid on the ground. Yue Yang broke out in sweat. Sky Fury was worthy of his name just by the sound of his snoring. Even if snoring, especially from a man, came as no surprise, reportedly, the loudest snores could go up to over 80 decibels, which was no less than the noise of cars in traffic. Yet, the snores of Sky Fury was simply unbelievably loud, it was like thunder and was louder than the whistle of passing trains. Luckily you are not married or you would have been such a nuisance to your wife. Yue Yang wiped sweat off his forehead exaggeratedly. What made Yue Yang break out in more sweat was that Sky Assassinate actually managed to slip stealthily over while Sky Fury was snoring to hold him at knife point. Yue Yang didn't even notice he was under attack, with the platinum-ranked dagger on his throat until a small line of blood formed on his neck. Yue Yang really admired Sky Assassinate for his abilities to conceal himself and sneak up to assassinate targets. Yue Yang was definitely not an easy man to get to, but Sky Assassinate had successfully went under Yue Yang's super radar. Yue Yang appeared a few meters away with blood on his neck as his afterimage disappeared for the third time. Yue Yang was not an easy target and he had teleported away. Sky Assassinate did not turn around. Another treasure, a platinum-ranked crossbow, appeared in his hand. As if he had already known where Yue Yang would teleport to, Sky Assassinate was already shooting in the direction where Yue Yang appeared. This ability to make good judgments caused Yue Yang to once again feel admiration for Sky Assassinate. It was indeed true that everyone in the Sky Demon Palace were highly skilled and impressive people who cannot be underestimated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a flash, the 3 arrows released continuously from the crossbow hit Yue Yang's vest and pierced through his armor. They were all gold-ranked, destroying demon arrow. The fire and ice shield formed by Yue Yang's blazing flames and freezing ice were all pierced. They were able to block the combined attack of level 5 innates but were unable to block the arrows. It would be rude to not respond in kind. Yue Yang waved his hands and the 3 arrows vanished. Although the golden-ranked arrows were formidable, they were nothing but gifts to Yue Yang. Just when Sky Assassinate regretted giving the arrows to the greedy and shameless Yue Yang for free, Yue Yang began to attack. His Yang ability condensed to form a purple flame bow, ice and thunder as well as the heaven runes. They slowly merged to form 3 icy purple electric arrows. Sky Assassinate fled immediately. He hid under the ground. However, the 3 arrows whizzed angrily and immediately hit the spot where Sky Assassinate had disappeared into the ground. The surface of the ground exploded, the terrifying power forced Sky Assassinate out from the ground. Yue Yang waved his gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and swiped at Sky Assassinate, making use of his long weapon to defeat Sky Assassinate's shorter dagger. If Yue Yang had used his gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger, he may not have been able to win Sky Assassinate, who was a master with daggers. But, having always taken advantage of his own strengths to defeat his enemy's weakness, why would Yue Yang have abided by the rules and fought with Sky Assassinate using his dagger? Having defeated Sky Sword, Sky Assassinate and Sky Fury in succession, Yue Yang thought the fighting was almost done. However, Sky Disaster, Sky Crime and Sky Calamity stepped up and surrounded him. Yue Yang was truly annoyed. He rose up into the sky and coagulated the newly refined Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. A terrifying power descended upon the ground, causing Sky Disaster, Sky Crime and Sky Calamity to experience feelings of suffocation and petrification. In the sky, flowers of the purple gold Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus appeared from Yue Yang's hands. When Yue Yang reached the limit of his body, it felt like he had to release the energy from his body or he wouldn't feel good, thus he followed his heart and pushed his palms towards the ground. A massive power escaped his palms and rumbled towards the ground. Sky Disaster fled immediately and Sky Calamity followed suit and hid himself. Only Sky Crime decided to take on Yue Yang attack recklessly. Sky Crime cried out from pain, the sound was as horrifying as the wails of the countless souls atoning in hell and around him, he illusioned demons from hell. Sky Crime remained in place, holding up his big ancient box and forcibly resisting the power from Yue Yang's palm. However, the ground beneath Sky Crime exploded with a bang. With Sky Crime at the core, the shape of a palm appeared within a 10-meter radius on the ground. The print of the palm was clearly visible. It was exactly like Yue Yang's palm. Only that it was gigantic and 5 meters deep in the ground. Where Sky Crime stood, there remained a small heap of soil. However, even when Sky Crime looked down at the ground, he couldn't help but feel astonishment at the might of Yue Yang's palm. A strike from his palm had such power from where he was in the air. Was Yue Yang really human? Psycho. Sky Disaster was also pale from fright. Since her combat strength came mostly from her beasts, without them, her combat skills would only be at half strength. But when did Yue Yang even summon his beasts for help? Like what Sky Law said before, if they only battled with combat skills, there was no way anyone could win Yue Yang. He wasn't a genius at combat skills but an abnormal freak who cannot be described with the word genius. Come again, you can all attack together. Let me see just what abilities you 6 great demons have. As pride swelled in Yue Yang's heart, he shamelessly boasted that he wants to challenge the 6 great demons. This move may seem egotistical on the surface. But Sky Crime, who had taken an attack from Yue Yang, knew that Yue Yang really did have the ability to challenge them. It was only natural that nobody realized that Yue Yang was actually pretending. The egotistical front was only a disguise. The truth was that Yue Yang felt his state of mind has gradually went into a new, wonderful realm due to the battle and he needed external stress to help him achieve this breakthrough. The 6 great demons were exactly the kind of pressure and motivation he needed, thus Yue Yang wanted to make use of their combined power to force himself into the new realm. Just like how divers use the diving boards, Yue Yang only wanted to borrow some power to upgrade himself. All along, Yue Yang had battled numerous experts and benefited greatly. At those points in time, Yue Yang hadn't been able to fully immerse his mind into the battle since they were all life and death moments. So, even if he had been close to breaching the new realm, he hadn't dared to attempt to comprehend and upgrade himself. Now, the 6 great demons were his best enemies that wouldn't kill him. Where would he even find such a great opportunity for sparring? Yue Yang then submitted himself to the comprehending of the new realm, his body fully under the command of his subconsciousness. He screamed like a madman and dived head down. A light shined deep in his eyes, signaling the start of his breakthrough of the new realm. There had never been history of 6 sky demons attacking one single human being ever before. Even Sky Execution hadn't enjoyed such a treatment. 1 hour after an intense fight, the 6 dejected sky demons looked angrily at Yue Yang who was showered in light of the leveling up pillar. After a feisty fight, not only did Yue Yang not collapse, he made use of the 6 sky demons' power to level himself up. How could this happen? During the fight between Yue Yang and the 6 sky demons, he utilized all his treasures fully. Other than his trump card, the 5 colors of divine light and the black light, he used all of his other treasures and barely come to a tie with them. Fighting against the joint power of the 6 was no easy feat. Luckily Yue Yang had long been accustomed to fighting against a group of people. With many trainings, and taking advantage of the situation that he was just about to have his breakthrough, he managed not to be beaten to pulp by the 6 sky demons. Today, his summoning grimoire was also put into great use. Although Yue Yang didn't summon any beast, world the special type guardian beast helped Yue Yang a lot. Its skills, chaotic beginning and domain elements were of great help to Yue Yang but would weaken his enemies tremendously. If not for it, it would be hard for Yue Yang to have a tie with the 6 sky demons. Of course Yue Yang wasn't using world deliberately. He did it subconsciously because he hadn't recalled world after summoning it from his grimoire. This resulted in the 6 sky demons finding the fight becoming more depressing and sickening as it continued. They realized that the reason was because Yue Yang's grimoire would follow him around, so it would stay effective. But for others who summoned their grimoire, once they leave their protective cloak, the grimoire wouldn't offer them any protection anymore. Yue Yang's grimoire made them very speechless because it did not seem like any other grimoire, it was like a beast who possessed intelligence. It was too smart to be a grimoire. I think there wouldn't be any other people in this world who is as abnormal as Yue Yang. All the things that happened around him are abnormal. Sky Calamity and Sky Crime had given up on criticizing him. It's fine, if he were to be any normal man, he wouldn't be called the 3rd young master of the Yu clan. Sky Disaster felt that this was alright. Having to deal with a weird guy was better than dealing with people that were all the same. Yue Yang had no time to bother about the sky demons who were both envious and jealous of him. As compared to normal warriors, he had abnormal inherent skills. But it wasn't that exaggerated. He was basking with pleasure under the level-up golden light pillar, and he couldn't withdraw from this feeling after a long while. The 6 sky demons kept sighing because honestly speaking, they were really envious of him. To have a breakthrough at such a high level was not easily. Yue Yang's tremendous improvement caused them to drool. The mud that splattered into the air during the intense fight fell down gradually and the sky returned back to how it was like before. However, the messy ground couldn't go back to its original state that easily. Perhaps the sand in the Tilted Horse Valley required decades or maybe centuries to wipe out the traces left behind from the battle today. Especially the giant pit created as a result of the clashes between innates. A few thousand years would be required to overturn this devastating scene. After ranking up to a whole new level, Yue Yang's first feeling was that he felt closer to nature. It was as if his heart and soul was fused into the surrounding, the air was like his breath, his chest was the sky, his body was the earth, his legs were the tall mountains and both of his hands, together with his will, stretched towards the limitless outer space. It was different to the natural hearts as it included all creatures in the world. Yue Yang's level was beyond that in terms of sensations, he felt like he was a part of the world completely, with the world inside his body and he could change the world just with his will, and his energy also came from his will. In Yue Yang's previous breakthrough, he felt like he was a giant who could support the heavens with his hands and shake the ground by stomping his feet, but not this time round. He did not feel like a giant anymore, but he felt like he became part of the heaven and the earth. Although his body was still his, it was connected to heaven and the earth. Yue Yang thought that this was similar to when the barbarian cow Shadow Aman absorbed the heart of earth. But she was merely connected to the earth. But for him now, he was part of the heaven and the earth, he could even be connected to any creature in it. When Yue Yang made his breakthrough, the uncontrollable black hole-like devour inherent skill in his body became more apparent and stronger as it absorbed the energy from the heaven and earth directly. It no longer needs to wait to absorb energy after Yue Yang is beaten up. Of course Yue Yang also didn't understand what use does this black hole-like presence does. Could it be that it was the universal pouch? Or that the place where the heavenly sword goddess resided needed more pure energy from the heaven and earth, so this black hole had to absorb energy endlessly for her? Yue Yang couldn't understand all of these because those weren't what he could control. It was similar to the feeling he had when he was training with the big loli in his dreams. I finally leveled up to Platinum Grimoire after fighting for so long. Yue Yang's Golden Grimoire leveled up to mid-rank after the evolution of the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. It finally rose to high rank after the battle at the Prison Emperor's Palace. Then he went through killing of Tiger Nian, Nightmare, Demon Eye, Sky Dragon, and Zhongying the Dragon Girl, and exploring of the Five Elements Palace, attacking of the Scarlet Emperor, Shun Tian, the Black Prince and the Scarlet Concubine. But as he rarely used his summoning grimoire in this process, it did not get to upgrade. Today, the high-rank Golden Grimoire finally leveled up to become a beginner Platinum Grimoire as a result of his solo fight against the 6 Sky Demons and the impact from his breakthrough. It could be said that if not for him attacking the Scarlet Emperor and gaining abundant experience and realization from it, Yue Yang's grimoire would not be able to level up until now. He finally understood now why the summoning grimoire could level up easily at the early stage, but towards the later part the powerful ones all held golden grimoires only. The reason was because battling experience wasn't the main thing that drives its leveling up. Even if one were to accumulate sufficient battling experience, the grimoire mightn't rank up. Yue Yang's summoning grimoire became more shiny and glamorous after its level up. Considering the rays alone, there were almost more than 10 shades. No one summoning grimoire contained as many runes as that of Yue Yang's. On closer inspection, one would realize that all the narrow vein lines on it were formed by tiny runes. Yue Yang remembered that after upgrading his grimoire, he was rewarded with the ancient code limitations. As he opened it up anxiously, he was stunned by what he saw. Surprisingly, his frequently used Sky Eye's divine vision did not get to level up. Maybe it had better ways of being utilized. Yue Yang didn't know the reason why as if now, but his rarely used counterfeit inherent skill was upgraded and he was rewarded with another skill. Mesmerizing. When the person possessing this skill smile, it will trigger a special effect that would hypnotize the other party, only effective towards those of the opposite gender. The awarded mesmerizing ability was correlated to the counterfeit inherent ability. The stronger the counterfeit inherent ability is, the stronger the mesmerizing effect will be. More accurately, the mesmerizing ability was a special type of counterfeit, it is just that the effect wouldn't appear on the user himself but on the other person of opposite gender. Yue Yang was speechless after looking at it. Wouldn't this be forcing him into smiling more frequently? If he were to be in a bad mood, then this skill couldn't be used at all. But fortunately it was rewarded to him. If it were to be rewarded to the emotionless Xuetan Lang, he wouldn't be able to use it in his entire life. Other than the leveling up of the counterfeit inherent ability, and being rewarded with the mesmerizing ability, his first guardian beast, Phantom Shadow, was leveled up too. The timely level up made Yue Yang pleasantly pleased. Aman needed the most help from Phantom Shadow's upgrade, because she was part of Phantom Shadow originally. So she got from more aid from Phantom Shadow than Bloody Queen Red. Now, as Aman is fusing with the Heart of Earth and going towards becoming a 2-star holy beast, this leveling up of Phantom Shadow came just in time. After obtaining the Giant Shadow, Possession, Reform, and Shadow Evasion, Phantom Shadow got its 5th skill, that is, Never Leave Your Side. Never leave your side. All of the Phantom Shadows exist due the will of the owner. If the owner doesn't die, the Phantom Shadows will not leave their owner, any special power won't be able to chase Phantom Shadow away from its owner's sides. I have hit the jackpot. Yue Yang understood from his journey in the 5 Elements Palace that beasts couldn't do everything. If one wasn't able to summon it under certain rules and regulations, then the beast would be useless no matter how strong it is. Now that Phantom Shadow possessed such a power, Yue Yang was very excited. Putting all things aside, at least Phantom Shadow wouldn't be restricted by the rules anymore. If there were such rules in the 6th floor, it couldn't be guaranteed that there wouldn't be any in the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th floor. Moreover, there might be some experts in the heaven realm such that the 3 great leaders Yu Guangming, Su Kong, and Zhu Xiao, that could create an entire space that could restrict others from summoning their beasts, that would be most desirable. You are smiling like a cooked dog head, let me see what good thing happened to you. Sky Disaster went up interestedly, wanting to take a look at Yue Yang's grimoire. Little kid, call me your brother-in-law and I'll give you some candies. Yue Yang quickly closed his grimoire and teased Sky Disaster. Be careful that I'll complain to Sister Sky Law, and make her punish you to kneel down. Sky Disaster dodged Yue Yang's attempt to embrace her as she raised her fist to punch him. The all-smiles Sky Disaster waved at least 100 punches onto Yue Yang, and the strength of the punches weren't any weaker than that of Sky Furies. This caused Yue Yang to be incensed. He would definitely scrape this girl's clothes off if he finds a chance and get back his compensation with her body. WANT2EAT, Yue Yang is disgusting. So are you going to complain that I'm flirting with you? Actually I belong under the category of those who will give in to temptations easily. I will definitely tell her truthfully that I betrayed her because some girl seduced me. Yue Yang thought of the sensation he got from touching Sky Disaster's butt and was pleased. Of course the Phoenix Fairy Beauty couldn't know about this, if not she would definitely be so jealous and salty. He also believed that Sky Disaster who was taken advantage of wouldn't tell her too because she still had some pride, unlike Yue Yang. Wait, there's something wrong with your smile. Sky Calamity saw Yue Yang's face and was startled for a while. She examined him closely and shouted. This is similar to Sister Sky Law's charm inherent ability, but the strength is weaker. You learned her skills secretly didn't you? No, hers is an inherent skill, what about yours? What are you talking about? Yue Yang was best at feigning ignorance. Actually if he kept a straight face, his mesmerizing ability wouldn't be able to work. Sky Disaster thought she saw it wrongly and was a little confused. She frowned her eyebrows instantly. Certainly she doubted Yue Yang, but she didn't know that there exists such a weird skill. Moreover, Sky Crime and the rest didn't seem to detect it, so Sky Disaster was suspecting if she sensed it wrongly. After humping and getting away from Yue Yang's harassment, she ran away. I'll fight against you after finishing the Black Hell King. I will make sure that you understand what the joint power of the 6 Sky Demons is like. I didn't summon my beast this time round, but I'll let you experience what Sky Disaster truly means. Yue Yang became furious from hearing. You think I'll be afraid of a little girl like you? Sky Crime coughed and walked toward him. Third young master, welcome to the Sky Demon Palace, do you want to exchange informations? Yue Yang nodded his head interestedly. Then open up your box first and let me see what's inside. Exchanging informations? So you want to know my secrets? Then use the big box to exchange for them. Sky Crime turned around immediately after hearing. Yue Yang pointed middle finger to him. Sky Crime put it across so nicely, but would he really reveal his deepest secrets? Of course, it's right for Sky Crime to reject Yue Yang's offer. Because even if he were to use the ancient big box for exchange, Yue Yang would never reveal his real secrets. On the topic of being shameless, who would be able to surpass Yue Yang? We'll fight later. Sky Calamity fighted the least, but was injured the most. He was injured by Yue Yang even before he made his appearance because he was tricked by Yue Yang. Under Yue Yang's Sky Eye's divine vision, Sky Calamity's high-speed movement would be of no meaning. Being hit with the innate invisible sword chi made Sky Disaster swear that he would avenge himself for today. Sky Calamity, how old are you this year? You are a few hundred years old already, you are even an innate ranker, why are you still acting like a child? Be less petty. Moreover, I did not do it deliberately, it was you who knocked onto my sword chi, I'm innocent. Yue Yang's act of feigning innocence after injuring Sky Calamity caused Sky Calamity to almost lash out at him. Sky Fury quickly carried his Sky Anguish drum and went away. Yue Yang almost snatched his drum away just now. Luckily he managed to get it back with all his might. As for Sky Sword who possessed the sacred ancient sword, he ran off even earlier. When he realized that Yue Yang saw the ancient sword on his back with glimmering eyes, it would be strange if he don't feel scared. Sky Assassinate who was once an assassin actually admired Yue Yang. Perhaps he was the only one among the Sky Demon who don't hate Yue Yang. Sky Assassinate did not care about Yue Yang's shameless acts during the battle, all he saw was a ranker who was fighting against 6 Sky Demons all by himself. Fighting is good, actually we are all quite bored. Sky Assassinate left these words before going invisible. Yue Yang was preparing to return to the Yu clan castle but the thought of his rivals launching a surprise attack flashed across his mind. He didn't have to worry about Shui Wuxia, Luo Hua City Mistress, Princess Qian. His sister Yu Shuang was with his mother safely in the Mirage and under the protection of Grandma Wu Tang so their safety wouldn't be much of a problem. The only one he had to worry about was his second sister Yu Yu. Yu Yu and her mentor didn't specialize in combats, so if the rivals were to know that they are in the Shangjin Academy, they would be in trouble. Yue Yang quickly changed his mind and went to the Shangjin Academy to fetch Yu Yu. When he stepped into the Shangjin Academy, someone called him from behind. Mate, do you know how to get to Quiet Small Villa? This question almost made Yue Yang's heartbeat pause. But still, he turned and flashed a bright grin. Of course, I know the Quiet Small Villa inside out, you can call me Mr. Know-It-All. The Quiet Small Villa was where Yu Yu's mentor resided. Visitors were rare on normal days, but today, someone actually asked for the directions to reach there. Yue Yang turned around and realized that the person asking for directions was a cute female student. From the school logo on her shirt, it could be inferred that she was from White Deer Academy in Tianluo Kingdom. Although Tianluo Kingdom's Fragrance Academy was famous for its pretty female students, White Deer Academy was not bad too. The reason for these pretty students was because girls born in Tianluo Kingdom were all beauties, and they had plenty of such rare assets. Of course, the female student in front of Yue Yang wasn't the kind that would dazzle one with one look. She was only an above-average girl next door. She looked cute, but her smile was more cordial and sweet than other regular beauties. Just judging from her looks, she wasn't outstanding. But this cute female student had a unique vibe that distracted Yue Yang. "Hi, Mr. Know-It-All." She had no reactions towards Yue Yang's mesmerizing smile at all. After she bowed slightly, she frowned her delicate eyebrows. "You look familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen you." "Senior, you must have seen me in the White Deer Academy. I was there on an exchange program for half a year." Yue Yang could lie without blinking his eyes. "Oh, so you were an exchange student in White Deer Academy?" The cute girl became overjoyed instantly. "That might be it, but I graduated earlier. If not, I would definitely gotten to know such an outstanding junior like you." "Junior Know-It-All, I've just received a mission. There is an elderly who wished to visit his old friend, and he wanted to bring along 2 of his disciples to go to the Shangjin Academy to visit Elder Jinghu, who resides in the quiet small villa. Do you know the way there, Junior? If you do, bring me there quickly. Master Ninghai has been looking for Elder Jinghu for ages." Master Ninghai? Yue Yang had never heard of anything regarding him. "You don't know about it?" Master Ninghai is a level 8 emperor. Other than his strong powers, he also very knowledgeable. However, due to his peace-seeking nature, he has been living in the woods, so not many know about him. He wants to visit his old friend, Elder Jinghu. And today, he brought along 2 of his disciples, showing his genuinity in wanting to find his old friend. When I accepted this mission at the entrance of the Warrior Guild, I told him that even if there's no monetary rewards, I'll definitely help him find his old friend. The cute student walked towards a shade with Yue Yang. Under the shade, there stood 3 men. One of them was a youthful elder with hair as white as snow cranes. His bald forehead showed his wisdom, but his deep eye sockets, aquiline nose and sharp eyes gave him away as a cunning person. Of course, all these were hidden under his warm, compassionate smile. If it wasn't Yue Yang, other common men would have thought that this elderly standing before them was a wise, benevolent old man. 2 people, a guy on the left and a girl on the right, stood behind him. The guy was tall and slender and was clad in a similar robe as Master Ninghai. It was just that his sleeve did not bear the royal logo like Master Ning has. From his warrior heavenly badge alone, the tall slender man should be a level 6 elder, so he should be a big shot too. But from his submissive attitude and bowing body posture, it could be inferred how high the status of Master Ninghai is. The girl on the right looked more beautiful than the cute female student. But she was cold and indifferent towards the things that were happening around her. When Yue Yang walked towards her, he realized that his smile bore no effect on her as well. But Yue Yang's eyes glimmered when he saw her. He even whistled like how normal students would whenever they see pretty girls. He acted very shallowly. It was only until his whistle did Master Ninghai let down his guards towards him. Previously Master Ninghai thought that there was something wrong with Yue Yang, but after his superficial acts, Master Ninghai immediately ignored him. From his act of whistling at pretty girls, Master Ninghai thought that Yue Yang was definitely a newbie who hasn't seen the world yet. "Junior, this is Master Ninghai, this is the city master of Wenfeng, and this is Ms. Cai Yi. Oh, and I am Lu Ye, Junior Know-It-All, you can call me Sister Ye." The cute female student named Lu Ye introduced Yue Yang to the lot as if he was her biological brother. "This is Know-It-All, an exchange student in the White Deer Academy. He is from Shangjing Academy. He is my junior." Want2at, Ye means leaf in Chinese, Yezi is a more specific name for leaf. "So he is your junior, no wonder he's so outstanding." Master Ninghai complimented him like how a caring elder would do. "Don't mention it, it's my honor to lead the way for a master like you." Yue Yang quickly acted as if he was both honored and nervous. He then pointed in the directions of the small quiet villa passionately. "It's just ahead, but it can be quite a long way from here." "It's okay, we have already braved through the mountains and the seas, I wouldn't be bothered by such a short distance." Master Ninghai sighed as if he was reminiscing the past. "Decades passed by in the blink of an eye. In retrospect, Elder Jinghu and I met when we were your age. Time and tide waits for no man, my hair's all white and we have all aged, if we don't meet now, there might not be any more chances." "No, you will live to a ripe old age, don't talk about dying easily. Moreover, isn't Elder Jinghu just waiting for you ahead?" The cute Lu Ye quickly comforted Master Ninghai, and gestured for Yue Yang to get going. Along the way, Yue Yang kept boasting about the sceneries in the Shangjing Academy. Master Ninghai smiled but did not comment any further upon hearing. He acted like a mysterious old man. The tall slender man who was the city master of Wenfeng nodded frequently, and replied with "Oh really, beautiful and not bad." As for the cold Ms. Cai, she was totally disinterested, and immune to Yue Yang's smiling attacks. If not for Sky Disaster's reaction previously, Yue Yang would have suspected if his mesmerizing skill was of any use. Ms. Cai ignored Yue Yang completely, and the friendly Lu Ye was similarly not affected by his smile. But after seeing Yue Yang smiling so frequently, Lu Ye complimented him. "Your teeth is very white, Junior. You look more energetic when you are smiling, so you should smile more. Friendly guys are more attractive to girls." Yue Yang almost collapsed onto the ground after hearing. Forget about Ms. Cai, how could Lu Ye be immune to his mesmerizing smile? It affected the powerful Sky Disaster, how could she simply ignore it? This puzzled Yue Yang the most. When they reached the small quiet villa, the courtyard further down was where Yu Yu's mentor, Elder Jinghu resided. Master Ninghai was excited, he made a gesture, and the city master of Wenfeng immediately fished out a few gold coins as reward to Yue Yang for showing them the way. Senior Lu Ye hinted him not to accept it. If it was in China, she would definitely be advocating for people to act like Lei Feng. Yue Yang acted like he was very awkward, it was as if he wanted the money but was a little embarrassed to accept it. He rubbed his hands as his eyes flickered between Lu Ye and the city master of Wenfeng. Master Ninghai was pleased with Yue Yang's reactions. There would be a problem if Yue Yang didn't like money. Want2EAT, Lei Feng is a cultural icon representing earnestness and service in China. Master Ninghai took the gold coins and placed it onto Yue Yang's palm. "Kid, remember that there's reward for any work, so you deserve these. To you, this might be just a mission, but to me, this is a sentimental moment, I have been waiting for this for decades." After he finished speaking, there were even tears at the edge of his eyes. The Oscar Award winner would be nothing compared to him, Yue Yang was almost touched by him too. He then quickly took the money and thanked Master Ninghai profusely. On acting, Yue Yang might not be top-notch, but he wasn't weak. Yue Yang felt that other than Lu Ye the female Lei Feng, the city master of Wenfeng could also be an Oscar Award winner. After completing his mission, Yue Yang wanted to leave quickly. But Lu Ye felt that since Yue Yang accepted the money, he should fulfill all his responsibilities. Although Master Ninghai indicated that it would be more sincere for him to knock on the door, Lu Ye did not allow Yue Yang to leave. She kept him by her sides to accompany Master Ninghai to visit Elder Jinghu. All right. Yue Yang felt that it would be the same whether he chose to stay or leave. The only difference was that he would be launching direct attack instead of a sneak attack. "May I ask if Jinghu? Elder Jinghu is around?" Master Ninghai changed into a trembling tone. Yue Yang was amazed, his acting skill was definitely top-notch. The city master of Wenfeng straightened up his back instantly like a hunting leopard. The cold and aloof Ms. Cai directly looked at the small room in the courtyard. Towards all these, Lu Ye didn't know what was going on at all, she merely looked at Master Ninghai's teary, sorrowful expression agitatedly, and was completely steeped in the sentimental ambience, she almost cried together with Master Ninghai. Yue Yang coughed slightly. "It's too far to call from here, we'll have to go in and knock on the door directly." Yue Yang opened the bamboo door of the yard and ran for a short distance. He went past the flower bed on both sides and walked onto the steps, then finally knocked on the wooden door. "Elder Jinghu, Know-it-all wants to see you." Lu Ye was very scared that Yue Yang would be a wet blanket and mention Master Ninghai's name directly, causing the mysterious ambience to be lost. On seeing that Yue Yang was still sensible enough to report his own name, it caused the agitated Master Ninghai to go forward. Yu opened up the door, looking shocked. Yue Yang pressed his forefinger against his lips, shushing her and pointed to the four men behind, signaling for her not to talk and remain mysterious. Lu Ye and Master Ninghai behind Yue Yang saw his actions and smiled as they thought that he was sensible. Yue Yang leaned in and whispered into Yu's ears. Yu's cherry lips immediately turned into an O shape. Yu regained her composure after a long while and gestured to Master Yu Hai that her mentor was inside. "Teacher has just turned in, do you all want to wait or do you all want me to wake him up?" Yu tried to probe. "Wake her up, no, let her rest. You are Jinghu's disciple? Not bad. What's your name, kid?" Master Ninghai examined Yu's looks closely, and finally nodded as if he just confirmed something. The tall slender city master of Wenfeng walked to Yu's side slowly, and the aloof Ms. Cai walked to her back, besieging her silently. "I am Yu, and I am teacher's only disciple. You are Master Ninghai, right? I just followed my teacher around, and I have never heard of you." Yu looked at Yue Yang as she nodded and replied. "Really? Has she forgotten me already?" Master Ninghai made a grievous look again, and Yue Yang almost clapped for his superb acting. "We may disturb Elder Jinghu's rest here, how about we go out and talk, and you share with Master Ninghai on how Elder Jinghu has been doing all these years as he has always been concerned about her." The tall and slender city master of Wenfeng suddenly threw out this suggestion. Yue Yang admired the excuse he managed to come up with. Yet it's not very good to disturb teacher's rest, let's go out and discuss how we can surprise her. Yue Yang agreed to it wholly. Yu was a little hesitant, she looked inside the house but still followed Yue Yang out in the end. Yue Yang was secretly pleased, turns out that his second sister's acting skills weren't that bad too. Her strong improvisation skills were amazing, it looks like all girls are born to be actresses, if it were to be Fatty Hai and Ye Kong, they might have already screwed up this good show. After leaving the courtyard, City Master Wenfeng's footstep did not stop. He continued walking only until he reached the door to the isolated villa. Lu Ye thought, wasn't this too exaggerated? At this distance, let alone waking up Elder Jinghu because of the noise, even tigers fighting wouldn't be heard. Naturally, Lu Ye thought that City Master Caie placed this matter with importance and probably did this to retain the feeling of secrecy, so she did not think too deeply. Master Ninghai on the other hand continued to inquire Yu about Elder Jinghu. At moments he expressed happiness and at times he expressed sadness. His constantly changing expression made Yue Yang secretly odd. Regarding the aloof Ms. Caie, she continuously followed behind silently as if transporting a detainee. City Master Wenfeng noticed that there was no one around. He secretly sighed that the heavens was helping him. He clapped his hands and proudly showed a strange smile, okay, we're here. Lu Ye cheerfully spoke first, I feel that we should first prepare a gift. Yu should quietly lead Master Ninghai inside and then sit beside Elder Jinghu's bed. This way, when Elder Jinghu opens her eyes, she would instantly see Master Ninghai. I can imagine the excitement on her face. As for us, we will enter at the right time and present the gift to celebrate their reunion. Yue Yang clapped his hands, good idea, good idea. Yu nodded showing that this method was okay. Unknowingly City Master Wenfeng's expression changed, he coldly said, there is no need to prepare any gifts as long as the two of you obediently disappear. Caie, kill these two ignorant idiots. Ninghai, you grab Yu and let's immediately leave this place. On one hand he said this, on the other he took out a golden scroll. When he opened it, a golden light rose and became a huge light barrier. The light extended tens of kilometers high, trapping everyone inside and isolating them from the outside. This is an isolation barrier. This barrier was the one used by the assassin that attacked Tian Luo's 19th emperor. Lu Ye was spooked. She had never imagined that the situation would become like this. She became speechless at City Master Wenfeng's words. Villain! Yue Yang jumped up and pointed City Master Wenfeng and shouted, I finally understood, you are a villain. This amateur acting made Yu roll her eyes at Yue Yang. It's already like this yet you are still playing? I don't know what to do with you anymore. When Lu Ye heard Yue Yang's shout, her body shook. She immediately responded and looked at City Master Wenfeng's and Master Ninghai's expressions. She discovered that they were staring at Yu and immediately understood that their goal was never Elder Jinghu but her disciple Yu. For a moment, she remembered Yu's identity. She was the Yu clan's second young miss and the Yu clan was Xia's strongest force. Capturing the second young miss was undoubtedly the best hostage. This was especially true now that the Black Hell King had declared war on Xia and the Ziyijin Kingdom was allied with the Black Hell King. So it was like this. After Lu Ye responded, she noticed that she did such a stupid thing. The enemy used her kindness and sympathy to form a plan to deceive her and shamelessly use her. Truly an incurable idiot. Once City Master Wenfeng raised his hand, the aloof Miss Caie immediately approached Yue Yang, as if wanting Yue Yang to die. You are not City Master Wenfeng. A level 6 elder is not as strong as you. Lu Ye also discovered that Master Ninghai already lost his master-like appearance. Now, Ninghai had become City Master Wenfeng's lackey. Lu Ye became increasingly alarmed. Master Ninghai, who was already a level 8 emperor, was now a City Master Wenfeng's lackey. What kind of strength did he possess? Wenfeng is only my substitute. Stupid human, your eyes will always deceive you. Never trust what your eyes can see. City Master Wenfeng gradually transformed. After a few seconds, he became an ugly horned monster with 6 arms. The most disgusting thing was his face. Other than having multiple different sized eyes, there were also multiple mouths. Those mouths continuously opened and closed, when others saw it their appetites would be spoiled. Yu wrinkled her brows. She instinctively stood behind Yue Yang. Originally, this movement would give rise to the opponent's suspicions but, Ninghai felt that it was only the instinct of a female hiding behind a male in times of danger. He never imagined that Yu hiding behind Yue Yang was because Yue Yang was her most trusted little brother, so she subconsciously did this. According to their strength, the fake Wenfeng was stronger than Master Ninghai by a lot. This was because he was already a level 1 innate. An emblem could be seen on his stomach. This emblem symbolizes being a member of the Black Hell Army. Moreover, he was a monster innate who was from a different continent. God knows whether he was brought here by a ranker from Ziyijin Kingdom or he came from the ancient passage. As for Master Ninghai, he was indeed human, but Yue Yang determined that he was not a warrior of the Soaring Dragon Continent. This was because he was a level 8 emperor who did not recognize Yue Yang. Could there even be a hidden warrior from Soaring Dragon Continent who did not know him? Not recognizing Yue Yang was fine. When Yue Yang had bragged about Shangjing Academy's history a while ago, everything he said was lies. How could a master warrior not even understand these general knowledge? Especially the rumors about Elder Jinghu. When Yue Yang told him these rumors without saying the name, he only displayed blankness and completely did not know Yue Yang was talking about Elder Jinghu. Yue Yang kept probing along the way and discovered that Master Ninghai was basically not a warrior of Soaring Dragon Continent but from some other place. His heart completely relaxed because the enemy's information about their side was not a lot and it only scratched the surface. If they want to use this kind of information to understand the inner workings of Xia, it would be very hard. Actually, when they had sought Lu Yat, this kind of girl, it was already known that other than this kind of warm-hearted and innocent female student, they could not deceive anyone. Yu secretly drew something on Yue Yang's back. Yue Yang nodded his head and prepared to make his move. Just as Yue Yang and Yu prepared to attack, Lu Yu suddenly rushed out blocking Miss Cai's path. I won't say anything about you using me, but if you want to capture Yu, you can only do it over my dead body. Hearing this, Yue Yang couldn't help but pat her shoulder. Hey. Are you really doing this? Even if I can't, I must do it. You should quickly run away and use the teleportation scroll. Lu Yi's expression was abnormally firm. She summoned her platinum grimoire and raised the protective barrier. Courting death. In front or innates, how long would the protective barrier even last? Moreover, Miss Cai was also similarly strong. As for Ninghai, he was simply not the main force. Yue Yang took out a gold coin and sullenly said, none of this is my business, since I am only passing through. Let me return this gold coin and I can pretend that nothing happened. Ninghai leaked out an incredibly kind smile. A malicious light flashed in the depths of his eyes, his killing intent leaked out, with the dagger hidden in his smile, he said, too late. Although both of you are pretty good youngsters, I also like you. However, those who know our secret should eternally keep it a secret. Since you know, other than death, there is no way to keep this secret. Immediately commit suicide, believe me that this would be the best choice you will ever make, otherwise, you would definitely regret not doing so. If you land in our hands, I guarantee that you will wish you were dead. The two student, in your next life, you should not be this stupid and innocent. Let me tell you the truth, in this world, no one is trustworthy. Hearing this, Lu Ya bit her lips. Dark red blood flowed from her lips. She painfully clenched her fists. In her heart, she felt guilty of her mistake. However, the current situation made her unable to continue soaking under her guilty conscience. Right now she must fight. The stubborn Lu Ya decided to use all her strength to redeem her mistakes. Even if I die, I will protect you. Please forgive me, I mistakenly trusted the enemy. Lu Ya sincerely apologized towards Yu. On one hand Yu waved her hand showing that there was no problem, on the other hand Yue Yang snorted as if not willing to forgive her. Lu Yi's expression darkened but she clenched her teeth and summoned a silver deer. She lowered her voice and secretly told Yu, quickly ride my silver deer, it can bring you out of here. What about me? Yue Yang's sharp ears also heard it. You stay with me to block the enemy. Lu Ya substituted Yue Yang to make a major decision. Why? I definitely don't want to remain here and die. Summon another silver deer and let me ride it to run away. I am very scared. Yue Yang pretended to be afraid of death. I apologize, I only have one silver deer. Lu Ya lightly patted Yue Yang's shoulders and softly consoled him, Junior, you must have more courage, you are a man after all. Do men have to throw away their lives in vain? Yue Yang squatted on the corner and drew circles. This action made Lu Ya felt even guiltier. She wanted to persuade him, but she did not know what to say. Everything was her fault. Originally Junior Know-It-All was getting by very well. If she did not call him, his life wouldn't have been ruined. If she knew it was like this, she would definitely not ask him directions. However, it was already too late for regrets. Lu Ya lightly wiped the tears on the corner of her eyes and softly said, I'm sorry, I will die in front of you. This is the only thing I can do. Dream on, no matter what you do, you cannot escape this place. Master Ninghai raised his hands and countless brambles grew from the floor. These thorny brambles danced as if they were alive. Even a flying butterfly would be immediately caught. If they wanted to escape the brambles, it was simply impossible without the power of an innate. Even Ninghai felt that capturing Yu with 3 people was too exaggerated. With the other side's strength, even he alone would be enough. I have already thoroughly inspected the surroundings. No one will appear, and everything is secure, attack. While the innate monster was talking, he also shot out poisonous insects to survey the area. After the insects returned, he had finally confirmed that everything was secure. Elder Jinghu did not notice the danger and no students appeared from the surroundings. It was precisely the best time to kidnap someone. Roar! Miss Cai followed the fake Wenfeng's signals and emotionlessly pounced over. She raised her hands and attacked Lu Yi's protective barrier like a tempest. The protective barrier shook under her attacks. However, she seemed to lack pain and continuously attacked violently. The recoil exploded on her hands as her skin and blood splattered all over. The skin on her hands burst open showing her bones. Yet, she still continued to attack without any reduction in speed and her power was getting stronger. Yue! Lu Ye was frightened. It was the first time she saw this kind of wild attack. Let alone women, even men would never do this. This was not attacking, this was simply self-harming. The power and speed increased as the fists hammered down. The protective barrier was quickly dimming and would probably be broken soon. Now, there was no more skin on Miss Cai's fists. It clearly showed a pair of structurally precise mechanical arm. Lu Ye and Yu were surprised because only until now did they realize that the crazed Cai was actually a female puppet. Yue Yang curled his lips. Even if he did not use Heaven's Eyes, Yue Yang knew that Cai was not human because his mesmerizing ability did not work on her. Other than Lu Ye, who had an odd inherent skill, Yue Yang felt that there was no second woman who would be immune to his mesmerizing ability. After all, this ability was even able to influence sky disaster. Moreover, Lu Yi's immunity was different from Cai. His influence towards Lu Ye was very small and she had even complimented Yue Yang's smile earlier. This proved that she was influenced by the ability but not strong enough. Yue Yang had two reasons for playing along with the opponent's act. First was to understand his opponent. Second was to understand how Cai was made. Perhaps, Cai's creation could help him complete Yu Gong's third wish. It's over. In the instant that the protective barrier disappeared, Lu Ye quickly pushed Yu on top of the silver deer. She then shouted and pushed down Yue Yang to block him. Sorry, this is all my fault. In the next life, I will definitely return it to you. In the final moment, she still wanted to make up for her mistakes even though she knew her efforts were futile. The protective barrier vanished and the silver deer shot out. Amidst the countless brambles, it smoothly charged out, even the isolation barrier was not able to stop its footsteps. However, Yu was not on its back and instead, stayed beside Lu Ye. The puppet Cai's iron fists explosively attacked towards her. Lu Ye responded by turning around and saw this scene. She couldn't help but cry, no. She never realized that the junior that was pressed down by her had already disappeared. Crescent moon sliced through the air. Very skillfully, very precisely, just like how the puppet master disassembled the machine puppets, Crescent moon dismantled the arm connected to Cai's body with ease. Other than a minute amount of connecting wires, that acted as tendons, Yue Yang did not even damage a single screw. His techniques were just like art, reaching the state of perfection. Half of an arm, which once belonged to Battle Doll Cai, flung in midair and landed in Yue Yang's storage ring. Being unable to feel pain, the Battle Doll continued to throw punches. However, for Yue Yang, who had already seen through the Battle Doll's weak points, this was going according to his plans. The crescent moon in his hands danced through the air. In a few seconds, he had already removed Cai's clothes, fake skin, fake flesh. Even the neck connecting the head was dismantled. In between, the freaky Innate and Ninghai, who tried to attack, were both sent flying. Calmly and patiently, Yue Yang dismantled this fine battle doll, that could only be made by the masters of machinery 6,000 years ago. To him, this replica of battle doll was the best research sample. This was because it was way more superior compared to the battle puppets produced today. Even for someone like him, who has received Ghost Genius Yu Gong's Puppet Encyclopedia and Puppet Palace, it was a great source of inspiration. The machine doll's red eyes flashed continuously. It tried to control its heart to self-destruct. Inside its heart, contained a dragon crystal that provided energy and power. It was connected to a mysterious rune circle, once triggered it would explode. The power of the explosion was probably no less than an innate rancor's blood sacrifice to self-destruct. Unfortunately, Yue Yang realized this early. He separated its body and head in time. Lastly, he also used his yin ability to freeze Cai's head after he sent the freaky Innate flying for the second time. After he stored the battle doll's head in his storage ring, he let out a sigh of relief secretly. If he took action first and defeated Ninghai and the freaky Innate, then this battle doll would probably self-destruct. At that point, not only would he be endangered, he would also lose his chance to gain something. Now, after Cai attacked, Yue Yang made use of the time. Since Cai would not self-destruct instantly when it attacked, Yue Yang decided to take it down first. It was the most practical thing to do. In addition, Yue Yang reckoned that Black Hell King's settings to allow the battle dolls to self-destruct was only allowed when all their allies have been badly damaged or killed. He was right. He had successfully obtained this battle doll as the spoils of war. However, getting this supreme battle doll which was created 6,000 years ago for no reason did not satisfy Yue Yang. Right now, he wants to know the answers to these questions. How did the Black Hell King preserve this 6,000-year-old battle doll? Could there be a second set, a third set of the same battle doll? Caie probably would be unable to answer these questions. The people Yue Yang could ask, was Ninghai as well as the freaky Innate who could speak human language. Who are you? The freaky Innate who impersonated City Master Wenfeng was astonished. He was merely a student, how was it possible for him to defend his 2 attacks, which were of innate level? Furthermore, his actions were gentle and light, yet he could send him flying. How could there be a student more powerful than him in this world? His technique in dismantling Caie was a feast for the eyes, he was so skillful he made it look so easy. Perhaps the Black Hell King, even as the owner who manipulated the battle dolls, did not have such a great understanding as compared to him. Perhaps even the Prison King could not do such a thing. Master Ninghai's intuition made him felt that his own tongue bitter. Now he finally realized the identity of the student standing right in front of him. It was someone whom he did not want to meet the most, in the entire Xia Empire. Yu Clan's third young master. The name, Yu Clan's third young master, was not new to him even though he was a warrior from Xian continent. Before that, warriors from Xia Empire had repeatedly warned the Innates from Black Hell Army to be especially careful of this young man, saying that anyone who belittles him would suffer losses. At that point of time, Ninghai thought they were exaggerating. The 20-year-old Innate was not bad, but there was the possibility that his senior promoted him on purpose. It was an action to stimulate the juniors in the Soaring Dragon Continent. In Tongtian Tower, there were a few superior Innate rankers who would do such a thing to their followers. By using certain secret techniques, they force 1 or 2 followers to increase their ranks and emerge as Innates. However, people who rise in rank quickly through this method might not have a bright future. This was because forced rank upgrading would consume their potential greatly. Those secret techniques often used their future potential to exchange for limit breaks. Warriors who truly possess the ability to enhance would never choose this shortcut for the sake of short-term goals. His partner, Miao Su, who also came from Xilan continent, was one of the products from Black Hell King's experiments for forced rank enhancement. This experiment was intended to produce a large number of low-rank Innates for the Black Hell Army. This guy was previously weaker than him, but after using the secret technique, he surpassed him and leaped to Innate rank 1. However, it also meant that in the future he would never have the chance to improve and increase his rank. To be promoted to Innate was undoubtedly an extremely attractive temptation. Yet this type of secret technique had terrifying death rates, elimination rates, and an extremely disheartening success rate, 1/100. Almost all of Ninghai's good friends were dead. In about less than 100 people he knew, only Miao Su succeeded. However, who could tell that Miao Su this winner was previously a human being? Due to the secret technique to increase his ranks, although successful, Miao Su turned from a human into an incredibly ugly monster. Ninghai, who still had hopes to become an Innate, chose to reject the experiment. He would rather be at a lower rank than Miao Su temporarily. As for invading the Soaring Dragon Continent, Ninghai was not as enthusiastic as Miao Su. Although Black Hell Army was powerful, it did not mean that the rankers in the Soaring Dragon Continent would wait hopelessly to be slaughtered. Even if the Black Hell Army emerged victorious, him, an existence just like cannon fodder, might not even be able to live to enjoy the fruits of victory. The reason why Ninghai accepted the mission to kidnap Yu was because the difficulty of this mission was not very high. The only thing he had to be cautious of was the warnings told by a ranker from Xia Empire, the Marquis of Xia. At that time, the Marquis of Xia told him, stratagem was a must. The best and most clever strategy would be the key to success. Avoid Yu Clan's third young master, this source of danger, at all costs. If not, they were dead meat. Running into him meant that they had no chance in surviving. At that time, Miao Su and the members of Black Hell Army did not feel that this piece of advice was important. Now that he think about it, the Marquis of Xia was not wrong at all. Ninghai just needed a look at the opponent to give up his resistance. With one glance, he knew, this type of opponent could not be defeated even with 10 Miao Su. How was this possible? Lu Ye watched Yue Yang dismantle Caie in a flash while it was still moving. He even sent a monster with an Innate's power flying. Lu Ye was stunned with her eyes wide open and tongue-tied. It took her a while to come back to herself. As it turns out, Yu, whom she was protecting all along, stepped in front of her and even comforted her softly, "My friend, do not be afraid. In reality he is my brother. Just now he was looking for the enemy's weak point. Now, it is time for him to launch his counterattack. How can your brother be called know-it-all? No, you are Yu Clan's second miss, surname is Yu, and his surname is Wan." Lu Ye's strong point was that she believes people easily. It seemed that she was hardly tricked in her daily life. If she lived with Yue Yang for some time, she probably won't be so naive anymore. Last, know-it-all is Wan Shi Tong in Chinese, so surname is Wan. He is actually my third brother. Yu thought she was already pretty gullible, she did not expect someone to be even more gullible than her. So he was actually Yu clan's third young master, that's why he seemed familiar. I'm too gullible. Now it was Lu Yi's turn to squat down and draw circles on the ground. Translator's note, shows that she is depressed lol, if a bad guy's tricked her, then forget about it, but even good people lied to her. What happened to the order of nature? Yu really wanted to tell her, in reality, the third child from her family was the most evil villain. He didn't feel a single trace of guilt even after lying so much. Yu later felt that she should love and protect her younger brother, thus ended up not saying anything. Anyway, her third brother had tricked way too many people. Even with Lu Yat, it did not make much difference. Thud. The monster Miaosu, who was previously very cocky, had his arm sliced off. He landed on the ground with a thud. Not giving him time to recoil, Yue Yang already had his foot stepping hard on his head. Long live the Black Hell King! The monster Miaosu was still loyal to his king, he even wanted to self-destruct on the spot. Noisy. Yue Yang used his innate chi to shock his head. The monster who overestimated himself let out a blood-curdling screech and fainted. If Yue Yang wanted to kill him, even if Miaosu had 100 lives he would have already died. But Yue Yang had to keep him. Other than slowly questioning him while torturing to obtain information, he could also be used as a good fertilizer. If the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen does not want this kind of low-ranked innate, then giving him to Hui Tai Lang to nibble on would be the same. Hui Tai Lang won't be picky. Moreover, Fatty Hai and Yekong are short of good sparring partners. Such a monster would be a pretty good choice. After Miaosu fainted from the strike, Ning Hai kneeled down immediately. Surrender. What he did was the most intelligent thing in his entire life. As for the foolish Miaosu, Ning Hai thought that he should never be so moronic, if not his life would be worse than death. He realized long ago, if this Yu clan third young master wanted to kill him, he would have done so already. He just wanted to squeeze out all the possible benefits he could get. I surrender, I have secrets to exchange. If you do not kill me, then I would use the secrets to redeem my life. Ning Hai behaved very much like a loser. Since he surrendered then he might as well be frank and straightforward. Yue Yang smiled, actually, I don't really like smart people, but I do not reject working with smart people. This is because it is better than working with idiots. Ning Hai's face turned red, he knew that the other party was ridiculing that he used his intelligence at the wrong place, but he was not skillful and wanted to keep his life and had to do so. Ning Hai took out the venomous pearl hidden in his fake tooth. He gave up displaying utter loyalty to the Black Hell King by committing suicide. He then revealed the secret he thought had the greatest value. I know a place that uses secret techniques to produce low-ranked innates, if you agree to release me, I will bring you over personally. Yue Yang did not really care about such secret techniques which produces fake innates, but if he could strike hard at the enemy's vital point, it would be a great thing. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Yue Yang fished out a golden scroll. Ning Hai almost fainted. It was the location return scroll he had. When and how did he snatch it, he was totally unaware. This was a terrifying enemy. It wasn't surprising that even the Marquis of Xiaijin was exceptionally cautious. You dismantled battle doll Cai, maybe the enemies would be alarmed. Yu quickly cautioned Yue Yang to be careful. No problem, we can go according to their original plan and take action, let's beat them at their own game, but we need second sister and Lu Ye to cooperate. Yue Yang grinned, making Yu blush. She threw him a punch, third brother, don't grin so much, be a little more serious. Yue Yang's sweat dropped, he did not expect his mesmerizing ability to be ineffective on Lu Ye, on the contrary, it was effective on his second sister. Me too. Lu Ye realized her tragedy was not over yet. Sorry to make you a captive temporarily. Yue Yang took out a rope made by using dragon skin, rhino tendons, golden silk snake phantom's hair. He used a technique seen from an island country's romance action movie and tied Lu Ye up, without giving her an explanation. If he had a whip, it would be just like the legendary It was a world of ice and snow. The howling wind raged across the ground carrying bits of snow, plundering waves of white frost. Between the sky and the ground, the roaring wind cast fear over every man's heart. This place was located at the border of Xiaijin Kingdom, it's referred to as Windroot Mountain Range. Windroot meant that all wind in the Soaring Dragon Continent would form and start from this point. Although it sounded extreme, but the fact that this place was covered in snow and non-stopping gales throughout each year was a reality. Windroot Mountain Range was one of the 5 Deathlands located in Soaring Dragon Continent. It was a forbidden area where men's footprints were rare, just like Guijianzhou and Despair Abyss. Due to its remote terrain and low temperatures, other than warriors who wanted to practice austerities, no one else would travel all the way here. Windroot Mountain Range and Roaring Flame Desert are equally famous for their extreme weather, the former was freezing cold, the latter was blazing hot. They were extreme places people hardly visited. No one would have thought that the Black Hell King and Xian Kingdom's secret base would be located in this life-threatening forbidden area. Just seeing the entrance to the base, Yue Yang felt that Xian Kingdom had worked with the Black Hell King for a long time. This huge base was not something that could be built overnight. With the support from Black Hell King, Thousand Goblin Sect, Lion Pagoda Sect, Green Summit Sect and a muddled relationship with Demon Abyss, it was not surprising that Xian Kingdom dared to conquer the entire Soaring Dragon Continent. Now, Yue Yang started to understand. Before that, Shun Tian and the Dark Prince supported the Xian Kingdom and attacked the Yu clan merely as a test. If it was not because of his sudden appearance, which disrupted the situation, perhaps now, the Soaring Dragon Continent would be covered in the flames of war. Ever since the Black Hell King broke free from the seal, he probably had the intention of succeeding the Prison King's will. He also wanted to explore God's ruins. He had to deal with the fact that his power had not yet recovered. In addition, humanity also has the formidable Xizun. Demonic Palace's intentions were ambiguous, as a result the Black Hell King could not obtain what he wanted. Thus, he started working together with Xian Kingdom in the dark. Since ages ago, he had started to use secret techniques to mass-produce low level of innates. The success rate of mass-producing innates was incredibly low, it was only 1 out of 100. If it wasn't because the Black Hell King's secret techniques were not effective enough, the entire Soaring Dragon Continent would be overcrowded with innates. Mass-producing innates? When Yue Yang thought about this, he felt that it was ridiculous. If innates could be mass-produced, then what's the point of everyone refining their skills? Then they might as well bootlick super innates and beg them to help them level up. These kinds of fake innates did not even have grimoires, so much that they can't be compared with Shun Tian, Great Emperor of Ziwei's subordinates, the 7 Great Bears. At the very least they were previously lesser innates, and they had grimoires. In front of real innates, fake innates were just like dirt. Of course, to ordinary warriors, these type of fake innates were still terrifying. After all, fake innates were previously warriors at level 6 Elder or above. They still had some sort of foundation. It was not like any ordinary human could obtain such titles. Cold. Yu lied on Yue Yang's back, although Yue Yang wrapped a leather coat around her she could not endure the severe winter. She held onto Yue Yang tightly as her body trembling non-stop. Lu Ye gritted her teeth and stayed silent. She was afraid that if she talked, her jaws would tremble continuously. Actually, Yu and her were still better than most people, because Yue Yang transferred some yang energy to them from time to time to keep them warm. If not, merely with their constitution, and thin clothes, they would have already been frozen to death since they reached here from Shangjin. Ning Hai, who surrendered, appeared to be well behaved. Although he saw the security guards at the entrance of the base, he was as obedient as a grandson. It was because he knew, once Yu clan's third young master wanted to behead him, unless the Black Hell King personally protected him, he would lose his life. He saw Yue Yang dissect Miao Su and opened his upper body. He took out the energy crystals stored in his body and slowly sewed him back up. After witnessing Yue Yang's methods, he decided that he would never ever become enemies with this smiling devil. When Demon Abyss and the Demon King are compared to Yu clan's third young master, they instantly become philanthropists. Ning Hai thought that since he had already killed many people, he considered himself as a villain or at least a scoundrel. Unexpectedly, in front of Yu clan's third young master, he was not even fart. Master Miao Su, Master Ning Hai, are you back? These two. Miss Caie did not return? This should be Yu clan's second miss, and the other person is. The captain of the guards at the base came out to greet them. He could not recognize that Yue Yang, who had 2 fake mustaches stuck above his lips, was not Miao Su. This was because Miao Su could shapeshift into 100 different forms. His identification was based on the Black Hell crest. This captain was clearly a warrior from Xian Kingdom. He recognized Yu, the hostage, but he could not recognize Lu yet, who was tied up just like a cocoon by Yue Yang. Caie, that fellow has already self-destructed. Yu clan's second Mrs. Master, Elder Jing, who was very powerful. We had a fierce battle before completing the mission. This is the classmate of Yu clan's second miss. She was caught up in the incident, so we caught her as well. Ning Hai handed his crest to verify his identification, and gave an explanation. You sold just kill these kinds of small fry. The captain felt that it was odd, as if side issues kept arising. You. If Lu Ye was not tied up and clasped under Yue Yang's arm, she would have flung her legs to kick this guy, sending him into the air. Mr. Miao Su thought this girl is still useful, she was caught for fun. After he's done playing, he might give you people as a reward to pass time. Ning Hai deliberately lowered his voice and told the captain. Great, Master Miao Su can eat the meat, us brothers will just sip some soup, ha 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 ha. The captain eagerly thanked Yue Yang. Humph. Yue Yang snorted and acted as if he was an arrogant expert and walked in with his head high up. He did not dare talk, afraid that people would realize something. This behavior would let people mistaken him as putting on airs, moreover entering in a hurry appeared as if he was in heat, and could not wait to deflower the female captive. A few guards let out lascivious laughter. In the end, the captain was the most meticulous, he caught up and bowed with respect, "Master, you can play with this girl as much as you want. But for Yu Clan's second miss, it would be the best if you do not touch her." Because Lord War Tiger commanded before he left to pass on the message, this Yu Clan's second miss was crucial, do not touch her for now. Yu, who was on Yue Yang's back while pretending to be unconscious, started to tremble. She was both embarrassed and angry at the same time. She really wanted to beat this guy badly. However, now that she was involved in her younger brother's scheme, she could only endure her embarrassment and continue to pretend that she fainted. Yue Yang lightly patted Yu's back using his palms, signaling to her not to panic, everything was going according to plan. He appeared to be annoyed and moved forward. Ninghai turned his face, and comforted the frightened captain with a smile, "Mr. Miaosu definitely knows that, there is no need for you to pass on the message. It's fine, this hostage, Yu Clan's second miss, will be sent to the hands of Lord War Tiger without fail." After walking down the meandering passage, what welcomed them was numerous stone steps and crossroads. Fortunately Ninghai was there as a guide. If not, merely slipping in would be troublesome. Ninghai walked ahead to lead the way and headed towards the resting area for the time being. They waited for headquarters to send out elite soldiers. When they arrived to escort Yue Yang can start raiding their tightly guarded secret base. Charging in with force was not impossible, but all the secrets would be destroyed by the members inside. Yue Yang wanted to find out what secrets were hidden within. How many more humanoid battle dolls like Caie were there? This was what Yue Yang wanted to find out the most. Ninghai brought Yue Yang to Miaosu's room. Using the black hell crest, they opened the door. The reeking smell of blood greeted them. Yue Yang, Yu, and Lu Ye went in to see. To their surprise, they found out that it was an obscene and bloody den of violence. There were not just female humans, but also females from different species. There were even female animals. They were all raped and murdered by Miaosu here. There were dismembered corpses everywhere. Human heads that died with their eyes open rolled around the room. It was unexpected that the captain boldly advised Yue Yang, who impersonated as Miaosu, to not touch Yu. Because he knew, once he did, Yu Clan's second miss would probably not be able to keep her life. Yu and Lu Ye previously thought that Yue Yang's way of dealing with Miaosu was cruel, only now did they realize that they had let that trash off too lightly. Especially Lu Ye, who blamed Yue Yang wrongly, was filled with genuine regret and wanted to apologize to him. She thought killing Miaosu was letting him off too easily. This type of trash should have his flesh cut apart slowly with each slice. Don't even talk about these kind-hearted ladies, even Ninghai, who kills without blinking his eyes, gulped in fear and surprise. He did hear about Miaosu's change. After he became a monster, his character changed drastically. In front of people he behaved in a refined and courteous manner, behind, he was wild and bloodthirsty. He raped and murdered numerous women, this was known by almost everyone. But Ninghai could never have imagined that after Miaosu became a monster, he actually raped and murdered so many people, no, even female animals. Insane. Miaosu must have went insane. Ninghai shivered, thank goodness he did not participate in the secret enhancement experiment. If that was the case, even if he rose to an innate successfully, he would also become a madman just like Miaosu. Ninghai wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and reported to Yue Yang, I reckon that the elite soldiers would reach here within 5 minutes. Because they cannot allow Miaosu to hurt Yu Clan's second miss. They will use the fastest speed they can to reach here. If we want to retrieve Miaosu's things, we have to be quick. Yue Yang waved his hand, go back to your room, pack up. I will settle here. Come back after 5 minutes. Ninghai hesitated, but ended up leaving in a hurry. At this point in time, he had 2 choices on his mind. One was to immediately use the transport scroll to get out of here and never come back to the Soaring Dragon Continent, and never ever meet Yu Clan's third young master. The other was to follow the instructions given by Yu Clan's third young master. After he destroys the entire base, he might fulfill his promise and release him. The first option was much easier to succeed. He just had to crush the teleportation stone to escape back to the ancient passage. Even if the young master went after him, he might not be able to locate him. The shortcomings was that he could never let the Yu Clan's third young master find out where he would hide. If not, he was dead meat. The second option was dangerous. Yu Clan's third young master might not fulfill his promise. More importantly, after the base gets wrecked, even if he escapes, if the Black Hell King found out, he would die either way. Ninghai had much on his mind while returning back to his room. He hesitated for about 3 minutes. He fished out his teleportation stone and placed it back in his pocket. Again, he took it out and placed it back. He repeated this cycle multiple times. In the end, he still decided to obediently wait for Yu Clan's third young master to fulfill his promise. It was because he felt that using his own teleportation stone to flee was not a safe move. Furthermore, if the Black Hell King knew he fled halfway, he was dead meat. After all, it was Yu clan's third young master who brought him into the base. Black Hell King would know better than Yue Yang where he would hide. So this battle, he had to pray that Yu clan's third young master wins. If he lost, his own life would be at stake. 5 minutes later, Ninghai knocked on the door. Yue Yang opened the door himself and smiled. I knew you wouldn't use the teleportation stone to flee. He said it as if unintentionally. A single sentence made Ninghai felt his scalp had gone numb. Whatever he was thinking about was clear to his opponent. The scariest thing was that it was merely a test. No wonder Yu clan's third young master only took away his return teleportation scroll and left him with his teleportation stones. It was all within his plans. If he had tried to escape just now, he would probably be following Miao Su's footsteps. Ninghai thought about it, his fear almost made him pee in his pants. After another minute, 5 armored elite soldiers with most of their faces covered came to escort them. They spoke politely but they held the command medal from the person in charge, War Tiger, in their hands. Yue Yang appeared to be unwilling on the surface, but after being persuaded by Ninghai with his highly skilled acting, he agreed to personally carry Yu to meet War Tiger for their rewards. After the 5 armored elites checked Yu's face against a picture, they agreed to Yue Yang's request. As for Lu Yat, Yue Yang pretended to be prepared to kill her when he felt like it with a single slash. And so she immediately begged strenuously, showing that she was willing to serve him full-heartedly. As long as she does not die, anything was fine. If Ninghai did not know it was part of Yue Yang's plans, he would really believe that her tears and pleading were sincere. Women are all natural masters of acting. Ninghai silently sighed. Compared to her, his acting skills was way more inferior. He felt unpleasant. Of course he also knew that if women did not know how to lie, then they would no longer be called women. They would be called idiots instead. Keeping you here will not do, what if you ran away? No, I must drag you along. Yue Yang untied Lu Yi's 2 legs but left her upper body and hands tied. The 5 elite soldiers found it strange. Escorting Yu clan's second miss personally was fine, but to bring another woman? However, since this woman was tied up and very weak, they let it go in the end. After all, they knew that Miao Su was entitled the lunatic who raped and murdered countless women. In fact, not just Miao Su, all of the innates that were produced from the experiment were abnormal. A few days ago, a guy that was forcefully raised to an innate fell in love with gnawing and eating corpses for no good reason. That was called revolting. The 5 armored elites, with 2 in front, 3 behind, half escorted and half led Yue Yang and the rest to their destination. To them, as long as Yu clan's second miss could be delivered to Lord War Tiger, anything else did not matter. Ninghai was confused by Yue Yang's decision to bring Lu Yat, but he did not have a single trace of doubt. He also believed that if Lu Ye was useless, Yu clan's third young master would not have brought her along. Lu Ye also did not understand why she also had to enter deeper into the demon's nest. Yue Yang did not explain. However, after seeing Lu Yi's inherent skill and guardian spirit beast, Yue Yang knew that when he deals with the Black Hell King or when he has to explore God's ruins, he would need Lu Yi's unrivaled inherent skill. After Lu Ye summoned her grimoire, only then did Yue Yang understand why she was way more powerful than Sky Disaster and why she could ignore his smile. Lu Ye did not know how powerful and extraordinary her inherent skill was. Even commoners believed that it was merely an ordinary inherent skill. They did not place any importance on Lu Yi's ability. Yu guessed that her third younger brother was probably going to use Lu Ye for hard labor. From the point of view of protecting his brother, she did not tell Lu Ye. Furthermore, her brother did so to defeat the Black Hell King, to save the world. After she upgraded his image in her mind to a world-saving hero, she finally felt that it was in the name of justice for her younger brother to take advantage and make use of people. Okay, her brother is a scoundrel. But this was something that was all right to know but not something to be spread. Yu, who pretended to be asleep, secretly opened her eyes. Pity filled her heart as she glanced at Lu Yat, who was tied up and led along by Yue Yang. Especially that special way of tying people, just where did this younger brother learn all this from? That was too much. Yu secretly pinched Yue Yang. As Yue Yang got startled, she immediately pretended to be asleep. She was smiling with triumph deep down. No matter how evil and cocky he was still her younger brother. As his own second sister, wouldn't it be simple for her to sort him out? Previously Yue Yang played a game called Hit the Dino. Nostalgically, it was similar to what's happening now. Of course, this base did not have any dinosaurs. After entering a hallway with golden walls, passing through numerous identity verification, once again he passed through a number of huge metal doors. Using a mechanical pulley system which acted as an elevator, Yue Yang ended up a few meters underground. Only then did he officially reach the entrance to the base. The temperature inside here was entirely different from the temperature outside. It was a world of ice and snow outside, but in the underground base, the air was stuffy and warm. There was even a trace of sulfur. Yue Yang recalled that he smelled something similar in the evil dragon lair. After entering the base, the number of people clearly increased. They were all the members of the underground base. The armored security guards on duty marched past in rows. If Yue Yang did not impersonate Miao Su, it would have been very difficult for him to sneak in. Simply because there were too many sealed metal doors that he had to pass. Once he finds the enemy, even if he was able to stop them, the people inside would still have time to destroy all the data. Please wait for a while, Lord War Tiger just left. We need to report to Mr. Feng first. Two armored elites indicated for Yue Yang to wait and went in to report. Mr. Feng. Yue Yang had a question mark in his mind. There were quite a number of people with the surname Feng in Soaring Dragon Continent. However, innates with surname Feng was rare. Perhaps this issue was related to the Feng family? Some time ago, the young lady of Feng family and his fourth uncles were unexpectedly poisoned. This made Yue Yang extremely angry. He swore to take revenge. Now, hearing about this person called Mr. Feng all of a sudden made him suspect that something was fishy. About 3 minutes later, the two armored elites came out with their head hanging dispiritedly. They seemed as if they got scolded. Yue Yang carried Yu on his back and led Lu Ye by the hand. They were now walking in to meet Mr. Feng. Even before they could take a good look, Mr. Feng, who was facing them, bursted out his scoldings. Miao Su and Ning Hai. Are the two of you born idiots? This is such an important place, how dare you bring a stranger in? Even if it's a woman, it is forbidden. War Tiger has warned many times, no matter what we have to take strict precautions and prevent possible spies. Are you 100% sure that the person you brought in is not a spy? Do you guys know how important the secrets here are? If not, let me repeat once again, this is the base to conquer the Soaring Dragon Continent. It is the starting point to conquer the entire Tongtian Tower, it is the bridge to entering the Heaven Realm. Did you hear what I said? Did you understand? You bunch of idiots. Yue Yang realized that this Mr. Feng looked just like the Feng family's clan master. Other than the fact that his temper was worse, his strength was more superior, and he also seemed older. Other than these traits, his appearance could be said to look identical to that of the Feng family's clan master. This person was probably a traitor from the Feng family. However, Yue Yang had never paid attention to the Feng family's matters. Perhaps Fourth Mother or Junwu would know better who this person was. Mr. Feng, what happened was that when we were trying to capture Yu clan's second miss, we found this girl. We were in the middle of a battle, so we had no choice but to capture her and bring her back. To decide what to do with her was why we came to report to you, right? Ning Hai hurriedly covered up for Yue Yang. Fancy that you have lived for 200 years, are you still a child? Do you need to report to me about such things? You just have to get rid of her corpse and erase all evidence, right? I hate to clean up after you two, because I have little time. I need a lot of time for research and I have simply no time to care about your stupid problems. Someone, feed her to the beasts. I warn you too, if you people need me to clean up your mess, I will throw the two of you into demon insect swamp to feed the beasts. I do not care if you guys are innates. Anyone who wastes my time has to die. Mr. Feng was still fuming with anger. Lu Ye was so frightened her face paled and her entire body was trembling. She glanced in Yue Yang's direction and realized that he did not seem to be bothered. Worried that he did not care about her, Lu Ye was so horrified her legs seemed to give away. The two armored elites came up, wanting to drag Lu Ye away. Mr. Feng, who just finished scolding, glanced at Lu Ye and suddenly let out a sign of surprise. He held up his hand to signal the elites to pause. The two armored elites accepted the order naturally, but Ning Hai rubbed off his cold sweat due to his nervousness. He stole a glance at Yue Yang. He realized that Yue Yang has already anticipated that this would happen. This made his fear grew even more. Yue's clan's third young master could calculate how Mr. Feng behaves even though they had never met before? If that was really the case, that would be terrifying. Was Yue's clan's third young master a human or a demon? This child seems to have potential, her body is emitting some kind of strange energy. Hey, do you have the summoning grimoire? Mr. Feng asked. Yeah. Yes. Lu Ye was so scared, she hurriedly replied. What is your inherent skill, and what is your guardian beast? Answer honestly, I will consider letting you live. Mr. Feng looked at Lu Ye from head to toe, just like how a venomous snake would stare at its prey. Lu Ye stole a glance at Yue Yang. Upon catching his quick signal, she answered, her head down while trembling with fear, it is purification inherent skill and perforate deer. Although panic-stricken, Lu Ye did not reveal the actual inherent skill she possessed. She changed it slightly. She replaced the term cleansing inherent skill with purification inherent skill. Yue Yang saw Lu Ye's cleansing inherent skill before, he thought that this inherent skill was a highly valuable inherent skill. Although ordinary folks did not know of its importance, Lu Ye undoubtedly understood. It was also highly possible that her tutor warned her before, telling her that this inherent skill should not be something that she brings up when conversing with normal people. As a result, when she answered Mr. Feng's question, she would rather give a half-true half-false answer. She told the truth about her guardian spirit beast, but was unwilling to reveal her actual inherent skill. Cleansing inherent skill, possessed by good-natured people with noble character. This inherent skill is the enemy for the vicious and evil. All negative psychological attacks or malicious curses are useless in front of this skill. The blood of cleansing from the user's body can be used to cleanse evil. The higher the purity of the blood of cleansing, the greater its cleansing strength. At the moment it is at level 3. When Yue Yang saw this inherent skill, he exclaimed lucky in his mind. He finally found the key to lift curse seals. For items like the Gemini Mask, Golden Bell etc., they all have seals. Yue Yang could use his innate chi to unseal them, but that would take too much effort. The time taken to completely unseal them would be difficult to determine as well. Now, he did not need to waste so much effort anymore. It just required Lu Ye to provide a bit of blood. This, together with innate chi, would reduce the effort needed by half. Things such as Gemini Mask were not the main thing. What was important were holy objects and divine weapons that have way stronger seals. Even some ancient huge gates, entrances to connecting realms as well as runic traps all possess different seals. These type of seals are often curses. Hence, when exploring the god's ruins, bringing along Lu Ye, who possesses the cleansing inherent skill, would be just like bringing a human-shaped portable key. Of course, if this cleansing inherent skill were to be given to Yue Yang, it would be entirely useless. Giving it to Fatty Hai and Yekong would just make it a decoration. The cleansing inherent skill is intimately related to the user's nature and moral character. The more noble, more kind-hearted the user, the higher the purity of the user's body. As for people like Yue Yang, even if he obtained the cleansing inherent skill, he might be unable to even cleanse a single grain of sand from the demon abyss. As for Lu Yi's guardian spirit beast, Yue Yang also thought of it as a treasure. Compared to other things like golden tigress, silver wolf, or bronze bull, this was way better. Perforation deer, special type. Deer form silver rank level 2. Energy half entity. Levitates. Guardian beast, special move, air dash, perforation. This deer may be considered just not bad by others, but to Yue Yang it's as precious as jewel. If it were to be used together with teleportation, exploring the god's ruins would be way easier. At the very least, areas such as ancient passages and Death Canyon would be much easier to conquer. With this, Yue Yang believed that after entering the Black Hell King and Xia Empire's secret base, even if the enemies found him, be it wreaking havoc or fleeing, it would be a piece of cake. As for the discovery of Lu Yi's inherent skill and guardian spirit beast, they were Yue Yang's main reason in his counterattack strategy to beat the other party in their own game. Good, a pretty good inherent skill and guardian spirit beast. In fact, as long as you possess a summoning grimoire, you are an excellent youngster. There are no useless inherent skill nor guardian spirit beasts in this world, there are only useless masters. Okay, you do not have to be afraid, I will not kill you. Instead, I will nurture you properly so that you would become a powerful innate, understand? You have such potential, because you are the purest youngster I have ever met. Ah, of course, Yu Clan's second miss isn't bad either. If you listen obediently, I promise you that you would become an innate. Yu Clan's second miss has powers as gentle and serene as water. As expected of the new generation of Yu Clan, indeed an outstanding bloodline. This is uncomparable to the shitty Feng family. Never mind, why am I saying all this? After Mr. Feng consoled Lu Ye, he started to chatter away. As Yu came down from Yue Yang's back, Mr. Feng could not resist to size her up. Seeing that Lu Ye was able to stand on her feet, Yu also decided to put on a brave face. She did not hide behind Lu Ye, instead, she stood beside her, glaring back at Mr. Feng. She even opened her mouth to question, who are you in the Feng family? Why did you kidnap me here? Mr. Feng let out an uncanny laughter. Afterwards, he waved his hands repeatedly, Yu Clan's second miss, don't rush, let me answer your questions in a moment. It would be quick, give me some time. Let me vent my frustrations on these two foolish lads. I really want to restrain myself but I realized that I could not. Some people are like this, if you do not berate them, they would not understand what their mistake is. This old man turned to face Yue Yang and Ninghai, waving his fists in the air and roared, yes, I understand now, why you people did not kill her at the scene and also kidnapped her, a girl who possess purification inherent skill. Yes, you people think you are very clever, thinking that if I saw her I would forget about Caie, the perfect battle machine doll, and perhaps I did not forget, I would not kill you out of fury. Yes, I do admit you guys are petty-minded but if you do so, I am still unable to feel satisfied. In fact it made me feel very mortified. A failed mission, utter failure. You guys actually let a battle doll from 6,000 years ago to self-destruct. Why didn't the two of you self-destruct instead? Did you guys think that your lives were more valuable than it? Wrong, even if you people had 10 more lives, even after summing up your lives, it isn't even as valuable as that one machine doll, understand? Do you think War Tiger would dispatch 1,100 humanoid battle dolls to go out and complete missions? No, this is a battle doll from 6,000 years ago. A battle doll you cannot duplicate. Most importantly, they are all amended personally by Yu Clan's most gifted ghost genius Yu Gong. They are his blood and sweat. They are the master's work of miracle. Now that the ghost genius Yu Gong has passed away, even if there are 100,000 battle dolls in front of me, all I could do would be to stare at it. Do you people understand my point now? Foolish lads, I should have asked Cai to go and do the testing. Yes, I mistakenly believed your abilities. You people should die, I wish I could choke the two of you to death. Mr. Feng rained curses on the two. Ninghai was so frightened that his legs almost gave away, he almost fell on his knees. This was definitely not caused by the pressure from Mr. Feng's innate strength, it was thanks to his authority. Ninghai had seen it more than once. Any work Mr. Feng found unsatisfying, even if it was an innate who was finally obtained from experiments, it would be used for dissection. As for such a mad decision, Lord War Tiger, the base's highest position leader, had always supported him firmly. He even personally strangled a dozen people who intended to rebel. Just one sentence, as long as Mr. Feng was in this base, his command was equivalent to the highest order. Even the powerful War Tiger takes advice from him. Mr. Feng tightened his fists and took a few deep breaths, as if trying to bear with the fury. Okay, no matter what, you guys did bring back Yu Clan's second miss. Your accomplishments do deserve a reward. I am a person who rewards and punishes accordingly. You people did foolish things, I would report it to War Tiger and let him decide. You people also did correct things, I would not hesitate to reward. Miao Su, you can receive even more beautiful women and fresh blood. Your inquiries would all be met, but let me warn you, next time do not do stupid things again. If not, I would really slaughter you. As for Ninghai, you can obtain the rewards when you level up to innate rank. You can use your achievement to exchange a treasure you like, these are all up to you. Wait, there is something I must first do. Take out all the dragon crystals in the last two battle dolls, in case they self-destruct just like what had happened. As you know, these battle dolls are too precious. Based on the puppet manufacturing techniques now, even researching is not possible, not to mention duplicating them. Yue Yang understood instantly, as expected, these battle dolls only started operating after they were amended by the ghost genius Yu Gong. 6,000 years, it was too long for the battle mechanics to last. Thus, Yu Gong would have such will. The battle dolls like Cai was already very advanced. They could move freely and follow instructions to complete tasks. However, they did not possess emotions nor rationality, which are human traits. If Yue Yang could add in these, fulfilling Yu Gong's third wish would probably no longer be difficult. Mr. Feng smacked his forehead with his hand, as if he suddenly recalled something. Ah, there's no time, I forgot to negotiate with that guy. You guys should not leave, detain Yu Clan's second miss and this girl. Miao Su and Ninghai, the two of you must look after second miss, if anything happens to her, the two of you are dead meat. Go, I am in a hurry. He opened a trapdoor and rushed in. Ninghai glanced at Yue Yang secretly. Yue Yang ignored him, dragged Yu, led Lu Ye along and followed the lunatic Mr. Feng in big strides. Behind them, about a dozen armored elites followed with mutual understanding. However, at each heavy door, two would stay automatically to guard. They were prudent and careful at any time. Be it their actions or when completing orders, they seemed more mechanical than actual machine puppet dolls. After walking through 3 consecutive large metal gates, they walked down the staircase. The place they were walking to seemed to be an underground prison. The walls here were no longer made up of metal, instead they were made by speckle crystals. Yue Yang was unable to identify what kind of crystal, but he found out that it was extremely hard. Seemingly, every crystal room confined a person. Yue Yang discovered that these crystals could isolate qi. He was unable to detect who was inside. As for his Heaven Eye's divine vision, he definitely could not use it in front of Mr. Feng, who was an extremely sharp and sensitive old man. Yue Yang had to suppress his curiosity and continue to control his qi, imitating Miao Su's qi. He followed behind, pretending to be a loyal fighter. In front of the greatest crystal room they walked past so far, Mr. Feng used a secret way to lift the seal on the ceiling circle. His actions were rapid but highly complicated. However, Yue Yang memorized everything by heart. The walls rumbled and opened slightly, a crack not more than 2 meters formed on the wall. Inside, there appeared a middle-aged man. His left and right shoulders, ribs, thighs, knees, wrists, and the back of his head were all chained up using locks and shackles. Yue Yang, with his good eyes, immediately drew back subtly after seeing who it was. He avoided eye contact with the person and hid behind the walls, where the man could not see. Next to Yue Yang, Yu let out a cry of sorrow. This was because she realized that the man who was tortured to the extent of having his flesh lacerated, and his bones showing, was someone who had been missing, Xian. Oh no! Yu's tears fell like rain as her body trembled in pain. Their father did not betray and flee to Demon Abyss, but was imprisoned by the Black Hell King. Now, not just Yue Yang, Yu, even Lu Ye, who was previously entirely unaware, started to understand why Mr. Feng had to capture Yu as the hostage. The reason was very simple. It was to threaten and force Xian to surrender. Is that you, Yu? God damn it, Feng Jin, how dare you capture my daughter? Xian looked at Yu. At first he was stunned. In the next second, his anger burst out like a volcanic eruption. Xian extended his arms to the limit, trying to strangle Mr. Feng. However, the rattling chains and shackles stopped him from reaching Mr. Feng. He was merely a centimeter away, unable to move forward. No matter how he struggled, it was all futile. Xian cried out in resentment and sorrow, ah! He was just like an injured beast. He was utterly powerless. He could only watch the enemy, about to tear his young cub into pieces. Xian's heartbreaking cry seemed to be able to move the heavens and earth. Whoever heard it would feel sorrowful. Lu Ye could not help it but to cry bitterly. She embraced Yu, who almost fainted from her tears. Yet, Mr. Feng was apathetic. He ignored everything. It seemed as if his heart was made out of steel. As far as this cold-blooded executioner was concerned, Xian slammed his body into the wall repeatedly. He used his fists to beat and punch the wall, exerting whatever strength he had left. He used his head to violently attack the gigantic metal ring on the crystal wall. Instantly the huge metal ring was stained with spots of blood. After quite some time, Xian finally calmed down due to the pain. He faced Mr. Feng and bowed his head. He spoke, Feng Jin, you won. Let my daughter go. I am willing to do the experiments. I would hand over my body to you, no matter what you ask me to do, I will follow, as long as you free my daughter. His voice seemed to age by 10 years, it was filled with utter bitterness and sadness. Mr. Feng laughed loudly, ah ha ha ha, what did I say? Xian, I told you I would win. I told you, you would surrender, was I correct? The man who claimed to be Yu clan's most strong-willed person would surrender one day, ha 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 ha, in this world, what would still be impossible? Let my daughter go immediately. If not, I would bang my head against the wall and die right now. The secrets you want to know would never be revealed. Sadly, the chains restricted his movements mercilessly, confining his body. Even if Xian used all his might, his fingertips were still a centimeter away from Mr. Feng. This 1 centimeter was what shattered all hope. Seeing Xian hating himself that he was unable to skin and eat him alive, Mr. Feng laughed crazily in triumph. He relaxed his shoulders, Xian, I think there is something wrong with your attitude. The clever Yu clan's first son, if you were me, what would you do? Humiliate the enemy. I guess you would use all kinds of methods to humiliate your enemy. Why don't I use your strategy? Come, the arrogant Yu clan's first son, bend your knees and bow down to me. Yu clan's men would never bow down to the enemies, right? Come, there would be a first to almost everything. Kneel right now. If not, I would get people to gang rape your daughter. Such a good daughter, she has the beauty of a flower, she is at the prime of her youth, it is the time when her brilliant life starts to bloom. If it were to be destroyed, how sorrowful would that be? Xian, the only opponent I could not break, come, bow down to me. No. Father, Yu clan's children die standing. We never kneel. Never kneel down to the enemy. Yu shrieked, nobody can use me to humiliate you, father, I would die with dignity, what they would receive would only be my dead body. It was unknown when she took out a dagger and aimed it at her own neck. Perhaps because she was too emotional, the sharp blade drew a red line across the side of her tender, delicate neck. A drop of red blood rolled along the blade slowly. Yue Yang was afraid that this second sister would really do foolish things. With the snap of his fingers, the blade of the dagger shattered. Mr. Feng saw the blade falling, he quickly kicked it aside. 2 armored elites quickly seized the blade. At the same time, all armored soldiers were particularly careful of the weapons on their waists. They did not give Yu any chance to get into contact with the sharp weapons. Not bad. As for how this dagger was brought in, I will let it pass. Later when we leave I will reward you a beautiful woman. Keep your eyes on Yu clan's second miss, she is Xian's dearest daughter. If we want this strong-willed person to surrender, we need her. Mr. Feng glanced at Yue Yang, but diverted his attention away right after that. In his mind, Mao Su, who was now impersonated by Yue Yang, was merely a tool. There was no point in giving him too much attention. Yu clan's second miss, I hope you behave smarter. Suicide won't solve all the problems. Once you die, I will kidnap your brother and sister. Did you think that your death would be useful? Act smarter, urge your father to surrender and cooperate with us. That is the real way out of this. Ninghai appeared to be persuading Yu. In reality, he was hinting at Yu. Yu clan's third young master was by her side, she did not need to be so emotional. After his quick reminder, the emotional pair, Yu and Lu Ye, realized that in reality, circumstances were not so dreadful. With tears in their eyes, they glanced at Yue Yang. Their emotions stabilized afterwards. However, afraid that Mr. Feng would see through Yue Yang, the two girls embraced each other tightly in case Mr. Feng would sense anything fishy. Yu Shan's entire body was shaking, tears of blood welled up in his eyes. Hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Shit, Yu, my father taught us brothers since young, Yu clan's men would rather die in front of their enemies. Goddamned Feng Jin, you can kill me, but don't you try to humiliate our Yu clan. Even though I, Yu Shan, am powerless, it does not mean our Yu clan is unmanned. You can kill me, you can kill my daughter, but you motherfucker cannot destroy our Yu clan's belief. Want us to surrender? That is impossible. Never. Yu Shan roared, his loud voice caused the entire underground prison to shake. I know. Yu clan, are all strong-willed. I did not say you aren't. Mr. Feng burst out in laughter, in fact I admire your Yu clan. Although you are all motherfucking brain-dead idiots, you all are strong unyielding people. I have seen too many cowards and scumbags. I have met too many, those who would kneel in front of me and wag their tails like dogs. Seeing those trash behave that way, I feel disgusted. In fact, I admire opponents like you, no matter how I beat you, how I torture you, you would still maintain your pride as Yu clan's men. Just now, when your daughter appeared, your will swayed. However, her words made you strong again. Such a great bloodline. But Yu Shan, do you think in this world all you need is strong will? You are wrong. I will tell you that you are gravely mistaken. Do you want to know how I would deal with your daughter? I would use every evil method in this world to torture her. Hundreds of ways. You would watch in utter bitterness, you would eventually kneel down in front of me and beg me to kill her. Do you want me to slice your daughter's flesh? Such beautiful skin, such good body. Do you think, after hundreds of ways of torture, she would still be like this? I promise you, if you take another look at her, you would puke. There are so many obscene rapists here, no, don't even mention them. With Miao Su, who likes to rape and murder women based on his mood, once I command it, he would let your daughter wish that she was never born in this world. After torturing her in front of you, I can heal her and then change her appearance into someone else. After that, I would break her arms and legs, cut her tongue and make her into an idiot slave. Then I would sell her to a brothel in the red light district of Shangjin. The ugliest and oldest brothel patrons would just need a bit of money to enjoy her physical body. All these can be avoided, Yu Shan. Now, I do not ask for you to kneel anymore. You do not need to kneel. You are someone I really admire, I do not want to humiliate you, I just hope that you could understand and cooperate with us, that is your only way out. Yu Shan, I think someone as clever as you, would not be unable to understand what I said. Why do you have to still hold on to that belief for Junwu Yu and the Xia Empire? How's your image in the eyes of the public? You are just a traitor. A traitor to humankind, a traitor who fell into demon abyss. A suspect who murdered his brother. The #1 offender who persecuted his sister-in-law and his own nephew. This is who you are, so what are you so persisting for? Tell me your final decision, I can let your daughter go. I also like outstanding juniors like her, I do not want her fate to end in misery. Everything would be up to you. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us, then you and your daughter will get the best things and the most secure safeguard. As the most competent enemy, let me advise you, persistence is useless. At least I am not someone to be moved by tears and will. Do not force me to take action, Yu Shan. Now answer me. Boom. Yu Shan's knees bent slowly. With a loud thud, his knees landed on the ground with force. Mr. Feng's eyes flashed a sign of excitement. He wanted to cheer but he had to force himself not to. He clenched his fists tightly. The man who refused to surrender in the past few months finally kneeled in front of him, giving in. This feeling of success was difficult to be put into words. Mr. Feng was feeling emotional. The thrill from this sort of success gave him a sense of accomplishment much greater than what he felt when he discovered new techniques from his research. The Black Hell King made such a comment before: to conquer Tongtian Tower, one must first conquer the Soaring Dragon Continent, to conquer the Soaring Dragon Continent, one must first conquer the Xia Empire, to conquer the Xia Empire, one must first conquer the Yu clan. Now, progress was finally made. The very first step, conquering the Yu clan. Yu Shan finally gave in. Yu clan's men would rather die than to kneel in front of their opponents. Today, in front of him, one of them kneeled. Doesn't this mean that the entire Xia Empire and the entire Soaring Dragon Continent would start to crumble? Yu Shan's head banged against the ground, his forehead was against the ground with so much force that fresh blood spluttered out. His voice, rose from extreme pain and humiliation. I beg you, Feng Jin, let my daughter go. She did nothing wrong. She did not have any thoughts on becoming enemies with the Black Hell King. She is just a woman, a fragile woman. You can catch my son, you can kill every man in Yu clan, but please, let her go. Let this be a plea from a father. Feng Jin, you were also a father, you should understand how I feel. I know that this request is unrealistic, it seems unreal, just like mist. It's impossible for you to agree, you are just a cold-hearted scum, but for my dearest daughter, I, Xian would kneel in front of you today. Even if the chances are as small as 1 out of a million, I would not give up. Feng Jin, you just have to let her go. You can kill me or cut off my flesh as you want, I do not care. I can kneel down, my body can be used by you for any experiment. I can bow down and kowtow just like a dog in front of scum like you, as long as you can let go of my daughter, I am willing to do anything. Xian raised his head, from his sorrowful eyes, tears of blood rolled down his cheeks. Kneeling down in front of their enemies was a painful humiliation worse than death. It was an action Yu clan men never thought was worth doing. He hated himself and wished to die instantly. But he could not. He was a father, he could not die in such a way. He had to endure such pain and humiliation that was worse than death. Kneeling down to the enemy, even though he knew success was impossible, he had to try. It was because it might be able to save his own daughter. You. Mr. Feng's face distorted as if someone had slapped him in the face several times. He let out a high-pitched shriek just like a wounded animal. This huge sense of defeat made him felt as if he was going mad. Under such circumstances, Xian would rather kneel down, he would rather beg him, a victorious enemy, to free his own daughter than to surrender. The most desperate thing is that, Xian did not even feel the need to trick him. He did not even pretend to surrender. Could it be that in the Yu clan's dictionary, there was never the word surrender? Could it be that these guys' brain structures were different from the rest? Yue Yang let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Not bad, Xian was still a real man. He was still a qualified father. Ninghai was dumbstruck, he had never seen such a man before. At this instant, he realized that compared to Xian, he was so small. Xian may not be as powerful as him, but the aura he emitted formed a presence just like the domain of power created by powerful innate rancors. Ninghai shivered with fear in his heart. This was so terrifying. A man who was not afraid of death chose to kneel. Such terrifying faith and hatred, such power, was it really something that could be defeated? Mr. Feng was hopping with pure anger, he snarled hysterically, last chance, Xian, you do not have a choice. Unless you surrender and cooperate with us, your daughter will be safe. If not, I swear, I will use all kinds of methods to torture her, until you regret. One word, surrender. No. Never. Xian spat out the blood in his mouth, which was filled with broken teeth. I beg you for the last time, let me daughter go. Impossible. Never. Feng Jin was equally persistent. I let you down. I am a worthless father, I cannot save you. Xian suddenly diverted the conversation to Yu, who was drenched in tears. He called out to her softly. In his entire life, he was never so gentle. His gaze, in his entire life, was never once filled with so much affection. Only until this very moment, he started to behave like a father. Xian gritted and crushed his teeth, causing fresh blood to gush out. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile for Yu. Since young, I valued males more than females, I never smiled at you. This smile is for you. You are the most obedient daughter, and also the one I am the most proud of. I hope you would not be humiliated by the enemy. If they torture you, then you should kill yourself instantly. Do not give them the opportunity. Before that, you have to endure. After your disappearance, Yu clan will definitely realize. Your third brother is capable, he will be able to rush over and save you. You must persevere until the last moment. If I stay here, Feng Jin that asshole would use you. If I died, you would be safer, so I will leave. If you go back and see your grandfather, tell him, Xian is not a coward, nor am I a traitor. My third and fourth brother were not killed by me. Xian, am still Yu clan's man. Always. If you dare to suicide, I promise, your daughter will suffer from the most painful torture. Mr. Feng frantically unsheathed his dagger, and pointed it at Yu's face. I will peel off the skin on her face, no, I will peel off every inch of skin on her. Feng Jin, did you think a scum like you could scare me? Fuck off, us Yu clan can die but we will never surrender. Xian stood up, with red blood all over his face. He held up his right hand, clenching it to form a tight fist. With a boom he landed a powerful hit on his own forehead. Yue Yang was a smart man. However, smart people have one defect and that is their distrust. Yue Yang did not help immediately when he saw Xian. It wasn't because Yue Yang had wanted to watch a touching scene, neither was it to see Yu weep with grief, nor to see Shan kneel down, holding his ground for his daughter. It was because Yue Yang wanted to understand what kind of man Shan was he good or evil? Since most guys like Shan were traitorous and evil, it was really hard for Yue Yang to accept Shan as a great father all of a sudden. Moreover, it was all too coincidental. Miao Su and Ning Hai attacked right when he was going to pick up Yu. It was then only expected for him to see Shan being captured. In the moment that Yue Yang saw Shan, Yue Yang felt a strong suspicion. The appearance of Shan wasn't anything good. He could have reached an agreement with the Black Hell King to put up an act to get Yue Yang's pity. Even if Shan didn't know Miao Su was Yue Yang in disguise, Shan would have waited for Yue Yang to come to their rescue. Since Yue Yang would never sit back and watch Miao Su and Ning Hai abduct Yue Yang would have saved Yu and would also be saving Shan at the same time. Was this the Black Hell King's plan? Or was this a coincidence? Yue Yang could not stop thinking about these questions. Things would be much simpler only if the tigress, Princess Xian was present. Since she had the 6 records inherent skill, nobody could deceive her, and by listening, she would be able to tell if Shan was faking it. Should Shan really be saved and brought back to the Yu clan castle? Were his words believable? Was this all an act? Yue Yang couldn't deny that he was slightly touched. Yet, he definitely would not fall into the Black Hell King's trap just because he was slightly touched. Yue Yang didn't care if a million Shan were to die. It wasn't because Shan was his uncle nor because Shan had been targeting the tragic guy and fourth mother. It was because Shan had never left a good impression on Yue Yang. Shan wasn't second uncle Yue Ling, he was a really smart guy and would pose a serious threat if he were the enemy. Yue Yang felt that rather than have Shan as an enemy, he would really prefer to be enemies with other innate rankers such as Tiger Nian, Nightmare, or Demon Eye. It was due to the fact that despite their strong powers, their tolerance and scheming nature could not even be compared to Shan. If Shan had a fatal shortcoming, it was that he was not very strong. In partnership with the Black Hell King, this shortcoming would cease to exist and everything would have been flawless. Thus, Yue Yang was especially careful. From the moment he had seen Shan, Yue Yang had been silently observing and judging his moves from a third-party perspective. Up till the point where Shan had hit himself, Yue Yang still doubted Shan's motives. Boom! Shan landed a punch with enough power to smash his skull to the top of his head. Mr. Feng jumped with anxiety. He only had the power of a lesser innate. There wasn't time to prevent it at all. Furthermore, with Mr. Feng's paranoia, he wouldn't rush into the crystal prison recklessly. This crystal prison was a weird prison created specially for the Black Hell King. The prison had to contain a living body inside it at all times. Mr. Feng didn't rush in to save Shan, instead, he used his qi to push Yu, who had prepared to rush in, far away. At the same time, armored elites dashed in without care for their personal safety. They knew that if Shan was dead, another had to take his place. However, to the devoted armored elites, it wasn't an issue. Mr. Feng, Shan has only passed out, he's not dead. When thoroughly examining Shan, the armored elites found that he had a cracked skull but was still alive. Ah, this is perfect. Hurry and treat him, we can't let him die. Mr. Feng was jumping with joy. Ning Hai knew the only reason Shan was still alive and his skull still intact was all because of Yue Yang. He hadn't seen Yue Yang's move but he just knew about it. Yue Yang had definitely made a move. It was only that the move was carefully concealed from everyone present. If Yue Yang hadn't had confidence that he could manipulate the situation, he would have rushed in when Shan attempted suicide. He didn't do anything because he had absolute certainty about the situation, not because he had wanted to watch Shan die. A shiver ran through Ning Hai as he looked at Yue Yang's relaxed expression. It seemed like death was not a choice after falling into Yue Yang's hands. Luckily he had surrendered early, if not. Ning Hai too, doubted the intentions of Shan's actions. After all, the Black Hell King was not an easy man, even if Shan has pure intentions now, it doesn't mean that he can't change since the Black Hell King may already have a way to make Shan his man. Suicide can never be faked. After seeing the powerful blow in Shan's cracked skull, Ning Hai realized that Yue Yang hadn't stopped the suicidal move but had only strengthened the protection of Shan's head. If Shan had hit himself with a much lighter blow or if he had missed his head and waited for help, Ning Hai believed that Yue Yang would have immediately drawn his weapon and killed Shan. Thinking about these thoughts, a shiver ran through Ning Hai once more. It looked like it wasn't easy to earn Yue Yang's trust. Shan aside, even the way Yue Yang looked at Lu Ye was different from looking at Yue Yang was a born skeptic. It would never be easy to fool him. Shan's suicide proved that he wasn't yet in cahoots with the Black Hell King and was still a man of the Yu clan. Leave one man here, the rest of you bring Shan to the emergency room immediately, I will treat him myself. Miao Su, Ning Hai, watch over Yu. Bring the 2 battle machine dolls over, I want the self-detonating dragon crystals in their bodies. Hurry, Yu Xian has lost too much blood and probably won't last long. Mr. Feng used the Black Hell Army's badge to open the sealing circle and performed secretive moves before the shackles on Yu Xian's body opened. The shackles then held down another armored elite as if with a mind of its own. Mr. Feng didn't look on and rushed towards the emergency room when the dungeon doors opened. Yu Xian's suicide had dismayed him. In the end, the men of the Yu clan still could not be conquered. These Yu clan descendants were all goddamn tough and unmoved by threats on their lives. There's a need to find another better way. However, these were all not as important as saving Yu Xian's life right now. As a few armored elites lifted the unconscious Yu Xian and prepared to follow Mr. Feng, Yue Yang made his move. Silently. In Ninghai's eyes, Yue Yang was just like a poisonous snake concealed in the dark, attacking in a flash and massacred with its fangs. The move was graceful and deft, like a dancing swan and like a crane soaring in the air. One by one, the armored elites froze at Yue Yang's touch. Within seconds, they all turned into ice statues. Yu took everything in stride whereas Lu Ye was unaccustomed to such a shocking attack and nearly cried out at the sight. Luckily, she covered her mouth at the last moment. Hurry up! Are all of you snails? Mr. Feng hadn't noticed the situation behind him and shouted at the armored elites habitually. Coming! Ninghai immediately coordinated with Yue Yang and made running actions. Lu Ye was frightened as hell. If Mr. Feng turned to look behind, they would be discovered immediately. Yue Yang also stopped Yu from using the summoning grimoire to save Yu Xian as there would be no way to hide from Mr. Feng with his super-sensitive senses to qi. Yue Yang appeared in front of the crystal prison in a flash, clasped his hands and moved about. Ninghai almost fainted at the sight. Damn! Yue Yang had only seen it once but had already figured out the secret method to decode the crystal prison. Was he even human? The crystal prison opened silently. Yue Yang took a look and kicked one of the ice statues in. He then moved to where Mr. Feng had opened the sealing circle, did the same actions and released the prisoner in the crystal prison and allowed the ice statue to take his place. It all happened within seconds. The old man released was dressed in a tattered robe. Yue Yang and Yu couldn't recognize him but Lu Ye recognized him to be a famous hermit from the Tianluo kingdom and stepped forward to help him. Within half a minute, Yue Yang released 5 prisoners with different backgrounds. However, it felt like years to Ninghai. It was because Mr. Feng could notice that nobody was behind him at any moment, yet they were not even halfway done with the rescue. Yu was also at her wit's end and could only stop Yu Xian's bleeding to the best of her ability. The problem was that none of the prisoners released were fine and they all needed help desperately. She was at a loss as she couldn't use the summoning grimoire. Yue Yang maintained his steel-like composure until he had opened the last crystal prison. In fact, Ninghai had felt that it was pretty good to be able to save 4 or 5 people since with more than 10 heavily wounded prisoners, it wouldn't be possible to save them all. They would have been better off just saving a few people successfully. Furthermore, trouble happened when Yue Yang was saving the last prisoner. A sword had flown out and took a swipe at Yue Yang's head when the crystal prison had opened. There was a guard with powers of a lesser innate inside with the prisoner. Yue Yang ignored the sharp blade and kicked the guard away. Despite that, a loud sound was released when the guard hit the crystal prison. Yue Yang calmly opened the shackles with the secret method. What's wrong with you all? Aren't you all going to come here this instant? Mr. Feng's voice sounded distant. Yu Xian woke up and is struggling. No worries, we're coming right now. Ninghai cried out sullenly. He knew he was finished. Even if he escaped, he would be branded a traitor. He even suspected that this was all Yue Yang's intention for him to be unable to turn back and change his mind. The few people rescued were quiet and despite their shock, they moved swiftly upon regaining their freedom. They helped Yu and Lu Ye carry Yu Xian and 2 comrades who were immobile and followed behind Ninghai. Yue Yang stayed behind for a few more seconds before he slowly made his way outside. Ninghai almost kneeled down to beg for help. Yue Yang was really too bold. Working with him, Ninghai was playing with his life and could be scared to death before being killed. Yue Yang trapped all armored elites in ice along the way. If not, he rendered them unconscious. The few swiftest prisoners even managed to strip off the armored elites' armor and divide it among themselves. Some had helmets while others had breastplates. Still, the fastest hands were unable to take the entire armor. Just like this, the mismatched party of prisoners following behind Yue Yang all recognized Yue Yang as the leader, even if most of them had no idea who he was. Originally, 2 prisoners with level 8 emperor skills had wanted to help. But seeing Yue Yang's ability, they realized their place. Even if it were 100 years old elders and hermits, they all obediently helped to lift the bodies. Hurry up and bring Yu Xian over here. Here, I said. This side can wait, damn it, I need to save Yu Xian first. For the battle machine dolls, the dragon crystals can be extracted later. Get a summoner with healing powers. Damn it, can't anybody understand my words? Mr. Feng was frantic. It was because the 2 battle machine dolls were already brought over and were ready for removal of the dragon crystals when a group of men came in disorderly, bringing the heavily injured Xian in front of Mr. Feng before the dragon crystals could be extracted. Can I? I am a summoner with healing powers. Yu did not hold back and summoned the grimoire immediately, using her healing water balls to treat her own father. There's no doubt that you're Yu, this kind of treatment has very good results. Oh god, our healer is just like an uneducated peasant compared to you. Did I say anything wrong? What's wrong with you all? Mr. Feng praised Yu extensively. He then felt that something was wrong. He lifted his head and found all the prisoners in shock, unable to figure out the situation. Mr. Feng, I sincerely invite you over to my house. You have to know that it's my first time having a guest over. Yue Yang placed the 2 battle machine dolls in the storage space and smiled at Mr. Feng. He waved his hands like a gentleman and said, please. You look really familiar. Mr. Feng's first reaction was that this young man with a sickening smile looked familiar. That's what a lot of beauties say when they see me. Yue Yang replied slyly. Mr. Feng fell to the ground like a log. The workers around them all looked on speechlessly. They had in fact been like this ever since Yue Yang brought the group in. Yue Yang flashed a sweet smile at them and asked, hi guys, I would like to know where the secret room where innate chi is produced is, who can tell me? It would be tolerable if Yue Yang hadn't smiled, but, his bright smile caused everyone in the room to shiver. The cowardly one sunk onto the floor while someone even wetted his pants out of fear. Half an hour later, War Tiger returned to his base after causing havoc at the Xia Palace. Although the heavenly imperial guardians of Xia were pretty skilled, War Tiger's real target had been Yue Yang. He felt a twinge of regret as it was such a pity that Yue Yang did not appear. However, when he took in the sight of his smoking base, his guards strewn over the floor and his crying mates who claimed to have been bullied by Yue Yang, War Tiger felt a rush of anger. He spurted blood and nearly fainted. War Tiger had never been taken advantage of like this before. Never before. Fuck. Yue Yang, I'm not done with you. War Tiger's roar shook the skies and even unsettled the ferocious winds. However, Yue Yang was already back at the Yu clan castle. Yue Yang sat boldly on the throne as Junwu Yu insisted on pouring Yue Yang a cup of tea. Junwu Yu held a teapot and disregarded his status as the king to serve tea to Yue Yang simply because Yue Yang had rescued Elder Huang Shi, Junwu Yu's master who was a father figure to Junwu Yu. Tears flowed down Elder Yu Ha's face as he looked at the unconscious Yu Xian. A son gone, another returned. This was the greatest gift to the Yu clan. Although Yu Chu and Yue Ling would never return again, but at least the house was still functioning. The once scorned Yu Xian had returned with a clean slate, washed with his faith and blood. And the Black Hell King's subordinate, War Tiger, led his men and stirred up troubles in the Xia Palace arrogantly. This blow kept Junwu Yu under pressure. This War Tiger was just the one from the eastern side among the all other War Tigers, namely the northern, southern, western, and the central War Tigers, and he was already so strong that even the 2 heavenly imperial guardians weren't able to defeat him. If all 5 War Tigers were to come together, Junwu Yu wasn't sure how he would deal with it. Moreover, War Tiger's haughty attitude already proved that the Black Hell King had already gained his footing in the Soaring Dragon Continent, and he possessed considerable influences. Even if he couldn't conquer the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent now, the day he could do so would not be far. This blow lowered the morale of the people of Xia tremendously. Especially all the city masters who were thinking of switching sides. But when Junwu Yu was most troubled, the 3rd young master of Yu clan came back with a super good news. Forget about the few fake elders, how did you manage to kill those fake innates? Junwu Yu never thought that Yue Yang would attack the rival secret base and destroy all those successfully made fake innates together with those still under experimentation, and even managed to rescue Elder Huang Shi, Hermit Blackleaf and Yu Xian. Junwu Yu was so surprised that he couldn't believe it. Undoubtedly, Yue Yang's axe served as a tight slap across the faces of the Black Hell King and the War Tigers. This slap was very impressive. Elder Yu Hai, Eastern Sky King, Feng Kuang, and the substitute clan masters of the 4 great clans were unbelieving when they heard the news. Their first reactions were all to ask if it was real. No matter how much Yue Yang explained, together with the appearance of prisoners like Yu Xian and the rest before them, they still found it amazing and unimaginable. If this wasn't accomplished by Yue Yang, the lot wouldn't have believed it. Luckily there's a 3rd young master from the Yu clan who could do everything. The living fake innates can cause some problems as I only killed 5 and the remaining 2 escaped, but those 2 are still under experimentation, so it will be easy. Yue Yang pointed to Lu Ye standing beside him like an obedient wife. With her help, all those fake innates still under experimentation will go berserk, even without me doing anything, the secret base will become a bloody killing ground. No, it wasn't me. How would Lu Ye dare to raise up her head in front of Junwu Yu, the state grandmaster and the Eastern Sky King? She was merely a student. It was just like how a student would greet and bow when she sees her teacher. She blushed when she heard Yue Yang's words, and was so flustered that she didn't know where to put her hands. What's your inherent skill? The heavenly imperial guardians of Tianluo asked, feeling genuinely happy that he had such a genius junior. My inherent skill is purification. I merely followed third young master's instructions, I didn't know anything else. Lu Ye got even more nervous when she heard the Heavenly Imperial Guardian asking her questions personally. Good, what a good young lady, you are so much better than the old guys here. That's right, just listen to Yue Yang. Haha. The Eastern Sky King laughed as he slapped his thighs. He was bitterly defeated by War Tiger previously. Now that he heard that a young lady from his homeland managed to tear down the rival's base, his level of happiness was akin to that of having ice water on a warm summer day. He felt happy thoroughly. Yue Yang would normally touch briefly on these details, but the old folks couldn't get enough of it, so they ordered Yue Yang to sit down and ask Lu Ye to report the details to them instead. Lu Ye was initially a little scared of Yue Yang as she stole glances at him occasionally, afraid that he'll be angry. But on seeing that he acted like an obedient child in front of all the seniors, she was much more at ease. From being nervous initially, she gradually became more relaxed, and then she became completely at ease, as she used a cordial voice to explain the entire process once. Especially on the part about Yu Shan's decision to die rather than submitting and crying blood tears while kneeling, even the experienced marshal, Elder Yu Hai, teared secretly. When she was on the part of Feng Jin leaving and Yu Yang using his secret method to rescue those held captivated, everyone held their breath. Only Lu Yi's voice sounded in the entire area, it was as if there were any other sounds, it would attract Feng Jin's attention in that very moment. When everyone heard Lu Ye speaking about Yu Yang using the perforate deer and teleportation method, then destroying all the experiment rooms one by one, and even burning the entire place down in the end, these shenanigans made them clap and cheer in joy. I did not think that the purification inherent skill could kill the fake innates so perfectly, the Black Hell King will definitely experience a painful heartache. The ascetic practice saint was comforted. They made those fake innates with a success rate of 0.01%, and they were destroyed just like that. Moreover, the destruction of the secret base would be a huge blow to the Black Hell Army. From this, the invasion time of the Black Hell Army will be pushed back, so we'll have more time to prepare on our side. Scholar, the Heavenly Imperial Guardian of Tianluo hated the secret base, because majority of those captured by the Black Hell King were famous or retired people from Tianluo. The even more inhumane method used to produce fake innates in bulk angered him more. I suspect that there are still sub-bases, but unfortunately we don't have any leads. Yue Yang indicated that the lot should not be so optimistic yet. The Black Hell King is no fool, he won't rely solely on Zi Jin Kingdom. But with this good news, it will be sufficient for the demons from the Demonic Palace and the Demon Abyss to be confident in us. The State Grand Master laughed out loud. We have rescued the hostages, the Black Hell Army has nothing to threaten us with now, let's see what they will do. Moreover, Yang Er's actions will make those city masters and others who want to abandon Xia think twice. Due to the return of Yue Yang, Elder Yu Ha's morale was boosted to the maximum. If his third son's Yu Chu's death hurt him the most, then the betrayal of his eldest son, Yu Shan, would be a blemish that he could never erase away. Now, with Yu Shan's suicide attempt to show his loyalty and him kneeling and crying blood tears to protect his son and daughter, Elder Yu Hai was extremely touched. He knew that his son did not betray the family, and it was all a misunderstanding previously. Although Yu Shan was heavily injured, for him to be able to return was the greatest blessing to the Yu family. Of course, Elder Yu Hai also understood that all these successes stemmed from his obedient grandson Yue Yang. If not for him, Yu Shan wouldn't be able to return back home. Even if he were to be rescued, without Yu Shan's attempt to commit suicide and kneeling down crying blood tears, he wouldn't be able to remove the doubts casted on him and his previous mistakes. Go and do your own things, leave the war to us. Oh, little Luo Hua seems to be back, don't you want to meet her? The Eastern Sky King was the proudest today because his son-in-law and a countryman destroyed the Black Hell Army's secret base, and rescued back the hostages and even Jun Wuyu's mentor. How could he not be proud? Okay, right away. Yue Yang missed Luo Hua, the city mistress. It had been a long time since he kissed the beauty, he wondered how she has been doing. With a burning desire, he stood up and went for the door. I'll take my leave too. Lu Ye quickly followed behind Yue Yang after he left. She couldn't stay any longer in the room filled with the powerful people of the Soaring Dragon Continent. I know that you won't disappoint me, ahaha, it's a pity that I didn't go. If there are any chances in the future, bring me along. How can the big boss not be present on such an important occasion? Fatty Hair and the rest were waiting in the yard. In the middle stood Ninghai, whose face was bruised and blew back. When Yue Yang threw Ninghai into the yard, he instructed Fatty Hai and the rest to look after him, but they mistook him for a super felon like Feng Jin, so everyone became righteously indignant as they crowded around him, raining punches and kicks on him, causing him to cry pitifully. When Ninghai explained that he was part of the rebellion army, he was already beaten to a pulp. Yue Yang kicked away Fatty Hai, who dashed towards him to bootlick. Pointing to Lu Yat, he introduced her to the lot. This pretty girl is Lu Yat, she's Yu Yu's classmate, please take care of her, she a new member to the team. Fatty Hai slapped his chest. With shaking fats, he made a promise. Rest assured, I'll definitely take good care of Sister Lu Yat. Haida Fu, an outgoing, genuine, knowledgeable, good-natured person, is the #1 choice when you want to make a friend, and I'm Yue Yang's boss. Yes, you did not hear it wrongly, I'm his boss. If it isn't me, then who will it be? Sister Lu Yat, if you join our team, I will definitely protect you. Wa, who kicked me? Under the speechless gaze of Lu Yat, Fatty Hai was sent flying into mid-air. His fat body formed an arch in the air. He was thrown out of the fence in his cries. Ignore him, he's the shame of our team, it is a mistake that he's even born. Ye Kong said seriously. Before Lu Ye could reply, she suddenly realized that Prince Tian Luo and Shui Tanlang were in front of her. Prince, why are you here too? She asked, surprised. I have been standing here for a while, don't tell me that you just realized it. Although I'm not jealous that you only have eyes for Yue Yang, but please notice us too, we are not like Fatty Hai who is an invisible human backdrop. Prince Tian Luo wiped away his sweat. Normal ladies would be screaming when they see him, or faint from suffocation. He rarely meet people like Lu Ye who could completely ignore the presence of a handsome guy. Lu Ye is one of a kind. Sorry, I really didn't see you just now, I was too nervous. Lu Ye apologized respectfully. Could it be that we are really invisible? Ox-head Fan Lun-Tai looked upset. Forget about human beings, how could she have ignored a 3 meters tall ox-head person? Moreover, there's the golden elves who are more attractive than the ox-head people. Does Lu Ye have any problems with her eyes? Ox-head Fan Lun-Tai suspected. I'm such a pitiful beautiful girl, this is my first time getting ignored. Baoer imitated Yue Yang as she pressed 2 of her 4 fingers together. She looked adorable. Ah, ox-head people, and golden elves, my god, the golden elves actually came to the Soaring Dragon Continent. Lu Yi's realization came later than most of the people in the Soaring Dragon Continent. She actually didn't know about the golden elves coming? Her scream made Anna dizzy. There are still people who are unaware about the big news of golden elves coming to the Soaring Dragon Continent? Ha ha ha. Lin En's facial expression looked as if he had predicted all this. Only Shui Tanlang's perpetual emotionless face remained the same. When Lu Ye was talking to Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and Prince Tian Luo, Yue Yang had already teleported to the palace of Tian Luo excitedly, he then proceeded to the Night Empress Mirage. As the maid led him into the Imperial Garden, Yue Yang realized that Yu was embracing Yu Shuang and talking softly to Fourth Mother. Yu was telling her about Yue Yang's mighty attempt in rescuing her father and destroying the enemy's base. Fourth Mother nodded occasionally. Sitting beside them was a beauty in glamorous clothes. She was Luo Hua City mistress. Because of her longings towards Yue Yang, she became heartbreakingly skinny. According to her wishes, she wanted to see Yue Yang immediately, she longed to embrace him, but was scared that the elders would laugh at her. She knew that Yue Yang would report to Jun Wu Yu and the rest, so she finally made the decision to go to the Yu clan castle. Although she was sitting beside Fourth Mother and listening about Yue Yang's heroic deeds, she looked anxious, as she kept looking in the direction of the entrance and the corridor, hoping for her lover to come and meet her quickly. After a long while, when Luo Hua City mistress lifted her head again, she finally saw Yue Yang coming towards her from the aisle. She jumped up in joy. All her longings dissipated into the air. Her heart was filled to the brim with happiness. She didn't care about keeping her cool anymore as she rushed towards him, ignoring the presence of seniors around. She cheered as she threw herself toward Yue Yang. She couldn't wait even just for a second. Their deep kiss lasted for a while, both unwilling to let go. Yu Shuang, who was watching them for quite a long while at a distance, finally clapped her hands and cheered, haha, brother and sister Luo Hua sitting on a tree, kissing. Fourth Mother quickly pulled her away, Yu Shuang, don't make such a ruckus. What do you know of adult matters? Let's go, Mom will make you a delicious glutinous ball soup. If it was at normal times, Yu Shuang would definitely cheered out loud. She was someone who would never be able to resist the temptation of food. However, right now, she actually tried to struggle free from her mom and dashed towards her brother, shouting, brother, I also want a kiss. Luo Hua City mistress felt a little embarrassed, her face had turned red. Even Yu turned her head, she didn't know how to resolve this situation. Yue Yang, however, had a thick skin and didn't care so much about Yu Shuang's words. He carried Yu Shuang up and smacked a kiss on her apple-red cheeks, fulfilling her wish for a kiss. Brother, I want a kiss like sisters, on my mouth. Yu Shuang puckered up her lips. She felt that her brother's kiss was lacking and wanted more. It's all your fault. Luo Hua Cit mistress was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide inside a hole. She hid behind Yue Yang and pinched his waist, using this as a pretext to hide her embarrassment. If no one had pointed it out, she wouldn't mind Yue Yang's hugs and kisses. But after Yu Shuang made a ruckus about it, let alone Fourth Mother and Yu, even the servants who were trying to hide their smiles around her knew about the kiss. This made her so embarrassed that she hung her head low. Yue Yang laughed out loud and smacked a kiss on Yu Shuang's lips. Shuang good girl, brother will reward you a big powdered fruit. As a piece of powdered fruit appeared from Yue Yang's storage ring, the little girl's attention was immediately diverted. Yu Shuang immediately received it and hugged her brother. She gave Yue Yang a sloppy kiss on his face and then jumped back to show off to her mother. Mom, look at this, brother gave me a powdered fruit as a reward. Powdered fruit is extremely sweet, if you don't believe me, you can try a little. Seeing her naive and adorable antics, everyone couldn't help but feel happy. Yue Yang reached out his hand towards Luohua city mistress. After an embarrassed pout from her, she reached out her hand and placed it on his palm. Fourth mother nodded when she saw this. Yue Yang and Luohua really suited each other, they were a pair matched in the heavens. She then looked at Yu who was lowering her head, as if she had something to say to her. However, in the end she stopped herself from saying anything. She carried Yu Shuang and said to Yu, I have made delicious glutinous rice ball soup today, everyone, let's eat them together. Sure. Like Yu Shuang, I also love eating glutinous rice ball soup the most. Yu seemed to be afraid that others would be able to read her thoughts, she immediately took Yu Shuang from fourth mother. As she teased her sister and followed fourth mother, she sneaked a peek towards Yue Yang and Luohua. When their eyes accidentally met, she immediately said, you guys have just met each other again. Take your time to catch up with each other, I will leave some glutinous rice ball soup for you. If brother doesn't come soon, I won't leave a single drop for you, I will finish them all. Yu Shuang made a face to Yue Yang playfully. Isn't she cute? Do you want to make one of our own? Yue Yang whispered towards Luohua city mistress. You. Luohua city mistress' face immediate turned beet red. She hurriedly looked around to check if anyone had heard Yue Yang. She could only calm herself after making sure that nobody heard him, then she immediately hit her lover, big pervert, what are you saying in broad daylight? Great, then we can discuss this at night. Yue Yang didn't have embarrassment in his dictionary. Luohua city mistress's face momentarily reddened alluringly as hot air seemed to rise from her lowered head just like a young wife. She followed beside Yue Yang while counting the grass on the ground. At this moment, her heart beat rapidly. After her previous happy experience, she naturally understood her lover's words and the secret meaning behind them, so much that her body thirsted for her lover's embrace. She had continuously thought about him, but right now was not the best time. It would be best if they returned into the grimoire world first because that place was their love nest. Luohua city mistress half-cuddled Yue Yang and pulled him along like gentle water. Her intoxicated eyes rose steadily from time to time, sneaking a peek at him. No matter how many times she did this, it was not enough. The sickly beauty, who had received the news, also came out. Naturally, she also gave Luohua and Yue Yang the opportunity to be alone. If Princess Xian, Shuai Wuxia, Yinan and Yu Bing returned, it would be hard for them to find time alone. Sickly beauty completely understood this point, so she came out from the grimoire world. On the surface, she pretended to nag at Yu Shuang, saying that she shouldn't leave her homework halfway. However, the truth was that she wanted to leave Luohua city mistress and Yue Yang in their own world. Impatient for nightfall, Yue Yang hurriedly freed himself from Yu Shuang's entanglement and carried Luohua city mistress in her arms. Luohua city mistress pretended to struggle a bit and in the end complied with Yue Yang and returned inside the grimoire world. In their lover's world, they kissed for a long time, again and again, passionately. It seemed as if they wanted to let out all their longing through their lips. In a passionate moment, she tightly hugged her lover, as if she wanted to merge together with her lover. Before Yue Yang realized it, Luohua city mistress had become a flawless beauty. Her skin was incomparably white and flushed with pink as if she was about to pass out. Under Yue Yang's hot kiss, she whispered on his ears, "Scoundrel, I missed you." Inside the room, spring filled the air as their love blossomed with burning passion. The yearning lovers felt each other endlessly. The bloody Queen Red, who peeked from far away, blushed furiously. Her heart jumped like drums and her watery eyes lit up with comprehension. Every time she looked, she secretly nodded her head as if trying to learn and remember something. Moreover, on the other side, the quietly watching barbarian cow Shadow Aman was showing confusion. Her eyes exuded with puzzlement and could not understand what was happening. She was even not as clever as the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. If the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen wasn't soundly asleep on her flower bed, she would be the number one of the guardian beast who loved to watch Yue Yang make love. As for the Earth Fire Spirit, she was completely uninterested in this. She completely did not understand Yue Yang's actions. In the path to evolving into a humanoid form, she was still far from becoming a holy beast. Sometimes, level and strength did not represent everything. On the second day, Luohua city mistress, who finally released her yearning, had clearly become more beautiful. Her entire person shone with radiance that even made Yu Shuang shout, "Sister is so pretty." Compared to her, Yu did not know what to do and seemed to be a bit downcast, as if she had not slept well. Princess Xian said that she will be a bit late. Binger is also currently learning from Grandma Wu Teng. What does Saner plan to do? Fourth mother notified Yue Yang, if you have the time, you should go to the 5th floor of the Tongtian Tower to look for Yu Chu's inheritance. Okay. Yue Yang originally planned to research ghost genius Yu Gong's restored battle dolls. However, Yu Chu's inheritance was also important. You should all go. You don't need to accompany me. With Shuang Er besides me, I should be fine. Wu Hen, Luo Hua and Yue Er, you should all go with San Er. As fourth mother spoke, Yu was astonished. She looked at fourth mother unbelievingly and asked, do I need to go too? Her implied that Sickly Beauty and Luo Hua city mistress were Yue Yang's wife and they would definitely make love on the way. How could she fit in with them? Sickly Beauty and Luo Hua city mistress did not understand. Could there be any deeper meaning in fourth mother's words? I shall not be concerned with you young ones' matters anymore. Do whatever you want. Fourth mother glanced at Yu and did not explain anything. She picked up Yu Shuang and left. She did not say it, but her attitude was very clear. She hoped that Yu would also go find Yu Chu's inheritance that he left behind for his son. Luo Hua city mistress, Sickly Beauty and Yu were all exceptionally intelligent, but at this moment they could not understand fourth mother's intention. They looked at each other in confusion but didn't voice it out, then they looked at Yue Yang. At this moment, Yue Yang was also confused, but he was also good at pretending to be confused, so he laughed. Maybe she meant that if there are treasures, we should split them among us. Yu's hands tightly clenched under the desk, showing that she was mentally conflicted. She bit her lips. I am feeling a little unwell so I won't go with you guys. Sickly Beauty and Luo Hua city mistress looked at each other and tried to advise her at the same time. Yu's eyes reddened, and she still shook her head. She pretended to smile and waved her hand. You should not worry about me. I am only a bit sleep deprived because of the Black Hell Army's attack against Xia. I was only thinking too much, so I did not sleep well. Resting for 2 days should be enough. She get up and quickly returned to her room. Luo Hua city mistress lightly hit Yue Yang. This is not good. Quickly think of a plan. If Princess Qian knew about this, she would definitely think that we bullied her. When he heard her, Yue Yang perspired profusely. This matter is not related to that tigress Qian. Don't think too much about it. You should go look at her. Since she is not feeling well, you should go check on her. Sickly Beauty suggested. Yue Yang sweated. As for where Yu was unwell, Yue Yang guaranteed that it was completely unrelated to her body. However, Sickly Beauty's words did not imply to look at her illness, but to go and comfort Yu. At the very least he should talk to her once and calm her panicked mind. The question was, Yue Yang felt that the more he talked to Yu the more painful it would be for her. Luo Hua city mistress and Sickly Beauty returned inside the grimoire world to continue finishing the construction for their love nest. Yue Yang hesitated for a while and in the end walked in front of Yu's room. He lightly knocked. After a while, as if she knew that Yue Yang was outside, Xiao-san, I'm going to sleep. I am fine, so you can go back. Yue Yang simply opened the door and entered. Surprised, Yu got up from the bed and angrily shouted, why did you come in? I already told you that I am going to sleep. You are not even a kid anymore, why are you always so frivolous? I am really fine now, I am only a bit tired. Everything should be fine if I rest a little, you should go back and accompany Luo Hua more. She spoke out as she got up to push Yue Yang out of her bedroom. You lost weight. Yue Yang seriously looked at her and noticed that she had lost a lot of weight. Moreover, this was not because of yesterday's ordeal but it had already been like this for a while now. What do you mean you are so disrespectful, call me big sister. Yu pretended to be angry. Yue Yang sat himself down on a chair, and Yu unhappily rolled her eyes and lied back down on her bed. She did not say anything for a while, so Yue Yang did not know what she was thinking of. Yue Yang stood up and Yu slowly looked over, are you going to leave? Then close the door on your way. When she saw that Yue Yang was not about to go out, but approached her and sat down on her bed instead, she immediately panicked and sat up. Don't sit here, Sai, you, just obediently sit there, I'm truly fine. Xiao-san, I simply don't want to go. If I go I wouldn't be of any help and will only be a burden. Moreover, Luo Hua and you had not seen each other for a long time, you should accompany her more. Gently, Yue Yang helped Yu to lie down and tucked her in. Yue Yang reached out and lightly patted her beautiful hair, rest well. Don't think too much about it. The matter is not as bad as you think. Yu dodged Yue Yang's gaze and her cheeks flushed. As if used to his actions, she explained, no, I did not think too much. Quickly go back, I truly want to rest. Yue Yang went out and lightly closed the door. Listening until the sound of his footsteps disappeared, Yu covered the pit of her stomach and sighed. Suddenly, she patted her forehead, don't think about it anymore. Yue Yang didn't head to the 5th floor of Tongtian Tower straight away. Because he didn't know the exact location, Yue Yang decided to go up to the 6th floor and then go back to the Thunder Fortress along the way. If the Black Hell Army didn't find out that Titan was the third young master of the Yue clan, then his properties in the Thunder Fortress should remain safe. Or if the Black Hell King didn't gather enough influence in the Soaring Dragon Continent, he also wouldn't act rashly and acquire Titan's properties. As mines are fixed assets, no matter who acquired it, he would have to deploy manpower to look after it as he couldn't move it away. So they could become the target of enemies anytime. Moreover, the Black Hell King had countless mines in the Tongtian Tower. If he were to anger Titan brothers, it would easy for Yue Yang to take revenge. The Black Hell King was no fool, he wanted to conquer the whole of the Soaring Dragon Continent, not just 2 mines in the tiny Thunder Fortress of the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Conquering the Soaring Dragon Continent was just the beginning to conquering the whole of Tongtian Tower. Whatever mines would be useless in comparison with the Soaring Dragon Continent. Whoa, Master is back. I miss you a lot, please allow me to change your clothes for you. The half-elf girl with a childish look and big boobs was the happiest when she saw Yue Yang. There was also Jia the fat toad merchant who was equally overjoyed. Jia's position now was no longer just the chairman of the Titan Merchant Guild, he was also the self-appointed second butler. Using his words, he was of even higher rank than Yan Zhang the butler, he was of the highest rank among all the workers. Of course, Xia Yi and the half-elf female slave weren't included in the list. While Yue Yang was listening to Yan Zhang the butler's report, the half-elf girl took the opportunity to remove Yue Yang's jacket, and fetched some clean water as she set him down and washed his feet. Jia wanted to go and help him personally too. But fortunately he knew that he shouldn't do it, if not the half-elf girl would have hated him to the bones and Yue Yang would have kicked him to his death. Yue Yang looked at the accounts, with Yan Zhang taking care of it, he did not need to worry at all. Jia, nothing happened recently, right? Yue Yang knew how to make use of his men. Towards those useless but enthusiastic ones, he had to praise them occasionally, if not their morale would plunge. Moreover, the fat toad was still of some use to him. Nope, nothing happened. After you left, everything was fine. The half-elf girl was happily washing his feet, so she did not realize that Yue Yang isn't talking to her. How can you say nothing happened? Something happened, and it's very dire. It is very, very important. The fat toad felt that her response wasn't impressive. He then proceeded to describe all the tiny little things that happened in the Thunder Fortress. 2 top-quality gems were found in the 5th mine again. This month, we are top in the whole of the Thunder Fortress again. Even Blood River and Mountain Elf are envious, and King Chong and I plan to throw a welcome party for you. This is so important, how could you say that nothing has happened? I'm not free currently to attend King Chong Ni's party, help me reject it. Yue Yang had no time for such parties. Ah! Jia and the rest acted as if they saw a monster as they looked at Yue Yang, who did not even blink his eyes when he said he wanted to reject King Chong Ni's offer. Did they hear it wrongly? I'm really busy now, I'm sure that King Chong and I will understand. Yue Yang waved his hands lightly, he then paused for a while and finally decided to release some details. I have made some enemies recently, so I may have to fight with them, let's talk about the party after my fight. If anyone comes and find trouble, abide by what they say for the time being, and wait for me to come back before making any decisions, your lives are the top priority. No, I will not follow another owner, if master were to die from the fight, I will kill myself to guard my loyalty for you. The half-elf girl held on to Yue Yang's legs. Tears rolled down her face as she cried hysterically. I will not be defeated, I'll just have to use some strategies. The enemies may come here before I defeat them, so be mentally prepared. As for you, after starting the fight, I will bring you away temporarily. Yue Yang caressed the head of the half-elf girl softly as he used his fingers to wipe off her tear gently. He reckoned that the Black Hell King wouldn't bother to come to find trouble here. It wouldn't affect Yue Yang very much. Moreover, Chong and I, the King of Thunder Fortress, wouldn't allow anyone to invade his place because it would be very embarrassing for him. What do you mean? We won't surrender, we'd rather die than submit to our enemies. Fat Toad knew that once they surrender, he would no longer have a high position. He would go back to become a pathetic rodent along the streets who had to fight till his death in order to maintain his status. Can I ask who your enemy is? Yan Zhang the butler was more rational. Enemy? I have a lot of enemies, as of now they include Xia Emperor Shun Tian and the Black Prince, maybe even the 1000 Globe Insect leader, but the greatest one would be the Black Hell King. Upon hearing what Yue Yang said, Fat Toad Jia immediately collapsed onto the ground, as he spasmed and vomit white foam. Yan Zhang broke out into cold sweat too. Because none of those mentioned were weaklings. Conversely, they were powerful innate rankers that could shake the whole of Tongtian Tower just by stomping their foot. Forget about the Titan brothers who just came to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, even Chong and I, the owner of the Thunder Fortress, wouldn't offend any one of these people. Mr. Chen, who had just stepped in, was stunned too. He then broke out into laughter and gave Yue Yang a thumbs up. Well, you live up to your name of being the most outstanding young man of Tongtian Tower, some guts you have there. Although there are a lot of haughty innates in the Tongtian Tower, not many would dare to defy these people, let alone defying them all at once. Titan Jr., I am curious as to how did you manage to offend them all at one go? Yue Yang's voice was calm as silky water flowing through rocks. I have been enemies with Shen Tian and the Black Prince for a long time, we have also fought for a few times. I have some issues with the Thousand Globe Insect leaders too. As for the Black Hell King, he wants to invade and conquer our Soaring Dragon Continent, so as a citizen of the Soaring Dragon Continent, I definitely have to go against him. Mr. Chen was startled again. You have fought for a few times with Shen Tian and the Black Prince. Master, was your mask broken by them? The half-elf girl's question caused the lot to finally realize that the gold-ranked Gemini mask was broken. How much strength would that take? Not them, it was broken someone more powerful than Shen Tian and the Black Prince. Upon hearing it, Fat Toad Jita, who just regained his composure, had wobbly legs again. Shen Tian and the Black Prince were top-notch players in the 6th and 7th floor, even in the 8th and 9th floor, they were considered strong. For someone to be even more powerful than Shen Tian and the Black Prince, could it be Supreme Elder Xizun? But Xizun was from the Soaring Dragon Continent too, so it would be impossible for her to fight with Titan Jr. Then who was it exactly? Let alone Fat Toad and Yan Zheng, even Mr. Chen couldn't guess who broke Yue Yang's golden mask. Yue Yang didn't do any explanations but proceeded to complete the deal with Mr. Chen and kept the Thunder Beast and Thunder Armor into his storage ring. He looked very relaxed, and not a single bit of nervousness for the imminent war could be sensed from him. Mr. Chen looked at Yue Yang shockingly. He couldn't understand why a young man who just came to the 6th floor could be so strong. Shen Tian, the Black Prince and the Black Hell King all couldn't defeat him? How strong is Yue Yang exactly? Yue Yang caressed the head of the half-elf girl gently. Rest assured, you don't have to worry about me, just wait for me to come back. Okay, I have faith in you, Master. The half-elf girl trusted Yue Yang the most, her faith in him was unremitting. If Shen Tian, Black Prince, or the Black Hell King's followers were to come here and occupy our mines, what should we do? Yan Zheng the butler asked. The first choice would be to abide by what they say temporarily, but if you all aren't willing, the second choice would be to tell them that if they are not afraid of me going to the Xia Wei Palace, Shen Tian is the great emperor of Xia Wei, and repay them 100 times worse, then go ahead with what they want to do. If anyone questions it, just say that I'm Xizun's disciple, Night Empress's brother and one of the 10 sky demons of the Sky Demon Palace, ask them to think if they have sufficient power before finding troubles with me. Actually you all don't have to worry, my fight with Shen Tian, the Black Prince and the Black Hell King wouldn't affect you all. Yue Yang utilized all the contacts he had. Even if the information was false, he had to lie first, especially dragging the sky demons into it to prevent sky execution from chickening out. Cough, cough, cough. Fat Toad Jita just picked himself up and prepared to get himself some water, but on hearing Yue Yang, he choked on water. Even Mr. Chen was shocked. He never thought that Titan Jr.'s background was so exaggerated. Being Xizun's disciple, Night Empress's brother and part of the 10 sky demons, Yue Yang had gained all the advantages he could apparently. It was no wonder he dared to challenge Shen Tian, the Black Prince and Black Hell King. Compared to Shen Tian and the rest, Xizun, Night Empress and Sky Demon Palace were not any weaker. They might even be stronger. Fat Toad Jita held back his cough as he shook his butt and started a toad dance. With such impressive background, why would they have to worry about some insignificant mines? Even if they offered it to the enemies, they wouldn't dare to accept them. As for Shen Tian, he was the emperor of Xia Wei, with such a superior status, how would he come to the Thunder Fortress just to get 2 mines? If he really were to do it, he would become the biggest laughingstock of Tongtian Tower. Yan Zheng the butler went silent for a while, as if trying to digest the shock he got from Yue Yang. He then suddenly asked a question. Has Sky Dragon, one of the 10 Sky Demon, died? Yue Yang waved his hands and replied casually. I killed him and the 6 Sky Demons of the Sky Demon Palace came after me. After fighting with them, I joined the Sky Demon Palace on the condition of them betrothing Sky Law to me, so I am part of the new 10 Sky Demons now, so this is what happened briefly. If King Chong and I were to ask, then tell him that. If he didn't ask, then don't spread it around, because after all this doesn't make the Sky Demon Palace look good, and I have to consider the pride of Sky Execution. Actually Yue Yang knew that Chong and I would definitely ask about it. Once Chong and I knows about these relations, with his intelligence, he wouldn't reveal it to Shen Tian and the rest. Conversely, he would instruct his followers secretly. After all, the best decision for his future would be to forge connections with Yue Yang. For him to become the king of the Thunder Fortress, Chong and I was no fool. After Mr. Chen heard it, his expression turned into acknowledgement, as if he was mentally saying as expected. He had also guessed that Sky Dragon had died that day, but he never thought that Titan Jr. would not receive any punishment for killing Sky Dragon and instead joined the demonic palace to become part of the 10 Sky Demons. Do you need any of my help? Feel free to ask me, we're friends after all. Mr. Chen asked. I will if I need your help in the future, but not now. Yue Yang waved his hands and thanked Mr. Chen for his goodwill. Yue Yang's act moved Fat Toad Jyuta to tears. His master actually rejected an innate rancor like Mr. Chen's offer to help, he must be very powerful. If he could, Fat Toad Jyuta is willing to stand at the highest point of the Thunder Fortress, naked, as he sing praises to his master. Only through this could he let out his burning passion. Of course this was only in his dreams because the highest point of the Thunder Fortress was King Chongni's tower, in which even his concubines were banned from it. The half-elf girl also expressed her admiration for Yue Yang. You are so strong, master. I'll wait for you here and I'll pray for you every day. Behind a door, Xia Yi who was dressed in a policewoman uniform poked out her head. The expression on her face was unreadable, it was a complex mixture of worries and longings. After Mr. Chen, Yan Zhang the butler and Fat Toad left, Yue Yang waved to her. Come over, speak what's on your mind. Everyone is pinning their hopes on you, so you must stay safe. The cool Xia Yi avoided Yue Yang's gaze as she spoke so softly as if she was a little kitten. But as Yue Yang's gaze continued to wander at her, she flared up and forgot that Yue Yang was her master and an innate as she grabbed him by the collar, and looked at him eye to eye, nose to nose with her lips just a few centimeters away from Yue Yang's. In a posture like this, she shouted loudly at Yue Yang. Don't think that I like you just because I fought for you previously, you are wrong, I hate people like you. You like me. Yue Yang felt that he heard an alien just said hello to him. No, I just didn't want you to misunderstand. Xia Yi blushed as she tried to justify herself, but as she continued, her explanations got less and less convincing. Alright, I'm so worried that you'd like me, you probably don't know that as an outstanding young man, this is what troubled me the most. There's always so many boring women liking me, it makes me very passive. Yue Yang ignored Xia Yi's fiery anger as he shrugged his shoulders, appearing like an annoying dandy. You. Xia Yi exhausted all her might to stop herself from beating up the damned narcissist. La 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 la. Yue Yang used his hands to caress the half-elf girl smiling in his arms, as if he was petting an obedient kitten as he sang happily. I will get straight to the point, what did you put in my body? Why am I so abnormal this few days? Xia Yi wanted to kill Yue Yang very much, but for the sake of the mysterious energy in her body, she decided to ask him, if not the growing curiosity would kill her someday. She didn't realize it initially, but gradually, she started to realize that she was possessing stronger power. There's something wrong with you? Are you pregnant, by me? Yue Yang looked shocked as he behaved as if he was innocent. Meow. Xia Yi became incensed like a cat whose tail was being stepped on. She first grabbed onto Yue Yang's arms and bite on it. Upon realizing that she couldn't do it as he was too thick-skinned, she started to rain punches on Yue Yang, but as she do so, she started crying. It was you. Wah, I couldn't walk, sit, or lie these few days, I felt this unexplainable uncomfortable feeling. And this stupid uniform, I couldn't even remove it after I wore it, you pranked on me deliberately. Wah. I don't want to be like this, quickly change me back to how I was like before. This is none of my business, it was too late for Yue Yang to feign ignorance now. He quickly tried to cover up. Stop crying first, let me think of something. Something. Can you really make me feel better? Xia Yi stopped crying upon hearing what Yue Yang said. Her face was still tear-streaked, making her look very pitiful as she looked completely different from her usual cool, formidable female warrior self. Come to my room first. Yue Yang acted as if he was a genius doctor. What? Xia Yi was very suspicious. It's alright if you don't want to go into the room. You can remove your clothes here. Yue Yang finally revealed his true intentions. I have to remove my clothes when you are healing me. Xia Yi stopped crying as she clenched her fist and puffed up her cheeks. No, I can't just look, I'd have to touch too. Before Yue Yang could finish his sentence, Xia Yi had already grabbed him by the collar and threw him towards the wall. She then turned around and walked away, waving her fist in the air. I'd rather die than to be taken advantage of by you, stop dreaming. So fierce. The half-elf girl looked at Xia Yi and shuddered. She then quickly went to find Yue Yang. Master, master, are you okay? Ha ha ha. Yue Yang stood on the wall and he broke into a fit of laughter. Is Sister Xia Yi sick? It's a good thing for her to be unable to control her powers, right? The half-elf girl was very smart as she guessed Yue Yang's intentions instantly. She guessed that Yue Yang didn't want to heal her deliberately, if not he wouldn't have teased her and made her angry. What a bright girl, I have something on so I'll leave now, wait for me to come back. Yue Yang caressed the hair on the forehead of the half-elf girl gently. NN. The half-elf girl was the most obedient one as she held onto Yue Yang's arms intimately and nodded her head adorably. She actually wanted to hug Yue Yang, but she couldn't muster up the courage to do so. After dealing with Mr. Chen and getting the summon crystal of Thunder Beast and large amount of thunder armor, Yue Yang left the Thunder Fortress and decided to head down to the 5th floor to find Yu Chu's inheritance. Before that, he went to the Warrior Guild to sell his items. It was peaceful in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Continents breaking out in war was common to the higher managements of Tongtian Tower as it occurs almost every day. Although this time round it was the Black Hell King against the Soaring Dragon Continent, it didn't attract a lot of attention because the Demon Abyss had a long history of killing and looting from foreign continents. Powerful innates like Shun Tian and the Black Prince also had histories of dominating continents, so all these couldn't rouse the attentions of the higher managements of the Tongtian Tower. Yue Yang walked around the Adventurer Guild and realized that the Black Hell Army offer only very little rewards to missions that target the warriors of the Soaring Dragon Continent. It was just like a few stones being thrown into the ocean. It couldn't stir up any ripples. It couldn't even compare to the bounty offered by the Adventurer Guilds for the heads of the fallen warriors in the Black Hell Army. Is the Immortal Spring ready? Yue Yang went to the Glorious Hall to receive his rewards for killing Sky Dragon. As he had already fought with the 6 Sky Demons, and they also admitted the fact that Sky Dragon had been killed, Yue Yang didn't mind receiving more rewards. Yes, please check the reward. The different tribe receptionist beauty saw Sky Dragon's head and shuddered out of agitation. It was the head of a level 6 innate ranker. It's alright, thanks. Yue Yang received the golden box containing the Immortal Spring. He didn't even look at it as he covered it up. One's wealth shouldn't be revealed to others. It would be barely okay to show off his other treasures, but for the Immortal Spring, he couldn't be too ostentatious as it was wanted everywhere. Forget about others, even for Yue Yang, if he sees others with it, he would snatch it away at all cost. Sky Dragon was a level 6 innate ranker. If Yue Yang were to exchange his head for gold, they would probably accumulate to form a small mountain. If it were to be exchanged for the wisdom fruits, he could claim hundreds of them. But for the Immortal Spring, Yue Yang already sensed that there were only 5 drops. He first used a protective box weighing over a few hundred kilograms to encase it, then he used heaven runes to seal it, making it impenetrable to any weapons. It would also not be destroyed by water or fire. All these for a jade bottle as big as a thumb. No, more accurately speaking, these were for the 5 drops of Immortal Spring in the jade bottle. The difference between having the Immortal Spring and not having it would be most apparently exemplified using the Wishing Dutchman's pipe. Normal Wishing Dutchman's pipes were useless, as it would be a pity to make an easily accomplished wish, but if one were to be more greedy with his wish, it would be ineffective. Also, it would be destroyed after using, causing the chances of making a successful wish to be very slim. Having the Immortal Spring was like, taking the Wishing Dutchman's pipe for example, having a Wishing Dutchman's pipe that would never wither. One could use it once in 3 years, allowing it had surpassed all treasures in the world. Yue Yang exhausted his family inheritance as he exchanged for it using a mountain of gold. Being able to get this treasure made Yue Yang very proud to this day. This was actually the indirect reflection of the effect of the Immortal Spring. If not for the Immortal Spring, then the Wishing Dutchman's pipe would never not wither, it would remain as a useless treasure forever. It would always make people love and loathe it at the same time. Of course there were also a lot of other factors that contributed to the growth of the Wishing Dutchman's pipe. For example, watering with God's dew, God's water, and the God's wine. But the main factor was the Immortal Spring. Yue Yang went down to the 5th floor. Yue Yang rarely went to the 5th floor, he merely passed by it most of the time. When he reached the 5th floor, he realized that there were also large amount of active warriors over here. Warriors from Demon Abyss and other foreign continents were everywhere, and they appeared unfriendly towards Yue Yang. Below the 6th floor, due to the fierce competition, people took sides more apparently, but this wasn't seen in the 6th floor as warriors from hundreds of continents and other regions were mixed together, so they couldn't even take sides. I need a map to the Oleander Valley. Yue Yang's wish could easily be granted, because the assistant head of the warrior guild could recognize him already being the first in 1,000 years to bring golden elves down the 6th floor. There's war occurring there. Not only did the assistant head came to welcome Yue Yang, he also revealed informations to him. There was indeed war happening in the Oleander Valley, more accurately speaking, there was a massacre going on. The Oleander Valley was previously conquered by the Demon Abyss. But because of the things that happened in the Demon Palace and Yue Yang the culprit killing the Marshal of the Demon Palace, the slaves of the Oleander Valley, together with the human beings of Aojia and Gufeng Continent, and the help of the Gold King Beast were able to rebel and massacred all the demons and monsters left to guard them, hence allowing them to acquire Oleander City. When Yue Yang came to the Oleander City, he realized that although they opened up the teleportation circle there again, the guards and mercenaries were wary of a stranger's visit. Hate may be an appropriate description of their emotions too. As if suspecting that Yue Yang was a spy, there were shadows flashing across the corners of the street as they stalked Yue Yang discreetly. Yue Yang approached a newly opened adventurer guild and threw his gold coins. The receptionist of the adventurer guild was indifferent. Keep your money, there's nothing you need here, go. This was the first time Yue Yang met someone from the Adventurer Guild being so biased towards people of a certain continent. He was slightly shocked as he looked around and realized people around him were glaring at him. Yue Yang understood instantly that these people suspected that he was a spy. All these mercenaries took sides with the Oleander Valley, or at least they sympathized with the rebellion army there. Yue Yang smiled as he sat down. I'm just here to ask a few things, I'll be done with a few questions. Scram, this is not where you should come. Others may be scared of you, but I'm not afraid of spies like you. That's merely a gold-ranked treasure on your face. You think you can scare people away by wearing it on your face? The tall, buff, and coarse-looking mercenary wasn't even a level 6 elder. He was just a level 5 master, yet he dared to speak up to Yue Yang, who was a level 6 elder. Shut up! The mercenary leader clad in silver armor sitting in the corner shouted. This is none of your business, sit down. Okay, I'll see what he got up his sleeves. The coarse mercenary was furious but still sat down as instructed. He almost broke the chair he sat on as he glared at Yue Yang as if wanting to eat him up. I want to know more about a man, he appeared here a decade ago. When Yue Yang spoke, everyone listened up. What's the name? The receptionist was aloof as he gave Yue Yang a perfunctory reply. His name is Yu Qiu, he is a human, he was from the Soaring Dragon Continent, his name might not ring a bell, but people probably have heard of his nickname. It is Hutu, he specializes in using swords, and he has a gold-ranked groaning tiger as his beast, he also had a dragon in which he sits on. I heard that he massacred thousands of demonic soldiers in the Oleander Valley and even killed 2 demonic marshals, and this is why people called him Hutu. As for his portrait, it looks like this. Yue Yang showed a portrait drawing of Yu Qiu. Yu Qiu didn't work the same way as Yue Yang, he never tried to disguise his real face. He was a bold man. I don't know him. The receptionist's eye glimmered when he saw Yu Qiu's portrait drawing, but he immediately shook his head. Actually, his expression already changed slightly when Yue Yang was describing Yu Qiu. With his Heaven Eye's divine vision, he could definitely notice this tiny change, he could even see the hands of the mercenary leader in the corner shaking after hearing what he said. If the other party didn't want to say anything, Yue Yang wouldn't force them to. Yu Qiu is the hero here after all, they wouldn't tell Yue Yang what happened to Yu Qiu in the past without knowing the truth. Yue Yang guessed that Yu Qiu would probably put his inheritance in a certain part of the Oleander Valley, because it was where Yu Qiu became famous in the Tongtian Tower. There might also be other unknown reasons that made Yu Qiu place his asset in some caves for his son. Or maybe it could be safe kept in a friend's house, anything is possible. What exactly is his asset? It would definitely be useful, but Yue Yang have no idea what it is exactly. Have you heard of a man called Yu Qiu? Yue Yang turned his head to ask the mercenary leader sitting in a corner. No, even if I have, I won't tell you. The coarse mercenary really didn't know about Yu Qiu. He shouted loudly, wanting to chase Yue Yang away. I have heard of this man, but he hasn't been coming back since a decade ago. The mercenary leader muttered to himself for a long time before replying. Indeed, because he died in a battle 15 years ago, it's impossible for him to come back here. Yue Yang tried to agitate him. What? The mercenary leader exclaimed. No, impossible. This is the truth. Yue Yang decided to agitate him more strongly. A level 7 overlord may be supreme over here, but compared to an innate ranker, a level 7 overlord is merely just a bigger ant. He was killed by an innate. The mercenary leader asked. I don't know, he was attacked by a group of people, we are looking into it too. Yue Yang had been noticing the other party's expression in an attempt to dredge Yu Qiu's past secrets. This is impossible, it's impossible for him to be killed by others. The mercenary leader calmed down. He firmly believed that Yu Qiu would not be killed. What if 2 demonic marshals and a few general did it together? Yue Yang asked. In any case, it's impossible. The mercenary leader smiled aloofly as he regained his confidence after recalling something. Sir, no matter what your motive is, I wouldn't believe you. Hutu is the hero of the Oleander Valley. You can ask any kid along the streets about him, you wouldn't have to make a special trip here. As for what I want to say, he hadn't come here since a decade ago, if you think that you could dredge any informations or secrets of him, then you thought wrong. Okay, I guess I made a wasted trip. Yue Yang took back his gold coins and walked out coolly. I have never been to the Soaring Dragon Continent, but I heard that a major war is happening there. You are looking for Mr. Hutu for this, right? The receptionist of the Adventurer Guild said. I have never seen Mr. Hutu, but I heard from seniors of the previous batch that if you all wish to look for him, you shouldn't come here, you should head to the Soaring Dragon Continent. He's already dead. I just want to know about his past, it has got nothing to do with the war. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders and left the Adventurer Guild. Died? No, impossible. The leader of the Adventurer Guild murmured, and then shook his head firmly. Yue Yang was puzzled. Why did the people here insist on denying Yu Qiu's death? What secret does Yu Qiu have? What did he do here exactly, and what did he leave behind? Is Yu Qiu really still alive? If Yu Qiu was still alive, to Yu clan, it was good news. However, for Yue Yang who came from another world, it wasn't exactly good. Of course, the probability of Yu Qiu being alive was small. If he was still alive, in these 10 years, where did he go? Even when the Yu clan was in the most endangered, most needy times, he did not appear. Thus, Yue Yang believed that the tragic father Yu Qiu would have little chance to still be alive. He was just unable to understand. Why did the people from Oleander Valley believed so strongly that Yu Qiu did not die from war? After leaving Oleander Valley, Yue Yang went to a few places to scout out. They were all places Yu Qiu once stayed temporarily. He spent an entire day but did not gain much insights. After all, it's been about 10 years. Things may have remained the same but not people. Yue Yang thought that Yu Qiu's remnants were probably left in the Oleander Valley. It was unlikely to be left anywhere else. It was just that the Oleander's Valley district just rebelled, the people there were hateful and alert towards outsiders. Even if Yu Qiu's remnants were really left there, finding them within a short time was impossible. Never mind, I'll deal with this later. Yue Yang decided to give up for now and headed back to Tongtian Tower level 3. He had a little chat with the general of the Xia Kingdom who was on duty. He found out that the Black Hell Army was at the Tranquil State right before a storm, whether it was towards the Soaring Dragon Continent or the Tongtian Tower. There were no responses. Perhaps the devastating attack to the secret base caused the Black Hell Army to suffer severe setbacks. Before they were sure that victory was theirs, they would not begin to stir. Of course, this did not mean they would admit defeat. On contrary, they would definitely build up their strength slowly and wait for the best opportunity and launch their attacks. If they did not start the war, it would still be okay. Once it starts officially, one of the party, either the Black Hell Army or the Xia Kingdom, would face utter defeat. Yue Yang was unable to meddle with the military affairs, and these were also not his strength. Seeing that war had not started at the moment, Yue Yang decided to go to the secret place the Bloody Queen's mother soars. He wanted to go and see what kind of secrets were hidden there. Perhaps, the Bloody Queen could level up due to this. Previously, due to his insufficient strength, it was very dangerous for him to go there. Without doubt, this issue no longer applies to him now. After summoning the Bloody Queen, the two soared in the air shoulder by shoulder. After a few hours of difficult trekking, going past quite a number of mountains and rivers, they finally reached the secret place referred to by the Bloody Queen Red's mother. It was a rift valley. Due to the earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, the Alpine had a long crack that ran at least 10 kilometers. The width was less than a few hundred meters. Even the most narrow place could allow a single person to squeeze through. The rift valley itself was not the destination. Bloody Queen's mother discovered this secret place because when she was exploring the rift valley, she unexpectedly realized that the rift valley cracked opened. The hidden underground teleportation circle was exposed. After half an hour of searching, Yue Yang and Bloody Queen finally found the huge teleportation circle. Certainly, this is an ancient and abandoned teleportation circle. It was deeply buried underground. Due to things like earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, it emerged once again. So, where does this teleportation circle lead to? And what secrets are hidden within? After Bloody Queen's mother flew up, she once left an extremely dangerous warning. She definitely could not discover all the secrets, but rather, obtained a little amount of things. However, it was enough for her to fly up to Tongtian Tower's 4th level or perhaps even higher. The strangest thing was that, Yue Yang and Bloody Queen were unable to find her. Even at the 5th and 6th level, there were no relevant information. Where did Bloody Queen's mother fly to? At that time, what kind of treasure did she receive, allowing her to break through the space barriers and fly freely through different levels? All secrets were on the other side of the teleportation circle. Yue Yang used a large amount of magic crystals to restore the teleportation circle that was damaged from the quake. If he had not learned all this knowledge about teleportation circle from the old fox, he would probably be lost at what to do in front of this teleportation circle. After Bloody Queen's mother entered, many years had passed. In this rift valley where earthquakes were frequent, the teleportation circle was damaged even more. Even after Yue Yang restored the teleportation circle, he was still worried that there would be problems. Holding on to Bloody Queen's little hand, Yue Yang tried to activate the teleportation circle. Buzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The teleportation circle started to buzz with a weird sound after the magic crystals were infused. Numerous white light ascended upwards. Energy light pillars bore through the ground, they stood vertically, pointing right at the sky. The activation of teleportation circle caused an earthquake once again. The entire ground was shaking non-stop, causing rock fragments to fall. The rocks on the ground cracked at the speed the naked eye could capture. Cracks just like spider web spread everywhere. In the distance, about a few kilometers away, a few volcanic craters were trembling. Black smoke and steam leaked out, as if there would be a new round of eruptions. Yue Yang and the Bloody Queen were teleported instantly. The teleportation was successful, but the teleportation circle was unable to withstand the damage. It exploded, causing it to be destroyed. However, due to the destruction of the teleportation circle, energy could no longer be transmitted into the crust. The earthquake ceased slowly, the volcanoes also went into deep sleep, as if nothing had happened. In the sky, there was a trace of black smoke. It was the only evidence showing that Yue Yang and Blood Queen came here before. The teleportation was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Yue Yang and Bloody Queen had arrived at a new environment. This was an island that levitated in the sky. It was enormous, way bigger than the Thunder Fortress on the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower. Even when Yue Yang used his Heaven Eye's divine vision, he was still unable to see the boundary of the other end. But at the teleportation circle, he was able to see clearly that a few kilometers away, there was a boundary. A round edge that stretched far far away, until a place his eyes were unable to reach. Yue Yang and Bloody Queen came over to the island boundary and leaned over to take a look. They soon realized that they could not see the end. It was extremely deep that they failed to see the ground. Perhaps there was no ground to start with. Looking upwards, they could see quite a number of damaged buildings, olive green trees as well as high towers that stood on the dangerous cliff. The 3rd floor of Tongtian Tower also had sky islands. There were certainly sky islands, but it could never be as big as this island. Not even the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower had one this big. The Thunder Fortress could not be compared to this. Furthermore, the Thunder Fortress was not exactly levitating in thin air. Just what kind of power could allow such a massive island to levitate in the sky? Where exactly was this place? It could not be the 3rd floor of Tongtian Tower. The gravity here was greater than that at the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Moreover, in Tongtian Tower's 3rd, 4th, 5th and even 6th floor this kind of sky island had never been discovered. The 6th floor of Tongtian Tower may have secrets that were yet revealed, like the 5 Elements Palace. However, it would be impossible that people were unable to discover such a large sky island. Yue Yang and the Bloody Queen tried to fly downwards. Even after about 10 kilometers, they were still unable to reach the bottom. Until nearly 100 kilometers, then did it become smaller. At the end, the bottom seemed to be sharp. Looking down once again, it was not soil, it was the endless sky. Oh my goodness, could this place be the legendary Sky City? Yue Yang learned about it from the knowledge passed on to him by the tragic guy's mother. He knew that there was a huge sky city located at the Heaven Realm. It was humongous, millions of people can reside there without feeling crowded. Many powerful sect or species would dominate such a large sky island, they would lead their clansmen or sect disciples to build a sky city which belonged to them. Don't even mention about the Heaven Realm, how did such a large sky island come about? This was Heaven Realm? Impossible. Heaven Realm could not be easily entered. Perhaps this was a sky island from Heaven Realm and it fell here. The problem was, who would be so powerful to cause it to fall? From a longer distance, he looked up at the sky island. Yue Yang realized that he had never been so stunned in his entire life before. It was too humongous. Compared to it, humans were so tiny and insignificant. What were the feelings of witnessing this sky island? It was just like seeing Gui Jianzhou and Despair Abyss being pulled up from the ground and placed into the sky. Perhaps even more extreme. Yue Yang found out that there were no humans but beasts still exist, and the types were entirely different from the outside world. The most terrifying thing was their rankings. Almost all of them were gold rank or above, except for young beasts that were bronze or silver ranked. The number of beasts here was not many, but they were unusually afraid of people. Once they saw Yue Yang and the Bloody Queen flew near, they immediately moved far away. There were quite a number of buildings. Yue Yang realized that other than the fact that nobody lived here, everything else was present. There were pans, there were beds. It was just like any ordinary room in a city. It was as if the people all left yesterday. The buildings here look entirely different from those in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Be it inside or outside the houses, they were extremely beautiful, with rich ornaments, and vibrant colors. Be it viewing them singly or together, it was filled with the delicate touch of art. Letters that appeared to be runic letters from the Heaven Realm were everywhere. Rumble. From a long distance away, a loud sound rumbled past. After which such a sound repeated 3 times, with a rhythm. Yue Yang quickly let Bloody Queen return back into the grimoire world, and held his breath. He completely imitated a non-living thing. By using the silver rank war eagle created by Yu Gong, he traveled all the way to the place where the sound started. He traveled for a few kilometers and went past a vast stretch of forest. At the edge of the forest, Yue Yang stopped in his tracks. In the remote distant, a few kilometers away, stood a huge palace. It was a dazzling sight. It was a mixture of gold and jade in glorious splendor. Seeing this palace, Yue Yang thought that even if one used all the words in the world, one would still unable to accurately describe its spectacular and magnificent appearance. Compared to this, Junwuyu's imperial palace seemed like a house made out of grass. Tianluo Kingdom's palace was the most beautiful in the entire Soaring Dragon Continent, but when compared to this, it was just like a minor magician meeting a great one. It was not even a tenth of this beautiful palace. What stunned Yue Yang the most was that, over this humongous palace, stood a golden protection barrier. It looked as if it was a summoned grimoire's protection barrier, however it was an eternal existence, there was no time limit. It was huge enough to cover an area that spanned across a few kilometers square. It was so shocking, Yue Yang stared with his eyes wide open and his tongue tied. He could not believe his own eyes. Compared to the Night Empress Mirage, the barrier here was larger by 100 times. In the sky, there was an extremely tiny black dot. The black dot emitted an aura that would deter the entire world. It held a hammer-shaped divine weapon which sparkled with splendid light. Using the hammer, the black dot attacked the barrier over and over. The hammer-shaped divine weapon knocked against the protection barrier, causing a terrifying swirling column of wind to form. The swirling wind blasted against the ground. Every strike caused a loud rumbling, it was a trembling sound that could shake the world. However, although that was the case, it was entirely useless. The barrier did not move an inch. After being struck for so long, it did not have any signs of being weakened. Using the Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yue Yang saw a black dot. After which he immediately pulled back in fear and hid behind the trees, afraid the other party would see him. Oh my god, this tiny black dot that seemed insignificant was actually the prison emperor's general 6,000 years ago. It was today's Black Hell King. Why did the Black Hell King appear here? He seemed to want to break through the barrier and enter this palace. So, what secrets were hidden in this palace? The Black Hell King swung his hammer-shaped holy ranked weapon and struck crazily for 10 minutes. It was completely ineffective. Finally, he changed it back into the axe-shaped holy ranked weapon and slashed at the golden barrier madly for another 10 minutes. In the end, it was still all in vain. This barrier was not something that could be broken by brute force alone. Even if it was the Black Hell King's attack, the barrier was left undamaged. Yue Yang was secretly laughing with mockery when he saw that the Black Hell King had to deal with such an awesome protection barrier. Serves him right. The problem was, why must the Black Hell King enter this palace? What kind of incomparable treasures are hidden within to make the Black Hell King so determined to enter? Could it be that this palace was really the legendary Sky City from the Heaven's Realm? Did it fell during fight between the three great leaders of Heaven Realm and the Prison King? If that was the case, why didn't old Dragon Turtle mention about this palace? There was another possibility, which was, million years ago, even way before the ancient times, this Sky City fell from the sky. Nobody knew about it, but for some reasons it was discovered by the Black Hell King. Shit! Black Hell King changed 5-6 holy ranked weapons and was exhausted. His mad attacks were endless. He could not help but to roar looking up at the sky. He had nowhere to vent his fury. Idiot, what an idiot! Yue Yang, who was hiding behind the bushes counting ants all along, was overjoyed. One day, Jade Fall Palace would become mine. Hey Prison King, Black Hell will definitely surpass you. I will definitely break through this barrier and enter, conquering this Jade Fall Palace that even you were unable to conquer. I will obtain the Divine Grimoire and become the owner here. Divine Grimoire, one day you will belong to me, Black Hell, and I would definitely become the strongest in the entire Tongtian Tower. I will conquer everything, I will conquer the world. Black Hell King swung his fists in the air madly and shouted until his voice was hoarse, just like when Adolf Hitler delivered his speeches. In the end, no one responded to him. The Black Hell King howled and was at the brink of going berserk. With a holy ranked axe and a holy ranked hammer in each hand, he violently attacked the golden barrier so as to vent out his fury. Only after a while, did he deeply inhaled in one breath. Slowly he calmed down. His chi changed and became deep and profound, as if he became someone else. Using his hands, he slowly caressed the golden barrier. Using a very gentle voice, as if he was talking to his lover, he said, I know, you still reject me now, because I am still unworthy. But I will prove to you, I will be able to meet your requirements. I will have the ability to be your owner. Wait for me, the next time, I will become even more powerful. After Black Hell King left. After a really long time, Yue Yang put his hand to his chest, it was a close call, he almost shouted out in shock just now. This palace actually had a divine grimoire, oh my goodness, that's why the Black Hell King was like a bull in heat, he attacked the barrier with all his might. There was actually a divine grimoire within. Even the Prison King could not enter? Even the Prison King who was able to seal the three great leaders of Heaven Realm was unable to enter, looks like the Black Hell King was just wasting his energy. The problem is that, even Black Hell King could not enter. Would he be able to enter? If he could enter the legendary divine grimoire, even if he couldn't use it, shifting it back to the grimoire world would be fine, as long as no one else gets it. There are only 10 divine grimoires, one less would mean one less powerful enemy. Even the holy grimoire was in existence, many could only watch from far, let alone the divine grimoire. Yue Yang thought about it, his heart itching, making him uncomfortable. It was as if a cat was scratching it. Just as he wanted to stand up, he suddenly felt a sharp chill throughout his entire body. It was a feeling as if he was being watched from far. In pure fear, Yue Yang hid quickly, lying flat on his stomach between the bushes. He hid his heartbeat and made his qi invisible, so that he became in existence just like a rock. The Black Hell King reappeared, covered with holy ranked armor and held a holy ranked staff in his hand. From time to time, he casted out circular blue light. It appeared as if he wanted to investigate something. Could it be that he realized that something was amiss? The circular blue light began to spread on the ground, all life appeared in the form of red spots, a stark contrast against the blue light. Dependent on the power of the spectre, all life on the ground was obvious at a glance to Black Hell King. Yue Yang grumbled silently. This guy was full of holy ranked weapons, even if he wanted to destroy him, it was still out of his abilities. The Black Hell King was at least a heaven tier level 1 ranker. Furthermore, he was at least 10 times stronger than Phoenix Fairy Beauty who had become heaven tier level 1 after her whole body was purified by the Nirvana flame. Furthermore, that did not include Black Hell King's hidden strength. If he gave it his all, Yue Yang believed that Black Hell King would be able to reach heaven tier level 2, possibly even higher. If Black Hell King was a heaven tier level 2 with so many holy ranked weapons, it was not quite possible for Yue Yang to defeat Black Hell King. He should not think so far for now. If he could obtain Mother Earth Potion, raise his ability by 1 level, and ally with Night Empress and Phoenix Fairy Beauty, there might still be a chance. Despite the benefits of Mother Earth Potion, it was still not the time. Zhongying, that hornless dragon, was also very anxious and had previously sent Yue Yang a message for him to get ready. To level up to a beast, she disregarded everything else. The current invasion of Soaring Dragon Continent? She did not care at all. At the Warrior Guild, Yue Yang had already replied, in the case that Soaring Dragon Continent had to go to war, he would accompany her to obtain Mother Earth Potion. In return, she would have to lead Spider Army to aid Soaring Dragon Continent. Of course, all of this was according to Yue Yang's plans. Such a superficial condition was simply to dispel the hornless dragon's wariness. Zhongying, that hornless dragon, was unaware of Yue Yang's motive and had agreed. The old Yue Yang who had not upgraded his counterfeit inherent skill would not have been able to escape Black Hell King's detection. Fortunately, the current Yue Yang is able to. Of course, this had to do with the fact that the light had not detected him directly. If the light had detected him, it would be difficult even if he leveled up his skills. Black Hell King was just cautious, he did not know that other than himself, Yue Yang had also broke into this mysterious space. The second time he left, Black Hell King was more at peace because he did not discover the enemy. He thought that his initial unease was just an illusion. Yue Yang, who escaped with his counterfeit inherent skill, wiped his cold sweat. That was a close call. Since he did not know when Black Hell King would return, Yue Yang did not dare to rush boldly to the Golden Barrier to check the results, but rather returned to the world of Grimoire to rest. This cautious move actually saved his life again. Before he left, Black Hell King set up runes that functioned as alarms around the place. Once Yue Yang was close, they would have triggered. Since Yue Yang went back to rest, these runes that have a 1-hour limit were naturally ineffective. Seeing the excitement on Yue Yang's face, Luohua City Mistress was curious. You found the treasure? Is that why you are so happy? Yue Yang did not reply, and leaned across to lift Luohua City Mistress up. It's still a secret, I'll show it off when I really obtain it. Did you miss me, Luohua? His hands began to roam, which made Luohua City Mistress weaken at her knees. She rolled her eyes at him playfully. I am going to faint. You do this once you come home. Wu Hen, save me quick. Yue Yang bellowed in laughter. She can't save you, how about you two serve your husband together? Oh my, only you could think of that. Luohua City Mistress was going to faint because of him. Seeing that she was unable to escape, she bit on her lover's shoulder with her teeth. Who is afraid of you? Don't think I can be easily bullied. A war broke out afterwards. The fire of passion spread in the room filled with lust. As expected, the war ended with a certain city master and her ally both defeated and begging for mercy. After a good rest, Yue Yang set out, full of energy. Unlike Black Hell King, who used brutal force to hit the Golden Barrier, he stood before it and contemplated another way. From afar, this Golden Barrier looked to be a very thin layer. However, upon closer inspection he realized it was 1 meter thick, such that even his innate invisible sword chi could not penetrate through. What else could he do? Sword chi and teleportation? Yue Yang shot out a stream of innate invisible sword chi, and after burning about 3 inches in, he suddenly stopped. In the moment of teleportation, the Golden Barrier fluctuated slightly and sent Yue Yang flying 100 meters away, crashing into the ground pathetically. It was then did Yue Yang finally realize, why did Black Hell King always use a strange rhythm to hit the barrier? Could it be that he not only had to try to smash open the thick Golden Barrier, but at the same time he had to offset the rebound shock from the barrier. For every attack, there are 2 steps. Attack, and then offset it. Otherwise, the power of the rebound was really too much. Yue Yang suffered a hidden loss. He did not need to play any more tricks because under this absolute defense, there was no loophole around it. Kylan girl, come out, I have something good to show you. Honey, go tell Sister Bingyan that there is a divine grimoire in this palace here. If she helps me to retrieve the grimoire, I would heavily reward her. While Yue Yang was unable to enter, he was not worried because he knows someone who definitely could. That person was the Kylan girl, Bingyan. The problem was just that this girl was in deep sleep inside the celestial grimoire. To summon her, he would need Xia Wen Li to tell Kylan girl this piece of good news. UNN. Xia Wen Li, ever so obedient, turned into a rainbow-colored light and disappeared. About 10 seconds later, there was a reaction. The nature-like calls of the phoenix resounded through the skies, shaking one's soul. He could not see clearly. Not even with his divine vision. In an instant, the phoenix sisters passed through the golden barrier. They were so fast that Yue Yang only just saw the colorful ribbon streams on their backs. If Black Hell King were to see such a sight, he would definitely be in tears. He had hit the barrier for half an hour with his holy equipment and was completely exhausted, yet the golden barrier was totally undamaged. On the other hand, these Phoenix sisters did not even use 1,000th of a second to pass through the golden barrier into that magnificent palace. If Black Hell King were to see such a scene, why would he bother conquering Soaring Dragon Continent, conquering Tongtian Tower? He might as well find a rope and hang himself. Following was the Kylan girl who carried a sweet fragrance. Running out, her little face looked like she just woke up, so cute. Her eyes shone once she saw the palace. She did not even care about Yue Yang and rushed in with delight, just like a female pirate who saw a treasure. The guard here is so strong. It's okay, I still have a unique skill. When Kylan girl ran to the middle of the golden barrier, she slowed down drastically as if it was very difficult to run. When she ran back in a rush while muttering to herself in her hands in a special position, her whole body was a splendid masterpiece. Bathed in this multicolor, her 2 beautiful and cute tiny horns shone even more. She bowed over and jogged to the barrier, and used her horns to break the golden barrier, rushing in. When he saw this scene, Yue Yang was full of regret. He regretted informing them. They were all the top-ranked bandits. Now that he allowed them to loot this palace, he might not even get to drink a bowl of soup. Kylan girl laughed in joy and dashed into the palace. After a while, she came out contented, and comforted the depressed Yue Yang. There really is a divine grimoire in there, but you can forget about getting it. Divine ranked equipment choose their owners. If it does not recognize you, it is useless even if I gave it to you. I found many amazing things, and I bet there are even more treasures in those restricted spaces. When I find something good, I will give 1 or 2 to you. Don't cry, wait for sister here obediently. How could that be any comfort? She was adding salt to the wound. When Yue Yang raged and was ready to spank her, she burst out laughing and ran back in. You think that I cannot go in without you, Kylan girl? Yue Yang brought out his last special treasure, quintet-seeking golden mice. While these 5 little mice cannot fight, they were still very good at looking for treasure. At least they have never disappointed Yue Yang. Once summoned, the quintet-seeking golden mice began to explore around the golden barrier. While they could not enter, they will find a secret door. In no time, they had found a huge secret door. Accurately speaking, this was not a door, but a rune figure on the golden barrier. Even though it was invisible, the quintet-seeking golden mice still found it. Yue Yang stretched out his hand to carefully feel the runes. After carefully reading and studying the runes, he vaguely understood. This was a secret doorway leading in, but in order to enter, one would need the owner's permission. It was the same logic as in the grimoire world. The problem was that if he had no beast to guide him, it was useless even if he found a way to enter the secret door. Not to mention he hasn't even found a way to enter the secret door. Xia Wen Li, why don't you try if you can enter? Yue Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. He really was dumb. Xia Wen Li has owed a diamond grimoire since she was born. She was at the very least a beast. While she was not as powerful as immortal beasts like Kylan girl and the Phoenix sisters, she was still very strong and should be able to enter. UNN. Xia Wen Li was really the most obedient. She nodded her head cutely at Yue Yang and summoned out her grimoire. She walked towards the secret door on the golden barrier with much effort, her expression solemn. Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Agia and Cold Frost Serpent Demon, the 4 guardian beasts have all come out to support Xia Wen Li. With all their strength, they pointed at a single point on the secret door so as to help Xia Wen Li move forward. In the end, even Bloody Queen and Barbarian Cow Shadow came out and transferred all their strength onto Xia Wen Li to support her. However, even with all of their strength, it only helped Xia Wen Li move forward by 2 steps. Less than half a foot. Compare that to the golden barrier that was a meter thick. Yue Yang reacted resourcefully in this situation and burst out his largest strength, raising his qi to the maximum and shot out the supreme sword qi. The sword created a hole of nearly a meter in front of Xia Wen Li. Even Xia Wen Li could tell that he meant for her to turn into a stream of light and enter from the tiny hole. Just then something horrifying happened. That small hole he created on the golden barrier suddenly shifted 100 miles away and formed an absolute defense. Xia Wen Li was trapped within. No, oh my god! Yue Yang was scared out of his wits. He was truly worried that Xia Wen Li would be crushed and die. Even if guardian beasts would not really die, he did not want Xia Wen Li to undergo such pain. He rushed against the barrier and used all of his might to try to rescue her, but to no avail. He was instead reflected by the barrier and thrown some 10 meters away. She's all right, she's fine, don't worry. Bloody Queen comforted as she rushed to help up Yue Yang, whose heart was going to stop from shock. Hey! It was only then did Yue Yang realize that in the moment the barrier closed up, Xia Wen Li had summoned her grimoire. Even the barrier formed by her diamond grimoire was crushed. There was only a space barely an inch wide. That space surrounded Xia Wen Li, protecting her from being crushed. Yue Yang have never seen a barrier distorted to such an extent. Let alone a low-level innate, even if supreme innates like Sky Execution, Baruth, Shuntian and Black Prince all combined their powers and pressed down, the protective barrier would not be compressed to such an extent. It was compressed like a small ball which wrapped around Xia Wen Li tightly. Xia Wen Li crouched on top of her diamond grimoire, her 6 small hands pushing against the barrier that was only an inch away. Darling, don't be afraid, don't be scared, I will save you right now. Yue Yang prepared to shoot his supreme sword innate qi again to save Xia Wen Li. No matter what kind of treasure, be it the holy grimoire or divine grimoire, even if he was offered 1,000 or even 10,000 of those, Yue Yang would never exchange them for Xia Wen Li's life. She was his most important, most treasured darling. When he saw Xia Wen Li still trying to squeeze out a smile for him, his heart broke. He resented himself for being greedy. Had he not been so greedy, Xia Wen Li would not be in such a situation. He clearly knew how dangerous it was and still made her take the risk. If he could choose again, he definitely would not have done that. When Yue Yang was ready to shoot out the supreme sword qi again, Xia Wen Li's eyes burst open. Her determined stare was shown and shot out like beams. The golden barrier that was supposed to seal up immediately after being pricked by supreme sword qi unexpectedly froze her binding skill for 1/10 of a second. Even if it were for 100th of a second, that would be enough. When Yue Yang composed himself and looked again, he realized that Xia Wen Li that had turned into a multicolored stream and escaped from the golden barrier. Not in front, but she was on the other side of the barrier. Xia Wen Li waved excitedly at Yue Yang, she had succeeded. Her 2 eyes were overworked, and 2 streams of bloody tears came down her small face. Such a sight made Yue Yang's nose sour. He really wanted to kiss his baby ruthlessly and never let her go. Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Nagia and Cold Frost Serpent Demon were exhausted, yet still threw their hands up and celebrated. Seeing their bodies rising slowing bathed in a golden light made them shout even more excitedly. Yue Yang saw with delight that the multicolored light on Xia Wen Li's head was blinking, it looked just like a rainbow in dance. A detailed shockwave silently spread. Following that, an especially dazzling gold pillar shot towards the sky, breaking through the golden barrier and slid to even higher skies. Finally, after breaking through this golden barrier, Xia Wen Li, who had not leveled up for a long time, she finally leveled up. Yue Yang was extremely touched. Definitely, if effort was made, there would be reward. Even if he did not get that holy ranked grimoire, or any of those treasures, this was all worth it because his biggest supporter, Xia Wen Li, finally leveled up. One must know that this was what Yue Yang was been waiting to happen for a long time. After the battle at Prison Emperor Holy Ranked Palace with the 3 huge Su Kong, Zhu Xiao, all the guardian beasts have leveled up. Xia Wen Li had also leveled up to level 4 diamond level. However, after so many battles after that battle, and even that bitter war with the powerful Scarlet Emperor, Xia Wen Li had shown no sign of leveling up. Until today. She finally upgraded, finally leveled up. Without a fierce battle like those before, but it was rather the strongest power she released in that moment, deciding life and death, and broke through the golden barrier that overcame her own limit. Finally, level up. She was able to break through the golden barrier that even Black Hell King could only sigh helplessly at. Yue Yang looked up to the skies, and took a deep breath. Only by doing this, would he be able to suppress the overwhelming feelings in his heart. What in the world could be better than seeing his beloved baby level up and grow? Xia Wen Li leveled up. She went from being level 4 diamond rank to becoming level 5 diamond rank. The most impressive thing was that her binding chain's inherent skill leveled up. After the leveling up, Xia Wen Li acquired the soul chains skill. Soul chains, with mental chains emitted from the skill user's eyes, the skill user may confine the soul of the opponent. The opponent's soul can then be withdrawn from his body after using this skill successfully. Prerequisite: there must not be any interruption during the process, and the skill user cannot move his body at all. Soul chains is applicable to any creatures, the stronger the soul of the opponent, the weaker its effect. No effects on those without a soul. With this, it's enough to make Xian and the Black Prince suffer. Yue Yang believed that be it if this skill is able to exert its effect on super innates like Xian and the Black Prince, it would at least have some effects on them. Once they were affected, he could take the opportunity to tackle them. If Yue Yang were to meet Xian and the Black Prince now, he had the confidence to beat them. The beasts which Xian and the Black Prince groomed for hundreds of years would definitely be so defeated when they go up against Xia Wen Li. Her binding chain inherent skill together with soul chain skills would defeat even Xian's Golden Emperor that was a level 9 diamond ranked beast. The killing power of skills under the soul category had always been terrifyingly strong. Taking for example, the barbarian cow Shadow's Doom's Eyes. Very little beasts possessed defense against soul category skills, most of the beasts were physically strong but possessed weak souls. It even could be said that they are completely susceptible to attacks targeting their souls. Xia Wen Li was still low-leveled now, but if she were to be one level higher, Yue Yang would be confident about getting rid of powerful people like Xian and the Black Prince. He would be able to completely imagine the course of battle. As long as Xia Wen Li is able to bind Xian, then as Yue Yang launch his world-exterminating wheel, Nirvana Fire, and innate sword Qi, there would be high chance of Xian getting severely injured or even instant killed. But of course, without being completely sure, Yue Yang wouldn't launch his strongest attack against Xian. He had to hide his trump card in order to deceive his opponent. Yue Yang would only reveal it when he found the best opportunity to kill his opponent. Hide his skills and launch the deadliest attack when he strikes. This was Yue Yang's strategy in tackling Xian and the Black Prince. When Yue Yang levels up or gets the chance, he would definitely kill the usually stronger opponents just like what he did with Sky Dragon. Although the Black Prince and Xian might be stronger than Sky Dragon, and even more scheming, all these wouldn't be a problem. Yue Yang's strongest contender now isn't any of them, it's the Scarlet Emperor. Even the Black Hell King wasn't Yue Yang's target to surpass now. Compared to the Scarlet Emperor, the Black Hell King possesses at most the power of the Scarlet Concubine. The Black Hell King was simply not on the same level as the Scarlet Emperor. He wasn't sure about the Scarlet Emperor's beasts, but Yue Yang saw at least one divine equipment in the Scarlet Emperor's possession. As for the Black Hell King, although he had a lot of holy ranked equipment, Yue Yang believed that he doesn't have a single divine equipment, if not he would have used it together with the Golden Barrier. Divine equipment, when can I get a divine equipment too? Yue Yang sighed internally. Amongst Prison Emperor's 3 divine equipment, only the Prison Emperor Divine Sword recognized him as its master, but due to the interference of Prison Emperor's soul, he couldn't use it and instead, Princess Xian had acquired it. Although they were on Yue Yang's side, if these divine equipment didn't recognize him as their master, he could only use them as walnut crushers. With regards to the Prison Emperor Divine Staff, the old dragon turtle had stolen it away to recover his strength. Yue Yang thought that he would use it to fight against the Black Hell King to his death. He would definitely not give it to Yue Yang before he killed the Black Hell King. You will get one. The Crescent Moon might not become one in the end, but Huijin will definitely become a divine equipment. Bloody Queen Red suddenly spoke in an attempt to console Yue Yang. Her words startled Yue Yang. When did she learn how to comfort people? If this continues, she would be making huge improvements in personifying. Bloody Queen Red saw that Yue Yang was looking at her and blushed. She lowered her head and stopped talking. She held on to her hands as she looked a little anxious. Yue Yang watched her even more intensely. If this continued, forget about her turning into a holy beast, she might even become a divine beast soon. Could Bloody Queen Red be the next successfully grimoire-contracted beast after Hui Tai Lang? The phoenix sounded again, and before Yue Yang could even react, rainbow light already flashed across the sky. It then fused into Yue Yang's body instantly, at an uncanny speed. It even ignored the hindrance of the golden barrier. There was a fire phoenix formed from the Nirvana's flame behind Yue Yang. It kept spinning and flapping its wings as it passed through all the obstacles and flew above Yue Yang's head before finally fusing with him. Yue Yang didn't know what treasure the Phoenix sisters got as they went back to hibernate in the celestial grimoire without saying anything. The Nirvana flame phoenix they rode on fused into Yue Yang's body, together with their special abilities, purifying Yue Yang's body slowly. This was different from the purification the previous 3 times. Not only did Yue Yang's body get sufficient purification, a pair of Nirvana fire wings was formed on it. WANT2EAT, fire wings sound delicious. This pair of Nirvana wing was differently shaped from a demon's bat-like wing, a giant dragon's dragon wings and an angel's feathery wings. It didn't take a specific shape, and was formed entirely out of flame. The flame came from the Nirvana flame. Yue Yang's arms, shoulders, back, ribs, legs and even down to the ankle were burning with this special fire. Not only were they Nirvana flame, they brought along with them a sense of immortality as well. More accurately speaking, the Phoenix sisters made an eternal fire phoenix and fused it into Yue Yang's body. It could then act accordingly to the needs of the environment. So this was what they were giving to Yue Yang? Yue Yang scratched his head and couldn't come to a conclusion. He really had no clue what treasure they got for them to give him such a fire phoenix. If Yue Yang were to do it personally, it wasn't that he couldn't create the fire phoenix, it was just that he wouldn't be able to make one that's so long-lasting, or one that's able to respond to its surroundings. Yue Yang could sense that this fire phoenix wasn't alive, which means to say it was a permanent existence. Rather than calling it a beast, naming it a weapon or defense equipment would be more accurate. One could even describe it as a ride, an amazing one that could help purify its owner without the need to feed it. As the fire phoenix fused gradually into Yue Yang's body, it left a veneer of fire cloth on Yue Yang's skin. When Yue Yang used his will to control it, it would appear instantly, becoming a fire pistol, fire armor, and even a fire bow. If he were to let it be, it would morph into fire wings or fire cloth. Impressive, this is even more useful than a divine equipment. Yue Yang was pleasantly surprised. Looks like the reason why the Phoenix sisters went back so swiftly was because they wanted to give him their newly made treasure, not because they were two little sneaky thieves. Are there any other treasures that would be more superb and useful than the fire phoenix? Yue Yang wouldn't exchange it for one, no, even 10 divine equipment. The best equipment would be the one that suits him the most. Just when Yue Yang was feeling guilty of accusing the Phoenix sisters, he suddenly saw the Kailan girl, Bing Yin, running out carrying an enormous gold coffin. As usual, she used her horn to pry open the golden barrier, and within seconds she was out. If the Black Hell King were to see the Kailan girl entering and exiting the golden barrier so easily, he would have cried. Yue Yang was overjoyed. Good girl, is this for me? He guessed that the Kailan girl must have taken lots of treasures from inside. But the fact that she still remembered him was impressive enough. The Kailan girl's tone made Yue Yang speechless. It's not very big inside, and there aren't many treasures, there's almost nothing that's suitable for us to use. I will give this to you. Inform me when you see any treasures the next time. You were planning to make a puppet beast that's alive, right? The substance contained in this bottle should be of some use. Ah, I'm tired, I'll catch some wink now. Girl, can you bring me in? Yue Yang was a greedy man, how could he not swoon at the large amount of treasures in the palace? You have a corporeal body, so I can't bring you along, but I can bring Xia Wen Li in. Kailan girl waved her fair hand and rainbow light bloomed from her hand. Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow A Man and the Stoned Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, Ice Serpent Demon and even the quintet seeking golden mice all shrunk to the size of a pea, and she held all of them with her fist. She bended over and rushed into the golden barrier again. It was only until now did Yue Yang realize that compared to immortal beasts, monsters, beasts, holy beasts and divine beasts were nothing. Just with this nameless trick that could shrink several targets all at one go, he could dominate the whole of Tongtian Tower. Isn't Shuntian's 500 meters tall diamond-ranked level 9 golden emperor impressive? It would die when Yue Yang pinches it upon shrinking it to the size of a green bean. So what if Baruth the Great Demon King is superb? He would be the size of an ant after shrinking, and would die just by stepping on with one foot. After waiting for the Kailan girl, Bing Yin, to send all the beasts in and return, Yue Yang caught up with her. Kailan girl, forget about other treasures, just teach me the trick to shrink a person. You can't use it now, moreover, this trick requires the aid of a treasure, together with many other prerequisites, you think it's so easy. The Kailan girl was reluctant to teach Yue Yang this trick, even after Yue Yang tried to coax and threaten her. She came out with an excuse to leave in the end. I did not have a good sleep yesterday night, I'm losing my voice, my mother asked me not to speak too much. And then she went back to the celestial grimoire world in the blink of an eye. Yue Yang couldn't do anything with her. He wanted to learn, but what could he do if she doesn't want to teach him? The only way was to court her and become her man, but she seemed to be too young. It's okay, grooming Lolis is also a good habit. He was executing his plan to groom Lolis, so the Kailan girl will just be one of them. Yes, he shouldn't be too anxious, just take things slowly. Xia Wen Li went to explore around the palace. With nothing to do, Yue Yang diverted his attention to the two treasures the Kailan girl brought him. They were a golden coffin with a crystal bottle placed on top of it. There seemed to be some water in the crystal bottle. Could it be the god's water? Could it be that god's water is really in the crystal bottle? God's water, an energy source that nourishes all life forms. It is pure and non-pollutable. It can't be mixed or diluted, it possesses a unique characteristic of self-purifying. It has miraculous effectiveness towards regenerating limbs and getting rid of any side effects. It is an important spring of vitality that contributes towards creating life form possessing intelligence. It can be used to create God's blood and replenish divine energy. Ah, my God, Yu Gong's third wish is finally going to be realized. Yue Yang carried the crystal bottle and used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to visualize it again. He realized that it was really God's water in his hand and he wasn't dreaming. He cheered out loud almost immediately. I will be energized to do anything if there are good Lolis like them everywhere in the house. Yue Yang almost teared as he was too touched from the thought of it. The golden coffin was sealed by both heaven runes and ancient runes. Yue Yang couldn't open it immediately. Yue Yang was also really worried to find a mummy inside when he opened the coffin. It would still be fine if it was a normal mummy. If it was a heaven-tier ranker that was even stronger than the Lich King, for example the legendary Ghost Emperor, he would really be in deep trouble. Putting the problem of whether Yue Yang could defeat the enemy aside, if the mummy escaped the moment it was released, how was Yue Yang going to catch up with it? Yue Yang didn't think that he would be able to handle it if there was an existence as strong as the prison emperor's soul inside the golden coffin. He stored everything into Demon Eye's platinum storage ring. He would open it and investigate them slowly after returning back to the grimoire world. Meanwhile, Xia Wen Li and the rest followed the lead of the quintet golden puppet mice to explore this mysterious palace. There were many prohibited areas as well as different types of protected and isolated regions. Things and places they could see were only the garden, sculptures, main hall, stairs, hallways, balcony as well as the side rooms. Places such as the study, secret rooms, cellar, or halls where the concubines lived in were all protected by small barriers, preventing entry. To put it simply, the places where real treasures were located cannot be entered. However, they found a number of good things outside the main hall. Scattered weapons and armory could be found easily in the arrow towers and surrounding residents. Even the lowest ranked soldier armors were ranked silver. However, most of these treasures were broken, they were almost just trash. It was not as if there were no treasures. There were some precious items such as the 9-dragon cauldron or the zoomorphic mask motif clock etc. However these items were too heavy and bulky. Xia Wen Li and the rest did not move them, they were unable to judge if moving them would affect the palace. They hurriedly took a look and returned. In the end, Bloody Queen Red dug up 2 pots of flower from the garden before she came out. They were not for Yue Yang, instead they were presents for her 2 female owners, the sickly beauty and the Luo Hua City mistress. She remembered that her owner, Luo Hua City mistress really loved flowers. Giving her a pot of flowers would be much better than giving her treasure. Entering the gold barrier was difficult, but to exit from it was much easier. Yue Yang recalled his beasts and Xia Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Aman and Quintet Golden Puppet Mice all returned back to the grimoire world with a flash of light. Got the treasures, time to flee. Yue Yang did not even have a look at what they got and chose to leave first. The Black Hell King would swear to murder him even if it meant chasing him across the globe if he found out that he went in and got the treasures. Thinking it is best not to fight the Black Hell King at the moment, Yue Yang decided to wait for Zhang Ying, the hornless dragon to bring him to search for the Mother Earth potion. It would not be too late for him to fight the Black Hell King after he gained more strength from consuming the Mother Earth potion. The most important thing was that if the Black Hell King found out he came here, he would definitely defend the place and not let him enter ever again. Rather than robbing with force, might as well steal it secretly. Not only does it waste energy, both parties might also end up heavily wounded and give third parties the chance to reap benefits. If the Black Hell King could not win at the moment and calls for assistance it would have been troublesome. The secrets here would be in danger of being revealed. In comparison, if he secretly takes a little each time, the longer the time, the better for him. The Black Hell King cannot enter anyway. Before being sent away using the teleportation circle that sent them here, Yue Yang checked cautiously. He realized that this place was extremely well hidden and was not used for a long time. Yue Yang reckoned that the Black Hell King knew there was such a teleportation circle here. After leaving, Yue Yang took a good look at his surroundings and looked back at the Blood Rose map on his grimoire. He almost fainted. The reason was because this place was not Tongtian Tower 3rd floor but the 4th floor. That's why Blood Queen Red's mother said that she could fly up to the 4th floor. The reason was due to the exit here, on the 4th floor. Based on this, Yue Yang speculated that Blood Queen Red's mother did not enter the mysterious palace, but went outside. Perhaps she obtained some treasure that was left behind in an abandoned building and gained power. Perhaps she even killed the gold rank beasts inside and obtained large amounts of magic crystals and became more powerful. No matter what the reason was, Bloody Queen Red's mother was strengthened and leveled up, which allowed her to fly up beyond the 4th floor. This was certain. Mommy has her own life, never mind if we cannot find her. Although Bloody Queen Red missed her mother, she felt that nothing can be done even if they were unable to locate her since Tongtian Tower was too big. If we have the opportunity, we can try again. Yue Yang felt that it would be better not to search. What if her mother died in a battle? Even if they found her, won't Blood Queen Red feel sad? If they could not locate her, there would still be hope. Even if she became stronger, she would not have been able to reach the state of a holy beast. The Bloody Queen Red now would definitely have already surpassed her mother. Even if her mother was powerful, even if she did not perish and was still alive and kicking, seeing her own daughter become a battle beast that belonged to humans, won't she be sad? That's why, being unable to find would be better. At the very least there was the thought. Bloody Queen Red suddenly embraced Yue Yang, she hugged him tightly, burying herself into his chest. Only after quite some time did she let out a long sigh, actually things are fine now. Although I do not have my mother by my side, I have many good friends, a family, and you. Her humanity stirred up Yue Yang emotionally. He held her, giving her comfort. Using his hand, he stroked her hair, letting her feel his solicitude. Luohua City mistress just ran out. She thought the hug was meant for her. She did not expect to see Bloody Queen Red in Yue Yang's arms. She was stunned slightly. Hearing footsteps, Bloody Queen Red quickly struggled free from Yue Yang's embrace. She pretended as if nothing has happened between her and Yue Yang, acting as natural as she could. However, her face was flushed red and it did not seem to fade. Seeing the Luohua City mistress stop in her tracks, Bloody Queen Red quickly took out the fresh flowers she got from the garden in the palace, and offered them to her. Bloody Queen Red handed the flowers over in a respectful manner, but she still felt uneasy. Wow, it is gold silk butterfly, gosh, this is the gold silk butterfly that has the same rank as the beautiful demonic flower and the starlight serene indigo grass. With one look, the Luohua City mistress immediately forgot about the fact that Bloody Queen Red was in Yue Yang's embrace a moment ago. Are you tired? I prepared the bath already, you can go bathe. Nevertheless, the sickly beauty was the most gentle, she was the best at fulfilling her duty as his wife. Bathing alone is boring, it would be better if we can bathe together. Yue Yang bent down to pick up the sickly beauty and carried her bridal style. Seeing that Luohua City mistress and Bloody Queen Red were both still there, the sickly beauty was so flustered her face was bright red. She tried to struggle free but failed. She noticed that the Luohua City mistress was busy appreciating the 2 pots of gold silk butterfly. She did not bother noticing what had happened. The sickly beauty did not feel as embarrassed anymore, moving her lips next to Yue Yang's and pleaded, "Can we talk about this at night? Later I will give you a message, be a good boy. Let's not do that kind of things every day, especially after Bing Er and the rest came back. Do not cause trouble, what if they found out about it?" The shameless guy pretended that he could not hear. He stripped the beauty and dipped her into the water. At most she would pretend to be angry and hit him in a playful way. It is normal for a married couple to bathe together. Their happy lives just started. If Yue Yang does not enjoy himself, then he would be stupid. On the next day, Yue Yang reached the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower. He came here to leave a message for the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Even if Yue Yang used his Heaven Eye's divine vision, he was still unable to see clearly what was inside the gold coffin. He could not see through this weird gold coffin. Kylan girl did not even mention what was inside. Yue Yang was really worried that a monster will jump out. He decided to get a strong and trustable helper, like Phoenix Fairy Beauty. If she was with him, opening the gold coffin would be much safer. Moreover, the day Black Hell King is planning to invade Dragon Soaring Continent was approaching. Yue Yang still wanted to practice body fusion with her, so as to improve together. The Phoenix Fairy Beauty would be one of the main fighters to face Black Hell King. Without her, with the Night Empress alone, Yue Yang thought that they might not successfully defeat the Black Hell King. After all, he was a strong opponent who was Heaven Tier level 1 or even perhaps level 2. Although the Night Empress was known to be extremely powerful, but compared to the Black Hell King, Yue Yang was still unsure of her strength. Yue Yang was very sure of the Phoenix Fair Beauty's situation. If they could make the most out of the remaining time to practice body fusion, in addition it was highly possible for her to break through and reach Heaven Tier level 1. Now she is currently Innate level 10, also known as Earth rank level 10. However, reborn with Innate Chi and cleansed using Nirvana, her strength was way beyond an average Innate level 10. If she gets another breakthrough while practicing body fusion with Yue Yang, then she would definitely reach Heaven Tier level 1. She might become the second new female Supreme Elder after Xia. Of course, if the Night Empress has already become one, she would be the third. Girl, come, I miss you. Yue Yang gave the Phoenix Fairy Beauty a very simple message. But his emotions of longing were all real. Because he really missed her. Even in his dreams, she was there. The Phoenix Fairy Beauty who would entice others with a smile. After settling the meeting to be at the border of the plaza at Tongtian Tower 6th floor, Yue Yang had to make a move and first, return back to Soaring Dragon Continent. He took out the crystal used to summon his Thunder Beast mount, Thunder Armor, as well as the trash picked up by Bloody Queen Red and Aman from the palace, the silver-ranked weapons and defense equipments, and threw them at the old man Jun Wuyu. He did not bother if those things could still be used. Jun Wuyu was stunned. "Brat, where did you rob? Did you empty my exchequer?" Old man Yu Hai was secretly pleased but pretended to be serious. "These weapons and defense equipments are already broken, many can no longer be used. They are considered trash, even fixing would be difficult." The old fox was afraid that Yue Yang would be angered, so he quickly comforted, "They could be fixed, I know an old dude who is skilled in fixing things. He is a pretty good tinker." Obedient Yue Yang, "Now there are nothing else you need to deal with, you can go hook up girls." "Oh right, last time I found something useful in the secret room. Do you want to borrow it to study? It is really useful for those who want children." Seeing this old dude being so suspicious, he knew straight away it was porn. The most amazing thing was that, the images could move. It appeared just like Mr. Cai Jing's romance action movies, perhaps even more exciting. After all, it was the blood and sweat of a certain lewd master from the Soaring Dragon Continent. Do not flip it open here, take it back and study it with your wife. The old fox could not stand Yue Yang's guts. The room was filled with people and he still dared to flip it open. One should know that it was made with a secret technique, there was audio and visual. After opening it up completely, it could even float and be shown in 3D. President, you are teaching kids the wrong things. Yue Yang kept the book but criticized the old fox's shamelessness in an earnest way, making him explode in anger. Such good things cannot be found out by loyal Hua City mistress and the rest, if not it would be confiscated. Yue Yang pretended to be an obedient child and visited Yu as well as his fourth mother at Tian Luo Palace. On the next day, Yue Yang made his way up to Tongtian Tower 6th floor to see if Phoenix Fairy Beauty saw his message and came to meet him. He waited for half a day but he did not even see shadows. He was slightly disappointed, turned, and prepared to leave. He had to go back acting as an obedient child. Suddenly, a sweet-smelling scent filled the entire sky and enveloped him. There were also two jade-white arms, so soft and supple as if they had no bones, embraced him from the back. On his back, he felt an extremely splendid sensation pressed right against his back. This sensation could almost melt him, it felt as if his bones went limp. He felt ecstatic. What surprised Yue Yang the most was that, the beauty behind him was wrapped around him just like a beauty serpent. Her sweet lips were right next to his ear. Bad little boy, did you miss me? How much? Do you want to be touched or kissed? Kissed. Upon hearing the beauty ask whether he preferred to be stroked or to be kissed, Yue Yang nodded his head like a baby bird, expressing desire for both. In your dreams. Phoenix Fairy Beauty softly nipped at Yue Yang's earlobe. He felt slight pain. Beauty then softly, but extremely seductively licked his other earlobe. This flirting was so uniquely arousing that Yue Yang nearly turned into a werewolf howling with his claws in the earth. Looking behind him, he saw Beauty looking at him calmly with a smile faintly playing on her lips. Those bright eyes, rosy cheeks with those cherry-red lips softly panting was enough to bring his wolf blood to a boil. Her extraordinary charm was enough to bring the world to a standstill. In that moment, one could not help but look. Phoenix Fairy Beauty softly flicked Yue Yang's forehead and teased playfully, "Bad boy, you've seen enough." Yue Yang commented, "I never used to believe it when people describe one's beauty to be a feast for the eyes. Only after today, when I myself have helped myself to such a delectable feast that I really know that it is true." Hearing these words, Phoenix Fairy Beauty smiled. Oh! Her beautiful fingers pinched Yue Yang's cheek, those ruby lips of her leaned in extremely closely. She whispered to him, "No wonder you have stolen the hearts of so many young maidens, your mouth is so sweet. Bad boy, you can use these antics on tigresses, loyal Hua girls, but they will not work on me. Sister, I too live for a blissful sexual life, don't expose me when the time comes." Yue Yang placed both of his hands behind him, intending to take slight advantage of her. Upon realizing that Beauty showed almost no sign of resisting, he instead moved his hands to her butt, gently lifting her up and carrying her entirely on his back. Without the usual coy of other girls, Phoenix Fairy Beauty laughed and smoothly leaned on Yue Yang's back. With her arms looped around his neck, her legs around his waist, she was twisted around his whole body like a beautiful snake. "I heard that you got into a fight with the 6 great demons. How was it? Were you bullied to tears?" With no regards for any of the usual conventions, Phoenix Fairy Beauty slipped her hands into Yue Yang's clothes, and oh, did those hands roam wildly. Not only did Yue Yang almost get consumed by the fire of passion, he was sweating profusely because of the many warriors openly staring. With one hand quickly grabbing the naughty hand of Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Yue Yang used the other and brought out Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. The immense pressure caused a sudden explosion. An invisible pressure even more horrifying than when the Demon King was about to arrive had spread. As a result, the weakest and nearest warriors were all thrown hundreds of miles away. The previously arrogant guardian beast was frightened out of its wits. It fell to the ground and do not dare to move an inch. Those warriors with slow reflexes were all shaken to the ground. And they did not know what to do. The few quick-thinking warriors immediately realized that this couple that dared to openly display their intimacy were innate, in fact, they were super innate, were frightened to their feet and escaped as quickly as they could, regretting only that they could not grow more legs to leave even quicker. The thing innate rankers usually hated the most was when others pried into their privacy just like this crowd that only seemed to be enjoying a show, although it was unintentional, it was certainly still taboo. Luckily they were not looking to kill, otherwise, the power of that fire just now could have killed all surrounding life in a second. Seeing Yue Yang's skill, Phoenix Fairy Beauty kissed him, teasing, "Oh, no wonder you dare to singly challenge the 6 great demons, you have a new breakthrough. Even though you are a lustful bad boy, your abilities are definitely one of a genius. This time, you are not simply trying to show of your cultivation, right? I can't go fight, my injuries are not completely healed yet." "Oh, your injuries are still not fully healed." With concern, Yue Yang chided, then why did you leave so fast when they are not healed? I'm not even collecting rent from you. Those exterior injuries are all healed, but those on my heart are not. Phoenix Fairy Beauty had only said that to tease Yue Yang, to see him worried about her. His reaction made her very contented. I'm the best at healing the wounds of the heart. Yue Yang was not angry, and carried Phoenix Fairy Beauty to another place to continue their flirting. Bring me to Charm Demon Palace. I'm afraid that the rest of my life will be only to serve you and I will not be managing Charm Demon Palace anymore, I will have to return it to the Charm Demon clan. The words of Phoenix Fairy Beauty rang true. She knew, Yue Yang would definitely form an alliance with her, because there would be a huge battle upcoming against Dark Prison King. After the battle with Dark Prison King, there is still the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Empress. After that battle, they still had to go to the Heaven Realm. In the Heaven Realm, there's Su Kong, Zhu Xiao and those three big Ming Yu Guang who would be waiting. Unavoidable dreaded battle awaits. If it is like this, how would there be any time to manage Charm Demon Palace? Managing Charm Demon Palace is because there was free time while training. It was merely an act of looking for something to kill time. But now with dangerous battles on the line, there is a need to train harder than before, how would there be time to care about other things? Phoenix Fairy Beauty didn't say it, but Charm Demon Palace has another rule, it is that when every Charm Demon finds a man they love, they have to bring it back to the clan, to accept the well wishes of the clan, before leaving Charm Demon Palace to live blissfully after. Even though it would be a stretch to say that Phoenix Fairy Beauty is in love with Yue Yang to the extent of being unable to live without him, but after that battle of Luan Panyu where they fought with their lives on the line, coupled with the training where both body and heart of them two fused as one, it was impossible for feelings to not develop. No matter how strong she was still a woman. After they trained together naked, and after they fought life and death together so many times. Who could forget it all with a smile? Phoenix Fairy Beauty had never met such a unique man before, nor had she even opened her heart up to accommodate such a man. However, things changed. Even though she was originally only jealous of her sister, and purely wanted to steal her disciple, but after spending so much time together training and fighting together, Yue Yang had suddenly slipped into her heart without her realization. This is why in her heart, Phoenix Fairy Beauty decided to give this little boy a chance. Even though he was very young, so young that it was almost ridiculous, none of that was the point. The important thing that was that he had capability, he had potential, and he liked her a lot. To overcome the bottleneck of cultivation, there was a need to push ahead. Legend had said that the sword could cut through the strings of passion, break 6 records and abandon the physical body, to become holy only with pure ability in the soul. To slowly become Xia, and finally God. Phoenix Fairy Beauty used to do that, to not date, to not ask of the matters between men and women, devoting herself to cultivation. Until she met Yue Yang. She realized his way of training and hers were entirely different, but yet the effects were much better. He did not need to cut through the strings of passion, break 6 senses, abandon his physical body, but yet could still rise quickly, much faster. His way of overcoming the hurdle of emotions was unlike the unmoving meditation of others, but instead genuine and bold. His way of body fusion was literally God's tactic, having showed obvious effects. And regarding how the physical body was unable to become holy? Yue Yang, this boy did not break 6 senses nor abandoned his physical body. He had his innate chi and Nirvana's flame, and by using those to shed his old body, cleanse it, and then use Nirvana to be reborn, his method was better by hundreds of times, faster by thousands of times. Since this was the best way, and at the same time she would have the chance to taste the sweetness of love as a blissful little woman, why not? Of course, before Phoenix Fairy Beauty came to such a decision, she hesitated for very long. However, when she saw his wife Sick Beauty's blissful smiling face, a never-before envy emerged in her heart, and then she realized. That has what she has been missing, love. Charm Demon Palace? So many charm demons. When Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty reached the Charm Demon Palace on the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower, they realized that it was no mistake that this was the one of the 10 most dangerous places of Tongtian Tower. The reason why was because here lived tens of thousands of charm demons and tens of thousands of female demon servants, most of which are in human form. While a portion was also in creature form, but even they would at least be in half creature half human form. Don't say a single man, even a whole army of men would be immediately sucked to oblivion here. No wonder men turn pale at the mere mention of Charm Demon Palace, this is the hell of men, without a doubt. Charm demons are a specific demonic creature meant to seduce men, their matrilineality is structured, those born are always women, men have no existence. Apparently, charm demons only need to have intercourse once, to suck a man dry. Suck a man dry. They were even able to store the seed of men up to 1,000 years, and then, like a queen ant, freely arrange their times of fertility. Of course, not all charm demons are willing to breed, because every time they reproduce, their ability will decrease by half, while the small charm demon born will inherit that half, growing up very quickly. At Tongtian Tower, the charm demons are a demon clan that come out lesser, but once they capture strong men, they would use their unique ability to heartlessly suck them dry. Powerful charm demons did not need to have intercourse, they just had to open their mouths, and within seconds, they could completely suck a standard innate dry. That was why, the mere mention of horrifying creatures like charm demons frightened men to no end. Don't sweat, they are not as scary as the legends say, they will only suck dry men who only have the intention of playing with them. If they are truly in love with each other, the charm demon will be with her lover for life, and would not do anything that causes harm. In Charm Demon Palace, history records that at least 1,000 charm demons marry far away, leaving clan life, and many live very blissfully. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was not a charm demon, she was entirely human. Since only the charm demon queen who was at demon king level to protect guardian creatures with her life, Phoenix Fairy Beauty only worshipped as palace owner, although her status was even higher than the queen among the charm demons. Tianfa Palace Owner, we wish you happiness. The charm demon queen welcomed them in front of the palace. She had extremely seductive looks and was about 2 meters in height. She wore a crown on her head, donned in the queen's cloak, and wished for Phoenix Fairy Beauty happiness with sincerity. A few hundred years ago, you have always been the one taking care of me, and it has been me who has only done so little for Charm Demon Palace. Nai, I am very happy to have met you. Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Charm Demon Queen shared a hug. Charm Demon Queen was both mentor and friend, it was exactly her who always taught Phoenix Fairy Beauty how to use her life to protect warrior creatures. The creatures Phoenix Fairy Beauty used her life to protect used to only be ordinary level 1, but finally rose to Diamond level 10, setting precedent since the oldest days to have become Great Demon King level Charm Demon Queen. The clan of Charm Demon forever welcomes you, this is your home, you are the pride of our tribe, we will always welcome you to come back to our maiden home. Charm Demon Queen silently praised how her own sister found a good partner when she saw Yue Yang carrying out innate greetings to her. She has heard of the matters of Yue family's third master. He is very young, but he was enough to shock the entire high levels of Tongtian Tower. Today, he was perhaps still unable to face Shen Tian and Black Prince, unable to defeat Black Prison King, but tomorrow? Who could say it was impossible? A disciple handpicked by the one top of humans, how would he be wrong? Xizun's innate skill, if to use that to judge a person, would never be wrong. Please make her happy, Tianfa is a very unfortunate child, you have to make her happy, I believe, you can do it, so, I entrust her to you. Charm Demon Queen smiled but passed on this message to Yue Yang secretly. At the same time, while Yue Yang returned the greeting, she swiftly passed Yue Yang a small box with her right hand. This action startled Yue Yang slightly, could it be, this has to do with him? This action of hers seemed to have a deeper meaning? Phoenix Fairy Beauty was busy hugging the 4 ancestors of Charm Demon Clan goodbye, and did not see this small box. Seeing Yue Yang accept it, Charm Demon Queen smiled and looked at Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty leave. Tens of thousands of charm demons sang a beautiful song in chorus and sent off another one of their charm demons who found love successfully. Yue Yang then understood, Phoenix Fairy Beauty brought him here to bid her past goodbye. Could it be, in that small box, was her past? Her true identity? With this, was it be possible to find out any information about Xizun? Xizun? Having bid the tens of thousands of frightening charm demons goodbye, only after leaving this charm demon palace that has been widely agreed as one of the 10 most dangerous places in Tongtian Tower, did Yue Yang wipe his cold sweat secretly. A single charm demon is nothing, but when tens of thousands appear together, they are really quite terrifying. If Black Prison Army and Charm Demon Palace went to war, Yue Yang would place his bet on Charm Demon Palace, even if Black Prison King and his 5 underling leaders are at an advantage, but on the army foundation of general and soldiers, they would definitely suffer the defeat of the whole army without a single survivor. Besides, each of them would perhaps die in the most horrific way, being sucked dry, left with only the bones of the dead. It is said that in Tongtian Tower, only the Eastern Demon Clan ruled by Dragon King is truly able to suppress Charm Demon Palace. Yue Yang did not immediately open the small white jade box that Charm Demon Queen gave him secretly. Since Charm Demon Queen wished to keep it a secret, and keep Phoenix Fairy Beauty in the dark, Yue Yang would find a time to secretly open it. Besides bidding goodbye at Charm Demon Palace, Phoenix Fairy Beauty transferred numerous areas of governance, various mines and forests, and many scenic private land to each of the 6 major sky demons, especially Sky Disaster, who received the most. Each of them gave their blessings to Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Especially Sky Disaster, who sweetly called out brother-in-law, stretching her hand out for a reward, not even being contented with dragon crystal, only accepting holy treasures. Go, little kids go play at the side. Yue Yang almost wanted to hit her, he himself doesn't even have any sacred treasures, how would he give her? You still don't have a title since joining us 10 major sky demons, we should think of one for you today. Sky Disaster, this little brat is revengeful, upon seeing Yue Yang being stingy with his treasures, immediately suggested, since brother-in-law is a pauper, how about we call him Sky Penniless? The meaning is the most miserly, most stingy pauper in the whole world. How about Sky Punch? I was born to hit you. Yue Yang erupted, wanting to catch this little girl to harass her, and let her witness his anger. Pick a card of fate. Sky Crime was always the good person and tried to alleviate the tension. I agree. Sky Assassinate, who Yue Yang admired the most, nodded his head in agreement. I agree too. Sky Sword also agreed, he does not admire Yue Yang at all. But rather, he was afraid. He was afraid that Yue Yang, this youngster, is going to steal his saint-ranked ancient sword. Tianju did not make any sound, while Sky Fury, who is carrying Thunder Drum, stood far away and made no indication. They are neutral, not agreeing, not against. Only Sky Disaster insisted that Sky Penniless is the most suitable nickname for Yue Yang. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was all smiles, with rare good temper. She pinched Yue Yang's arm softly. Her meaning was for Yue Yang to not be too stingy, and take something out to please Sky Disaster, this little girl, and not let her keep making noise, making it awkward for Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Since it was like this, Yue Yang hit his chest, meaning that he will definitely complete this mission. He summoned green out of 5-colored god light, and passed it to Sky Disaster. Brat, have you seen this kind of treasure before? Seeing it, Sky Disaster was so happy her 2 eyeballs almost became hearts. She loudly ranted, brother-in-law, I want it. But how could Yue Yang possibly give that to her? He was just teasing. Without waiting for Sky Disaster to start snatching it away, he immediately kept it. I am just the most stingy brother-in-law, I think this treasure cannot be given. No, you are the most generous brother-in-law in the world, I like brother-in-law. Here, take the treasure out again for me to take a look, put it in the palm of my hand, let me take a closer look, I assure you I won't take it. Sky Disaster, this little brat, tried her best to flatter Yue Yang. 5-colored divine light, this level of treasure, simply blinded her eyes. Looking is okay. Oops, took the wrong one. Yue Yang took black light out. Wow. Seeing it, Sky Disaster liked it as much as a kitten who just saw a ball of yarn, her heart itching, crazily waving her hands, wanting to snatch it over. Even though black light is a counterfeit 5-colored divine light, it is still a holy treasure Ju Xiao left for Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty after killing Thunder God. Its use is more for fighting and killing, unlike the real 5-colored divine light which has special abilities. Simply put, black light's destructive power is still more than 1/5 of green of 5-colored divine light. Sky Disaster was almost brought to tears under Yue Yang's teasing. He kept black light, and brought out a treasured bottle containing God Dew. Once Sky Disaster screamed in delight, he kept it, and brought out Hell King's godly seal. Yue Yang wickedly lured, brat, have you seen this before? Look, this is the treasure of legends. Sky Disaster was the brink of insanity. This guy had so many treasures, yet was simply unwilling to give one to her. She desperately wanted to snatch it over, yet was unable to snatch it from him. Neither could the 5 major sky demons stand Yue Yang's flaunting. Was it really necessary to bring out such treasures to lure a kid he was just teasing her? Really? Have you ever seen the eternal wishing Dutchman's pipe? Your brother-in-law has it. Have you ever seen godly water and stream of eternity? I also have it, call me brother-in-law sweetly, it could be that if I am happy, I will bestow upon you poor little thing one of it. Yue Yang was more sinister than Guai Li Shu, who used candy to lure a little girl by 100 times. He knew clearly that Sky Disaster could not stand the lure of the treasures, yet showed off deliberately. Yue Yang really deserved a beating. Miser. Sky Disaster was very smart, she knew that it was impossible to get a single treasure from this brother-in-law when he was merely teasing her on purpose. Fiercely, she grabbed Yue Yang's arm and bit it with hate. Yue Yang flung his hand many times in pain, yet was still unable to get Sky Disaster off. Upon such a sight, Phoenix Fairy Beauty was almost in headaches. 2 little kids, even a small grudge could become like such. Sky Crime on the other hand was rolling with laughter. He opened the secretive large box slightly. In a moment, countless golden rays spilled out. A particularly mysterious energy flooded heaven and earth. Yue Yang and Sky Disaster are no longer concerned with fighting. They both dashed over, wanting to see what was really collected in Sky Crime's large box. This was one of the biggest secrets of Charm Demon Palace, the contents of the big box that apparently only Sky Execution knows about. Others, even Sky Wrath and Sky Calamity, who had the best relationships with Sky Crime, do not know. Yue Yang did not have the chance to use All-Seeing Eye to take a clear look before Sky Crime fished out more than 10 dark gold and unusual cards out. The big box closed up again. The mysterious energy immediately disappeared without a trace. Sky Crime placed the dark golden cards in front of Yue Yang, and indicated for him to randomly pick one. The titling process of Demonic Palace has 3 ways. One was self-redeeming. Upon arriving in Demonic Realm, one could abandon his previous title, choosing for oneself one that is better. Just like Sky Dragon, who was originally called Xia Long Mang Jun, upon reaching Innate level 6 peak, he entered Demonic Palace, becoming the weakest 10th Sky Demon and gave himself the title of Sky Dragon. Besides titling oneself, there is another one where the title was publicly agreed upon. For example, Sky Fury, his temper, voice, and thunder drum, these three were all like thunder. When they were sounded it was as if the heavens were enraged, so he was publicly agreed as Sky Fury. Sky Assassinate and Sky Sword were also Sky Demons with publicly agreed upon titles. The last kind was for the Sky Demons who accepted the test of the Cards of Fate. Only the strongest Sky Demons have this qualification. Those such as Sky Execution, Sky Law, Sky Wrath, Sky Calamity, Sky Disaster, Sky Crime have all gone through such a test. Once the test of the Cards of Fate has been administered, this title followed one forever. That was not the point, the most important thing was that treasures like the Cards of Fate stored a ruling power. Once successfully titled, a specific ability would be bestowed. This kind of testing could be said as extremely rare, and could only be administered once a century. Such as Sky Fury, Sky Sword all desired to receive the test of the Cards of Fate and a special ability. But when Yue Yang joined the Sky Demons, they indicated that they were willing to give this opportunity to Yue Yang. In addition to being modest towards one that is stronger, it was also clear acknowledgement of one's own inadequateness. If they were strong enough, Sky Crime would certainly not have given the chance to take the test of the Cards of Fate to Yue Yang. After all, it was a test of a century. It was Sky Crime's willingness to give the chance to this newbie that proved Yue Yang as the superior Sky Demon. Do I randomly pick? In his heart, Yue Yang was also slightly nervous, he only pretended to be indifferent on the surface. There were 100 cards among the Cards of Fate, but one could only choose one card from 36 during every test. These Cards of Fate were all different, some names were good while others were bad, while the abilities bestowed upon could be big or small. To pick a good one, was of course excellent. If one were to choose a name that is bad, and receive a very tasteless ability, it could only be said as embarrassing. Calm down, choose randomly, you will definitely choose one that is most suitable for you. The dark gold chains in Sky Crime's hand began to ring with a crashing sound and the Cards to Fate started to shuffle. The dark gold Cards of Fate exude a special energy, which gradually diffused and enveloped Sky Crime's hands. Alright. Yue Yang closed his eyes, randomly picked one. An irregularity happened. Thousands of dark golden beams emerged from the card in Yue Yang's hands, intense as the sun. It was so dazzling that one could not even look at it directly. An invisible power has appeared. That power was beginning to spread on Yue Yang's body. In an instant, when it reached the extreme, the whole world seemed to have been shaken by this power. A dark golden giant that bore his image grew from Yue Yang's body within seconds. It had the existence of a mountain. Even if one looked all the way up to the large body that was kilometers tall, one could not see the head of this giant. Sky Crime, Sky Fury, Sky Assassinate, Sky Sword's faces changed drastically. Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Sky Disaster were dumbfounded. Historically in the records of Demonic Palace, there have only been 3 appearances of such images that are over 100 meters. Those images belong to the most powerful Sky Execution, the most talented Sky Law and Sky Disaster with the most potential. However, here comes the difference between them. Sky Wrath, who was the 3rd strongest, his image of fate was less than 100 meters. Arrogant Sky Calamity was less than 80 meters, while Sky Crime, who bore the Cards of Fate, was only 60 meters. They all knew Yue Yang, this boy, was a pervert, and had already mentally prepared for him to be as strong as Sky Execution. They have even accepted that he might be even stronger. However, what no one would have ever imagined that the image of fate of Yue Yang, this boy, would exceed Sky Execution by so much. Yue Yang's image of fate was almost a 1000 meters. It could have been compared to a mountain that one was unable to see the entire body of. A mountain able to support the heaven and earth. This was definitely the most unfathomable test in the entire history of Demonic Palace. So perverted, it was truly difficult to accept. Not only that, the 2 hands of the golden image seemed to hold something, but because the image of fate was too tall and too large and too dazzling, Sky Law, Sky Disaster, Sky Crime among others could not even see beyond the toe of the golden image. Howl! A terrifying thunder roared through the clouds and shook the earth. A strange event has happened again. A dark golden huge wolf almost 200 meters tall emerged from between the knees of the golden giant. It stood on its claws and arched its back, howling towards the sky. Its appearance completely overshadowed the situation above golden giant. Sky Crime and the rest vaguely saw something appear from the top of the giant, but it blocked by the image of the dark golden giant wolf on the ground, which made it impossible to see what was happening above. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Sky Disaster, Sky Crime, Sky Fury and the others all wanted to fly up and find out what had happened at the top of this dark golden giant image. The power of the rule from the Cards of Fate, however, kept everyone rooted to the ground. In that moment, not a single person could move. Aside from this dark golden giant wolf, there were also countless purple golden flames and platinum lightning, that burned and roamed the surface of the image of the dark golden giant. Unknowingly, in the sky, flaming red lotuses had begun to fly accompanied with the pressure from the fire lotus, coupled with the cold terror of the frost, snow-like and numerously falling. At the same time, their countless silver currents spread snake-like between the ice and fire, crackling. This sight was suffocating to look at. Never before had an individual's image of fate brought about so much change. Neither has anyone's image of fate seemed been so realistic. Even Sky Execution's image of fate was for a mere few 10 seconds, before it disappeared quickly. However, Yue Yang, this kid's image of fate, had already existed for more than a minute, and was not even showing any sign of disappearing. In fact, it's still growing, developing more and more changes in its presentation. Even for a pervert, wasn't this too much? Sky Calamity, who was the most envious of Yue Yang, almost wanted to end his life by hitting his head on the ground. In comparison to Yue Yang, his image of fate that was 80 meters could not even be considered a dwarf. It completely paled even in comparison to the 200-meter giant wolf at the feet of Yue Yang's image of fate. Comparing oneself against others really was infuriating. Sky Calamity was brought to tears. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, on the other hand, was beyond excited. Her jade face was crimson and crying tears of joy. She felt that Yue Yang was really amazing. Yue Yang had killed Sky Dragon for his own personal reasons. Although everyone did not blame him, he was still always a little embarrassed. This was why she suggested Sky Execution to let Yue Yang join Demonic Palace as one of the new 10 major Sky Demons as a form of repaying Demonic Palace a Sky Demon. However, she never would have thought that Yue Yang would exceed her expectations. Not only did he singled out 6 major Sky Demons to be undefeated, even when he received the test of fate, he easily beat the record of Sky Execution to become an ultimate existence. He had become an existence that never appeared before and could most likely never be defeated. In the words of Yue Yang, this was too supportive. Sky Disaster was also excited with his face flushed. She clenched her little fists, as if to show support for Yue Yang. The image of dark golden giant wolf covered the sky above, coupled with the fire lotus, frost and current, Sky Disaster and Sky Crime. The people on the ground could not see anything, but everyone knew there were many changes above. Yue Yang's mind and the card of fate had become one. With his eyes tightly closed, his entire mind was immersed in the ruling world of the card of fate. Immersed, intoxicated, completely unaware of the outside world. He was gaining the power of the law, understanding the realm of the special ability. With the card of fate blazing to its limit, Yue Yang suddenly howled to the sky. The biting energy spread across his body in a earth-shattering way that shook even the hard ground and mountain peaks. That earthquake-like tremor caused numerous cracks in the ground, spreading like a spider web. The hills in the distance were collapsing. The boulders originally on the top of the mountain were all rumbling down. When Yue Yang unconsciously waved his arm, that dark golden giant image did the same. Even more frightening was how the sky had split open. The east and west sky had strangely split into 2 halves. The sunny sky inexplicably turned dark. The dark clouds rolled. Blood-red moonlight sinisterly peeked out and flashed with chilling light. Among the rolling clouds, Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Sky Disaster saw bright stars falling down one after another. They drew flames of light, and rumbled the earth upon crashing. The collapse of the heavens and earth, the meteor-like wave, was destroying the world. In comparison to the images of fate of those like Sky Execution, Sky Law, Sky Wrath, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Disaster, Yue Yang's image of fate was more terrifying by tens of millions of times. Even if one knew this was clearly fake. This was all a mere image, an illusion. But even the strong like Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Sky Disaster, such sky demons, were beyond frightened. Because it was all too real, these images appeared so like reality. Seeing the meteors falling, even the calm Sky Crime was also secretly swallowing his saliva to resist the fear growing in his heart. Even Sky Fury, Sky Assassinate and Sky Sword almost could not help but jump away and flee. In reality, they could not do anything. The ruling power of the cards of fate bounded everyone. These scenes, the wolf howling to the moon, the stars falling to the ground, the sky and ground collapsing, the calamity of destruction. This scene is a reflection of our generation of sky demons, but everyone is only a small section. Only Yue family's third master is the real reflection. Sky Crime murmured, the dark golden chain tightly locking his arm, neck and body, almost to the point of choking him to death. In the suffocating redemption of his original crime, Sky Crime's eyes were glowing in pain, and using his special ability, he saw only a little of what fate had to reveal. But because his level was not enough, he only had a few seconds of insight before collapsing. The dark golden chains caused his bones to creak, the redemption of the origin sin of the soul was also causing large damage to his body. Pfft! A mouthful of blood sprayed from Sky Crime's mouth onto the ground. Only when Sky Crime gave up trying to gain an insight did the dark golden chains loosen up, allowing him to breathe in relief. In only those few seconds, Sky Crime's skin was already deeply shattered by the strangling, his flesh rolling on the outside. Fortunately, he was a strong sky demon, otherwise, the punishment by the law for attempting to gain an insight would have cost him his life. Unfortunately, we still cannot see the truth. However, the future of Demonic Palace is certainly connected to Yue family's third master, this I am certain of. Sky Crime felt a little apologetic, but also extremely relieved. With regards to the future of Demonic Palace, Sky Crime was one of the most valued, even more so than Sky Execution. The 10 major Sky Demons can die, but the Demonic Palace must not. This mission was passed down to Sky Crime from the previous generation of Sky Demons, and only Sky Crime, with his ability and talent, was able to accomplish that. In fact, even if Sky Crime did not say a word, everyone still knew. Yue Yang, this kid has such a great image of fate with so many changes that were all-encompassing. It indicated several hidden meanings, and for the future of Demonic Palace to be unrelated to him? That would be strange. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was obviously relieved. Her recommendation for Yue Yang to join Demonic Palace was the right choice. This was not only beneficial to Demonic Palace, but even to Yue Yang himself, this was extremely helpful. If there really existed fate in the world, then he was the choice of fate. Unfortunately, Yue Yang simply did not know any of this. He did not know the card of fate he randomly picked would have led to such chaos. When he finally did open his eyes, 3 minutes have passed. Yue Yang did not remember a thing about has happened, he only knew that a special force had entered his body very mysteriously and merged with the energy he himself had devoured. Before he opened his eyes, all the images faded away. The only thing he saw was the card in his hands. What card did Yue Yang pick? Everyone was curious. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Sky Disaster, Sky Assassinate, Sky Sword and the others gathered, except for Sky Crime, who smiled bitterly. He knew which card Yue Yang picked. Sky Wolf. Among all the cards, the only card that represented the destruction of the world, but also the fiercest of all the cards in the deck. Compared to cards such as God of Death, Massacre, Judgment, Destruction, Aurora, Hell, Tower of Blood, this card was the most terrifying. This was because that card represented the end of the world, it represented the fall of the gods. That was also what the vision showed. A wolf howling to the moon, the stars falling to the ground, the sky and ground collapsing, the calamity of destruction. What card is that? It is not the world, it is not fate, it is not like Sky Wolf. Sky Disaster was alarmed, she did not recognize the card in Yue Yang's hands. Is there a mutation? Phoenix Fairy Beauty was also startled. The dark golden card in Yue Yang's hands had many mysterious ornamentations on it. Just like the card representing world, there was a big tree, but also like the card representing fate, there was a giant gold hand. There was even an extremely bright star with a wolf swallowing everything in the background, like on the card representing Sky Wolf. Hey? Even Sky Crime was confused. He first stared at the card in Yue Yang's hand for a long time, then bowed his head to count the cards of fate in his hands. What was strange was, there were still 36 cards of fate in his hands. Not a single one was missing. How could there be an extra card? He clearly saw Yue Yang picked one out. Upon closer inspection, he flipped through the cards of fate in his hands. The cards originally representing World, Fate and Sky Wolf have all disappeared, as if they have never appeared. The 3 new cards that appeared were World Tree, the Wheel of Fate and Sirius. Sky Crime was shocked. These 3 new cards, not only have he himself never seen them before, the explanation and levels displayed on them were also miles away from the original. Taking World Tree as an example. World Tree, middle ranking, representing the extraordinary wisdom and long life. The one who picked it would obtain the ability to develop beasts of nature, sharing life with them. This card was completely different from the previous. The original world was an amazing card, the one who picked it would have a perfect ability of creation, being able to create all things of the world, the only check and balances was the success rate. World and World Tree, one was top grade, the other was middle. While they look alike, but World Tree could not even be considered top grade. Fate and Wheel of Fate were the same. Fate was completely free, with the ability to irreversibly control fate. The Wheel of Fate was merely a small curse, giving bad luck in a short period of time. As for Sky Wolf and Sirius, the difference was huge. Sky World represented the destruction of the world. It was related to the legend in which world-destroying demon wolf swallowed the world. The one who picked it would obtain the power of destruction, even the strongest innate would be forever destroyed if attacked, unable to survive in the state of the soul. In comparison to Sky Execution, Sky Law, this power of destruction was more terrible. Sirius was a lower-ranked card of fate. The ability obtained was that each time the brightest Sirius star appears in the sky, the ability of the one who picked the card multiplied. The power of all star beasts also increases by 5 times. How can this be? Not talking about outsiders, even Sky Crime himself found this inexplicable. He was unable to believe his eyes. An extra card? Ah, this is a good thing. Phoenix Fairy Beauty had the fastest response, and quickly stuffed Yue Yang's card in his pocket. This card would be his from now on. And those ancient characters on the card that even Yue Yang would never be able to understand, she chose to disregard it. How 100 cards that have always been such suddenly turned into 101 cards, she would not investigate, its existence was its own explanation. Ah, in the future here in Demonic Palace, you shall be called Sky Wolf. Since even Sky Crime is unable to decipher those words on Yue Yang's card which are ancient characters, this card shall be the precedent, and Yue Yang shall be officially titled Sky Wolf. Well, this name is fitting, the born perverted wolf, he will be the born perverted wolf, calling him Sky Wolf is the most suitable. Sky Disaster clapped her little hands together in celebration. Is your little butt itchy? Yue Yang looked at Sky Disaster's pert butt sinisterly. Tian Fa sister, brother-in-law is bullying me, flirting with me in front of you. If you are not here, he that natural perverted wolf would have molested me. Sister, you have to protect the weak Sky Disaster, I am scared. Sky Disaster hid behind Phoenix Fairy Beauty while complaining, and pretended to be a small rabbit being bullied by a big grey wolf. Yue Yang would like to say it was obviously the little brat who was trying to seduce me, but he swallowed those words down. He kept scores in his mind. When the opportunity comes, he would definitely have his revenge on this brat. Flirting? Flirting was nothing, brother-in-law flirting with sister-in-law, that was the glorious tradition of the dragon history. Finally escaping the pestering of Sky Disaster that brat, Yue Yang quickly brought Phoenix Fairy Beauty home. Having met her family, received the agreement of everyone, yet they have not consummated, how could Yue Yang not be urgent? As for Sky Disaster, forget it for now, the little brat was very smart, it would not be easy to bring her down. Forget about flirting with her, the priority now was to win over Phoenix Fairy Beauty. To follow the procedure of consummation in Demon Abyss, first use a sedan to bring the bride home, and then worship heaven and earth, pick open the red cap, share the nuptial cup, and then to begin that thing. Yue Yang skipped all these steps. Sedan? Where could he find one now? He might as well carry his wife back home, just like how Zhu Bag carried his wife home. Worshipping heaven and earth are all fleeting clouds. If husband and wife were in love, happiness would come regardless of whether they worshipped. If man or woman, just one of them had a problem with their body that they were unable to confess, that worship would not be of any use. Going straight to the point, to push down was to push down, one should not just use their imagination and have no action. To do that would simply be worse than a beast. Yue Yang also felt that between a beast and worse than a beast, the former was better. To be scolded by a woman as a beast was at most shameful, but to be scolded as worse than a beast was absolutely incompetent. Don't pull me so quickly. Phoenix Fairy Beauty could tell that this kid was a little impatient. He had something up his sleeve. At that thought, a heat that could reduce one to jelly spreaded throughout her. It was a little difficult to take her steps forward. She was aware that she had feelings for Yue Yang. She also knew that sooner or later, her perfect body would be his. The problem was, this all happened so fast, so she was still a little unprepared. How about having a buffer period? There was no need to pledge their undying love to the gods, but the atmosphere should at least be created, right? With her jade white hands in Yue Yang's, Phoenix Fairy Beauty only felt that his large hands had electricity of their own. The continuous bursts of electricity were unsettling. Let us go back to Demon Abyss first to gauge the situation. If war breaks out, wouldn't that be terrible? Phoenix Fairy Beauty knew, when they have actually done the deed, that they would not be able to separate for at least 2 or 3 days. The world of only 2 people was indeed romantic and pleasurable, the problem however was if Black Prison King launched an attack just then, Yue Yang's absence would have had severe consequences. Besides, Phoenix Fairy Beauty also wanted to meet Yue Yang's family. Without the usual wedding, she would at least have to meet them to really be considered part of his household. Otherwise, if his parents and seniors refused to acknowledge her, her relationship with Yue Yang would only be considered adultery. If this were in the past, Phoenix Fairy Beauty would definitely not care about any of this. But now, she has decided to follow him from here on. Now things are different, she has started to always be thinking for his sake. After all, she would have to count on this little bad guy from now on, naturally she would wish for everything to be smooth for him. Yue Yang also felt that he should give Phoenix Fairy Beauty status. To consummate without marriage was already shameless. If he did not even give her status, that would really be unjustified. He brought Phoenix Fairy Beauty home to Yu Clan and cheekily introduced her to Elder Yue Yang. This is Demonic Palace's Sky Law, our ally, she is my good friend, but maybe we can develop further in the future. Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yue Yang hurriedly pretended to drink their tea, pretending to hear nothing. Actually, they were all her juniors. When Sky Law gained her title, they were still clad in open pants playing with mud. They had long known such a day would come that Sky Law would want to marry Yue Yang, and they have always encouraged Yue Yang to marry her. But then again, now that this boy suddenly brought Sky Law back to do her greetings, they were still embarrassed. On one hand, they were not qualified to accept this greeting. But on the other hand, to not accept this greeting was also unjustifiable. Besides, Sky Law had the heart to follow Yue Yang this boy, how could they not agree? Did they even dare to disagree? Cough, this is a good thing. I say Xiao-san, we will not control your matters, everyone should just do what they want. Cough, brother Hai, do you agree? Jun Wuyu was still an emperor in the end, his reaction time was indeed fast. His underlying meaning was that, we completely understand, it's okay that you guys are not celebrating your wedding, we'll agree to that. But it would be best not to spread the news so as to prevent the great confusion of seniority. If the seniority was confused, all the titles would be difficult to sort out. We wouldn't know how to call each other. Yes, exactly. Elder Yu Hai was secretly delighted that Sky Law wanted to be his granddaughter-in-law. The ancestors have blessed them. Yue Yang really was amazing to be able to have Demonic Palace's second strongest, Sky Law, as his wife. He could now die without regrets. Boy, you are really amazing. Old Fox secretly gave Yue Yang a big thumbs up. However, he quickly returned her greeting. In reality, as only a level 1 innate, the old fox actually had no right to even raise his heads in front of Sky Law. This was because Sky Law not only represented the ally of Demonic Palace, she was also an elder innate. If not for the fact that he was Yue Yang's mentor, Sky Law would not even look at him in the eye, let alone return his greeting. The warriors present were also glorified, Sky Law was greeting them because of Yue Yang. This was definitely unprecedented. Everyone rushed to return Sky Law's greeting, with humble words on their lips. Sky Law was only greeting them for Yue Yang's sake. Just because she greeted them did not mean that they could really treat her as a junior. Even their masters would have to respectfully greet Sky Law, how could they dare to sit there with no worry? The next place would be to visit Fourth Mother at Tianluo Palace. Fourth Mother was much more gracious than Jun Wuyu. In her heart, it did not matter if it was Shui Wuxia, Qian Princess or Luo Hua City Master. As long as she was married to her Xiao-san, she was her daughter-in-law. Unlike the others, she was not stressed over Sky Law's greeting, but was delighted instead. After helping Phoenix Fairy Beauty up, Fourth Mother pulled her to the side and carefully asked many questions. She went to such details almost to the point of finding out all there was about even the 3 generation of Phoenix Fairy Beauty's family. Brother. Miss Yu Bing's appearance meant bad news for Yue Yang. His sexually blissful life would have to be delayed even longer. Now that little sister was back, she would no doubt pester him to no end. At this time, it would be very difficult to enjoy a romantic couple's world with Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Yue Yang gritted his teeth, never mind about the day, he decided to sneak out in the night and push Phoenix Fairy Beauty down in the night when Yue Bing fell asleep. Thanks to his practice of body fusion technique, he was already used to sneaking already in the middle of the night anyway. Yu Shuang also rushed over to him quickly. Since her older sister was already in brother's arms, she used both hands to grab onto brother's thigh and asked for candy. It is very easy to dismiss Yu Shuang, he just had to give her something delicious. Yue Bing however, was not so easy to dismiss, this pure girl did not even know she had disturbed her brother's sexual bliss. She happily reported to brother the knowledge she acquired at Grandma Wu Teng's place. She also talked about how she achieved enlightenment, and even displayed the progress of her cultivation, asking brother to examine to prove her hard work. Of course, this little girl was just craving for brother's praise now that she has put in hard work and made improvement. Wow, Bing Er's progress is pretty impressive, your martial arts skills has also improved tremendously. Later, I'll think of ways to upgrade your green light tree demoness and 1000-year-old treant general. If 1000-year-old treant general can become 10,000 years ancient tree king, then you are close to becoming innate. A 16-year-old innate, Bing Er, you are more impressive than big brother, keep working hard. At Yue Yang's praise, Yue Bing's rosy face turned red, fidgeting in brother's arms blushing. She liked to hear brother's phrase, but then again when he really praised her, she gets embarrassed. This was because her own efforts were not enough, she could only improve with her brother's help. If she did not have her brother, how could she possibly have been able to ascend to innate at just 16 years old? Bing Er felt that it was a form of disrespect to surpass her older brother. If not for brother forcing her to ascend, she would rather ascend to innate much later and preserve his record of ascending to innate at 20 years old. Upon seeing Yue Yang bring Phoenix Fairy Beauty home, Luo Hua City Master and Sickly Beauty were bittersweet, this guy has really done it. They already knew such a day would come. Long before Yue Yang and Sky Law practiced body fusion together, they knew that this Sky Law would not be able to escape from him. Besides, Phoenix Fairy Beauty protected Yue Yang many times and also saved the other girls, Luo Hua City Master and Sickly Beauty were not against her joining then. Even though she was a super innate, her temper was unlike others and she had no airs of arrogance. She was uninterested in managing matters, only interested in cultivating and not in wanting to become the head of the harem, which was why Luo Hua City Master and Sickly Beauty felt that she was no threat. Besides, talking about entering the household, the two of them entered before she did. When night fell, Yue Yang finally coaxed the excited Yue Bing who chatted on and on about her new skill levels. He was ready to give Phoenix Fairy Beauty a night attack. But before he even slipped out of Yue Bing's room, he saw Luo Hua City Master clad in veil standing in front of him. Luo Hua City Master fell into his arms and wrapped her arms around Yue Yang's neck, panting and like a mewing kitten said, "Scoundrel, I want it, that pose you talked about the other time, I want to try it tonight." Obviously aware that this girl was creating trouble, but when a beauty entered his arms with seductive eyes, stealing his soul, how could he not make a move on her? Sickly Beauty peeked over from the door behind, but at the sight of Yue Yang, quickly hid again. Seemingly very shy. A threesome? On one hand was two of his wives serving him together while the other was the big matter of consummation with Phoenix Fairy Beauty, how could he choose? Yue Yang gave up caring. He would first enjoy a threesome, and then consummation. Anyway, Phoenix Fairy Beauty was not going to run away, she could wait a little earlier. As for Luo Hua City Master and Sickly Beauty, if he did not make them beg, they would not know what was called a dominant husband. "Scoundrel, no wonder this master loves you dearly, tonight I will let you enjoy my gentleness to no end." Seeing Yue Yang choosing a threesome without a moment of hesitation, Luo Hua City Master was delighted. She embraced Yue Yang and kissed him fiercely, deciding to give her all that night so that Yue Yang would not be able to leave her bed for the whole night. He wanted to launch a night attack on Sky Law? No way, at least not tonight. Tonight, he belongs to her. In the fight, Luo Hua City Master really dedicated herself to serving him. One to not usually take the initiative, she specially went the extra mile. Furthermore, Luo Hua City Mistress, who would usually be reserved in front of the Sickly Beauty and would only be wanton when there were the only her and Yue Yang, went as far as doing bolder actions that she never did before. She even moaned loudly on purpose in order to agitate Phoenix Fairy Beauty who was eavesdropping from the room next door. Luo Hua City Master and Sickly Beauty took turns to go to battle, fighting for the entire night, exhausted. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was upset. If she did not have such superior self-control, she might have already walked into Luo Hua City Master and participated in the war. The next day, Luo Hua City Master was glowing with radiance. Even though her body was a little sore, she was in excellent spirits. The first reason was that she made a gratifying victory before her rival in love, and the second reason was that she proved that a reunion after a short separation was more important than a newlywed consummation. Yue Yang's amazing performance made her happy to no end. She knew she could not control Yue Yang, but she was clever, and deliberately sought to chat with Phoenix Fairy Beauty. In the end, due to her intentional and Yue Bing's unintentional disturbance, Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty could only sneakily hold hands, as if they were having an affair. Phoenix Fairy Beauty also found it funny and interesting. Although it was not an affair, it was still stimulating. When Yue Yang sneaked his hand under the table to stroke her, she did not refuse, but rather calmly spoke to Luo Hua City Master while letting Yue Yang's naughty hand take advantage of her. Luo Hua City Master saw it, and immediately caught Yue Yang's ankle, then pulled his hand over to place on her thigh. On her side, Phoenix Fairy Beauty also did the same. Both were completely unwilling to concede. Yue Yang had enjoyed all the joy having several partners. His only regret was that he had to do the deed secretly. This was because Yue Bing and Yu Shuang, those two girls were around, and they did not understand, not even have any idea about these things. No matter how thick-skinned he was, Yue Yang was still embarrassed to openly take advantage of his wives in front of his younger sisters. Yue Bing was completely unaware that her two sister-in-laws were engaged in such an infighting under the table, and was still happily in discussion with her brother over beasts and war tactics. She would also humbly ask advice from Luo Hua City Mistress and Phoenix Fairy Beauty. If one were to strictly consider it, she was the one truly benefiting from this situation. When night fell, Luo Hua City Mistress would once again resort to honey trap and used sexual entrapment to seduce Yue Yang into a threesome. After a night of suffering, Phoenix Fairy Beauty had long already thought of a good way to deal with it, which was to close off 6 records. Those sounds that she cannot stand, it will be enough to not listen, right? She bet that Luo Hua City Mistress was forcing herself. Such wars like that were definitely exhausting. She laughed silently in her heart. Let us wait and see how long you can last for. If I myself am not worried, you think you can dominate? As a virgin, Phoenix Fairy Beauty had some expectations and also some worry. She was worried that if she cannot stand it, and ruined the first time, then Luo Huo that woman will definitely make fun of her. She might as well have a little affair with Yue Yang first. This feeling was really not bad, although it was a little sneaky, it was very exciting and the mood was not bad. Most importantly, this would make him like her even more. To let Yue Yang suddenly do that thing, Phoenix Fairy Beauty was not entirely prepared mentally. To be able to flirt a little to develop their relationship, was still the best. Yu could tell that she was anxious. In the day she tries her best to help smooth things over, and would go to bed early at night. Now, she did not dare to listen to those kind of sounds. She even resisted entering the grimoire world, afraid of seeing something not suitable for the young or even hearing the kind of sounds that will confuse one's heart, and not be able to fall asleep at night. Fourth mother on the other hand was very tolerant, and would coax little Xuang to sleep early. As for the matters between men and women, she only cared about the bigger matters. The small details of life, she knew that everyone could do it well. A little jealousy was in fact harmless. Moreover, this kind of small grudges only served to improve the relationship between everyone. If they were all to ignore each other coldly, that would be bad. 3 days passed by like so. Luohua city mistress fought lustily with Yue Yang for 3 consecutive nights, using all her power to serve him. She made herself exhausted. Finally, she realized that the rival in love was nonchalant. She was suddenly discouraged. Forget it, you can have him tonight. I am exhausted. Luohua city mistress temporarily admitted defeat. She felt that she herself was being slightly rash. If Yue Yang had already done the deed with Sky Law, she would already know the feeling of being a woman. If that was the case, she would not be able to control herself in such a situation. Now? She was still a virgin, she still had the reservations and fear of a young maiden. Even though the sounds were extremely tempting, once she closed her 6 records and did not listen, she was still able to resist. Luohua city mistress now felt that to fight with Sky Law was not logical. She would have to wait for Yue Yang to do the deed with Phoenix Fairy Beauty, then, that would be the time for the decisive battle. But then again, if even Sky Law was tempted by Yue Yang, that bad boy, she would become the same as herself. What would be the point in fighting with her? Calming down, Luohua city mistress was already discouraged. She felt that she was on the losing end after wrongfully tiring herself out these past 3 days. This Sky Law girl would sooner or later be pushed down. Her ways of blocking were truly foolish. Not only was she exhausted, there was also no effect. Only Yue Yang, that pervert, had truly benefited. Thankfully the wake-up call came early. If she had to persevere for 10 days to half a month, she would have fallen ill without a doubt. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was a little surprised at Luohua city mistress' surrender. She had originally thought Luohua that girl would at least push on for more than a week. Who knew she would give up after 3 days? It seems that her opponent was still a smart woman. Phoenix Fairy Beauty never had any hostility to Luohua, and upon hearing her throw in the towel like a peeved cute little girl, her impression of Luohua actually improved. She laughed silently, ridiculing herself, her heart that she too had lowered herself to be like Luohua. Seeing Luohua city mistress admit defeat so readily, Phoenix Fairy Beauty's heart fluttered. Maybe if she spoke to her, her own sore point could be relieved. Even though she was still young, she was still very experienced. Actually, I really do not mind, you two can still have him tonight. As for that, it is actually my first time, so I don't really know how to do it. So, I am also a little conflicted. Let things take their course. I never thought of vying for it, I just thought it was fun, which was why I was deliberately teasing you two in the day. If you are not happy, I will apologize. It was rare for Phoenix Fairy Beauty to express what she really feels. If this were another matter, she would win against countless women. Only this matter, she was truly inexperienced. It is not that she had never seen Yue Yang, that boy's body. After all, when he was doing it with Luohua city mistress, she had actually sneaked a peek a night. She felt that if it were her, she would definitely exhaust him to the point of dying. But exactly because of this mentality, she would rather Yue Yang come attack her in the night. This mentality of yours, I used to be like that too. The first time is indeed a little scary. Your mind will be confused, you really want to give yourself to him, but you are also a little afraid that you will not be good enough, that you will disappoint him. Seeing Phoenix Fairy Beauty actually asking for advice in such a roundabout way, Luohua city mistress could not help but pity her. Poor Sky Law, that girl has already attained her title for hundreds of years, yet she has never felt the sweetness of love. Fortunately, she met Yue Yang early. Now that she thought of things this way. In a moment, Luohua city mistress was happy again. She felt that she was still considered lucky, she did not have to wait for a few hundred years to find the best lover. Is the first time very painful? Phoenix Fairy Beauty wanted to mend their relationship, and at the same time ask for advice since she felt very much lacking in this aspect. Yes, it is painful. Luohua city mistress was even more pleased. She adopted the position of a mentor and began to explain, the first time is really painful, it is not like you have never seen it, Yue Yang is literally the dragon among humans. Have you never touched it? Really? Then has it touched you there before? Isn't it very hot? Not even grazed it. Is he obedient during body fusion? That cannot be. Anyway, let us not discuss this first, let us talk about our own body. You never know until you try, but actually our body is very strong. At that moment it would be very painful, but you could definitely stand it, why would I lie to you? You are fortunate since I am explaining this to you. You will be prepared mentally, unlike how nobody told me anything back then. No one, I figured it out all on my own slowly, but the first time was very successful. Yes, just be brave. After the first success, things will be much easier and you can be rest assured that he will be very gentle. Anyway, it is like what I have said, it is not as scary as you imagine. Thank you very much. Hearing Luo Hua City Mistress describe her first time, Phoenix Fairy Beauty had a peace of mind. No need, who knows, we might have to fight together in the future. Oh right, Shui Wuxia and Xian Princess are still unaware, I need to tell them the next time. Luo Hua City Mistress had truly become addicted to teaching such matters. That night, Luo Hua City Mistress was not standing at the door waiting for Yue Yang. When Yue Yang sneaked into her room, he was surprised to find that she had already fallen asleep. Lightly touching her, she turned around in a daze, her mouth like a fish blowing bubbles. She sleep-talked, I'm sleepy, I want to rest, I have not had rested well at all these few nights. Sick Beauty was around the same, she was not sound asleep, yet still waved Yue Yang away, indicating that she needed rest and would not be serving Yue Yang. One must know, she has been Luo Hua City Mistress ally for the last 3 nights. In fact, she was more tired than Luo Hua City Mistress, because Luo Hua City Mistress was extremely sensitive and had poor endurance, she was always very quickly defeated. In the end, it was always Sick Beauty who was dedicated to serving her husband. Night attack begins. By the time Yue Yang crept to Phoenix Fairy Beauty's room, she had already gone to bed, however her eyes were still open. She was waiting for him silently. The soft light fell on her devastatingly beautiful and exceptionally alluring jade face, with such an indescribable beauty in front of him, he was simply stifled. Yue Yang stared in awe. He had never seen Phoenix Fairy Beauty in such a serene and peaceful state, in such a tender and soft state. Sleep here tonight, but let us not do the deed tonight. Tomorrow, let me take it slowly, I am a little nervous. Phoenix Fairy Beauty waved her hand, asking Yue Yang to come over. She gently opened the quilt, revealing her flawless naked body that was as perfect as white jade, hinting him to lie beside her. Once Yue Yang came in, she turned her body over, rested her head on Yue Yang's arm and leaned on his chest. One side she was feeling the pleasure from his big hands' gentle massage, on the other she was gently caressing his body with her jade hands. From his brow, cheeks, lips to his neck. Then to his shoulders, chest and lower abdomen. She was gently caressing. Almost as if she wanted to understand this man who was going to become her husband in the quickest time, she was trying to love him as fast as she could. Despite that, falling in love to the depths of her soul seemed to not be realistic. At the very least, she will try hard to accept him, open her heart, and allow him to walk into her life. For him to stay there, till forever, eternally. Yue Yang hugged her body that was shaking in nervousness, a desire to protect spreading in his heart. In this moment, she was no longer Sky Law, no longer a super innate, she was just a woman, a timid woman who still desired love. If he takes her now, she would most likely not refuse. However, when Yue Yang sees the woman who was shaking because of her nervousness, what filled his heart was not desire, but rather love and affection. What she needed most was his care. She had an immense need for gentle comforting rather than reckless possession. Yue Yang kissed her forehead, kissed her brow, and softly kissed her cheeks. He used his hands to stroke her back that was as smooth as jade, soothing her soul, calming her down amidst the tension. It is in fact not that scary, liking someone and doing happy things with your lover, are all like this. Yue Yang gently kissed her lips that were like petals, softly, allowing her to feel the joy of kissing. When her lips were happy and desiring, they opened slightly. Yue Yang then kissed her properly, to let her try the wonders of kissing. As a result, Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who had tasted the sweetness, learned by herself. Kissing him repeatedly, learning faster and faster, the more they kiss, the more she was unwilling to part. Only until their lips were slightly sore, did she reluctantly let go. Unconsciously, she realized she was no longer nervous. Her legs, without her being aware, were already wrapped around his thigh. She felt the heat from his body, especially the sensitive and private area. Even though there was no direct contact, there was already a special feeling, resulting in a foreign yet familiar desire. This desire was extremely similar to the pleasure she felt when she accidentally brushed against him during body fusion, but much more intense. To be more accurate, it was the desire to be possessed by him. With her breath quickened slightly, Phoenix Fairy Beauty looked at Yue Yang, embarrassed. She not only did not feel nervousness, there was a yearning. However, she was still embarrassed because she had just said that she did not want to do the deed tonight. Bad things are so scary. Her little hands were unexpectedly bold. Her intention was not as such, she merely wanted to test the waters, but she was unwilling to let go. Since she was ashamed to the point of not daring to show her face, the only thing left to do was to act coquettishly. The current her, other than being slightly shocked by how majestic it was, she was not afraid at all. In fact, she felt a little joy. She felt that the man she had chosen was indeed the most powerful man, regardless of strength or body, he was the cream of the crop among all. Don't you like them, do you want to kiss them? Phoenix Fairy Beauty remembered that night when she peeked, she saw the way he kissed Luo Hua's chest. It seemed that he liked to play tricks that way. With excitement, she gently raised her body, pulling his big hands over to tightly press on her full and incomparably grand breasts. She swallowed her nervousness and softly nibbled on his earlobes. Last night, I saw the way you kissed Luo Hua, kiss me like that too.